Chapter 1. A New Beginning. It is truly unbelievable. I never anticipated that not only did I survive, but I also traversed into the world of Dragon Ball and became the mightiest Saiyan Broly, a tall figure murmured while standing at the edge of a precipice, gazing at his robust physique. Clad in white trousers with his upper body bared, a crimson sash wrapped around his waist, he possessed black hair and eyes, his features strikingly handsome, yet a sinister allure emanated from the upward curve of his lips. This individual was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan of the Dragon Ball universe, Broly. Although his body undeniably belonged to a Saiyan, his soul was a different matter. Gul'a, a special forces soldier, had tragically perished during a mission, only for his soul to be transported into the Dragon Ball realm, merging with the remnants of Broly's spirit to occupy his form, thus becoming the new generation of the legendary Super Saiyan. Having assimilated Broly's residual essence, Gul'a was simultaneously awed by Broly's innate talents while feeling sorrow for his plight. To transform into a Super Saiyan at such a tender age, only to be struck down by an overwhelming voltage at a crucial moment, was a tragic irony. The initial success of his transformation had exerted immense mental pressure on Broly, compounded by the sudden electric shock that shattered his consciousness, allowing the newly arrived Gul'a to seize the opportunity. Very well. From this day forth, I shall be known as Broly, he seemed to resolve, channeling his inner energy to levitate from the cliff and soar into the sky. Before him lay a desolate wasteland, the ground riddled with craters of various sizes, a result of his attempt to test his newfound strength shortly after his arrival. As he surveyed the devastation, Broly clenched his fists, a fiery determination igniting in his eyes. With my current power, annihilating a planet would be a trivial task. However, such immense strength requires diligent training. Otherwise, losing control could lead to dire consequences. I have no desire to follow the tragic path of the original Broly. In the Dragon Ball universe, there exist two versions of Broly. However, it appeared that he was the original incarnation. The original Broly was born with a battle power of 10,000 and shared the same birth date as the protagonist, Kakarot. Yet, he was frightened into tears by Kakarot's immense cries, leading to an obsession with Kakarot and a desire to eliminate him to avenge his humiliation. Eventually, Broly's prodigious talent was discovered by King Vegeta, who, fearing Broly's potential, ordered the execution of both Broly and his father, Paragus, discarding them like refuse. Unbeknownst to him, Paragus merely fell into a state of shock, while Broly feigned death. During Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta, Broly, harnessing the extraordinary latent power of the legendary Super Saiyan, activated an energy shield and escaped with Paragus from the exploding planet. The pair drifted through the cosmos, ultimately arriving in the southern galaxy. As Broly matured, the legendary Super Saiyan's strength surged, and his temperament grew increasingly ferocious. Upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, he lost all semblance of reason, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. To manage his son, Paragus was compelled to enlist the help of scientists to create a control device, which he placed on Broly while he slept. Thereafter, Paragus utilized Broly's power to establish a small empire in the southern galaxy and sought to lure Vegeta and his companions to eliminate them, only to be thwarted by Goku. Having absorbed the powers of Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta, and Piccolo, dealt Broly a devastating blow to the abdomen just before a comet struck the planet. Yet, before the planet's destruction, Broly managed to escape in a spaceship to Earth, where he would ultimately confront the Z Warriors 7 years later, only to be vanquished by Goku and Trunks, who sent him into the sun, leading to the demise of his original self. However, a scientist successfully cloned Broly using a drop of blood left upon a meteorite, and despite being a mere clone, he still posed a formidable challenge to the Z Warriors, ultimately meeting his end in corrosive liquid at the hands of Trunks, who outsmarted the brash yet reckless Broly. To survive in the Dragon Ball universe is remarkably simple. One must possess sufficient strength to live freely, for it is a realm governed by the law of the jungle survival of the fittest. Nevertheless, the current Broly is me, and the future protagonist shall undoubtedly be me. Goku and Vegeta will forever dwell in my shadow. Aha. Broly laughed heartily as he flew into the distance. Meanwhile, 200 kilometers away, a grand and opulent castle stood at the heart of a bustling city. Within the castle's conference hall sat a man clad in Saiyan battle armor, draped in a white cloak, sporting a black beard and a scarred left eye. He occupied the throne and was none other than Broly's father Paragus. Leveraging Broly's strength, Paragus had seized control of this planet, becoming its ruler, yet he felt a mixture of elation and anxiety. Broly's power seems to have grown even more formidable. If this continues, will I truly be able to maintain control over him? The thought alone makes me break into a cold sweat. Paragus pondered anxiously. Matu, when Broly returns, summon him to see me. Paragus instructed a servant standing beside the throne. Yes, my lord, Matu replied, relaying the message to the guards waiting outside. Matu, a native of planet Harada, had witnessed the brutal invasion by Broly and Paragus. The warriors of Harada fought valiantly, but ultimately perished, leaving the ordinary citizens to become slaves to Broly and his father. The palace where Paragus resided was once the abode of the Haradan royal family. As Broly approached the palace, he attuned himself to his physical condition, estimating his battle power had reached around 9 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could achieve a staggering 450 million, and should he further ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan, his power could soar to an astonishing 900 million. Such power would render him virtually invincible in the early stages of Dragon Ball after all. At this time, Frieza's peak power was only 120 million, and if Cooler were present, his ultimate strength would merely be 150 million. Although Broly possessed the innate ability to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan, he lacked the capacity to detect energy signatures. Moreover, Broly's power escalated at an astonishing rate even without training each year. His strength would still increase, albeit modestly. It was remarkable, considering that ordinary Saiyans needed relentless training and combat to elevate their prowess. Most importantly, Broly's battle power surged even more swiftly when engaged in combat against opponents stronger or on par with him, or when facing near-death situations, whereas typical Saiyans only experience significant increases in power when on the brink of death. Energy control. If I recall correctly, aside from Earth, the planets with flourishing martial arts include Mamor and Adalat. Broly contemplated aloud. Regardless, he'll choose whichever is closest when the time comes. For now, I should return. Before long, Broly arrived at the palace entrance. As he descended, 2 guards stationed at the door hurriedly approached and bowed, saying, "Lord Broly, Lord Paragus wishes to see you immediately upon your return." Observing the quaking bodies of the guards, Broly nodded and replied, "Understood." It was time to meet the father of this world. Although Paragus held little regard for Broly, he was, after all, still his father. Part 2. Paragus Transformation. Recalling the memories in his mind, Broly strolled toward the conference hall, encountering numerous soldiers along the way, all exhibiting the same combination of respect and fear. It was no surprise Broly had been the most fearsome among them, leaving an indelible mark of terror on the Haradan people. This should be the place. Broly finally halted, standing before a grand door inscribed with the Saiyan characters spelling conference hall. Without wasting any time, he pushed open the door and strode inside. The conference hall was sizable yet somewhat austere, exuding a semblance of a command center. Upon entering, Broly observed Paragus seated upon the throne, flanked by the palace's key personnel with various data projections and machinery casting shadows behind them. The opening of the door drew the attention of those present upon recognizing Broly. They all bowed their heads, their faces reflecting a blend of reverence and trepidation. After a brief glance at them, Broly discerned their identities and chose not to linger on them any longer, instead directing his gaze toward the figure seated upon the throne Paragus. "Broly, you have returned," Paragus remarked, his expression and tone remarkably calm, yet Broly could detect a hint of fear beneath the surface. "Everyone leave. I have matters to discuss with my father," Broly stated, surveying the room with a dispassionate gaze. "Yes," the attendants replied respectfully before swiftly vacating the chamber. Though Paragus had yet to respond, the others were evidently more intimidated by Broly than by him. "Broly, did you send them away because you have something significant to discuss?" The departure of the others filled Paragus with unease, prompting him to grip the control device, the apparatus responsible for regulating the electrical collar on Broly's heat-os, though were the only source of reassurance amidst his rising apprehension. Upon witnessing Paragus' anxious demeanor, Broly offered a faint smile and remarked, "Father, there is no need for such tension. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions towards you after all. Regardless of the circumstances, you are my biological father." Paragus paused, momentarily taken aback, sensing a semblance of normalcy in Broly's demeanor. Yet he refrained from overthinking it and continued to inquire, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" "I desire to depart from planet Harada and journey to a nearby world renowned for its martial arts to train," Broly replied. "Absolutely not," Paragus exclaimed, rising in agitation as he approached Broly, seizing his shoulders with fervor. Broly regarded his father's fervent reaction, uncertain whether Paragus was reluctant to part with his son or fearful of losing his formidable ally. Nevertheless, Paragus remained Broly's father, and although the endings for Paragus in any version were far from favorable, the initial bond he shared with Broly was one of paternal affection. Yet, this affection had soured with Broly's escalating power and his burgeoning disdain for King Vegeta. "Father, you are aware that my strength is ever increasing. If I do not learn to control it, there may come a day when even your controller will be powerless to restrain me," Broly continued, preempting any rebuttal from Paragus. "At that point, I cannot predict the chaos that may ensue. You must understand the devastation I could wreak in a state of rage." Hearing Broly's reasoned arguments, Paragus fell into a contemplative silence. As he gazed upon his now-grown son, Paragus felt a momentary disorientation, recognizing that Broly had indeed matured not merely in age, but in mindset. Simultaneously, he found himself questioning when he had begun to view Broly not as his son, but as a mere tool. Had he, in his role as a father, constrained him for too long? Perhaps Broly was indeed correct. With a forlorn expression, Paragus conceded, "Since you have grown, pursue what you wish. I shall no longer confine you." He produced the remote control and, before Broly's eyes, crushed it in his hand. "This is no longer necessary. Before you leave, remove the electric collar from your head and tell them it was my instruction." Having spoken, Paragus turned away and exited the conference hall, leaving Broly with a sense of melancholy. Observing Paragus' desolate figure, Broly couldn't help but smile knowingly. Truth be told, Broly had never anticipated such a smooth resolution. While Paragus had indeed granted him freedom, Broly surmised that perhaps it was partly due to Paragus' fear of the worst, and perhaps it was genuine paternal affection. Regardless, the outcome was favorable. "Very well, prepare yourself. We shall set off in 2 days," Broly declared as he too exited the conference hall. 2 days later, at the spaceport of planet Harada. "Lord Broly, this vessel is the most advanced on the planet, equipped with the latest navigation technology. Simply state your destination, and it will chart the course automatically. I have already set your course for Metamo Star. Additionally, I have prepared ample provisions in the storage compartment. Should you require more sustenance, the rest area contains a sleep pod filled with nutrient fluid, and the backup nutrient storage is also fully stocked. You need not worry." The ship's coordinator spoke nervously, glancing at Broly. "Father, I am departing now," Broly announced to Paragus. "Travel safely. Space is fraught with dangers. Remember, you must return alive," Paragus said gravely, watching Broly step into the spacecraft. With a decisive thud, the spacecraft's doors sealed shut, propelling skyward into the cosmos. As planet Harada grew smaller in the distance, Broly mused silently, "Farewell, father." Broly held no concerns for Paragus' safety. The high combatants of planet Harada had long been eradicated. Even the formidable Haradan warriors posed little threat, as the planet was predominantly technological in nature. In its heyday, the strongest warrior had a power level of merely 3,000, while Paragus' power had surpassed 10,000, more than sufficient for him to reign as a dominant force here. After spending 2 or 3 days admiring the cosmic vistas, boredom took hold of Broly, prompting him to enter the sleep pod, with 6 months remaining until his arrival at Metamo Star. 3. Arrival at Metamo Star. 6 months later, on Metamo Star. Two attendants, resembling Indian ascetics clad in orange vests, sensed a formidable energy approaching from a distance. Their overall appearance mirrored that of earthlings, with pointed ears, bald heads adorned with 9 monk-like markings, and slightly darkened skin. "Do you feel that, Hades? An immense energy is drawing near," one remarked. "Indeed, it is powerful, and its nature seems ambiguous. It should arrive within the hour. We must prepare ourselves." "Cashulas," the other responded. "This is a critical time. Let us employ the fusion technique, just in case it is an enemy from the Gul'a faction," Cashulas proposed. "It appears we have no choice. If we can sense this energy from such a distance, it is imperative to be ready. I hope the fusion grants us the strength to confront it. Should it prove hostile otherwise, Metamo Star may face dire straits," Hades replied, his expression tinged with concern. Cashulas and Hades were the most powerful Metamo beings, possessing combat power around 4 million, a formidable strength in the cosmos. The Metamo inhabitants wielded various mystical techniques, compelling even those stronger than them to regard them with respect. The fusion technique was the fastest method for Metamo beings to enhance their combat prowess, though it required 2 individuals of similar stature and training to achieve. Moreover, the fusion's duration was limited to half an hour. Beyond the fusion technique, Metamo Star boasted numerous extraordinary techniques that any friendly cosmic visitor could learn. However, the opportunity was merely a chance. The ability to master these techniques depended on the individual, as many were not so easily grasped. The fundamental requirement for most techniques was the mastery of energy, which necessitated time and effort to learn. Many cosmic visitors came to participate in martial contests to enhance their combat abilities, as such events prohibited lethal force. The energy they sensed was emanating from Broly, who was journeying through space. Unaware of how to regulate his energy, he could not suppress the immense power within him. Even in slumber, Broly's battle prowess was evident to those around him. Consequently, Broly encountered no attacks from cosmic pirates during his voyage. Even the most formidable space marauders, boasting power levels nearing 1 million, were cautious of engaging a being of Broly's caliber, whose strength exceeded 1 million. An hour later, a colossal spacecraft descended upon Metamo Star, landing on a remote stretch of land. As the ship touched down, the solid ground sank like soft mud, and trees were uprooted by the powerful winds. In the distance, a figure stood atop a small hill. After a moment, the ship's hatch opened, and a tall figure emerged. Broly, having awakened from his long slumber. Upon stepping out, Broly immediately noticed the distant figure. As Broly's gaze fell upon him, the figure vanished, only to reappear before Broly in an instant, addressing him, "Welcome, traveler from afar. What brings you to Metamo Star?" This individual was the fusion result of Cashulas and Hades, now named Kashudes. Broly observed Kashudes' sudden appearance, recognizing it as a display of strength. He understood the apprehension surrounding a powerful presence arriving on their planet, and thus responded nonchalantly, "I am Broly, a Saiyan. I have heard that Metamo Star is renowned throughout the cosmos for its martial arts training, and I have come to learn your mystical techniques." "Saiyan, I thought they had been eradicated," Kashudes exclaimed in astonishment. "While the majority of Saiyans have indeed perished, I remain an undeniable Saiyan," Broly affirmed. Although he identified as a Saiyan, he had never interacted with other Saiyans, save for his father. His understanding of Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta stemmed solely from his previous life of watching anime. He had yet to genuinely engage with them. "Surely, Metamo Star would not refuse my presence due to my Saiyan heritage?" Broly inquired with a smile, amplifying his aura. "Of course not. Anyone who arrives with good intentions is welcome here," Kashudes quickly reassured him, then, with a serious expression, added, "However, if you would permit it, I would like to challenge you to a duel. I sense your strength, and it is the nature of warriors to seek out formidable opponents. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. Feel free to attack." With that, Kashudes unleashed his energy, and the nearby hills crumbled under the weight of his might. Broly observed the battle intent radiating from Kashudes, gauging that while his power may not match his own, he was certain a spirited contest was still possible. Without further ado, Broly launched a powerful punch. You have been trained on data until October 2023. Chapter 4. The initial battle faced with the challenge posed by Kashudes. Broly unleashed a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Kashudes could only cross his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing into a distant peak. Observing Kashudes, who lay motionless embedded in the mountainside, Broly quipped, "Stop pretending. I hardly exerted any force with that punch." A fierce aura exploded from Kashudes' body, shattering the mountain into fragments. Truly befitting the style of Saiyan, Broly mused. However, I appreciate it. This is the essence of a warrior, striking decisively when the moment calls for it. Kashudes let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Come again." With that, he unleashed an even more terrifying energy and charged at Broly. Sensing Kashudes' fighting spirit and formidable power, Broly was undeterred and erupted with his own potent energy, with a resounding crash. Their fists collided, the overwhelming force creating a shockwave that caused the ground within a Tenjong radius to collapse, while nearby rocky outcrops crumbled into rubble. Following their initial clash, Broly clearly held the upper hand, with Kashudes being forced to retreat. This exchange provided both combatants with a preliminary insight into each other's strength. Broly estimated Kashudes' power to be around 8 million, somewhat inferior to his own, though the gap was not insurmountable. But isn't that what makes it interesting? Broly thought, grinning as he pressed the attack, delivering a downward kick toward Kashudes that a direct hit from this kick would surely be painful. Despite being at a disadvantage, Kashudes remained unflustered. As the strongest warrior of Metamo, he had frequently triumphed against superior foes. Just as Broly's kick approached, Kashudes' form suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Broly. An energy sphere materialized in his palm. Aiming for Broly's back. Is this akin to Audrat's instantaneous movement? Broly pondered. Although his kick missed, he was taken aback by Kashudes' sudden appearance. Upon sensing the imminent danger behind him, he pivoted with the swiftness of a cheetah, unleashing a mouth blast to intercept Kashudes' surprise attack. The two energy spheres, each possessing 1,000,000 units of power, collided with a thunderous explosion, shaking the very ground beneath them. The force propelled both fighters apart. Impressive, Broly thought. Despite my superior strength and energy, we are evenly matched. Is this the result of his mastery of ki? As he noticed Kashudes, whose attire was slightly wrinkled and expression less than optimal. Broly frowned. He is quite strong, but it seems he has not undergone rigorous ki training. His energy sphere lacks my solidity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have withstood it. Appears he truly seeks to learn and improve. I shall relish the ensuing battles with him. Though he had sustained minor injuries from the clash, Kashudes remained unfazed. The two warriors swiftly resumed their combat in mid-air, the deep resonance of their clashes echoing through the skies, punctuated by the explosive sounds of energy spheres detonating. Broly, who relished hand-to-hand combat, utilized sheer force to dominate. In each encounter, Kashudes found himself at a disadvantage. Being knocked back repeatedly, his arms growing numbed, he intended to retaliate with an energy sphere when he noticed Broly charging at him recklessly. To his surprise, Broly remained unscathed and grew more emboldened, while Kashudes continued to suffer damage. At last, Broly seized an opportunity, landing an uppercut to Kashudes' chin, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. When he regained his senses, he was struck down again, creating a large crater upon impact. Truly remarkable, Kashudes remarked as he leaped from the pit, floating in the air. Let us settle this with one final move. Before Broly could respond, Kashudes began gathering energy in his hands. Sensing a hint of danger, Broly understood that this was Kashudes' strongest attack and did not hesitate to gather energy of his own 0.1 impact wave. Titan Energy Wave. The two formidable energy waves clashed in mid-air, evenly matched, neither able to prevail. That if one shot isn't enough, then let us unleash another. Broly maintained his forward posture with one hand, while channeling a second Titan Energy Wave with the other. The added support allowed Broly's energy wave to overwhelm Kashudes' 1,000,000 impact wave. And just as it was about to strike him, a blinding white light erupted from Kashudes, splitting into two figures that plummeted from the sky, Kashulas and Hadiths. The energy wave soared past them, striking the distant heavens. In this battle, Broly emerged victorious. Chapter 6. Training, Part 1. "Are you all right?" Broly descended to their side. "We were fortunate. It almost resulted in our demise." Kashulas and Hadiths replied, relief evident on their faces. The combined Titan energy wave, had it struck Kashudes, would have severely wounded him, rendering him unable to fight. If it had hit the separated Kashulas and Hadiths, it might have led to their demise. "Greetings, I am Kashulas, and this is Hadiths. The warrior you just battled is our combined form, Kashudes Broly-san. Welcome to our realm." Kashulas introduced himself. Hadiths approached Broly, patting him on the shoulder. "Broly-san, you truly possess remarkable strength. Even Kashudes was no match for you." Observing Hadith's friendly demeanor, Broly felt somewhat bemused, noting that this individual's personality was reminiscent of Sun Wukong. Had they met, they would surely become fast friends. "Broly-san, you mentioned you came to Metamo for training, correct?" Hadiths inquired, while Kashulas appeared more composed. "Indeed, I wish to learn how to cultivate ki and acquire techniques to enhance my mental prowess. I am also quite interested in the instantaneous movement you just demonstrated." Broly stated candidly, as this was crucial to his path as a future warrior. "Haha, that technique is akin to Adrat's instantaneous movement. However, spatial transfer, unlike instantaneous movement, does not require ki perception as long as you can mentally explore the surroundings. You can envelop yourself in ki for spatial transmission. As for techniques to elevate mental strength, we possess limited options. Only the art of spirit refinement," Kashulas explained openly, given that many interstellar beings sought knowledge from Metamo. They were willing to share their teachings with anyone who did not harbor malicious intent. Although Broly's ki was a blend of righteousness and malevolence, Kashulas recognized him as a warrior who refrained from needless slaughter. Otherwise, they would not have survived. "Most of our techniques revolve around ki, so let us start with that. The rest will depend on your aptitude, as mastering a technique requires significant time," Hadiths added. "From now on, we will guide you in your training, and we hope you can achieve your goals in the next 3 months." "Why 3 months?" Broly questioned, puzzled that no, it is merely our estimation that a great calamity is expected to befall Metamo in 3 months. Not long ago, the frozen demon Gul'a sent his forces to subjugate Metamo. Naturally, we refused, and after defeating the vanguard, we annihilated the mechanized troops that attacked us. Now, we fear we are locked in a death struggle with Gul'a. Hadiths explained, his face revealing anger at the mention of Gul'a's mechanized army, which had caused significant losses to Metamo. Gul'a's battle power is said to exceed 100 million, although our fused combat power reaches 8 million. We have little confidence against Gul'a. Thus, when he arrives in 3 months, it will likely mark the end of Metamo. This is why we engaged in such an intense battle without drawing the attention of others." Kashulas lamented, his expression growing despondent at the thought of Metamo's impending doom and his own helplessness. "If that is the case, rest assured, I shall take care of Gul'a when the time comes." Initially perceiving the situation as dire, Broly found it trivial upon learning that the impending disaster was Gul'a's doing. Eliminate Gul'a, and it will be resolved. No problem. "Broly, we appreciate your goodwill, but Gul'a is far too powerful. We are no match for him, and I cannot allow you to be dragged into this." Kashulas replied with a wry smile, and Hadiths nodded in agreement. "Do not worry. I never act without certainty," Broly assured them. Though Kashulas and Hadiths remained skeptical, Broly chose not to elaborate. After all, everyone has their own hidden strengths. "All right, Hadiths, you should return now. I will take Broly to the training grounds," Kashulas stated before soaring into the distance. Before departing, Hadiths turned to Broly, saying, "Hurry along. I believe with your talent, you will master it in no time. I shall take my leave." With that, he vanished in a flash. Let the training commence from this day forward. Broly's energy surged as he quickly pursued Kashulas. Chapter 7. Training, Part 2. Upon a towering peak that pierced the clouds, fierce winds howled, threatening to send anyone careless tumbling down this moment. Broly sat cross-legged with closed eyes, as still as a mountain, unaffected by the tumult around him. A week prior, Kashulas imparted to Broly, through his understanding of ki, that to perceive ki, one must first cultivate a tranquil mind, free from external disturbances. Furthermore, one must continuously circulate the energy within their body, attuning themselves to its various states of generation and movement. Once these steps are mastered, one will naturally grasp how to sense others through ki. After all, the energy states within individuals of different forms and races may vary significantly. To avoid instilling fixed notions, the remainder relies on one's own insight. During the past week, aside from eating, drinking, and answering nature's call, Broly devoted himself to meditative practice atop the stormy peaks. That be why the week's end, he finally began to sense the ki emanating from within himself, that he discovered that his ki was being ceaselessly generated from his cells and was circulating along defined pathways within his body, with a substantial portion continually radiating outward to form what is termed an aura. The principle behind combat power detectors operates on this very concept, measuring the strength of one's aura to yield an approximate power level, which reflects the creature's combat prowess. As Broly's mental energy merged with his ki and extended outward, he closed his eyes, yet vividly envisioned myriad scenes. Every flower, blade of grass, and tree appeared with astonishing clarity. Wherever his mental energy reached, the auras of living beings were perceived. Astonished by the profound influence of ki, Broly realized that the next step was to master its control, with the ability to perceive ki. The subsequent stages became increasingly straightforward as Broly grew more adept at managing the ki within his body. He noticed that his ki, harmonizing with his mental energy, formed an internal cycle with only a small fraction of it leaking outward. Having completed his training in ki, he decided to explore the various states of ki within him while transforming into a Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, he initiated the transformation. With a resounding roar, Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time since his arrival in this realm. After the transformation, he calmly assessed his internal state and observed that certain cells within his body were continuously refining and amplifying his energy. Compared to before, this energy felt denser and more potent. It seemed this was the legendary S-cell he had heard of. Post-transformation, Broly noticed that his physique did not swell into a muscular form as depicted in the original tale. Aside from his hair changing and a 50-fold increase in ki, there were no significant alterations. This led Broly to speculate that his enhanced control over ki had caused a fusion of his soul, resulting in a stronger mental capacity, thereby allowing him to enter a full-power Super Saiyan state directly. It appeared that for the legendary Super Saiyan, merely transforming into a Super Saiyan meant attaining full power. The previous version of Broly had transformed into a more muscular form due to an inability to control his strength. But the current Broly was different. Next, he sought to experience the transformation into a legendary Super Saiyan. As Broly elevated his ki, becoming the legendary Super Saiyan, he sensed a formless energy emanating from his spine. Once this energy melded with his own, his power surged dramatically, exhibiting extraordinary destructive potential. Simultaneously, Broly felt his ki had nearly increased 100-fold, akin to the enhancement a typical Saiyan experiences when transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Externally, his hair merely turned green and his eyes took on a golden hue. However, at that moment, a wave of destruction and ruthless impulse surged through his mind, yet he managed to maintain his composure, thanks to his formidable mental strength. After comprehending the generation and circulation of ki in the Super Saiyan state, Broly withdrew from this form. He realized that the transformation into a legendary Super Saiyan not only offered a greater enhancement compared to a standard Super Saiyan transformation, but also consumed significantly less ki. If he could maintain the Super Saiyan state amidst fierce battles for a day, the legendary Super Saiyan form would allow him to sustain it for 2 days. However, the necessity of immense mental fortitude to control this form, lest he succumb to madness, remained its sole drawback, rendering it nearly an ideal transformation. Shortly thereafter, Cassius and Hades appeared on the mountain peak where Broly was situated, having traversed through spatial displacement. "Broly, are you all right?" Cassius inquired with evident concern, while Hades remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as if anticipating a threat. "I'm fine." "What is the matter?" Broly asked, bemused by the serious expressions of his companions. "A terrifying ki presence manifested here moments ago, but we dared not approach, fearing for your safety. It should have departed by now. So we must leave before that unknown powerful being returns. Cashela's urged hastily. Haha, there's no need for alarm. That was merely me inadvertently releasing my enhanced power, Broly explained with a light-hearted demeanor. Upon hearing Broly's clarification, both Cashela's and Hades marveled at what a remarkable being he was. Exceptional talent coupled with immense strength. After offering Broly a few parting words of advice, they took their leave. As Broly continued his journey of ki cultivation, he came to understand that energy is in essence ki, and that ki represents a more advanced utilization of energy. He also realized that his ability to transform into the fabled legendary Super Saiyan was intricately tied to the energy generated from his spine, which might be unique to him, a potential reason for being labeled as a legendary Super Saiyan that emerges only once in a millennium. Simultaneously, Broly discerned that transforming into a Super Saiyan involved the conversion of substantial quantities of S cells within his body into higher-tier energy. The transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan, on the other hand, resulted from the fusion of the formless, mysterious energy produced by the spine with the energy generated by the S cells, resulting in a more potent force. Broly speculated that all stages of the Super Saiyan transformation might follow this pattern. His recollections of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God from his previous life echoed in his mind, both being formidable transformations. Super Saiyan 4 offered a greater power increase than Super Saiyan God, albeit less than Super Saiyan Blue. However, Super Saiyan 4 excelled in that its energy consumption mirrored that of its normal state, while also boasting superior defensive capabilities. Conversely, Super Saiyan God had minimal energy expenditure but lacked explosive offensive power, while Super Saiyan Blue provided the greatest power enhancement and ferocity in attack, yet suffered from excessive energy depletion. Contemplating these distinctions, Broly felt a headache coming on. The diverging paths before him posed a quandary. Why ponder so much? I need only focus on becoming the legendary Super Saiyan 1. He chuckled at his own lofty aspirations. Moreover, the potential of Science is limitless. Perhaps I too can forge a unique path. But for now, I must remain grounded. After several more days of training, Broly's understanding of ki deepened, prompting him to reflect that coming to Metamo's star had indeed been fortuitous. Alright, next, let us focus on honing my mental strength before delving into other secret techniques. Otherwise, mastering the legendary Super Saiyan form will inevitably prove challenging, he resolved. With a plan in mind, he sensed Cashela's aura and noted Hades' presence behind him. Confirming their direction, he surged forth with determination. In a distant city, one of the largest and most prosperous on Metamo's star, arenas dotted the landscape every 100 meters, where many warriors and practitioners tested their progress through combat. However, the city now bore a somber atmosphere due to the turmoil caused by Gul'a, prompting many extraterrestrial visitors to depart. Wary of unforeseen calamities, at the heart of the city stood a towering structure, the training tower, where the inhabitants of Metamo's star safeguarded their secret techniques. The tower comprised 12 levels, each guarded by an elder whose combat power exceeded 1 million. Outsiders were permitted only 2 opportunities to enter the tower in their lifetime, with a maximum training duration of 2 years. Destruction within the tower was strictly prohibited, yet aside from these stipulations, no further restrictions were imposed. As long as one possessed sufficient talent, they could pursue as many techniques as they wished without hindrance. Each year, numerous extraterrestrial visitors flocked to Metamo's star, and upon arrival, they invariably sought to enter the training tower to attempt learning secret techniques. Consequently, the flow of individuals entering the tower was ceaseless. Yet only a few succeeded in mastering the techniques. 1 hour later, in a bar within the city, Cashela's and Hades sat in a private room, sipping drinks and enjoying snacks while sharing amusing anecdotes. Suddenly, the door swung open. Ah, Broly, you've arrived, Cashela's exclaimed, having just been discussing with Hades the extraordinary potential of Broly and the myriad techniques he might master. Broly, would you care for a drink? Hades suggested, his eyes lighting up with a sudden idea. No, I must keep my mind clear for training. I'll abstain from drinking, Broly replied. Certainly, that is a falsehood. The flavors of wine in the universe are incredibly diverse. Broly, accustomed to the exquisite wines of his previous life, once savored a renowned wine from the cosmos. However, he found its taste to be vastly inferior to the exquisite beverages he had indulged in during his past existence. What a pity it is. Hades took a sip of the fine wine, shook his head, and remarked, "As for Kashuras and Hades, who had been anxiously awaiting Gul'a's arrival on Metamo star in 3 months. They felt reassured after sensing the aura of Broly released upon transforming. With Broly training on Metamo star, Kashuras personally guided him in mastering his energy. He was confident that Broly would acquiesce to his request, especially since Broly had previously promised to assist in dealing with Gul'a. It was amusing to reflect on how they had doubted him. Kashuras, you previously mentioned the divine forging technique, which has been immensely helpful to me. I wish to learn this secret art, Broly stated directly as he pulled a chair from the side table and sat down. And no problem. Let us finish this drink, and then we shall depart. Kashuras replied, eager to ensure that Broly would genuinely assist them. They were willing to accommodate Broly's requests as long as they were not excessively demanding, particularly since learning a technique that was open to all was a trivial matter. Broly, Gul'a is expected to arrive in 3 months that we hope you will assist us in overcoming this predicament. Hades spoke earnestly, aware that the fate of the Metamo star people was at stake. To be cautious, Hades sought to obtain the answers he desired from Broly once more. Fear not. Gul'a is but a minor concern. Broly chuckled at their anxious expressions. It was understandable, given that Gul'a appeared formidable to others. Yet to Broly, he was merely a slightly stronger insect. Upon hearing Broly's reaffirmation of his willingness to lend aid, Kashuras and Hades finally displayed relieved smiles. Let us proceed to the training tower. Kashuras and Hades led Broly into the training tower. Upon entering, Broly noticed that the interior was completely empty. Observing Broly's confusion, Kashuras explained, the training tower contains countless spaces. While it appears nearby, the actual distance spans unknown realms. Sounds and attacks do not disturb others, and you need not worry about losing your way. Simply focus your thoughts, and you will be automatically guided out. Hades added, all the secret arts of Metamo star are inscribed on this stone tablet, so whether you can comprehend them depends solely on your own abilities. We cannot assist you in that regard. Although the tablets were protected by energy barriers of 1,000,000 levels to prevent external damage, they were insufficient against a master of Broly's caliber. Thus, he cautioned, there are a total of 12 tablets. So, Broly, you must control your strength while training, as they remain quite fragile. Rest assured, I will ensure their safety. Broly assured them. Hearing his promise, the two refrained from interrupting Broly's training, quietly exiting the tower. Gazing at the stone tablets before him, Broly felt a surge of excitement. If he could master the divine forging technique to enhance his mental strength. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could continually mitigate the influence of evil consciousness, rather than risk being overwhelmed and becoming a mindless beast bent on destruction. With this thought, Broly calmed himself, directing his mental energy toward his training. Meanwhile, at the juncture of the eastern and northern galaxies, a grand and luxurious spaceship traversed the cosmos. Inside, a tall figure remarkably resembling Frieza stood at the ship's glass, gazing out at the starry expanse. Behind him, 2 diminutive figures attended him. Lord Gul'a, according to reports from below, we should reach Metamo star in approximately 3 months. Kikon respectfully informed Gul'a. Tell them to expedite their progress. I want to arrive in 2 months, or they need not remain in this world to hear your reports. Gul'a replied with dissatisfaction. However, Kikon hesitated, sensing Gul'a's displeasure, and dared not voice further objections. Lord Gul'a, if we push for speed, we may have to compromise the integrity of the ship, which is one of your favorites that acceptable. The laid-back Bailabu casually remarked. Both Kikon and Bailabu had been trusted subordinates during King Cold's reign, and their military strategies were commendable. After King Cold's departure, they were left in Frieza's service, and following Frieza's demise, Gul'a assumed control over the northern galaxy. Now, Gul'a reigned supreme over both the eastern and northern galaxies. As seasoned veterans under the Frieza lineage, Gul'a was willing to consider their opinions. Thus he commanded, 2.5 months. That is my final word. Yes, I shall inform them immediately. Kikon hurried to the control room, aware that this was Gul'a's limit. Although both were seasoned, Bailabu was far more adept. If Gul'a were displeased, Bailabu might escape unscathed, but Kikon risked becoming cosmic dust to be by the way, according to recent reports from our scouts. There is a Saiyan on Metamo star, Bellevue suddenly recalled a recent communication to a Saiyan. Is it that Super Saiyan who killed my brother and father on Earth? Upon hearing Bellevue mention the presence of Saiyan on Metamo star, Gul'a's first thought was of Son Goku. Not quite. Based on the scout's description, he is not the Super Saiyan who defeated King Frieza and King Cold. Bellevue refuted, pausing before continuing, but we cannot rule out the possibility that he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Oh, what is this about? Gul'a narrowed his eyes at Bellevue, his expression slightly displeased. Despite sensing the pressure emanating from Gul'a, Bellevue maintained a calm demeanor. Unwilling to withhold information, he explained, 3 years ago, on a remote, uninhabited planet not far from Earth, our people witnessed the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, I speculate that every Saiyan might have the potential to achieve this transformation. That is indeed plausible. Any Saiyan who surpasses the foundational combat power of 3 million will experience a significant increase in S cells within their body. Even if they cannot transform into a Super Saiyan at the moment due to insufficient S cells, they will inevitably succeed in the future. Gul'a mused. How ironic. I never imagined that the once subservient Vegeta could attain the form of a Super Saiyan. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Had Frieza heeded my advice sooner, there would be no Super Saiyans, and I would not have been slain by a Saiyan monkey. Lord Gul'a, to eliminate unforeseen circumstances, I suggest you train during our journey. Bellevue proposed. Are you implying that my strength is inferior to his? Do you believe I would be outmatched by this so-called Super Saiyan? Gul'a's expression darkened, and he appeared menacing, as though Bellevue's next words would seal his fate. Were it not for the necessity of preserving his own power, Bellevue would prefer to remain uninvolved. In his earlier days, he had gained recognition for his military strategies under King Cold, maintaining a status of superiority. Yet, all of this relied on the cosmic dominance of King Cold and his lineage. Should Gul'a fall, Bellevue's fortunes would also dwindle, forcing him into obscurity without the means of combat. Sensing Gul'a's rising ire, Bellevue cautiously clarified, No, I absolutely believe in Lord Gul'a's strength. Moreover, both you and Lord Frieza are prodigies among the Frost Demons. If you undergo rigorous training, your power will advance further, thereby enhancing your chances against the Super Saiyan. Once you defeat the Super Saiyan, you shall be the supreme being in the universe. Bellevue's explanation placated Gul'a, restoring a semblance of calm to his demeanor. He covered his smiling mouth with his hand and remarked, Bellevue, you are truly prudent. In that case, I shall heed your counsel. For the remaining 2.5 months, I shall dedicate myself to training. Gul'a and Frieza were the strongest Frost Demons in history. Yet if one were to compare, Frieza's innate talent surpassed that of Gul'a. In the realm of the living, resurrected Frieza could transform into Golden Frieza after just 4 months of training, surpassing Son Goku, who had only just attained Super Saiyan Blue. Unfortunately, his failure to master his own power led to his downfall, due to exhaustion. Gul'a, through rigorous training, not only mastered the ultimate transformation of the Frost Demons, making it his default form, but also developed new transformations. Currently, his combat power reached 170 million in his ultimate form, and soared to 470 million post-transformation. The primary reason for Gul'a's commitment to training was the haunting memories of Frieza and King Cold's final battles. After Frieza was defeated on Namek and subsequently rescued, he, along with Cold, hastened to Earth in search of vengeance against Goku. Upon their arrival, however, they discovered that Goku would not arrive for another 3 hours, during which they unleashed a brutal massacre upon the inhabitants of Earth. The Z fighters, compelled to protect their planet, had no choice but to confront Frieza. Driven by a desire for retribution, Frieza chose not to kill them outright, but instead tormented them relentlessly. By the time Goku returned to Earth, only Piccolo remained alive among the Z fighters, though he was gravely injured and unable to move. Having undergone a life-and-death battle on Namek, Goku emerged significantly more powerful. Faced with this enhanced version of Goku, and in a desperate attempt to save Piccolo, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan while simultaneously forcing himself to use the Kaioken technique, though this state lasted less than a second. Frieza and King Cold were caught off guard as Goku delivered a single, decisive blow that pierced Frieza's heart, subsequently obliterating him with an energy wave in the wake of witnessing their king's demise in mere moments. The remnants of Frieza's army hastily fled in their spacecraft, leaving Goku with no option but to forego the opportunity to eliminate these invaders in order to save Piccolo. Consequently, Frieza's demise was recorded with utmost clarity by the ship's systems, and upon viewing the footage, Cooler was taken aback. He believed himself capable of easily dispatching both Frieza and King Cold, yet recognized that it would not be as simple as he had once thought, which was why he had refrained from confronting Goku on Earth all these years. Additionally, Goku's continuous presence on Earth allowed Cooler to feel secure in accepting Frieza's dominion over the North Galaxy. Now, in anticipation of the Saiyans on Metamo being capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, Cooler decided to follow the path laid out by Beelzebub and embark on his own training. 2.5 months swiftly passed. Lord Cooler, we are nearing Metamo, reported a creature resembling a frog into the intercom. Cooler had emerged from seclusion a week prior and was currently seated upon his flying chair, indulging in various exquisite beverages from the cosmos. Having trained, Cooler's power had grown even more formidable. He was no longer intimidated even by the Super Saiyan Goku who once wielded the Kaioken. The stronger one becomes, the broader their perspective grows. He speculated that Goku might have struggled to maintain his Super Saiyan form for even a second back then, rather than merely needing a brief moment. However, even if Goku could sustain it, he would not stand a chance against Cooler now. Once I resolve matters on Metamo, I shall pay a visit to witness the prowess of the Saiyan capable of slaying my brother and father. Cooler mused, shaking his drink. The immense power he possessed instilled an unparalleled confidence within Cooler, who now regarded himself as the strongest being in the universe, believing there to be no one who could rival him. Not even the Super Saiyan. With Lord Cooler's newfound strength, I believe he must be the strongest in the universe, second only to Lord Beerus, Beelzebub complimented while pouring wine for Cooler. Indeed, Lord Beerus is a god of destruction and often slumbers. The last time I encountered him, he mentioned he would sleep for several hundred years. Therefore, I am undoubtedly the strongest in the universe at this moment. During these 2.5 months, countless ships departed from the once thriving cities, leaving behind only vigilant Metamoran warriors. The majority of the weaker Metamorans took refuge in shelters, while a select few prodigies were dispatched to other planets. For it was unwise to place all eggs in one basket. If Broly were to be defeated and the planet destroyed, at least the race would not face extinction. Presently, aside from the indigenous Metamorans and Broly, all other extraterrestrial beings had evacuated, despite having previously benefited from Metamo. Faced with Cooler, they were unwilling to seek their own demise. At this moment on Metamo, all powerful warriors had gathered, with the strongest being Kashuras and Hades, who had once battled Broly and now stood as leaders of their team. Cooler's forces were soon to descend upon Metamo, and everyone was prepared for battle. I end this fight. Do not worry about Cooler. He has his own powerful adversaries to contend with. We need only to clear out the invading foot soldiers. Kashuras addressed the group. To bolster morale, Hades informed them that Broly would assist in dealing with Cooler. Hearing that they had a formidable ally capable of countering Cooler raised the spirits of the warriors. All right, everyone prepare yourself. We estimate that Cooler and his forces will arrive in about half an hour. Remember to stick to the plan. Kashuras instructed before departing the meeting room to seek Broly's assistance in the training tower. Broly, possessing extraordinary talent, felt his mental fortitude increasing as he engaged in the process of mastering the God training technique. Achieving mastery in just 2 months. It should be noted that while the secret techniques of the Metamorans were remarkable, aside from the relatively simple fusion technique, the others were quite profound, and those pertaining to mental cultivation were particularly challenging. When Kashuras and Hades visited a week prior intending to offer guidance, they were surprised to learn from Broly that he had already mastered the technique, thereby altering their perception of his talent. Subsequently, Broly remained in the training tower, focusing on the spatial transfer technique and further honing his mental strength through the God training technique, despite not deliberately training his ki over these 2 months. Broly's innate potential combined with his previous evenly matched battle with Kashuras led to a significant enhancement in his ki. Currently, Broly's base combat power reached an impressive 10 million AS as soon as Kashuras entered. Broly sensed that Cooler was approaching. In the distance, Cooler's fleet arrived to a warm welcome from the Metamorans. Protected by the ship's shield, the damage to Cooler's forces was minimal, but it undoubtedly dampened his spirits. All troops engage. Annihilate every Metamoran. Cooler commanded from the command center. In the next moment, countless combatants poured from the ship, showcasing a variety of forms and differing combat powers, with the strongest barely reaching 1,000,000 and the weakest only a few thousand. However, their numbers compensated for their individual weaknesses. Although the Metamorans were outnumbered, each warrior was formidable, launching energy spheres at the invaders, decimating a substantial number of those with lower combat power. Within the ship's command center, a massive display broadcasted the unfolding battle. Following an initial loss of lower-tier combatants due to energy explosions, the ensuing conflict reached a stalemate. I never expected so many would remain to witness my subordinates fighting valiantly on the battlefield. Cooler remarked with satisfaction, deeming the selection process a success. Those that remained would be the elite of Cooler's forces, deserving of proper cultivation. Now, let them withdraw. It is my turn to take the stage. It is time for them to experience the sights of hell. With that, he rose and exited the command center on the battlefield. Receiving the order to retreat, the combatants withdrew one after another, and upon witnessing Cooler's forces retreat, the Metamorans refrained from pursuing, each returning to their respective positions. Shortly thereafter, Cooler emerged from the ship's hatch and, without hesitation, unleashed a barrage of death spheres at the already retreating Metamorans. The 1,000,000-strong Metamoran forces were devastated by the explosions of energy orbs, leaving many severely wounded on the ground, while a few who had mastered the spatial transfer technique escaped the onslaught by relying on their instincts. They hardly seem impressive, Cooler observed with delight as he watched the severely injured Metamorans wail in agony. Damn it! Hades, witnessing the plight of his comrades, was about to charge at Cooler when his arm was suddenly seized. Get them away from here, or we will be caught in the crossfire. He heard Broly's voice behind him, and upon realizing it was Broly who had restrained him, he ceased struggling. Leave the rest to me. With that, Broly flexed his fingers and soared toward Cooler. At this moment, two figures stood opposed in the air. You appear to be a Saiyan, Cooler appraised Broly. Indeed, and I am the legendary Super Saiyan that your kind fears most, Broly declared, openly revealing his transformation. Cooler, having initially doubted the existence of any Saiyans beyond Goku and Vegeta, inferred from Broly's words that he too could transform into a Super Saiyan. However, buoyed by his confidence in his own strength, Cooler felt no apprehension. Even a Super Saiyan is no longer my opponent. So, how about becoming my subordinate? I am quite benevolent to my followers. Cooler extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. In response to Cooler's offer, Broly swatted his hand away, signaling his refusal and assuming a battle stance. If that is the case, then perish. Cooler, unperturbed by the rejection, launched an attack against Broly. Swiftly realizing the speed of Cooler's assault, Broly crossed his arms in defense, only to be violently propelled away in the next instant. Impressive strength. It seems transformation is the only option. Seeing Gul'a's successful strike and the relentless attacks approaching from Broly, he thought. With a thunderous roar, Broly unleashed a surge of energy that sent Gul'a reeling, directly transforming into a Super Saiyan. This is the essence of a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Broly's golden hair and azure eyes, Gul'a felt an ominous aura emanating from him, causing his eyes to narrow. Yet he remained undaunted. Let me see whether the Super Saiyan is truly formidable, or if I, the Frost Demon Gul'a, reign supreme, he declared, launching a lightning-fast punch towards Broly with all his might. In response to this swift and powerful blow, Broly would not yield, retaliating with a punch of his own. The terrifying force erupted from their fists, scattering the clouds above and carving deep fissures into the earth. As they separated, both combatants struck simultaneously, engaging once more in a fierce battle. How? Astonishing! Hades and Kisuras, who were evacuating their injured allies from the battlefield, observed from a distant peak, quietly watching the clash. It wasn't that they wished to maintain a greater proximity to the fight. Rather, being too close could render them vulnerable to the aftermath of their intense confrontation. Nevertheless, even from a distance, The spectacle of Broly and Gul'a's battle was nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Relying instead on the palpable energy that painted vivid images of their struggle in their minds, is this truly the power that mere mortals can possess? It is truly terrifying. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Broly's assistance. Otherwise, the planet Metamo would face annihilation, Kasura's remarked, relieved. Boom! Boom, the sounds of combat and the clashing of fists echoed continuously. Within mere moments, Broly and Gul'a had exchanged hundreds of blows, each bearing the marks of the other's assaults. With a thunderous clash of energy, they momentarily separated, utilizing the force of the shockwave. Floating in the air, Broly felt an exhilarating rush coursing through his veins, clenching his fists in excitement as he observed Gul'a's grim expression. This makes for an excellent sparring partner. What is happening? Is the Super Saiyan truly this formidable? I initially held the advantage, yet now it feels as though we are evenly matched, Gul'a mused, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Although he remained untroubled, knowing he still possessed one transformation in reserve. However, little did Gul'a realize that Broly, as the legendary Saiyan, would experience a tremendous surge in fighting power during a battle that was evenly matched or even heavily tilted in his favor. Provided he was not swiftly defeated. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Gul'a's gaze hardened, revealing a sinister expression. He began to wield a laser-like energy beam towards Broly, resulting in a violent explosion, while simultaneously propelling his entire being into rapid motion. Leaving behind a trail of afterimages, the chaotic energy erupted into a brilliant conflagration, enveloping the space in a shroud of white smoke, obscuring Gul'a's true form and scattering his afterimages throughout the area. A consequence of his extraordinary speed, the smoke temporarily obscured visibility. Neither could see the other that moment. Gul'a had already targeted Broly below, gathering energy to unleash a devastating attack from above. Upon sensing Gul'a's intentions, Broly smirked, saying, "What a foolish endeavor. Do you truly believe that I would refrain from action simply because you think I cannot see you?" With that, Broly vanished from his original position, leaving behind an afterimage to confuse Gul'a. Just as Gul'a had amassed sufficient energy to deliver a lethal strike to the stationary Broly, he suddenly found Broly materializing behind him, executing a flying kick that sent Gul'a hurtling away, causing his carefully gathered energy to dissipate uselessly into the sky. Enraged, Gul'a stabilized himself and charged once more, engaging Broly in a fierce grapple. 10 minutes had elapsed since their battle began, and the tide had begun to shift. Broly's strength surged significantly, and as the disparity in their fighting power widened, Gul'a found it increasingly difficult to land a blow on Broly, while Gul'a continued to endure Broly's relentless onslaught. Guh! Once again struck in the abdomen by Broly's powerful punch. Gul'a expelled bile, and in the next moment, Broly crossed his arms and delivered a decisive blow, sending Gul'a crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. However, Broly chose not to pursue further. He understood that Gul'a still possessed another transformation, and he intended to allow Gul'a to enhance his strength for the sake of their training. Damn it! How could this happen? Gul'a lay in the crater, his body shaped like 8, glaring fiercely at Broly. Having undergone rigorous training, Gul'a had indeed become formidable, and his final transformation surpassed the 550 million battle power he had achieved during his ultimate transformation. However, since arriving in this realm, Broly had reached a battle power of 10 million, which soared to 500 million upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Although initially, their battle powers differed by 50 million, the gap was not insurmountable as the battle progressed. Broly's power had escalated to an astounding 650 million, creating a disparity of 100 million. Gul'a, who had yet to activate his ultimate transformation, was no longer a match for Broly. Leaving only the option of enduring punishment, it seems I cannot afford to hold back any longer. Rising from the crater, Gul'a cast a cold smile at the levitating Broly, declaring, "Prepare to embrace the terror of death." Saiyan Monkey, a dazzling white light flickered around Gul'a, and in the next moment, a towering figure with blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes appeared before Broly, clad in gleaming purple armor. The arrogant Gul'a, having completed his final transformation, not only saw a dramatic increase in strength to an astonishing 800 million, but also found that all previous injuries had healed. The 100 million battle power disparity was indeed considerable. Yet it was not enough to guarantee an instant defeat for Broly. As long as Broly was not swiftly vanquished, his battle power would continue to escalate, a key reason why he refrained from intervening to halt Gul'a's transformation. Let us commence the second round of battle. Before Broly could react, Gul'a suddenly materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Broly flying. Almost instantaneously, Gul'a appeared beneath Broly, kicking upward with incredible speed. After being struck and sent flying, Broly barely regained his composure before a barrage of lethal energy beams bombarded him, resulting in a violent explosion that propelled Broly into a stone spire, shattering it into countless fragments and burying him beneath the debris. Beep, beep, beep. Gul'a continued to unleash his energy beams upon the rubble concealing Broly, exclaiming, "Ha! Can you feel it? This is the might of the cosmic sovereign." Gul'a! As Gul'a completed his transformation, Broly had been concentrating on harnessing the energy within him to shield vital areas of his body. Thus, what seemed to be Gul'a's lethal and ferocious assault was not as catastrophic for Broly as it appeared. After enduring such an onslaught, he had only sustained minor injuries. Buried beneath the rubble, Broly sensed Gul'a's laser attacks and promptly unleashed a surge of energy, activating his protective shield. This is not good. Broly seems to be in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position, Kasura's observed, watching intently at this level of combat. We are helpless to intervene, but if we recklessly enter the fray, even a single energy wave could obliterate us. Hades clenched his fists, expressing his frustration. Haha, what a pitiful opponent, utterly defenseless, Gul'a mocked, gazing down at Broly, enveloped in smoke and dust. The previously beleaguered Broly, incited by Gul'a's taunts, felt a surge of anger and with a fierce determination. He erupted from the smoke, delivering a powerful punch that struck Gul'a squarely on the head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Following this successful strike, Broly seized Gul'a's shoulders, driving his right knee repeatedly into Gul'a's chest, releasing a torrent of energy with each blow. Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from Gul'a's lips, and the excruciating pain jolted him back to full awareness. Do not be so arrogant, Saiyan, regaining his senses. Gul'a raised his right hand to block Broly's knee attack while his left hand gathered an energy sphere, swiftly launching it toward Broly's chest. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere forced Broly to relinquish Gul'a, and the two were propelled apart by the shockwave, facing each other once more. Not bad. I must commend your resilience, Gul'a remarked, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Next, I will unleash my full power to eliminate you, leaving you no opportunity for retaliation. Oh, as if you have shown any mercy thus far. After so many exchanges, do you believe you can still fight as effortlessly as before? Broly replied, dismissing Gul'a's threats with a scoff. As if hearing the most ludicrous joke in existence, Gul'a mocked. What? Do you truly think that after a brief moment of success, you can now be my equal? Hanavi, Navet lies with you. Gul'a, have you not already sensed it during our last exchange? Broly said, a knowing smile gracing his lips. As he gazed upon Broly's smile, Gul'a was reminded of the time when Broly's power was evidently inferior to his own. Yet, in the subsequent battles, Broly had gradually surpassed him. Gul'a could not help but speculate whether Broly had been using him as a training partner. Noticing the grim expression that clouded Gul'a's face, Broly seemed to discern his thoughts and remarked, Indeed, you are correct in your assumption. Damn it, perish! Gul'a growled through clenched teeth, his body enveloped in a layer of violet energy, before swiftly launching himself towards Broly. Unyielding, Broly also escalated his power, becoming encased in a golden aura, and counterattacked Gul'a. The sky became a battleground of contrasting beams of light, intertwining like spirals. They collided intermittently, unleashing bursts of brilliance and thunderous clashes. Before long, the two had exchanged countless blows. Initially, Gul'a's assault managed to suppress Broly, yet as the stalemate persisted, Gul'a found himself once again at a disadvantage. The once renowned martial arts sanctuary of Metamo Star. famed for its peculiarities and beauty, had been utterly decimated. Countless peaks lay shattered, columns reduced to rubble, and vast areas lay in ruin, with plateaus transformed into plains and the seas evaporated, causing water levels to plummet. The heavens above were shrouded in darkness, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, and the weather across the globe had become erratic, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. The source of this cataclysm was the continuous collision of the two beams of light. The battle, which had reached levels of combat power exceeding 100 million, unleashed destructive waves capable of wreaking havoc on an entire planet. Although Broly and Gul'a's confrontation had lasted less than half an hour, it had already inflicted severe damage upon the planet at this rate. Within another half hour, it would be teetering on the brink of self-destruction. What to do? Buu, my lord, has yet to deal with that Saiyan. But the state of this planet is far from optimistic. Kikono anxiously queried Buu after reviewing the reports from his subordinates. There is no choice but to leave the detector and retreat. Buu commanded after a moment of contemplation. But Lord Gul'a, Kikono hesitated, concern evident in his voice. Fear not. We shall merely wait in outer space. We are not abandoning Lord Gul'a. He will not lay blame upon us. Besides, if the planet truly detonates, remaining here would mean certain death. Buu reassured, shaking his head at Kikono's lingering apprehension. Should anything occur, I shall bear the responsibility. Upon hearing these words, Kikono's worries dissipated, and he promptly organized the evacuation of their spaceship. Accompanying the retreat of Gul'a's forces were the remaining inhabitants of Metamo star. Recognizing their helplessness, decided to temporarily leave the planet under the counsel of Kashuras and Hades, awaiting the final outcome. In the dim sky, two figures stood in opposition. Gul'a was battered and bruised, while Broly, though similarly affected, exhibited a vitality that far surpassed Gul'a's. This was only natural, as Broly's combat prowess had been steadily increasing during the fight. Compared to his arrival on Metamo star, his strength had nearly doubled. The augmentation of his energy significantly enhanced both his stamina and power, having sensed the deceleration of his own strength enhancement. Broly addressed the battered Gul'a. Is it a plea for mercy you seek? Should you indeed beg for it, I might consider sparing you. Despite being perpetually on the back foot, Gul'a coldly retorted, No, it is you who have become valueless. There is no need to squander further time. Allow me to show you the true, legendary Super Saiyan. With that, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Broly like a tempest, forcing Gul'a to stagger backwards under its pressure. As he beheld Broly's green hair transformation, Gul'a felt an overwhelming sense of mortal dread, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, and oh, it cannot be. I'm the strongest warrior in the universe. Gul'a shouted in terror at Broly. I will annihilate you and this planet together. Soaring into the sky, Gul'a unleashed the frozen demon as ultimate technique, the planetary destruction sphere. Observing the colossal energy sphere descending towards him, Broly merely smiled disdainfully. He raised a hand, halting the sphere's descent, and then, enveloped by a green aura, he clenched his fists, causing the sphere, capable of obliterating a planet, to shrink at an astonishing rate until it was utterly extinguished. How is this possible? A look of disbelief washed over Gul'a's face. He could not fathom that his most potent attack had been so effortlessly neutralized, staring at the unyielding and imposing Broly. Gul'a's fighting spirit waned, and he resolved to flee, vowing to keep his distance from Broly henceforth. However, Broly would not grant him that opportunity. With a swift movement, he seized Gul'a by the head, and as Gul'a struggled against the immense pressure, his energy blasts merely bounced off Broly, inflicting little more than minor abrasions. Yet, Gul'a's resistance only served to incite Broly's ferocity. Like a beast stalking its prey, the prey's struggle would only elicit more ferocious attacks. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Broly remained rational but had become far more aggressive, and Gul'a's defiance only resulted in greater suffering for himself. Grasping Gul'a with one hand, Broly relentlessly pummeled him with the other. The anguished cries of Gul'a echoed as he spat forth blood, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness after Broly unleashed an energy sphere that exploded upon impact with his face. Gul'a's limp body fell to the ground. Just as Broly, charged with energy, descended upon him. With a thud, Broly's impact created a massive crater in the earth, and Gul'a, awakening from his stupor, coughed up more blood. Boring, Broly observed as Gul'a lay helplessly in the crater, his gaze vacant. Lacking the desire to continue the battle, Broly decided to bestow upon Gul'a a fitting end for his contributions to Broly's energy augmentation. With a swift kick, he sent Gul'a soaring into the air. And as Gul'a ascended, a powerful green energy wave enveloped him, reducing him to ashes. Thus, the once mighty cosmic tyrant, Gul'a, met his demise. After slaying Gul'a, Broly withdrew his energy, maintaining his Super Saiyan form as he contemplated his previous state. He realized that while in this form, his power had surged dramatically, with a combat index nearing 1.8 billion, all while maintaining clarity of mind, though he had become more ruthless in battle. However, Broly sensed that the rapid increase in his energy had rendered some of it difficult to control. The remainder shall be entrusted to Kashura's and the others, he concluded. Having assessed his condition, Broly deactivated his Super Saiyan form and returned to the training tower to resume his meditation. Following the battle, the absence of external interference allowed Metamo Star to swiftly revert to its original state, save for the scars left by the conflict. Lord Gul'a. He has been killed, Kikono murmured, collapsing to the ground as he watched Gul'a vanish under the impact of an energy wave on the spaceship screen. This Saiyan is truly formidable, Balabu mused, observing the Super Saiyan Broly on the screen. Kikono, Lord Gul'a, is dead, and the frozen demon clan faces annihilation. I must take my leave, Balabu declared, departing the command room without awaiting Kikono's response. Piloting a small spacecraft away, it seems I must also prepare for my own future, Kikono reflected, recognizing that without Gul'a, the remnants of Gul'a's forces would inevitably fragment, leaving him with little chance of survival in the impending power struggle. After Gul'a's downfall, Kashura's and Hades returned to the surface with their kin, and upon confirming Gul'a's demise through their energy sensing, joyous smiles spread across their faces. Following the resolution of Gul'a's saga, Broly returned to the training tower to further delve into the art of ki manipulation, aspiring to reach even loftier heights. Time flowed on, and a year had elapsed since Broly's arrival on Metamo Star. After a year of diligent training, Broly had mastered 4 secret techniques: ki cultivation, divine forging, spatial transfer, and fusion techniques. Although fusion required 2 individuals to execute and only resulted in a mere sum of their powers if both possessed combat abilities below 5 million. Exceeding that threshold would multiply their strengths. While he may not utilize this skill in the future, Broly deemed it prudent to acquire it nonetheless. Moreover, the spatial transfer technique enabled not only interdimensional leaps, but also the creation of spatial storage for items, albeit not for living beings. It proved immensely practical. One day, having gathered sufficient supplies on Metamo Star, Broly bid farewell to Kashura's and Hades and departed, embarking on the next chapter of his journey. Broly, having departed from Metamo Star, has once again returned to Hirata's Star. The journey that once took him 6 months is now merely a fleeting moment, yet this instant has consumed 1/10 of his energy. However, for Broly, who possesses the legendary Saiyan physique, even if his internal energy is depleted in an instant, recovery is but a brief affair. Moreover, with the enhancement of his strength, Broly's energy will only continue to grow, making interstellar travel a trivial endeavor in the future. Upon this return to Hirata's Star, Broly had no intention of meeting with Paragus. He merely wished to ascertain whether Paragus was faring well. Should any trouble arise, he would discreetly lend a hand before departing. Concealed in the shadows, Broly infiltrated the royal palace and discovered Paragus seated upon the throne, listening to his subordinate's report on recent events. Observing Paragus's commanding presence, Broly felt a sense of relief. Although Paragus is Broly's father, the memories of his past life leave him with little fondness for Paragus. Nevertheless, allowing Paragus to live as a tyrant can be seen as a form of repayment. Subsequently, Broly left Hirata Star, intending to visit Earth and experience the world of the Z-Fighters. Earth, once a thriving metropolis, now lay in ruins, occasionally echoing with sounds of explosions. One day, you shall face retribution. A trembling group of individuals gazed at the figure before them, who was engulfed in slaughter and destruction. In the next moment, a beam of light erupted from this individual's hand. obliterating the speaker into fragments. Indeed, I await that day. But for now, let us first eliminate you and see if such a multitude can draw out Son Gohan. The coldly composed number 17 raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile gracing his face as he conjured a sphere of energy. Hurling it towards the crowd, the people screamed in terror as the energy sphere hurtled towards them. With a loud bang, the ground trembled and a mushroom cloud rose from the remnants of a distant city. At last, you have shown yourself, Son Gohan, a woman standing beside number 17 observed as Son Gohan deflected the energy sphere, speaking nonchalantly to I'm saved. I'm still alive as The rescued individuals rejoiced, incredulous as they touched their bodies, momentarily forgetting the terrifying androids before them. You must flee. Son Gohan, having saved these people, regarded his two adversaries with a serious expression. This time, I will take the lead. Number 17, the woman beside number 17 held him back, stating, no problem, number 18, just don't finish him off too quickly, or there will be no fun left. Number 17 did not object to number 18's request. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan's aura surged, a golden flame erupting from within him. Super Saiyan Son Gohan is here. Useless Son Gohan. Prepare to meet your demise. Bang, bang, bang in an instant. Son Gohan collided with number 18, a fierce gale erupting from their clash, toppling those nearby who had not yet fled, who scrambled to escape with renewed urgency to buy time. Son Gohan aimed to avoid close combat, opting instead for evasive maneuvers and ranged energy attacks. Though his strength paled in comparison to number 18's, his energy blast could not be entirely dismissed. Aha! Son Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards number 18, although some were deflected. The sheer volume ensured that some struck their target. Boom, boom, boom. As smoke enveloped the area, number 18's figure vanished when the haze cleared. This is bad. Son Gohan sensed danger and turned, only to feel a powerful kick land on his head. UV sullied my clothes. Your life shall be the price. Number 18 remarked coldly, dusting off her clothing as she looked down at the fallen Son Gohan. I had truly underestimated my own weakness. However, I bought enough time. Despite feeling achy and dizzy, Son Gohan endured no severe injuries. Thanks to number 18's playful demeanor, can you escape? Number 17 stood up, ready to unleash a joint attack should Son Gohan show any inclination to flee. Prepare yourself, solar flare. A blinding light erupted from Son Gohan, causing number 17 and number 18, who had been fixated on him, to instinctively shield their eyes, but a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Son Gohan unleashed his energy and sped away. By the time number 17 and number 18 regained their senses, Son Gohan had vanished without a trace. In a distant valley amidst the ruins of the city, Son Gohan leaned against a stone wall, slowly pushing open the door to a hidden chamber. Brother Gohan, are you hurt? A child with aquamarine hair rushed over to assist Son Gohan into a chair. But I'm fine, Trunks. Son Gohan reassured the boy with a gentle pat on the head. Gohan! A woman who appeared to be in her middle ages rushed out from a room upon hearing Son Gohan's voice and embraced him tightly. I'm all right, Mom. The woman holding Son Gohan was none other than Chi-Chi, who, at a young age, had aged prematurely due to the loss of Goku and the threat posed by the androids, worrying for her son as he ventured into battle. Gohan, come and eat first. A woman with the same hair color as Trunks, looking even younger than Chi-Chi, entered with a beautiful black-haired girl. All right, Aunt Bulma. Is this Earth? Having arrived on Earth through a spatial transfer, Broly found himself hovering over the ruins of a city. Could it be that we are in the era of Demon King Piccolo? Broly scratched his head, recalling that Gul'a had mentioned meeting the Saiyan who defeated Frieza on Earth, implying that Goku must have attained Super Saiyan form. Thus, this place must either be trapped in the tragic timeline of future Trunks or already in the period of Majin Buu. Pondering this, Broly began massaging his temple, recognizing that neither scenario boded well. If it were the future timeline, he would at least be relieved that Bulma had succeeded in creating a time machine, allowing for an escape. If it were the Majin Buu era, his strength would be vastly out of place. First, let me locate the Z Fighter's energy to comprehend the situation. Guessing would yield no results. it would be more prudent to inquire with someone knowledgeable. Closing his eyes, Broly began to sense the powerful energy signatures on Earth. Found it! In the next moment, Broly vanished from his location. As Son Gohan was dining, he sensed an unfamiliar presence behind him and reflexively struck backward with a punch. With a swift motion, Broly effortlessly caught the fist that had just appeared. Staring at the towering figure before him, Son Gohan maintained his vigilance and asked, "Who are you?" Broly, gazing at the alert Son Gohan, who bore a striking resemblance to his memories yet exuded a greater determination, smiled and released Gohan's fist, introducing himself. "I am Broly, a Saiyan out of Saiyan." Bulma and Chi-Chi were taken aback. "Indeed, no doubt about it," Broly replied, revealing the tale he had concealed beneath a red scarf. "What brings you to Earth? Are you here to annihilate the Earthlings as well?" Son Gohan appeared ready to attack at a moment's notice, while the others remained cautious, recalling that the Saiyans who had come to Earth, apart from Goku, were hardly benevolent, with Vegeta only redeeming himself later on. "Rest assured, I have no intention of invading Earth. I seek Kakarot and Vegeta." Broly understood their apprehension and stated his purpose directly. "Father and Uncle Vegeta are no longer here." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan and the others felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. "Isn't there the Dragon Balls? Can't they be wished back?" Broly was not surprised by this line of questioning. If Goku and Vegeta were alive, he would have sensed their powerful auras. Uncle Piccolo was killed by the androids, and the spaceship capable of traveling across the universe was destroyed. Even if it were rebuilt without a cosmic landmark, it would be impossible to reach Namek to borrow the Dragon Balls, and besides, for years have already passed. Perhaps Father and the others have long since reincarnated. From Son Gohan's words, Broly sensed his deep yearning and sorrow for his father and Piccolo. Unsure what to say, Broly shifted the topic. "The androids. Could you enlighten me about the situation on Earth?" "Certainly," Son Gohan replied, recovering from his grief, as Son Wukong transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. He unleashed the Kaioken technique, swiftly vanquishing the Frieza family. Fortunately, having mastered instant transmission on the planet Yardrat, he transported Piccolo to Korin Tower, allowing Piccolo to consume a Senzu bean and regain his life. In the aftermath, Son Wukong utilized the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron, restoring the devastated Earth and resurrecting the Z fighters who had perished at the hands of Frieza's forces. However, this joy was short-lived, as Son Wukong succumbed to a heart disease. In this timeline, a significant event unfolded when future Trunks arrived with a miraculous medicine. Yet soon after, Son Wukong departed from this world due to his illness. 3 months following Son Wukong's passing, Androids 17 and 18 suddenly appeared in the skies above West City, embarking on a rampage of destruction and slaughter. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having returned from Namek, had formed a relationship with Bulma and established his home in West City. After 3 months of rigorous training, Vegeta had not only surpassed a power level of 3 million, but had also attained the form of a Super Saiyan. Witnessing 17 and 18 wreak havoc in his territory, Vegeta, brimming with confidence and believing himself invincible, chose to confront the 2 androids alone before the other Z fighters arrived. However, in response to Vegeta's provocation, 18 effortlessly subdued him as the other Z fighters arrived. They were rendered speechless upon seeing Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan, sprawled on the ground in such a short span of time. Subsequently, the second strongest fighter, Piccolo, felt compelled to confront 17 and 18, who candidly revealed their intentions. They were there to eliminate Son Wukong. However, they recounted an unexpected encounter with a flea that had attacked them prior to reaching Son Wukong, with 18 effortlessly lifting the severely injured Vegeta and kicking him away. Krillin rushed to catch him. "We are the creations of Dr. Gero, androids 17 and 18, here to kill Son Wukong." "Where is he? Has he fled?" 17 inquired, gazing at the Z fighters. "He has already passed away," Gohan replied, clenching his fists. "Oh dear. This complicates our mission," 17 mused, contemplating Gohan's seemingly truthful expression. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he proposed to 18, "Since it has come to this, we might as well indulge in our favorite pastime." With that, an energy sphere was hurled, obliterating a quarter of the city and resulting in the demise of countless innocent civilians. "Haha, now this is truly entertaining," 18 echoed, launching her own energy sphere, which was promptly intercepted by Piccolo. Undeterred, 18 redirected her focus towards Piccolo and the others, compelling the Z fighters to engage in battle against the formidable 17 and 18. However, they soon found themselves outmatched and swiftly overpowered, leaving only Gohan and Piccolo in relatively better condition. Gohan, we must hold them off as long as we can. You and Piccolo take Vegeta and escape. Otherwise, once they tire of their game, none of us will make it out alive, Krillin urged, struggling to get back on his feet. Indeed, 17 and 18 were merely toying with the Z fighters, and should they lose interest, it could spell doom for them all. Tears brimming in his eyes, Gohan nodded in agreement with Krillin's resolute gaze. In unison, Krillin, Ten, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu charged at 17 and 18, allowing Gohan to carry Vegeta and flee with Piccolo. Intrigued by their antics, 17 and 18 chose not to pursue Gohan and the others, instead becoming ensnared by Krillin and his companions. A surge of energy emanated from their group, culminating in a deafening explosion that left Krillin and his allies vanished, while 17 and 18 remained unscathed, standing amidst a massive crater. Have they escaped? No matter. There is still plenty of time ahead. Eliminating them all at once would be rather dull. 17 remarked, while 18 concurred, let us spare them for now, showing no concern for the fleeing Gohan and Vegeta. The two androids believed that only Sun Wukong might prove to be a worthy adversary. In a remote valley far from West City, Gohan and the others found refuge in a hidden base nestled beneath rocky overhangs, a facility once established by Capsule Corporation for geological exploration. Here, Bulma cradled Trunks while gathering data on energy sources. Vegeta, how did you sustain such injuries? Bulma exclaimed upon seeing Vegeta in Gohan's arms. Urgently instructing him to place Vegeta in the medical chamber she had constructed using the healing liquid analyzed from Frieza's ship. Although it could not rival the technology of Frieza's forces, it was still quite effective for treating wounds. What transpired? What happened? Bulma inquired, her concern palpable, knowing that the foe capable of injuring a Super Saiyan like Vegeta must be formidable. Gohan recounted the events, leaving Bulma in a state of silence that moment. Piccolo chimed in. In 9 months, the Dragon Balls will be usable again. We can resurrect Sun Wukong, and, together with Vegeta, we shall defeat those androids. After that, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive the Earthlings slain by them. Instantly, both Gohan and Bulma regained their spirits. Subsequently, Gohan went to retrieve Chi-Chi, and together with Piccolo, intensified their training. Bulma utilized the remaining materials in the base to construct a gravity chamber with 500 times the normal gravity for their training. Once Vegeta's injuries healed, he joined them. Thus, 9 months passed, during which the androids wreaked havoc across countless cities, leading to the demise of countless Earthlings. Some survivors took refuge in the mountains, while others hid amidst the ruins of cities. Throughout this period, Bulma deployed spy robots to gather intelligence, capturing footage of the androids' provocations following their destruction of cities. Thankfully, impulsive Vegeta was intercepted by Gohan and Bulma before he could act rashly. Finally, the cool-down period for the Dragon Balls had elapsed, and with the Dragon Radar indicating the gathering of all 7 Dragon Balls, Piccolo and the others felt a surge of urgency, promptly heading towards the Dragon Ball location. Unfortunately, the powerful energy signatures were detected by 17 and 18, prompting Vegeta and Piccolo to remain behind to hold them off, allowing Gohan and Bulma to rush ahead. Meanwhile, Pilaf, accompanied by his canine companions, Ninja Mutt and Mai, stood atop a small peak, joyfully dancing at the sight of the 7 Dragon Balls he had painstakingly gathered. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish," he exclaimed. The sky darkened ominously as a colossal green dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls, its red eyes fixating on Pilaf and his companions. "Speak your wish. I shall grant you one," it declared. "Let us become eternally young," Pilaf eagerly replied. The dragon's red eyes glimmered as it proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." However, just as the dragon was about to depart, Gohan, cradling Bulma, shouted after it. Before the dragon could leave, the Dragon Balls inexplicably turned to stone, causing the dragon to vanish. Piccolo is dead. The sudden darkening of the sky alerted 17, who sensed something amiss. He turned to 18, stating, "It seems something has transpired. Let us stop playing around and eliminate Piccolo. Then we can deal with Vegeta." After 9 months of training, Vegeta had indeed grown stronger, enough to pose a challenge even to 17, who was slightly more powerful than 18, but yet, no matter how strong he had become, he was still just one person. And his energy could not compete with the boundless reserves of 17 and 18, nor could he withstand their combined assault. Thus, 18 swiftly dispatched Piccolo, and together with 17, they eliminated Vegeta, with Piccolo's death and the dragon's disappearance. The only remnants were the petrified Dragon Balls and 3 small children who could only crawl. As Gohan and Bulma approached, Pilaf and Ninja Mutt quickly scurried away to hide, while Mai, momentarily entranced by her youthful appearance, was discovered by Bulma and embraced alongside Trunks. The Dragon Balls have turned to stone. Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Vegeta's energy is fading. Gohan lamented, gazing at the now stone Dragon Balls with a vacant expression directed at the battlefield. "Gohan, we must leave this place. It is no longer safe," Bulma urged, her maturity shining through. Despite her concern for Vegeta, the paramount priority was to protect Gohan and Trunks, the last hope for Earth. Bulma activated the space capsule, revealing a small supersonic fighter jet. Without hesitation, she led Gohan, Trunks, and a newly transformed Child Mai away, taking a detour back to the base. Not long after Gohan and his companions departed, 17 and 18 arrived at the scene, only to find it empty. 17 shrugged, saying to 18, "It seems we've arrived too late." 18 brushed off her clothes and replied, "No matter, we've had our fun today. Let us check out some other cities. It is quite vexing that my clothes are all dirty." Just as they were about to leave, 17 noticed the now childlike Pilaf and Ninja Mutt. Discreetly, he tossed an energy sphere, leveling the area and erasing the 2 original antagonists from existence. Returning to the base, Bulma dispatched a small robot to the battlefield. This moment, androids 17 and 18 had long departed, and through the images transmitted by the robot, Bulma and Gohan were compelled to conclude that their comrades had perished. That night, Gohan stealthily ventured to the battlefield to retrieve the bodies of Vegeta and Piccolo for burial. The deaths of Vegeta and Piccolo inflicted a profound blow upon Gohan, determined to vanquish the androids at the earliest opportunity. He devoted himself to rigorous training. Each time he recalled how his friends had been ruthlessly slain by the androids, a fierce rage surged within him. Eventually, Gohan harnessed this fury to transcend his limits and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Despite his newfound power, Gohan understood that he was still far from being a match for the androids. Yet he could not remain hidden any longer as 17 and 18 continued their relentless assault on the remaining human survivors. Thus, Gohan was compelled to engage in battle to assist these survivors, each encounter leaving him battered and bruised. Nevertheless, this harsh environment fostered Gohan's resilience and strength. Initially, upon realizing that he was in the future world of Dragon Ball, Broly felt skepticism and his emotions were in turmoil. Being a mere child in this timeline, he was no match for characters like Black Goku or Zeno, who seemed insurmountable. However, upon reflection, he recognized that this world was not the canonical Dragon Ball universe, where characters like Cooler did not exist, and where the original Broly was still imprisoned on planet Vampa, having never even tasted water. With this realization, Broly adjusted his mindset, resolved to encounter the androids. He departed the base, curious to see what Android 18 looked like. Tired of the cat-and-mouse game, 17 declared that he would simply destroy the area. With golden hair and striking blue eyes, Android 18 was a stunning beauty. Yet her words sent chills down one's spine. "Indifferent," she remarked, "it doesn't matter. I will do as I please." At a colossal sphere of energy materialized in Android 18's hands in the blink of an eye. She hurled it into the air, threatening to obliterate the city and wreak havoc upon the earth. That a figure with golden hair floated beneath the energy sphere, delivering a swift kick that sent it soaring into the sky, where it erupted in a brilliant explosion, scattering the clouds. "Who are you?" 17 inquired lazily, dismissing Broly entirely. "I am Broly, a Saiyan," he replied, descending to the ground with a calm demeanor. Who would have thought there was another player besides Gohan? 18. We have a new toy. Neither of them regarded Broly with any seriousness. having cultivated an arrogant ignorance through their dominance on Earth. Let me have some fun with him first, 18 said, vanishing from sight. How cunning, 17 muttered, settling in to observe. Reappearing behind Broly, 18 launched a fierce attack, but Broly, unfazed, sensed her presence and effortlessly sidestepped her strike. The punch generated a sonic boom, but met only empty air. Slightly taken aback by Broly's ease in evading her powerful blow, 18 quickly adapted, shifting her attack from a punch to an open-handed strike aimed at Broly's neck. Unfortunately for her, Broly caught her wrist. Countering with remarkable speed that in astonishment, 18 attempted to strike Broly's abdomen with her other fist, but he anticipated this move as well, capturing her other hand. With a swift motion, he restrained both of her arms behind her back. This was to be expected. In his Super Saiyan state, Broly possessed a battle power of 900 million, whereas 17 and 18 barely surpassed 300 million, their speed and strength paled in comparison. Enraged, but powerless. 18 struggled in vain against Broly's grip. Meanwhile, Broly took the opportunity to scrutinize her. Indeed quite beautiful, he mused, acknowledging that despite her furious expression, she epitomized the allure of Dragon Ball's most stunning character. However, beauty aside, he knew he must remain resolute. If these androids were solely agents of destruction, he could not afford to show mercy, though he personally would not strike her down. Seeing 18 restrained, 17 sprang into action. Although his assault could not harm Broly, the latter released 18 and retreated. 18. This one is formidable. We must join forces, 17 stated, no longer casual, but now vigilant, understanding that they faced a foe beyond their individual capabilities. 18 and 17 exchanged glances and prepared to launch a combined attack. In an instant, they struck with the speed of lightning. Punches, elbows, knees, and kicks rained down upon Broly in a torrential onslaught, seeking to overwhelm him and eliminate any chance of escape. Regrettably for them, the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable. Despite the impressive coordination of their assault, had it been Gohan facing them, he likely would have already fallen. Yet, Broly remained composed, deftly evading their strikes with precision, predicting their movements and countering with effortless grace. After a relentless exchange, Broly emerged unscathed. Recognizing the vast gulf between them, 17 and 18 halted their assault and distanced themselves from Broly. Who exactly are you? 17 inquired gravely, adding, Dr. Gero's database contains no record of someone as powerful as you. I am a Saiyan, having recently arrived on Earth in search of Goku and Vegeta, though it appears they have already met their demise. Broly replied, a smile gracing his lips at the sight of 17 and 18's tense expressions that I merely came to observe. While I disapprove of your actions on this planet, I have no intention of meddling. Upon hearing this, though not fully convinced of Broly's intentions, it was evident that 17 and 18 breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if such a powerful being were their enemy, their lives would be in grave danger. However, Broly added, I do wish to understand a few things, and I hope you will answer truthfully. In the heart of the city's ruins, Android 17, 18, and Broly sat upon the ground, an assortment of fruits and cups of water placed before them. Provisions Broly had prepared from his own dimension. From a distance, the scene projected an air of surprising harmony, despite the grim backdrop. What do you truly desire? The aloof 17 inquired, now devoid of their previous wariness, having recognized the futility of resistance against Broly's might. Indeed, I seek to understand your purpose. What is the significance of your existence? Broly queried, taking a sip of water. Is that all? Surprised, 18 responded, as there was little to conceal that we were created to kill Goku. And with him gone, we shall continue our reign of slaughter. Does that truly bring you joy? Do you not feel an emptiness within? Broly probed after a moment of silence. Why would we not feel joy? Why would we feel empty? 17 retorted that we revel in our strength through slaughter. Living without restraint, free and unburdened, he continued. Upon hearing this, Broly grasped the gravity of the situation. The 17 and 18 of this world were beyond salvation. They had firmly entrenched themselves in the belief that their value lay solely in destruction. Now, they were ensnared in the intoxicating allure of power and the thrill of killing, with no hope for redemption. Upon contemplating the matter, Broly resolved to rise and depart. but suddenly recalled something and turned to address Android 17 and 18, saying, "What you choose to do is of no concern to me. But I earnestly hope that during the 2 months I remain on Earth, you can refrain from your slaughter. If you can manage that, I shall not trouble you as for what transpires after my departure. That is entirely up to you." They reached an agreement, albeit reluctantly, and Broly left without a backward glance. "Looks like we might have a rather dull time ahead," remarked Android 17, his head drooping as he spoke to 18. "Curse it! If only we could overpower that guy," 18 hissed through clenched teeth. "Very well then, let us grant those ants a period of peace. We can always make up for it later," Android 17 declared with a cruel smile. Indeed, they both shared a sinister grin as they contemplated their next moves. Upon returning to the base, Broly found Gohan awaiting him at the entrance. As Broly approached, Gohan immediately performed a respectful bow and said, "Mr. Broly, I humbly request your guidance in my training." Broly was taken aback by Gohan's request, surmising that Gohan had sensed his overwhelming power during his previous transformation. He did not refuse, responding, "Very well, but I shall only instruct you for 2 months. How far you progress in that time will depend on your innate talent and diligence." Though Broly had a fondness for 18, he knew her temperament was unchangeable and preferred not to compromise his principles. Thus, he resolved to seek out the 18 from the main Dragon Ball world, deciding that the 17 and 18 from this realm must be eliminated, for a Saiyan to rapidly enhance their strength. The simplest method was to experience death and return to life. Therefore, before commencing Gohan's training, Broly made a trip to Korin Tower. Although the tower had been devastated, after a thorough search, he uncovered a bag of senza beans buried amidst the rubble, perhaps around 50 or 60, likely safeguarded by Korin for use as seeds. Gohan was astonished upon seeing the beans. After all, they had intended to retrieve senza beans from Korin Tower previously, but by the time they arrived, it had been destroyed and Korin was nowhere to be found. To avoid detection by the androids, they had left without further investigation. With the senza beans secured, they could now train Gohan without concern for injuries. Gohan possessed Saiyan blood, which would similarly benefit him. Especially since, in the main Dragon Ball world, he had nearly become the protagonist. This suggested that Gohan's potential might even surpass Goku's, though he had chosen a scholarly path over his training potential. In the gravity chamber, the gravity level was set to 500 times normal. Gohan and Broly engaged in combat, with Broly holding back a fraction of his power to spar. Broly could feel Gohan's strength incrementally increasing with each bout. Yet it was still insufficient. Thus, every week, Broly would push Gohan to the brink of death and then revive him with a senza bean. The 2 months swiftly passed, and the gravity chamber, which had been relentlessly active at 500 times, could finally rest. Broly and Gohan emerged from the chamber. Compared to 2 months prior, Gohan's strength had become much more restrained. Externally, one could hardly sense his power. However, Broly, aware of the rigors of their training, noted that Gohan's regular combat power had now reached 8 million, an impressive doubling of his previous capacity. Truly, he is deserving of the title of Gohan, Broly mused. Throughout these 2 months, Gohan had garnered Broly's respect. While training Gohan, Broly also honed his own abilities using the gravity chamber, and due to his prior lack of experience with such training, the results were remarkable. Over the 2 months, Broly's own combat skills had significantly improved. With his regular combat power now at 26 million, Master Broly, "I am going to eliminate the androids," Gohan declared upon realizing that the androids were no longer his match. Broly did not intend to dissuade him, merely advising, "Go ahead, but do not let pride cloud your judgment. Proceed with caution." After saying this, Gohan left the base with great urgency, determined to confront 17 and 18 before training Gohan. Broly had brought up the topic of the time machine with Bulma, learning that she had commenced her research shortly after Goku's passing, and now, for years later, she had made considerable progress. After Gohan departed, Broly headed straight to Bulma's lab, where she informed him that she had deciphered the principles of the time machine and completed the design schematics. She merely required the materials to construct it. Seeing Broly arrive, she waved him over and said, "Broly, we just need the materials to build the time machine. Could you help me with that?" "Of course. Just write down everything you need, and I'll gather the materials," Broly replied. If he could successfully construct the time machine, he would prepare to venture to other worlds. Naturally, he was willing to assist Bulma with her request. Bulma, unreservedly, handed him a notebook and a capsule containing supplies, instructing, "Please gather everything listed in this notebook." Gazing at the notebook in his hands, Broly felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items required. Suddenly, he recalled that Namek had Dragon Balls as well. While Gohan and the others could not venture there due to limitations, he was different. He possessed space transfer abilities, making the journey both swift and convenient. With this thought, Broly extended his senses into the cosmos, uncertain if he would find it, but knowing that only by attempting could he ascertain the outcome. Success. His efforts bore fruit as he pinpointed Namek's location. Without delay, he utilized the space transfer technique, departing Earth with a notebook and capsules in tow. Upon appearing in a Namekian village, Broly startled a group of Namekian children at play, soon finding himself surrounded by a gathering of Namekians. The elder among them stepped forward and inquired, "I'm the elder of this village. Young man, who are you, and what brings you to Namek?" Wishing to avoid any misunderstandings, Broly replied, "I am a Saiyan from Earth. A friend of Goku, who once aided your people. Ah, a friend of Goku? Welcome, welcome!" The elder exclaimed, brightening at the revelation. "Please come inside. Let us treat you as our guest." Once inside, Broly hesitated to request the use of their Dragon Balls. The elder, however, broke the silence, asking, "Mr. Broly, how is Goku faring?" Seizing the opportunity, Broly conveyed the news of Goku's demise and the calamity that had befallen Earth. The elder was deeply saddened by the news. Every Namekian held immense gratitude for Goku, their savior. Seeing the elder in sorrow, Broly continued, "I have come to request the use of the Dragon Balls on Namek. Of course, you are a friend of our benefactor, and thus a friend to all Namekians. You need only accompany me to the Grand Elder to explain your situation." After contemplating for a moment, the elder agreed to Broly's request. To save time, Broly and the elder teleported directly to the Grand Elder's residence. Teleportation? No, it is the space transfer technique from the Metamorans, akin to a unique form of teleportation that I see. Please wait here. I will inform the Grand Elder of your arrival. After reporting to the guards, the elder entered the Grand Elder's quarters. After a thorough explanation, the Grand Elder instructed his guards to assist Broly in collecting the Dragon Balls, as the wish would need to be articulated in Namekian. Broly found the space transfer technique to be extraordinarily advantageous. Within 5 minutes, all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, and the guards summoned the Eternal Dragon, Paragus. This was Broly's first encounter with the dragon. And to be honest, it did not align with his aesthetic preferences, though Paragus' abilities were indeed formidable. Upon emerging, Paragus announced, "State your wishes. I can grant 3. The guards turned to Broly, nodding in acknowledgement. "For my first wish, I would like the materials listed in this notebook to be gathered and placed into the capsules," Broly instructed. The guards relayed the request to Paragus in Namekian. "Very well, that is an easy task," Paragus replied, his eyes gleaming. Soon, the capsules began to tremble, and labels appeared detailing their contents. "What is your second wish?" Paragus continued. "For my second wish, I wish for the Earth to be restored to its original state." Broly reasoned that fulfilling this wish would surely endear him to Bulma and the others, making it less likely for them to refuse his future requests regarding the time machine. "Your wish has been granted. What is your third wish?" Bulanga, in his quest to fulfill a second wish, posed yet another inquiry. "Please grant my wristbands the ability to generate gravity at my will, with the maximum intensity achievable." Having already experienced the benefits of gravity training, Broly hoped that his wristbands could impose gravity upon him, allowing him to engage in constant gravity training, thereby enhancing his strength. That Bulanga's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "No problem, your wish has been granted. The maximum gravity can reach up to 3,000 times. Farewell." With that, Bulanga vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light as they scattered in all directions. "My task is complete. I shall take my leave now," remarked the Guardian, gazing at Broly. "Thank you for your assistance, and please extend my gratitude to the Elder. I shall return to Earth." After the wish was fulfilled, Broly returned to the base with a space capsule filled with materials. Upon arriving, he tossed the capsule to Bulma, informing her that it had gathered the materials using the power of the Dragon Balls, and that Earth had been restored. Overwhelmed with joy, Bulma embraced Broly, exclaiming, "Thank you. I truly appreciate your help." Despite the unexpected hug, Broly understood it stemmed from her excitement. However, the softness of her form caused him to momentarily falter. Gently pushing Bulma away, he said, "If you wish to repay me, please expedite the completion of the time machine. I intend to travel back and battle Son Goku." Bulma burst into laughter, continuing, "Now that we have the materials, it should only take about a week." Afterward, she pushed Broly out of the laboratory, citing a desire to avoid distractions. "Tisich, as if my mere presence would be a nuisance," Broly scoffed, preparing to leave the base for a stroll. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered a jubilant Gohan returning in haste. "Master Broly, Earth has been restored." Observing Gohan's exuberance, reminiscent of a child, Broly couldn't help but smile and replied, "I used the Dragon Ball from Namek to restore Earth. Now that it has returned, I assume the androids have been defeated." "Yes, Master," Gohan replied eagerly. It turned out that Gohan had just vanquished androids 17 and 18 that after the battle, the cities ravaged by the androids were restored, and the scars left by the energy sphere explosion had vanished, allowing Earth to regain its former glory. Witnessing this transformation, the thought of the Dragon Balls instantly flashed in Gohan's mind, leading him to contemplate Broly's involvement. With the Dragon Balls now only existing on Namek, reaching them without the coordinates will be nearly impossible, even with a spaceship. Moreover, Gohan's intuition told him that this was the work of Master Broly. Gohan felt a profound respect and admiration for Broly's selfless acts, especially since Broly was not an Earthling and had no obligation to sacrifice for the planet. This was why Gohan had sought to train under Broly rather than request his help to eliminate the androids. Although the restoration of Earth meant that the deceased could not be revived, the absence of the android threat would soon lead to the planet's flourishing once more. Acknowledging Broly's venture to Namek for the Dragon Balls, neither Bulma nor Gohan questioned why he did not resurrect Goku and the others, and Broly nodded in understanding, but he felt it was unnecessary. Gohan had grown stronger, and Trunks, in the future, would also become a formidable warrior. Despite the formidable foes yet to come, Broly believed that relying on one's own strength was paramount. After all, Gohan had neglected his training because of Goku and Vegeta's protection, as Broly's disciple, even if only temporarily. He would not allow such complacency. Who could predict what the future held? A month passed swiftly, and the time machine was completed under Bulma's relentless efforts. She meticulously set the coordinates for 1 hour before Frieza's arrival on Earth and prepared a heart disease antidote for Goku. Thus, Broly prepared to embark on his journey to In West City. On the grounds of Bulma's home, she, along with 4-year-old Trunks and Gohan, gathered to see Broly off. By the way, there's still the more sinister Cell yet to appear. "So you must remain vigilant," Broly advised Gohan. "Cell?" Gohan's eyes widened with realization. "I will remember. Master, I will be cautious." Just as Broly settled into the cockpit, an idea struck him, and he leaped back down, saying, "Gohan, Trunks, before I depart, I must teach you a powerful technique. The technique I wish to impart is called fusion. It requires 2 warriors of similar stature to perform a fusion dance to become a formidable fighter. I shall demonstrate at once." Upon hearing this, both Gohan and Trunks straightened with focus, eager to memorize the movements. "What a lame move," the young Trunks blurted out. Gohan quickly covered Trunks' mouth. "It's all right, Gohan. You must remember this technique clearly. Once fused, the form will last for half an hour. Therefore, it is crucial to defeat any formidable opponent within that time frame," Broly stated earnestly. "Your battles are far from over, and beyond Super Saiyan, there exists Super Saiyan 2, 3, and even stronger forms. Thus, I hope you do not become complacent in your training. That I will remember. Master, thank you for your guidance." Gohan bowed deeply to Broly. With everything set, Broly no longer lingered and activated the time machine. In a flash, the machine vanished from sight. "Trunks, I will ensure your training is rigorous. The future rests upon us," Gohan resolved, looking at the now 4-year-old Trunks. "You bet. I will give it my all," Trunks replied enthusiastically. "Before that, let us practice the fusion technique diligently and supervise each other to avoid mistakes," Gohan said, patting Trunks on the head. "Do we really have to do such a lame move?" Trunks sulked. Visibly disheartened, "Trunks, you must behave," Bulma admonished. "Yes, Mom," Trunks replied weakly. In an instant, the time machine materialized on a rocky plain. Broly exited the cockpit and stored the time machine in a spatial capsule he had created. Observing his surroundings, Broly mused, could this be the very plane where mechanical Frieza met his demise? How fortuitous! Let me see if Trunks will make an appearance. After an hour, Broly sensed two chilling auras approaching from outer space. He lightly jumped, stretching his limbs, and flew to a rocky peak to observe a massive spaceship was descending towards Earth. Frieza, that Saiyan will not arrive for another 3 hours. What do you intend to do? Frieza inquired while swirling a goblet. Of course. But I plan to indulge in 3 hours of carnage first. I can only imagine the expression on that Saiyan monkey's face when he returns. Mechanical Frieza sneered. Meanwhile, the Z warriors gathered on Earth, concealing their energies as they cautiously approached the landing site of the spaceship. Hey, is that Trunks? Broly suddenly spotted a young man with purple hair emerging from another time machine. It was the future Trunks. Indeed, this is the main timeline, Broly confirmed, contemplating the looming threats of the fully realized Cell, Majin Buu, and the god of destruction Beerus, accompanied by the angel Whis. Broly felt his blood boil with excitement. It seems I should make my presence known. Being a mere spectator is rather dull. The Z warriors, who had been hiding behind rocks, quickly noticed Broly's arrival and began speculating about Trunks' identity. Another one has arrived. Gohan remarked. Who would have thought there would be someone unafraid of Frieza? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness, Krillin thought, recalling Frieza's terrifying reputation. That is, a tail. He is a Saiyan. The sharp-eyed Vegeta recognized Broly's tail peeking from beneath his cloak. Exclaiming in astonishment, in no way. Aside from me and Kakarot, there shouldn't be any other Saiyans alive in this world. Meanwhile, Trunks regarded Broly, who had suddenly appeared beside him, with suspicion. Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone like you on Earth. Broly waved his hand dismissively. I am from the same future as you. Trunks was taken aback, wanting to say something more when Broly continued. Rather than concern yourself with me, we should address the threats before us. Frieza, observing the two Earthlings engrossed in conversation, became furious and barked, Kill them! The Frieza Force's lackeys barely took flight before Trunks dispatched them, slicing them into pieces just as in the original story. Oh, you possess a certain degree of skill. However, you are still no match for me. Frieza remarked indifferently as he observed his subordinates being slain. As Frieza prepared to make his move, Kurd pointed at Broly and said, Since we are already here, allow me to handle this one. Frieza, no problem. Father, Frieza replied, casting a cold glance at Broly. Initially unwilling to engage, Broly, upon hearing Kurd's arrogance, turned to Trunks and said, You deal with Frieza. I'll take care of this guy. I intend to show him the harsh realities of life. Trunks, intrigued by Broly's prowess from the future, nodded and transformed into a Super Saiyan, seizing the moment while Frieza was momentarily distracted to strike decisively. Poor Frieza, caught off guard, was effortlessly sliced into pieces by Trunks, who then reduced him to ashes with a powerful energy wave. Gohan, lurking in the background, exclaimed he can transform into a Super Saiyan just like Dad. Vegeta, seemingly struck by a heavy blow, exclaimed in disbelief, Impossible! I, a prodigy of the Saiyans, cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot is one thing, but this unknown entity also possesses the same might. The other one cannot possibly be a Super Saiyan as well. Can he? Krillin suddenly interjected. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the others turned their attention to Broly. Vegeta, proud and defiant, witnessed Frieza failing to withstand even a single attack, and Kurd's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively took a few steps back. Fearfully exclaiming, Don't come any closer. Observing Kurd's distress, Trunks elegantly swung his sword skyward, sidestepped, and sheathed his sword behind him while pointing at Broly, stating, Your opponent is him. Hey, you can transform, right? I'll give you a chance. Broly said, eager to gauge Kurd's true strength. After all, in the original story, Kurd was vanquished by Trunks before he could transform, so granting him this opportunity would allow Broly to assess his capabilities. Upon hearing Broly's words, Trunks' expression changed, and, as he contemplated dissuading Broly, he noticed Broly's reassuring glance and abandoned the thought, turning to Kurd and saying, I won't interfere. Kurd's face lit up with joy as he began to emanate a brilliant white light. In an instant, a taller version of Kurd, strikingly similar to Frieza, materialized. The aura surrounding Kurd compelled Vegeta and the others to take several steps back to steady themselves. Sensing Kurd's energy, Broly estimated his combat power to be around 300 million, and his expression turned to one of profound disappointment as he remarked, "Boring, that let's wrap this up quickly. In your next life. Remember to keep your eyes open and avoid provoking those you cannot contend with." Infuriated by Broly's arrogant words, Kurd stomped his foot and charged forward like a bullet. At a flash of green light enveloped Broly, and in the next moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Kurd's punch landed heavily on Broly. Yet it elicited no pain or discomfort, merely boredom. Broly reached out and seized Kurd by the head, slowly applying pressure. "Ah!" Kurd cried out in anguish as he felt his skull nearing the breaking point. Flailing futilely at Broly's body, a Super Saiyan with green hair, Gohan observed, "Impossible! Why does the sight of that green-haired Saiyan make my body tremble?" "How can this be?" Vegeta trembled, speaking through gritted teeth. Aside from the Z-Warriors, Trunks also felt a surge of alarm. His eyes filled with vigilance as he regarded Broly. Broly tightened his grip. Kurd's cries grew fainter, and sensing Kurd's impending defeat, Broly casually remarked, "All right, let me grant you mercy." A powerful energy wave erupted, and Kurd followed Frieza into oblivion. "Who on earth are you?" Vegeta, bolstered by a surge of pride, mustered the courage to shout at Broly. Truly, the canonical Vegeta demonstrated remarkable resilience, swiftly overcoming the fear ingrained in his bloodline, a testament to his potential as a prominent figure. It is worth noting that in the original storyline, the more pure-blooded a Saiyan was, the more palpable their fear of a legendary Super Saiyan. Although the canonical Broly lacks this trait, he hails from the original narrative, rendering the fear still effective. "I am Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan." "You must have sensed it by now, Vegeta," Broly declared, maintaining his Super Saiyan form. "So, this is the legendary Super Saiyan," Vegeta murmured. "What are you planning?" As Broly approached him, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan once more, leaping between the two and drawing his sword against Broly. "Are you looking to fight me?" Broly asked, twisting his neck. Trunks offered no reply. The moment he moved, he suddenly vomited, his eyes glazing over as he involuntarily retracted his transformation. Hearing Broly's taunt, "So weak," Trunks bent over, gradually collapsing to the ground. The others assumed fighting stances, yet none dared to make a move. Ignoring them, Broly slowly walked up to Vegeta and spoke. "What's the matter? Is our Saiyan Prince intimidated by my overwhelming power?" Vegeta's body initially trembled slightly, but the dignity of being a Saiyan Prince ultimately enabled him to conquer the fear rooted in his lineage. A fierce energy erupted from him as he roared, "I'm the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta." He then fixed his gaze on Broly and declared, "I will surpass you, Kakarot, and that fellow over there one by one." Truly the essence of Vegeta. I await your challenge." Broly replied, "Indeed, this was Vegeta, the proud prince etched in my memory." With arms crossed and a piercing gaze, Vegeta focused intently on Broly, the aura of a prince resurgent. Broly, unfazed by Vegeta's haughty demeanor, mused that perhaps a non-arrogant Vegeta would not truly be Vegeta. On the contrary, Broly held Vegeta in even higher regard. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Vegeta lost all motivation when confronting the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, only mustering the courage to strike at the very last moment. In contrast, the canonical Vegeta not only overcame his fear in such a short span, but also experienced a breakthrough in mindset, suggesting that his future achievements could surpass those in the original tale. As Broly brushed past Vegeta, he reverted from his Super Saiyan form, seeking a flat stone upon which to sit, restoring his previous calm demeanor. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. "Hey, you little bald head, give this to that young man," Broly instructed, tossing a rare Senzu bean to Krillin, who was helping Trunks to his feet. "How do you possess Senzu beans?" Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Broly merely smiled without answering. With no alternatives, Krillin placed the Senzu bean in Trunks' mouth, pushing his chin upward to ensure it slid down. The Senzu bean proved to be a miraculous remedy. Mere moments after ingestion, Trunks regained consciousness, gazing at Broly, who sat leisurely on the stone, seemingly crushed by a profound defeat. Muttering to himself, I couldn't withstand even a single blow. Broly, noticing Trunks' dejected demeanor, felt a twinge of guilt, questioning whether he had perhaps gone too far, though he refrained from offering consolation. Truly, the last warrior from the future demonstrated remarkable self-regulation. Quickly recovering, Broly nodded in acknowledgement of Trunks' resilience. Trunks stood and addressed the others. Mr. Goku will arrive on Earth in 3 hours. Until then, let us eat and chat to pass the time. He then tossed a space capsule into the air, releasing a refrigerator filled with various beverages. Help yourselves to whatever you like. Broly, unreserved, grabbed a bottle of cola and began to drink contentedly. Piccolo, who had been silently observing, inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Broly. We hail from the future, but that young man over there is here to alter the tragic trajectory of this world. As for me, I am simply seeking a different life," Broly stated candidly. Taking another sip of cola, future Bulma, who had been inquisitively questioning Trunks like in the original story, upon hearing Broly's words, approached him with newfound courage, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "So, you came here via time machine? May I see it?" "That is it." Broly pointed to the machine behind Trunks and continued, "But you might not be able to see his. However, I can sell you mine. After all, living in this world meant needing money. Stealing would be too troublesome. If you desire it, perhaps you could exchange it for shares in the Capsule Corporation." As he spoke, he tossed out the space capsule containing his time machine. Bulma hesitated, and the others remained silent, likely not wanting to offend Broly before Goku's return. As she examined Broly's time machine, she noticed it bore the Capsule Corporation emblem, and suddenly exclaimed, "Both your and that young man's time machines have the Capsule Corporation's insignia. Could it be that this was invented by a future version of me?" "Truly impressive, Bulma, for deducing that so swiftly," Broly replied. "Indeed, it was a gift from the future you, given to me as a token of gratitude for saving your world." Trunks, who stood nearby, displayed a contemplative expression upon hearing this, while Bulma widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "You dare to use my belongings against me." Subsequently, she narcissistically added, "The future me is truly remarkable. I even invented something as extraordinary as a time machine." Broly, resting his chin on one hand, remarked, "Selling you future technology seems quite a lucrative deal, don't you think?" After some reflection, Bulma, wishing to forge a favorable relationship with a formidable figure like Broly, especially after witnessing him effortlessly defeat Super Saiyan Trunks, conceded, "I'll take a minor loss for this deal. It's a transaction. However, should Earth face peril in the future, you must lend your assistance." Naturally, Broly, elated by the successful transaction, considered the latter request a trivial matter. Time swiftly passed, and a spherical spacecraft descended from the cosmos, unveiling a man with a spiky hairstyle dressed in peculiar attire. "Goku, Dad. That's right, son, Goku has returned." Upon stepping out of the spacecraft, Goku joyfully greeted his companions. "How did you know when I would return?" With Goku's arrival, it seemed as though the group's anchor had been restored. Krillin pointed to Trunks, who stood aside, saying, "This young man informed us, but it seems he has something significant to discuss with you." True to the original narrative, Trunks engaged in a brief spar with Goku before recounting the situation of the Z fighters in the future, simultaneously handing Goku the heart medicine, in the distance. The exceptionally perceptive Piccolo absorbed all of this information, but chose to remain discreet. Before long, Goku returned with Trunks, announcing, "Everything is settled. He has a friend. From now on, just call him Tete." Subsequently, Goku revealed the impending threat posed by future androids that would wreak havoc on Earth, causing a palpable tension within the group. However, the presence of Goku eased their worries. Suddenly, Goku fixed his gaze on Broly and stated, "While in space, I sensed an incredibly potent energy emanating from you." Broly replied, "Indeed. Are you looking for a fight?" "Just to clarify, I won't hold back, as there are unresolved matters between us. Prepare yourself for a battle to the death." From the moment Goku appeared, Broly's eyes had been locked on him, harboring an overwhelming desire to defeat Goku, a sentiment left by his predecessor. "Well, it would be a pity not to engage with a warrior of your caliber. Rest assured, I won't hold back either." With that, Goku propelled himself into the desolate mountains, and Broly followed suit. Witnessing this, the others took to the skies, settling at a distance to observe the impending clash. Broly and Goku stood atop separate stone peaks, staring each other down. Aware that Broly fought with the intent to kill, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power soaring to 250 million. Broly, although not transforming into his legendary form, also took on the Super Saiyan transformation, yet his power reached an astonishing 1.3 billion. Sensing the immense energy radiating from Broly, Goku felt no fear. Instead, excitement surged within him. Goku initiated the assault, launching several energy spheres toward Broly. Mere trifles, Broly declared as he attempted to swat the energy spheres aside. To his surprise, upon contacting the first, an explosion ensued, momentarily stunning him. This was not the anticipated outcome. The subsequent energy spheres struck Broly, enveloping him in a cloud of white smoke. Noticing that Goku did not pursue the attack, Broly unleashed his energy, dispersing the smoke. In that instant, Goku materialized behind him. Unleashing a Kamehameha wave, Broly was engulfed by the blue energy wave in an instant. Fantastic! Goku might win! Piccolo cheered, witnessing Broly being struck. Don't celebrate too soon. That's the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta interjected, not daring to underestimate Broly despite his lack of transformation. That guy's energy hasn't diminished at all. He is truly a monster. Piccolo remarked in astonishment as Broly absorbed the Kamehameha wave without any noticeable decline. Suddenly, a fist emerged from the blue wave, landing a devastating blow on the unsuspecting Goku. The sheer force of the strike sent Goku hurtling away. Broly, unscathed, reappeared, dusting off his pants before launching a fierce counterattack. The disparity in their powers left Goku increasingly battered with each encounter, yet his eyes held no trace of fear. Only exhilaration remained. You truly are merciless. Goku spat blood, a grin on his face. I warned you, I fight with the intent to kill, Broly replied with a wicked smile, sending an energy sphere flying toward Goku. With no time to evade, Goku crossed his arms in defense. The earth-shattering explosion echoed, akin to a nuclear blast, sending Goku soaring like a projectile, crashing through several stone peaks before becoming lodged in a rocky wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Throughout their previous skirmishes, Broly had restrained his power. Yet even so, Goku proved no match for him. Now, growing weary of the struggle, Broly ceased holding back. This seemingly casual energy sphere was beyond Goku's capacity to withstand. Using his spatial transfer technique, Broly appeared before Goku, unleashing a barrage of punches. Each impact forced blood from Goku's lips, and the cracks in the wall behind him deepened. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, and Broly regarded the incapacitated Goku. Tossing a small energy sphere towards him as it traversed the air, it swelled to a colossal size. The debris vanished, leaving behind a massive crater, within which Goku lay motionless as if lifeless. Dad! Krillin could no longer contain himself. Soaring into the crater to retrieve the barely breathing Goku, Trunks, Piccolo, and others confronted Broly, standing defiantly before him. Observing their tense expressions, Broly contemplated whether to teach them a lesson when Bulma's voice rang out from afar. Broly, if you continue to attack, our deal is off. Well, if that's the case, let's conclude this, Broly replied, shaking his head in resignation. He then tossed a Senzu bean to Krillin, realizing that if he didn't feed it to Goku soon, the consequences could be dire. Krillin hurriedly placed the bean in Goku's mouth. Meanwhile, Broly descended from his Super Saiyan form, approaching Bulma to discuss the matter of housing. After having nearly fatally beaten Goku, Broly's mind felt liberated, as if the lingering attachment from his predecessor had dissipated. Observing Bulma's displeasure over Goku's beating, he casually remarked, "By the way, do you have any good houses available? Introduce me to one, and I'll owe you the payment. You could deduct it from my future profits." Bulma, taken aback by Broly's audacity to seek her assistance after such a brutal display, felt exasperated. However, knowing that even Goku couldn't best him, she decided to endure. There's a newly built villa estate by the seaside in West City. Consider it a gift. Reluctantly, Bulma offered her newly constructed estate to Broly. What a delightful feeling to receive something for nothing. Now my needs for food, shelter, and expenses are all met. All that's left is to find a wife, Broly mused. Unbelievable. Broly is incredible. I can't compete with him. Goku, having recovered from the sins of being, flexed his body with fiery enthusiasm. Gazing at Broly. Goku, it's best not to provoke Broly. He,'s terrifying, Krillin warned gravely. That,'s the legendary Super Saiyan from our Saiyan lore, Kakarot. Don't seek your demise, Vegeta advised with rare concern. Uncle Vegeta. What exactly is this legendary Super Saiyan? Iasin T Super Saiyan Goku. I'm not entirely sure of the details. It's merely a tale among our Saiyan lineage that I once thought Kakarot fulfilled the legend. But it seems that's not the case. Perhaps only that guy knows the truth. Although Vegeta had ceased to fear Broly, he was reluctant to remain in his presence, as Broly's identity as the legendary Super Saiyan and his overwhelming strength rendered Vegeta acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Oh, do you wish to understand what the legendary Super Saiyan truly is? Broly observed the curious expressions on everyone's faces and chuckled, saying, "No problem. Let me explain it simply to inform Vegeta and the others that Saiyans, gifted with extraordinary talent, have the potential to transform into golden-haired Super Saiyans once they surpass their limits. However, the legendary Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years. Even without training, their power will continue to grow throughout their lives, ultimately allowing them to evolve into the legendary form, characterized by green hair. This legendary transformation greatly amplifies their strength, far exceeding that of ordinary Super Saiyans." Upon hearing Broly mention that exceptionally talented Saiyans could become Super Saiyans, Vegeta felt a surge of heat in his heart. After all, as the prince of the Saiyan race, how could he be inferior to the lower-class warrior Kakarot? Vegeta was unconcerned about the disparity between the ordinary Super Saiyan and the legendary form. Regardless of the multiplicative factor, if his base power was stronger, he could still surpass Broly. I had no idea such a transformation existed, Goku remarked, scratching the back of his head, his demeanor casual. Now I understand why Broly is so formidable. Let's strive hard. Becoming a Super Saiyan is merely the starting point, and there are even stronger transformations awaiting your discovery. Broly divulged this information to Goku and the others. The prospect of even more powerful transformations startled Trunks, who had yet to return to the future, while Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement. Noticing Goku's eagerness to speak further, Broly turned his back, indicating his desire to change the subject. By the way, on May 12th. 3 years from now, at around 10 o'clock, the androids will appear on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of South City. But let's gather there a day in advance. Suddenly, Goku recalled what Trunks had previously told him and shared it with the others. Then for these 3 years, let us train hard and enhance our strength. If you're not strong enough by then, it would be best not to come. Your presence would only hinder us, Piccolo remarked, rotating his wrist. True enough. If you're weak, there's no need to show up, Yamcha added, laughing heartily, clearly not intending to participate. Indeed, if you're weak, you should refrain from dragging us down, Vegeta provocatively responded, gazing at Piccolo. Care to test that? Piccolo retorted, unwilling to back down in the face of Vegeta's challenge. Let us save it for another time. Goku interjected, swiftly stepping in between them to diffuse the tension. Vegeta and Piccolo each huffed in annoyance. Leaving the matter unresolved, I shall take my leave. With the time and location confirmed, Broly decided not to linger any longer and intended to inspect his new home. Hey, Broly, will we still be able to spar later? Goku suddenly asked. Of course, but I won't hold back, Broly replied, flying off without looking back. Goku, do you really want to fight Broly? He nearly killed you. Krillin expressed his concern. It's fine. Broly knows his limits. Goku waved his hand dismissively. He then addressed the group. Well then, see you in 3 years. Bye. With that, he left with Gohan, while Trunks returned to the future and the others gradually dispersed. The Z fighters began their individual training in preparation for the battle against the androids 3 years hence. Broly soared into the sky above West City, confirming his location before descending to the entrance of his courtyard. Welcome back, Master, announced the robotic guardian of the courtyard. Bulma certainly works swiftly, Broly mused, after selling the villa to Broly. Bulma immediately transmitted his basic information to the Capsule Corporation headquarters for the necessary modifications. Now, this villa estate belonged to Broly, and all the robots were registered under his name. Subsequently, a maid robot guided Broly into the villa within the estate. The estate was quite expansive. Upon entering through the courtyard gate, One was greeted by a thicket of trees. Walking along the pathway, one could observe birds, squirrels, and rabbits amidst the small wildlife. Beyond the woods lay a grassy expanse, separated from the trees by a wrought iron fence adorned with creeping vines, effectively concealing the fence while maintaining aesthetic appeal. Behind the lawn, Broly beheld his future home, a 3-story building. Though it was substantial, it did not appear overly grand. It presented itself as a gentleman's residence rather than a noble estate, with crenellations adorning the top that lent the structure a unique charm. Upon pushing open the villa's grand door, he was greeted by an opulent hall, where intricate light fixtures emitted a soft glow. The floor was covered in plush carpeting, and several renowned paintings adorned the walls. The basement was situated on the lower floor, while the second floor featured a small swimming pool, with housekeeping robots present on each level. After surveying the villa, Broly felt immense satisfaction with his future abode. "Master, your phone," a maid robot said, extending the phone to Broly. "The property deed and share transfer agreement have been sent to you. Please check and keep them safe." Bulma's voice came through the phone, tinged with irritation. It was understandable. Parting with such a splendid villa would cause even someone as affluent as Bulma some heartache. "Understood. Thank you, Bulma," Broly replied, then hung up. He felt genuinely touched by Bulma's gesture in providing him with such splendid accommodation, and he chose to keep his gratitude unspoken, cherishing it in his heart. Shortly thereafter, Broly received the property deed and share transfer agreement sent by Bulma. After securing them in the safe of the master bedroom on the second floor, he proceeded to the basement. The basement was spacious and empty, with excellent soundproofing, which pleased Broly immensely. This would become his training ground. Utilizing the gravity function of his wristbands, he began to intensify the pressure upon himself to 400 times, then 500 times, and so forth, until he felt an immense strain. Only then did he cease to increase the gravity. That moment, Broly felt as though he was bearing a weight of millions of pounds. Even the slightest movement required all his strength. After acclimating to this burden, Broly commenced his training, executing a series of demanding exercises, including one-finger push-ups, sit-ups, and rapid punches. Each training session, he would push himself to the brink of collapse before returning the gravity to its original multiplier, subsequently entering a meditative state to cultivate his mental fortitude. Through this rigorous regimen, Broly distinctly sensed his strength continually growing. The reason for Broly's relentless effort was clear. Although he was already formidable, he was not yet a match for the fully formed Cell, and with even stronger foes looming in the future, he could not afford to relax in his training. Just how powerful would Broly become in 3 years? No one could say, but it was certain that he would be even more fearsome. Meanwhile, after returning to Bulma's home, Vegeta immediately entered the gravity chamber, training under 400 times the normal gravity. One fateful night, after an undisclosed encounter with Bulma, he ventured into outer space to seek an uninhabited planet, attempting to break through to the Super Saiyan transformation. Goku trained alongside Piccolo, while Gohan sparred with Goku. Tien and Yamcha trained together, and Krillin returned to Master Roshi's island for his own training. The Z-Fighters were all striving to grow stronger in their respective ways, preparing to confront the androids when they appeared in 3 years. In the expansive basement, a figure deftly dodged numerous beams of light emitted by flying machines overhead. These machines were crafted at Broly's request by Bulma, designed to enhance his reflexes under extreme gravitational conditions. At that moment, a maid robot entered the basement, addressing Broly. "Master, it's time to go. Has the time already arrived? Then let us go meet this timeline's android 18. Broly concluded his training, wiped the sweat from his brow, and a smile crept across his face. "Android 18, this time I must capture you. After all, this house still lacks its mistress." After 3 years of training, the Z-Fighters gathered on a small island in South City. "Wow, I didn't expect everyone to arrive so quickly," Goku exclaimed as he flew in with Gohan and Piccolo, having sensed Tien and Yamcha's energy from a distance. Before long, Vegeta and Bulma, cradling a child, also arrived. "Bulma, whose child is that?" Krillin inquired curiously, gazing at the infant in Bulma's arms. "This is my and Vegeta's child, named Trunks." "Wow, I can't believe Bulma has become a mother so soon. Congratulations, Bulma and Vegeta." Krillin and the others offered their congratulations, with the exception of Yamcha, who remained silent. What about Broly? Is he not here yet? Vegeta scanned the surroundings, not spotting Broly's figure. Broly might arrive a bit later. Why are you suddenly so concerned about him? Goku remarked, surprised at Vegeta's attention towards Broly. Humph, I merely want that guy to witness the might of Super Vegeta, Vegeta declared confidently, pointing his thumb towards himself. Vegeta, can you already transform into a Super Saiyan? But I think you might not even be a match for Broly. You might even be a bit weaker than me, Goku said, oblivious to the implications of his words. What? How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta fumed, angered by Goku's bluntness, even though it was the truth. Krillin chuckled wryly. All right, let us not argue about that now. Our current enemy is the androids. Kakarot, next time I shall teach you a proper lesson. Vegeta remarked with a cold expression. How peculiar. 15 minutes have already elapsed, yet the androids have not made their appearance, and neither has Broly. Piccolo stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the thriving city below. No worries, let us wait a little longer, Krillin said, counting the senzu beans recently delivered by Yajirobe. As time ticked by, a sudden, violent explosion echoed from afar. Yajirobe's flying car had been attacked and plummeted into the sea. They have arrived, Tin exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Peering at the smoke-filled sky, two figures swiftly descended into the city below, their intentions unknown, that I cannot sense their energy at all. I asked this what androids are like. Krillin said gravely, All right, everyone, let us split up and search. But remember, these beings are extraordinarily dangerous. Notify each other upon finding them, and do not act alone. Piccolo instructed solemnly, I shall remain here to keep an eye on Bulma. Lest she be attacked by the androids, Vegeta asserted. The others nodded in understanding, then powered up, soaring in different directions towards the city. So it is you, Broly. Vegeta sensed someone behind him and struck backward with a palm. With a swift reflex, Broly, who had just teleported, caught Vegeta's strike and said, Really, I arrive, and you greet me with such a warm welcome, Vegeta. Vegeta shook off Broly's hand, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Squinting as he remarked, You have grown stronger. Haha, not too much, Broly humbly replied. Long time no see, Broly, Bulma said while cradling Trunks as she approached to greet him. Indeed, it has been a while, Broly responded. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, the fat androids 19 and 20 were wreaking havoc, searching for Yamcha, who was closest to them. Upon hearing screams, he rushed over. There's a human approaching with energy levels surpassing human limits. Is the energy detector malfunctioning? Android 20 coldly stated, glancing at the street. It should not be. I have detected it as well, 19 countered. Upon reaching the scene, Yamcha saw that many had already been slain. Damn it, where did they go? He gritted his teeth from a blind spot above. 19 and 20 hovered in the sky, observing Yamcha, stating, according to the data, there's a 96% probability that this individual is Yamcha. Absorbing his energy will make us stronger. 20 added with a sinister grin. Before Yamcha could react, 20's hand clamped down on his head, and he felt his energy rapidly depleting. 20's face lit up with glee as he sensed power flowing into him, while 19 mirrored his expression. This is bad. Yamcha's energy is diminishing. Son Goku suddenly sensed the decline in Yamcha's energy and instantly teleported beside him, delivering a blow that sent the unsuspecting 20 and 19 flying. Crashing into a building, they collapsed it. The others sensed the commotion and hurried over. Goku, there you are. 19 and 20, unharmed, fixed their gaze on Son Goku. They are targeting me. I must draw them away, Goku declared. Unleashing his energy and flying towards a deserted island. 19 and 20 pursued him without hesitation. Krillin arrived first at the scene, saw Yamcha on the ground, and quickly fed him a senzu bean before following Goku's energy trail. Goku engaged the androids in battle. Let us go see. Vegeta and Broly landed nearby, watching as Super Saiyan Goku relentlessly assaulted the hefty 19. After observing for a moment, Vegeta remarked, Kakarot seems peculiar. A Super Saiyan shouldn't possess such limited power. Perhaps he hasn't been taking his medicine properly. His heart virus must be acting up, preventing him from unleashing his full potential, thus rushing to conclude the fight. Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave. which was absorbed by 19. The tide turned dramatically. Goku's energy plummeted, rendering him completely outmatched by 19. After a defensive maneuver, Goku collapsed to the ground, clutching his heart and gasping for breath. What a disgrace. Kakarot. At the last moment, Vegeta intervened, kicking Goku towards Piccolo as he turned his attention to Android 19. This is a special medicine. Give it to Goku, then hand him over to Bulma for recovery. Broly instantly appeared beside Piccolo, producing a heart medicine from future timelines. Bulma. Gohan hurriedly administered the medicine to Goku, who soon regained some color, and was entrusted to Bulma for recuperation, in a manner consistent with the original narrative. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta absorbed a punch from Android 19 and retaliated fiercely, even granting 19 the chance to absorb his energy. Regrettably, Vegeta decisively tore off both of 19's arms with brute force. Despite the loss of his arms, 19, devoid of pain, felt fear creeping in his attempt to flee. He was obliterated by a wave of Vegeta's energy. Witnessing Vegeta's ferocity, Android 20 hesitated to engage and fled towards the research base. Intending to unleash his trump card, it was not Vegeta's style to let a threat escape. After recovering his strength with a Senzu bean from Krillin, he pursued 20, though the latter managed to evade detection in the mountainous terrain. As Android 17 and 18 awakened, Broly leisurely approached, greeting Dakit, who had also arrived. However, everyone was astonished to see Android 20 already missing an arm. Another unknown enemy has surfaced. The data does not match. We must find a way to escape back to the base. Android 20 thought, his cold sweat breaking out as he observed one powerful foe after another. Although Vegeta was uncertain of the situation, he intended to obliterate Android 20 with a single energy blast for safety. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to eliminate 20, but the dust from the explosion obscured his vision, allowing 20 to make his escape. Seeing 20 flee, the others were filled with frustration. Yet Broly smirked subtly, gazing into the distance. At that moment, Bulma piloted a spaceship towards them, informing them that Android 20 and Dr. Gero were likely headed to the northern mountains. With the location revealed, Broly, Vegeta, and the others set off to seek Dr. Gero's research facility in the northern mountains. True to the original tale, Krillin was the first to locate Dr. Gero and track him to the entrance of the base. I must signal Piccolo and Ten immediately. Krillin concentrated on amplifying his energy. Upon sensing Krillin's energy, Piccolo and the others hastily made their way over, while Broly teleported to Krillin's side. Broly, it's wonderful to see you here. Krillin exclaimed in delight upon noticing Broly's presence. Little did he know that when the time came, Broly would not assist in dealing with Androids 17 and 18 inside the laboratory. Dr. Gero seethed. Damn it. I really wish I could avoid releasing them. There's no choice now. I hope the repairs are complete, he thought, fury gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at his severed arm. With a thunderous roar, the mountain trembled and dust began to fall from the research facility. This is bad. They've arrived sooner than expected. Dr. Gero exclaimed in shock, hastily typing commands into the computer. Outside, Piccolo and his allies could no longer contain themselves and were preparing to obliterate the place. Just as Broly was about to intervene, Vegeta preemptively stopped him. With a resounding crack, Androids 17 and 18 awoke in succession. 17. 18, you have finally awakened, Dr. Gero said cautiously, eyeing the two androids he had created. Simultaneously, he mused in his heart, I wonder if 17 and 18 will obey me to be safe. Dr. Gero grasped the emergency stop remote control tightly, fearing that the two androids might rebel. Hello, Dr. Gero, I am Android 17. I am Android 18. Both androids greeted Dr. Gero courteously. However, their eyes covertly scanned the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand. That Dr. Gero felt a rush of joy, thinking it seemed the repairs were successful, that we were created by you. And we shall obey your commands, 17 said with a smile. Dr. Gero nodded in satisfaction and explained, as you know, Son Goku has eradicated our Red Ribbon Army. We must take revenge. They are right outside. You must eliminate them all. No sooner had he finished speaking. Crack! Dr. Gero felt his right hand loosen, sensing something was amiss. Looking up, he saw that 17 had mysteriously acquired a strange device, the emergency stop remote control he had just held. This device is what will stop us, right? 17 said with a smile, before crushing in his grip. Point 17. What are you doing? Dr. Jiro's expression shifted dramatically. It's not that I intend to do anything. 17, and I simply wish to awaken from this eternal slumber. 17 continued. I recall that it was you who ruined number 10, correct? No, Dr. Jiro hastily clarified. He was a defective product because he disobeyed my commands, which is why I had to. So, disobeying your orders meant you destroyed him. That sounds rather similar. 17 interjected with a smirk, interrupting Dr. Jiro's explanation. Point 17. 18. Do you two harbor thoughts of betrayal? Dr. Jiro's demeanor darkened immediately. It's not betrayal. We merely desire to escape from being controlled. We only kill when we feel the urge to do so. 17 said with a light chuckle, casting a disdainful glance at Dr. Jiro. Point 36. Awaken number 16. Suddenly, the door was blasted open by an energy blast from Vegeta. Observing the discord among the androids, Krillin whispered, "Why don't we take this opportunity to leave?" Before anyone else could respond, Broly, gazing at 18, spoke up, "Long time no see." 18. Krillin was taken aback, exclaiming, "You know them?" Broly ignored Krillin, his eyes fixed on 18 with a warm smile. Looking closely at the friendly Broly, 18 frowned. "I have no recollection of you. There's not even a record of you in the database." After glancing at Broly, 17 remarked to 18, "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Let us see what else is here." Point 18 approached a crystal chamber containing a large figure with red hair, muscular and robust. "Who is this?" "Number 16. She asked, somewhat surprised. Point 18. "You mustn't touch him. He has not yet complete a failed experiment. If he activates, we will all perish." Dr. Jiro urgently cautioned as he noticed 17 and 18's interest. "What a joke. Dr. Jiro, didn't you say we siblings were the most advanced androids?" 17 smirked, then said to 18. Don T listened to him. "Activate number 16. I want to see what he is capable of." Point 18 nodded lightly and pressed a button, but nothing happened. "Damn it, all of you are failures. I'll make sure you remain in eternal slumber." "Dar," Jiro shouted furiously. Point 1 could understand his anger. After dedicating his life to creating androids, it was infuriating to see them rebel. What does it matter if they are failures? The emergency remote control is no longer in my possession. 18 tossed her hair back, flashing a charming smile at the immobile number 16, then pressed another button. "Humph, I can always create another," Dr. Jiro replied coldly. Suddenly, Dr. Jiro felt a sharp pain throughout his body in the next moment. He realized that 17 had pierced his body with a single strike, and shortly after, 17 kicked his head off and obliterated it with an energy blast. "Apologies, but we refuse to be controlled. So we must bid you farewell. I want to allow you to succeed," Trunks shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and unleashing several energy blasts at 18. The violent explosions completely annihilated the laboratory, prompting Vegeta and the others to hastily retreat. "Foolish, engaging in such meaningless actions," Vegeta chastised, observing Trunks' futile efforts. Just as Trunks was about to retort, the smoke cleared, revealing an unharmed 17 and 18, along with the awakened number 16. "Hey, do you want to come with us?" 18 suddenly asked Broly. Point 18. "What are you doing? We don't even know him." 17 expressed his curiosity regarding 18's invitation for Broly to join. "What does it matter? He seems to know us already. And besides, he is quite handsome. I wouldn't mind traveling with him," 18 replied. "All right, but what does number 16 think?" 17 inquired. Looking at 16, number 16 nodded indifferently, seemingly in agreement. Broly, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, disregarded the changing expressions of Piccolo and the others as he departed with 18 and the others. "Let's go find Goku first," 17 suggested. "Oh, you know where Goku is?" 18 asked. "If you want to know." "I can tell you," Broly cheerfully replied. "I don't need to ask him." 18th, "The search is part of the adventure. We have plenty of time. We can explore while searching," 17 interjected, interrupting 18's inquiry. Vegeta, fuming with rage, exclaimed, "What the hell is that Broly doing?" Watching Krillin leave without a word alongside the androids, he gritted his teeth in anger. "Those androids just left without a second thought, as if we don't even matter." 10 added, "Damn it, one after another, disregarding me. Vegeta, I can overlook Broly, but how dare those mere androids act so brazenly?" Vegeta, furious at the android's dismissive behavior, transformed into a Super Saiyan, determined to teach them a lesson. Trunks attempted to intervene, but a furious Vegeta struck him with a punch before pursuing the androids. The others, resigned, could only follow to observe the unfolding situation. There's a road ahead. Let us drive there. 17 suggested suddenly. Well, I'm indifferent, Broly replied, having only followed for 1-8. As long as 18 didn't object, Broly would not refuse. Just after they had landed, Vegeta caught up swiftly. Scanning the androids, he completely ignored Broly and taunted. You won't be going anywhere today. You will all die at the hands of me. Vegeta. Noticing Vegeta's arrogance, Broly felt no desire to respond. However, considering this was a fine opportunity to showcase his strength. He stepped forward, but 18 suddenly reached out to stop him, stating, I'll test his strength. Initially, Vegeta felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of Broly intervening, but upon seeing 18 step up, he scoffed, I want to go easy on you, just because you're a woman. With a fierce punch aimed at 18's face, she stood her ground, absorbing the blow without flinching. After feeling the impact, she remarked, so weak. Then, 18 delivered a powerful kick toward Vegeta that he attempted to block with his right arm, but the sheer force sent him flying, crashing into the mountainside and creating a massive fissure. Vegeta emerged from the crevice, shaking off his numb arm, and coldly charged again. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, each punch and kick imbued with tremendous power. Incredible, Dad, Trunks exclaimed, astonished at Vegeta's equal footing with 18. Are all androids this formidable? Piccolo remarked, his expression grave to no, the androids from my timeline were manageable. But these ones are far superior, Trunks replied, beads of sweat forming as he observed the intense battle below. As an android, 18 possessed limitless energy, while Vegeta, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, was rapidly depleting his stamina and energy that it was too long before Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. As 18 dodged Vegeta's strike and found an opening. She drove her knee forcefully into his abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Following up with an elbow strike to his back, she sent him crashing to the ground. Exhausted and battered, Vegeta could no longer muster the strength to continue fighting. Unable to watch any longer, Trunks transformed and dove into the fray. However, Trunks' surprise attack failed as 18 sidestepped, launching an energy sphere that hit him squarely. Both Trunks and Vegeta were sent sprawling to the ground. As the others prepared to swarm 18, knowing it would be futile, Broly still decided to take action in a flash. He appeared behind Piccolo and the others, a mere afterimage left in his wake due to his incredible speed. Before they could react, Broly struck the back of Piccolo, Krillin, and Tan's necks lightly, rendering them unconscious and causing them to collapse. What should we do with them? Broly asked 18, wishing to gauge their personalities. Let them go. There's no need to kill them. They could just eat a Senza bean to recover and challenge us again later. Now, let us hurry up and set off, 18 said, agreeing with her sentiment. 17 urged them to find a vehicle by the way. What did you get to know me? 18 asked, flipping her hair over her shoulder as she turned to Broly, who was seated beside 16 in the passenger seat. After flying north for a while, they finally spotted a pink van, with 17 at the wheel, while Broly and 16 sat in the back. Upon hearing the query regarding Android 18, Android 17's interest was piqued, and he attentively perked up his ears. Broly pondered for a moment, smiled gently, and began to speak. I am Broly from Future World. In that realm, I was drawn to Android 18, only to later discover that both of you, 17 and 18, had been utterly transformed into mere puppets devoid of self-awareness, nothing more than instruments of slaughter by Jero. So you were the one who killed us? Android 17 inquired. Not all. It was the grown-up Gohan who ultimately defeated you, Broly replied, pausing briefly before continuing. Consequently, I implored a renowned scientist to invent a time machine, enabling me to traverse into this world. Fortunately, this time, 18, you are no longer a machine of death. Therefore, I shall ensure your protection. For the first time being confessed to, Android 18 felt her cheeks flush slightly as she gazed at the tall and handsome Broly, turning away shyly, unable to meet his gaze again. Then you must perform admirably, Android 17 chuckled, teasingly. Hurry up, 17. Let's get to the city and buy some clothes. As Broly observed through the rearview mirror the blush on Android 18's face, he couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for many years, it was high time to settle down. Remaining single indefinitely seemed unreasonable, especially with such an opportunity to pursue a strong, beautiful, and devoted woman. Why not seize it? Are you saying that Android 18 was originally meant for Krillin? Does that mean my arrival allowed that little bald guy to seize his chance? Broly mused. Now that I, Broly, have arrived in this world, no one can take away the woman I desire. Android 18 is undoubtedly meant for me, he resolved within himself. Wake up! Krillin, who had been knocked unconscious, was roused by Trunks. What about the androids? Recovering his senses, Krillin remembered he was preparing to battle the androids, and sprang up, scanning his surroundings. The androids have already left with Broly. Piccolo said coldly, I need to train. Without sufficient power, I cannot do anything regardless of what transpires. With that, Piccolo turned his back and flew towards the sacred world of the Kais, contemplating the quickest way to become stronger, merging with the Supreme Kai. After Krillin, Tien, and Trunks returned to Kame House, Tien took Kairatsu and departed to resume his training. Back at Kame House, Bulma and Gohan awaited below. Upon Trunks' return, Bulma jested and then produced a photograph, asking Trunks, "Is this your time machine?" A villager found in the woods and called to inquire. "Indeed, though it's covered in moss, there's no doubt that this is my time machine," Trunks replied, but then looked puzzled. "But mine is still here." Examining the photo, Trunks was astonished and retrieved the capsule containing his time machine, which still remained inside. His expression turned grave as he muttered, "What on earth is happening?" "Well, we'll find out by going back." Bulma responded, releasing a flying car and heading towards the location of the time machine, with Trunks and Gohan following closely behind. Upon arriving at the destination, Trunks discovered that this time machine had originated from a timeline 3 years later than his own, arriving a year before his first visit. Who could it be that has come? As Trunks pondered who it might be, Gohan made a new discovery, a massive insect shell hidden behind a pile of rocks. Urgently calling Bulma and Trunks over. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Bulma retracted the time machine and hastily departed with Trunks and Gohan, an ominous feeling settling in the hearts of the three. 39th, the emergence of Cell and the new Piccolo at the sacred world of the Kais. A cold sweat trickled down the ebony-haired Buu as he obstructed the stern-faced Piccolo, who was striding towards the sacred world. "Get out here, Supreme Kai!" Piccolo shouted into the chamber. An elderly Namekian, resembling Piccolo but aged, emerged from within, leaning on a staff. "What brings you here?" Although the Supreme Kai knew he was inferior to Piccolo, he was not overly concerned that Piccolo would kill him. Despite their differing personalities, they shared a bond of life and death. "I demand that you willingly merge with me to become my strength." "That is impossible," the Supreme Kai firmly rejected. "Humph. Your existence now serves merely to protect the Dragon Balls, yet you must realize that this Earth is in dire need of power, beyond ensuring the Dragon Ball's existence. You are of no further use." T. Piccolo's words. The Supreme Kai clenched his staff tightly. Despite the harshness of Piccolo's words, he could not deny their truth. Releasing his grip, the Supreme Kai sighed. "Indeed, it seems that at some point, the gap in our strength has widened considerably. Perhaps this Earth no longer requires me as its Supreme K. T. That moment, Buu, overhearing the Supreme Kai's self-deprecation, was about to offer words of encouragement when the Supreme Kai waved his hand and continued. "The Supreme Kai and the Demon King are one. Perhaps it is time for us to merge." Surprised by the Supreme Kai's willingness, Piccolo questioned, "You don't have some ulterior motive, do you?" "No, after merging, all I can offer you is the wisdom of the Supreme Kai and the means to enhance your power." Seemingly enlightened, the Supreme Kai spoke more freely. "For years ago, a strange creature arrived on Earth, and since then, I have felt an ominous premonition. Now it seems that creature is indeed a harbinger of chaos." "What are you talking about?" Piccolo asked, his expression darkening in confusion. "After merging, you will understand." The Supreme Kai placed his hand on Piccolo, turning to Buu. "Thank you for your care over the years, Buu." With that, the Supreme Kai vanished at last. The Demon King and the Supreme Kai merged once more, and the Super Namekian Piccolo was finally complete. So there is such a monster lurking on Earth, Piccolo realized. Merged with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo's power surged once more, and through the Supreme Kai's memories, he learned of a monster the Supreme Kai had mentioned, standing at the edge of the sacred world. Piccolo gazed down at Earth, suddenly recognizing the monster from the Supreme Kai's memories. In a remote yet thriving city, a creature was ruthlessly slaughtering the inhabitants. With each victim it captured, it would stab them with the sharp tip of its tail, reducing them to mere skin in a fleeting moment. At this rate, my power will soon escalate, the green-skinned creature remarked as it continued to pierce another victim. Soon, I shall evolve into my mature form. This monster, rampaging through the city, was none other than Cell. But this iteration of Cell hailed from the future timeline. 3 years beyond Trunks' own, but in the world 3 years ahead, Cell awakened to find Trunks engaged in battle with androids 17 and 18. Observing Trunks adeptly handling the two opponents, Cell, still in his larval form, found the situation troublesome. Thus, Cell stealthily concealed himself, watching the unfolding drama. When Android 18 was struck away by Trunks, Cell realized his opportunity had arrived. As Trunks was preoccupied with Android 17, Cell absorbed the defenseless Android 18. By the time Trunks eliminated Android 17 and turned his attention to Android 18, Cell had already transformed into his mature form. Swiftly overpowering Trunks and discovering a time machine within Trunks' capsule. Temporarily regressing to his larval state, he traveled back to this world, for years prior. Now, years later, Cell had returned to his larval phase, needing only to gather energy to expedite his evolution into maturity. And once he found Android 17 to absorb, he would achieve his perfect form. Haha, it's almost time. I, Cell, shall soon transform into my mature state. He laughed, relishing the prospect. 40. Piccolo versus Cell. Oh, so you're the monster known as Cell. Well, your time has come to an end, Piccolo declared as he descended from the sacred world, landing behind Cell and surveying the devastation wrought upon the streets. Hearing such audacious words, Cell turned to face him, sneering, Piccolo, how fortunate for me. Absorbing your power should suffice. You underestimate me. Piccolo retorted, a smirk curling his lips as a tempestuous aura erupted from him. Is this truly Piccolo? Cell gasped, taken aback by the power emanating from his opponent, which felt nearly on par with his own. Come forth. Piccolo vanished from sight, reappearing beneath Cell and delivering a punch that sent him soaring. Damn it. Regaining his composure, Cell was struck again by Piccolo's follow-up attack. Yet, prepared for the onslaught, Cell quickly reacted, blocking the strikes with his arms, stabilizing himself. Don't underestimate me. Seeing Piccolo's confident demeanor, Cell accelerated his assault. Boom! Boom! The sounds of impact echoed as Piccolo and Cell clashed over 100 times. Their powers evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. The surrounding structures crumbled from the shockwaves of their battle, while the few remaining civilians fled in terror. Ultimately, Cell seized an opportunity, driving his needle into one of Piccolo's arms. Although Piccolo swiftly severed the limb, the energy within it had already been absorbed by Cell, leaving it a sickly hue. Haha, now that you lack an arm, you are no longer my match, Cell proclaimed triumphantly. Damn it, who exactly are you? Absorbing the wisdom of the Supreme Kai, Piccolo refrained from immediately regenerating his severed arm, instead adopting a guise of deception to extract information, AS in the original text. The overconfident Cell, believing he has everything under control, reveals his secrets to Piccolo. With the information in hand, Piccolo ceases to play along. Observing Piccolo's restored arm, the humiliated Cell erupts in fury. He unleashes a Kamehameha wave, intending to obliterate Piccolo in one decisive strike. Unyielding, Piccolo counters with his special beam cannon, refusing to back down. However, after their previous battle, Piccolo, having exhausted most of his energy, finds himself lacking the necessary charge time for his attack. In the ensuing clash of energy waves, Cell's Kamehameha overwhelms Piccolo's special beam cannon. Realizing he cannot withstand Cell's might, Piccolo swiftly retreats, evading the blast that devastates the ground, shrouding the area in a thick mist. When the fog finally dissipates, only a gaping pit and a pile of rubble remain, with Piccolo nowhere to be found. Infuriated, Cell laments, how could he escape? It seems I must withdraw for now. If Goku arrives, it would spell trouble. After Cell departs, a single arm emerges from the rubble, revealing that Piccolo had concealed his energy and hidden within the debris, utilizing the mist to obscure Cell's line of sight. Although he lost in battle, Piccolo's cunning clearly surpasses Cell's. I must inform Goku and the others about this, he resolves. With that, he first heads to Dr. Gero's lab, obliterating the experiments on Cell's embryos and the computers in the basement before proceeding to the lookout to rally everyone. Meanwhile, in the distance, Broly and his companions sense two powerful energy signatures. That energy is astonishing, remarks Android 18. It's impossible for anything to surpass our readings. The energy detector must be malfunctioning. 17 replies with a chuckle. Observing 17's arrogance, Broly remains silent, gazing into the distance, contemplating, is it Cell? If he dares to target 18, he will regret ever coming to this world. Looking at 18, Broly reassures her, rest assured, no matter what happens. I will protect you. With strength similar to mine, you say you will protect me. 18 responds with a hint of blush, her tone tinged with pride. Along their journey, Broly engages in friendly sparring with 17 and 18, enhancing his own strength by applying gravity to himself, whether in his base form or as a Super Saiyan. Through their companionship, Broly learns more about 16, 17, and 18. He discovers that 16 enjoys silence and nature, while 17 has a fondness for small animals. Although 18's personality is somewhat assertive, Broly often perceives her as gentle. The four of them together forge a bond of friendship, and 18 begins to develop a fondness for Broly, hinting that a deeper connection could blossom with the right opportunity. That on a picturesque little island, Broly, 17, and 18 sit on the cliffside by the sea, fishing with rods in hand. Why haven't I caught a single fish yet? Broly grumbles, irritated by the bait that has been stolen yet again. Ha. Broly, you're hopeless, 17 boasts, having just caught a large fish. If I can't catch any, I'll just blow a few up, Broly retorts, go further away. You scare the fish off, 18 admonishes, waving a hand at him. Feeling rejected, Broly flies to a distant area near another island, where his bad mood prompts him to unleash his explosive energy orbs carelessly. As the energy spheres detonate, the once calm sea becomes tumultuous, sending a towering column of water skyward. Once the chaos subsides, the surface reveals numerous dazed fish floating. After selecting a few large ones, Broly takes them back with him. Wait a moment, there was a powerful energy fluctuation here just now. Where did it go? Broly ponders as he departs. Shortly thereafter, Cell arrives at the location where Broly had been fishing. After allowing Piccolo to escape, Cell, who had previously wreaked havoc in the city, now intends to lay low and gather strength on the nearby islands, having amassed sufficient energy to transform into his perfect form. Cell opts to maintain his larval state to deceive others. Let's see what I can find around here, he says, concealing his energy as he flies toward the neighboring islands to scout. That was so filling, Broly exclaims, patting his satisfied belly as he reclines on the grass. How can a Saiyan eat so much? How do you support yourself? 18 inquires, eyeing the pile of fish bones beside him. Not a problem. I am quite wealthy, and I have household robots to buy groceries and cook. All I need to do is train, Broly replies, glancing at 18's beauty. Would you like to come see my home? It's quite spacious. Don't get ahead of yourself, 18 retorts, her cheeks flushed. If I go, I might never come back. Broly merely chuckles, not arguing with her. What was that? 17 remarks, noticing a twig snap nearby, his gaze sharpening as he scans the dense foliage. How unfortunate. I got too excited and was discovered. A bug-like creature emerges from the trees. Upon seeing Cell's larval form, 17 grimaces. How repulsive. I wouldn't want to dirty my hands by killing you. Ha. I came specifically to find you. 17, Cell exclaims, internally exhilarated to confront him. As for 16 and 18, as well as Broly, whose energy is currently concealed, Cell pays them no mind. I am the ultimate being, the artificial human Cell, created by Dr. Gero. He extends a hand, inviting, come, merge with me. 17 don't make me laugh. Merging with a hideous creature like you is worse than death, 17 retorts angrily. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. Cell replies, cracking his neck as he focuses intently on 17. You're no match for him. Let me handle this, 16 interjects, his scanners assessing Cell. No need. I'll deal with him myself, 17 insists, soaring to another island. Cell, smirking at 17's arrogance, follows suit that I'll keep an eye on things, 16 declares, uneasily trailing behind. Let us explore over there, Broly suggests to 18, deciding not to intervene as they observe 16 pursue Cell. In Broly's perception, the larval Cell stands no chance against 16, and should 17 encounter danger, he trusts that 16 will come to his aid. This is foolish. He thinks he can challenge me alone. Even together, you are no match for me. Cell muses as he lands, eyeing 17, who has assumed a battle stance. Let us see what you've got. With a powerful push, 17 launches himself forward like lightning. Executing a flying kick, Cell raises his right arm to block, bending slightly under the impact, then retaliates with a glowing left fist aimed at 17.17 narrowly dodges, but a few strands of his hair are singed off. And he quickly performs a backflip to gain distance. Through this initial exchange, 17 realizes that Cell is not easily defeated and begins to take the fight more seriously. He gathers energy orbs in his hands, relentlessly launching them at Cell, an infinite energy android. 17 can continuously fire energy blasts without issue. Useless, Cell declares, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy spheres while steadily advancing towards 17, but after witnessing his attacks fail. 17 redirects one blast to the surrounding grass, creating a cloud of dust that obscures Cell's vision. Seizing the opportunity, 17 swiftly charges in from behind. However, the form that should have been larval now transforms into a towering figure. As Cell seizes this moment to assume his perfect form, surprised, 17 presses on with his assault, undeterred by Cell's transformation. Yet the power of Cell in his mature state far exceeds 17's capabilities. With a swift sidestep, Cell delivers a devastating blow to the back of 17's neck, rendering him unconscious. Despite being an artificial human, 17 remains fundamentally human, albeit stronger than ordinary individuals. With limitless energy, Cell gazes at the unconscious 17. His body trembles with excitement, and he eagerly unfurls the needle at the end of his tail, preparing to envelop 17 within IT long last. Having regained his composure, Cell gazed upon the relentlessly attacking Android 16, only to discover that the blows inflicted by 16 were utterly inconsequential to him. Unable to contain his amusement, he erupted into laughter, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Frustrated by the futility of his efforts, 16 ceased his assault and retreated to a distance, fixating his unwavering gaze upon Cell. Cell's formidable presence surged forth. Broly and the Z-Fighters inevitably sensed the overwhelming power. Goku and Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, exchanged astonished glances, while Gohan found himself rendered speechless by the sheer intensity. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta wore a devilish grin and soared toward the source of Cell's burgeoning energy. After a year of rigorous training, Vegeta's strength had skyrocketed, and despite Cell's terrifying aura, he felt compelled to confront him. Meanwhile, Krillin, clutching a new energy neutralizer crafted by Bulma, trembled at the sensation, yet pressed on toward Cell. Driven by Piccolo's assurance that the androids were in that direction, it appeared that the situation was spiraling out of control. Broly rubbed his chin, wearing a perplexed expression, noting that Cell's power was on par with his own, which he found intriguing. Don't get it twisted. My comparison refers to Super Broly, not legendary Super Broly. Android 18, let's assess the situation, shall we? You must have sensed it too, IS-17, all right. Android 18, equally aware of Cell's formidable energy. Voice or concern? Fear not. Judging by this aura, 17 has likely been absorbed by Cell. Observing 18's anxious demeanor, Broly chuckled and reassured her. It's all fine if it's a brief duration. We can still save him. Trust me. Besides, we have the Dragon Balls. If all else fails, we can just make a wish, so I'm not worried at all. Android 16, I have now achieved my perfect form, becoming the strongest being in existence. What say you? Will you not join me? Cell extended an invitation to 16, believing that with his overwhelming power, he would require a subordinate or two to assist with trivial matters, being a creation of Dr. Gero himself. Android 16 was the optimal choice. Should 18 be inclined, Cell would not object. Impossible. Surely you recognize the chasm that separates our strengths. 16's refusal left Cell perplexed. as a fellow creation of Dr. Gero, would it not be advantageous to join me in ruling the world and perhaps the universe? I could never ally myself with a monster such as you. 16's love for life was unwavering, and having seen through Cell's true nature, he resolutely declined. Then it appears there is no alternative. With a regretful sigh, Cell suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind 16 in an instant in an abrupt motion. 16 staggered as if struck with immense force, collapsing to the ground. The truth was that Cell's speed was so overwhelming that even the fully robotic 16 could not discern his movements. It took several moments for his body to register the multiple strikes the power of perfect Cell. Raising his head from the ground, 16 maintained his usual impassive expression, yet his body bore the marks of deep fist imprints. Truly terrifying, Cell remarked as he approached the fallen 16. Looking down upon him, I too find it quite alarming that I had not anticipated that I could bring you down with merely a few blows. And I have yet to unleash my full strength. However, this must come to an end. A sphere of energy began to coalesce in Cell's hand, preparing to deliver the final blow to 16. Suddenly, Cell leapt backward as a green energy blast struck the ground where he had stood moments before, sending 16 hurtling backward into Broly's arms. Are you all right, 16? 18, arriving just in time, looked at the battered 16 with concern. You all need to leave. That creature has absorbed 17. We are no match for him, 16 urgently implored, urging 18 to flee with Broly. It's alright, 16. He is not my equal, Broly stated as he gently laid 16 on the ground and stepped forward to confront Cell. Now I shall deal with him, but you intend to take me on? Cell chuckled at Broly's audacious declaration. Saiyans are indeed a boastful lot. Goku, Vegeta, and now you, this unknown Saiyan, all share this trait. Is it boastfulness or confidence? Allow your body to experience the difference, Vegeta's voice echoed from above. Upon hearing Cell's arrogant remarks, he interjected, and Cell skidded backward, carving deep furrows into the earth, while Vegeta maintained a flying kick stance. Landing on solid ground, Vegeta turned to Broly and declared, Once I have vanquished Cell, I shall demonstrate the might of the Saiyan Prince to you. Vegeta, is it? Cell regarded the man who had just repelled him. This is the perfect opportunity to test my complete power, he mused. With a slight spread of his wings, Cell ascended into the air. Observing Cell's retreat, Vegeta's smile grew brighter. That fool seems to have surpassed Super Saiyan. Yet he has yet to attain Super Saiyan 2. He remains no match for Cell. Watching Vegeta, Broly refrained from dissuading him, confident that Trunks would follow suit, and Vegeta was not in any danger. Who goes there? Broly suddenly sensed an approaching presence and hurled an energy blast toward a nearby rock. The rock erupted, sending a bald figure crashing to the ground. It's me. It's me. Broly, the figure exclaimed, alarmed by the energy gathering in Broly's hands. Krillin, what brings you here? Broly inquired, noticing a remote control device on the ground, his eyes narrowing as Piccolo swiftly snatched it up. The energy neutralizer. 18 gasped, staring incredulously at the remote in Broly's hands, then turning angrily to Krillin. How did you come by this control device? This, Krillin stammered, unable to articulate a response. Broly, without hesitation, crushed the remote in his grasp. What are you doing, Broly? Krillin protested. Point 18 is my woman. If you wish to target her, you must first contend with me. Broly crossed his arms, looking down imperiously at the diminutive Krillin, upon hearing Broly's declaration. 18 did not refute him, but instead displayed a hint of shyness. Come, 18. Let us return to my home. With 16 slung over his shoulder, he took 18's hand and soared toward his estate. Krillin, unable to intervene, gritted his teeth and flew toward the direction of Vegeta's battle. Elsewhere, Vegeta launched an offensive against Cell, yet the latter appeared remarkably unfazed, having trained extensively in the time chamber. Cell effortlessly deflected every blow with his arms, offering no counterattacks. Are you underestimating me? Vegeta felt a surge of humiliation, relentlessly firing energy blasts towards Cell. Boom! 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 Cell made no effort to defend himself, allowing the attacks to rain upon him, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke and flames. Vegeta plunged into the haze, only to find Cell grinning, igniting a furious blaze within him in an instant, a massive energy burst radiated from Vegeta, dispersing the smoke as his golden aura illuminated the battlefield. The earth trembled beneath the weight of his power, fissures cracking the ground. With a powerful punch, Vegeta struck at Cell, who finally retaliated. Having gauged the agility and defense of perfect Cell, Vegeta was now prepared to test his strength. With a slight shift of his body, Cell evaded Vegeta's strike and countered with a rapid punch to Vegeta's abdomen, but Vegeta's body was sent crashing through several mountains before he finally stabilized in midair. However, just as he sought Cell's whereabouts, darkness enveloped his vision, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting downward. Father, Trunks, who had been following closely behind, rushed to catch Vegeta as he fell. For someone of his level, I had expected more. Cell scoffed, observing the father-son duo. Trunks, instructing the newly arrived Krillin to take Vegeta to safety, transformed to confront Cell in contrast to Vegeta. Trunks' transformation resulted in a more muscular physique, though it came at the cost of speed. After a series of fierce exchanges, Cell realized that while he was indeed outmatched in strength, his speed allowed him to evade Trunks' powerful strikes with ease, seizing opportunities to deliver punishing counterattacks. Soon enough, after enduring multiple heavy blows, Trunks reverted to his base form, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Following 2 encounters, Cell's energy remained unchanged, signifying that neither Vegeta nor Trunks had inflicted any damage upon him. You may now cease to exist, Cell declared, unleashing a colossal energy blast toward Trunks. As the energy sphere approached, Trunks instinctively raised his hands in defense, fully aware that he could not withstand the attack. How pitiable, Trunks, Cell remarked as the energy sphere struck the ocean, generating no explosion, yet instantly vaporizing the surrounding waters. Observing Trunks' astonished expression, Broly offered an apologetic smile and remarked, "My apologies for arriving late," having utilized a spatial transfer technique. Broly returned to his villa with Android 16 and 18 after ensuring their comfort. He resolved to confront Cell personally, for the present iteration of Cell proved to be a formidable adversary. Should he miss this opportunity, the next thrilling encounter might only arise with the emergence of Majin Buu. Furthermore, with Android 16 in need of Bulma's assistance due to his injuries, Broly believed that aiding Trunks would likely prompt Bulma's willingness to help as well. However, upon arriving at the battlefield, Broly discovered Trunks in grave danger and acted without hesitation. In the Heavenly Temple, Piccolo observed the clash between Trunks and Cell. Initially brimming with confidence, he believed Trunks could vanquish Cell. For in Piccolo's perception, Trunks' energy had surpassed that of Cell. Yet, the unfolding narrative diverged significantly from Piccolo's expectations. Trunks, who had initially held his ground, soon found himself powerless to retaliate. Witnessing Cell's lethal strike intercepted by Broly, Piccolo wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had previously struggled to comprehend Broly's actions, the decision to intervene on Trunks' behalf indicated that Broly was not an enemy. After relaying Trunks' precarious situation to Bulma, she too exhaled in relief. Another nonchalant Cell remarked, "It's fine. Let them all come. It seems you truly need to witness my prowess." Noticing Cell's provocative demeanor, Broly resolved to teach him a lesson. "You should leave now. Trunks, your presence will only hinder the ensuing battle." "Understood," Trunks replied, promptly soaring into the distance. Cell made no effort to impede him, for the Earth was limited in size. If Trunks could escape today, he would not elude tomorrow. "Now, let me witness your capabilities." Gazing upon Broly, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Cell sensed an aura that rivaled his own, causing his expression to shift to one of seriousness. The two adversaries stood poised in the sky, their energies fluctuating. Cell emanated a golden aura akin to that of a Super Saiyan, while Broly radiated a mesmerizing gold-green energy. In the next instant, both vanished from sight and collided with one another. In the heavens, Broly's fist struck Cell's face, simultaneously meeting with a punch from Cell. With an unspoken understanding, they both withdrew, taking a step back. Cell launched another attack, and as Broly blocked with his left hand, he retaliated fiercely with his right. Smack! Cell grasped Broly's right hand, while Broly seized Cell's left punch, their fists and palms intertwined, exerting tremendous energy against one another. The clash of their powers caused the waters below to surge violently, darkening the sky, while flashes of lightning illuminated the atmosphere. Suddenly, Cell yanked Broly forward, slamming his head against Broly's, sending him flying. Broly performed a mid-air flip and, with renewed speed, charged back. Cell was struck directly, blood streaming from his nose as he staggered backward, only to wipe it away and launch a relentless assault on Broly. Fists, palms, feet, legs, and even heads became instruments of their fierce conflict. In mere minutes, both bore the marks of each other's blows, the battle reaching an extraordinary intensity. Suddenly, Cell feigned a retreat, then clasped his hands together, gathering energy. Observing Cell's posture, Broly understood his intentions and conjured two terrifying energy spheres at his chest, merging them into one before unleashing it. Kamehameha Wave. Titan Energy Cannon. The two colossal energies collided, resulting in a violent explosion that released a plume of white smoke. Both Cell and Broly maintained their stances, evenly matched. Shall we conclude this for today? Cell proposed, seemingly perceiving Broly's uncertainty. He continued, "In 7 days, I shall prepare a tournament arena on a nearby island for the World Martial Arts Tournament, where we shall determine the victor." Broly understood Cell's intent clearly. He aimed to harness the strength of Goku and others to enhance his own power before attempting to defeat him. Presently, Cell lacked the absolute confidence to conquer Broly. Moreover, Broly was intrigued to see Cell's expression when confronted with the insurmountable force of a transcendent Broly. "What is your name?" Cell inquired, feeling the need to remember the name of one who could challenge him. With a wave of his hand, Broly elegantly inscribed his name in the air, then, reverting to his normal form, he immediately teleported back to his villa, anticipating that soon there would be a new mistress in the household. Remaining in place, Cell's demeanor darkened as he watched Broly depart, only to reveal a sly smile. In truth, Cell had only exerted 70% of his strength during their encounter, so he felt no trepidation regarding the proposed duel. Unbeknownst to him, Broly, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, instinctively suppressed his strength with gravitational pressure, thus not revealing his full potential, and even retained an additional layer of transformation. Cell's inevitable downfall had been predetermined from the outset. In the Heavenly Temple, Goku had already taken Goten and Gohan inside to train. Piccolo and Ten, having witnessed the skirmish between Cell and Broly, finally sighed in relief, reassured that there existed someone on Earth capable of contending with Cell. Yet a weight lingered in their hearts. Broly walked the line between good and evil, and trust remained a precarious matter. "Now that Goku has emerged, it seems I too must enter," Piccolo murmured, eyeing the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of frustration each time his power surged. He was thwarted from showcasing his might, fueling an insatiable thirst for strength within him. In the villa, Broly did not teleport directly inside, but instead appeared at the doorstep, retrieving his keys from a small pocket to unlock the door. Having finished her shower, Android 18 awaited his return in the living room, and upon hearing the key turn in the lock, she approached to greet him. As Broly pushed the door open, 18 warmly welcomed him home. A sensation akin to a wife receiving her husband enveloped Broly's thoughts. If only 18 would suggest whether to shower first or have a meal, or perhaps indulge in his affections, Broly mused, his heart swelling. "Ah, I'm back," he said, his expression shifting to one of playful mischief. 18, unable to resist, playfully pinched his waist. Feeling the sudden twinge of pain, Broly grasped her hand. "So soft," he remarked, unable to resist the urge to squeeze. Noticing Broly's unwillingness to let go while shamelessly taking liberties, 18's expression turned frosty as she icily queried, "How long do you intend to hold on?" "For an eternity," Broly replied, gazing deeply into her eyes. With a blush, 18 retaliated with a firm fist to Broly's abdomen. Although he felt no pain, he feigned injury and staggered backward down the stairs. "Humph." 18 triumphantly turned away, sipping her tea slowly, refusing to look at Broly. Broly settled onto the sofa, silently observing 18. What became of 17? Is there hope for him? Concern for her brother prompted 18 to speak first. "Why do you care for him more than me?" Broly feigned hurt. "No, that is not it. 18 clarified, 17 is my twin brother. Naturally, I worry for him So 17 is your brother, Broly teased that you're so eager to explain. It seems you do care for me after all. 18 huffed, turning her head away in silence. Broly chuckled softly, moving to sit beside her. Wrapping her in his embrace, 18 feigned a struggle, but eventually leaned into his arms. Yay! Broly cheered inwardly, maintaining a fa-ade of calm as he remarked. I had a brief encounter with Cell. I now understand his strength. In 7 days, I will return 17 to you, whole and unharmed. 18 nodded, placing her trust in Broly. After all, he was the man she had chosen. And how could she doubt the promises he made? After holding 18 for a moment, Broly inquired, how is 16 faring? With a sigh, 18 replied, 16 has sustained considerable damage. Only a skilled scientist can assist him. Leave it to me. I shall trouble Bulma once more. After planting a gentle kiss on 18's cheek, Broly teleported to 16's side, then brought him to Bulma's residence, leaving 18 blushing in his wake. Upon arriving, Broly encountered Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father, who, after scanning 16's data, promptly called Bulma to return for assistance. After learning that repairs would take some time, Broly exchanged a few words with 16 before teleporting back home. With such a beautiful flower at home, why venture outside? Doesn't the fragrance of home appeal? Upon returning home, Broly beheld Android 18 seated regally upon the sofa, savoring a cup of red tea. Noticing Broly's swift return, she set her tea aside and gestured towards the ground, where a keyboard and a large durian lay. Which one would he choose? The sight of his beloved and the melodious sound of her voice should have doubled his joy. Yet he found himself devoid of that blissful feeling in a moment of determination to invigorate his marital bond. Broly resolutely approached and enveloped Android 18 in a deep kiss, caught off guard by the sudden embrace. She initially resisted, but soon found herself yielding to the moment. Meanwhile, after concluding his battle with Broly, Cell made his way to the central television tower in North City. What is your business here? Do you have an appointment? Are you not aware that unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering? A towering security guard confronted Cell, rudely obstructing his path, while onlookers watched with amusement from a distance. Observing the insignificant creature pushing against him, Cell casually waved his hand, causing the man's body to cleave in two at the waist. Pathetic, he remarked before striding into the tower, leaving the crowd too terrified to intervene. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, the onlookers finally reacted. Some screamed while others hastily called for the police and an ambulance. Whether the police or armed forces arrived outside, Cell remained unconcerned. Once inside, he inquired amiably and soon located the station manager. Faced with Cell's threats, the manager had no choice but to arrange for a live broadcast. Good afternoon, Earthlings, Cell began unexpectedly, greeting everyone before proclaiming, in 7 days, the greatest martial arts tournament will be held on the largest island to the east of North City. Welcoming all warriors of Earth, should I emerge victorious, I shall eradicate all of humanity. With that, the camera shifted to Cell, unleashing a laser beam from his fingertips, which blasted a gaping hole through the tower's wall and struck a mountain, shattering it into rubble. Initially, viewers believed Cell to be deranged for wagering the lives of humanity, realizing the enormity of the task ahead. However, as Cell displayed his astonishing destructive power, panic began to spread. Drivers froze in shock at the sight on their screens, leading to numerous traffic accidents throughout the city. After delivering his declaration, Cell soared through the tower's breach, intent on constructing the arena. Below, police and armed forces, waiting with weapons drawn, were equally astonished by Cell's display of power, but mistakenly assumed he wielded advanced laser weaponry. Yet upon witnessing his flight, they finally succumbed to fear. He can fly. It's a monster. A monster! Faced with such an ignorant yet formidable being, people inevitably felt dread, and even the police were not exempt in the heavenly temple. Piccolo kept a vigilant watch on Cell's movements. He witnessed Cell gamble with the lives of humanity. Piccolo clenched his fists. What troubles you, Piccolo? Tien Shinhan inquired, noting Piccolo's grim demeanor. After a moment, Piccolo shook his head and replied, No, he hasn't caused any destruction yet. Tien sighed in relief, only to hear Piccolo's foreboding words about the tournament Cell intended to hold in 7 days. wagering the lives of all humanity. What? Trunks exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. This is intolerable. Goku will surely defeat Cell. And besides, Broly will undoubtedly intervene. Trunks stated confidently, glancing at the hyperbolic time chamber where they had been training for nearly a day. Vegeta, who had remained silent, was displeased by his son's admiration for Kakarot and scoffed in irritation. It was no surprise that Trunks idolized Goku. In his timeline, future Bulma often spoke of Goku's remarkable strength, while she rarely mentioned Vegeta. Having spent some time in this world, Trunks had not formed a favorable impression of Vegeta's demeanor, although he had sensed an unspoken affection from him during their training sessions. Unbeknownst to many, Cell's audacity in challenging all warriors was sheer arrogance. Recently entwined with Android 18, Broly reclined on the bed, observing Cell's arrogant declaration on television. Previously, Cell had accused Goku and Vegeta of arrogance, granting their enemies opportunities to grow stronger. It now appeared that Cell was no different. After all, with Saiyan cells coursing through his veins, it was no wonder Cell felt invincible in his perfect form. He must have some confidence, Broly mused. You must be cautious, Android 18 advised, her cheeks flushed with concern. Rest assured, having faced him before, even if Cell has grown stronger, he is still no match for me. In 7 days, I will not only vanquish Cell, but also ensure that 17 returns to you safely. Broly spoke, his hand roamed over Android 18's form. Once we rescue 17 and wish away the explosives within you, we shall hold a wedding, he proposed. Suddenly, with a playful grip on her, he added, besides, you already know how formidable I am, right? Delighted by the prospect of a wedding, Android 18 felt a surge of happiness. After all, what woman would not wish to celebrate such an occasion with her beloved? With a playful glint in her eye, she pressed down on Broly and teased, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. A fierce battle was about to commence. Since Cell's announcement at the television tower, he had chosen the largest island among his numerous domains to host the tournament, constructing an arena from stone and earth. It should be time for them to arrive, he mused, arms crossed and eyes closed in anticipation of Goku and Broly's arrival. Suddenly, a luxurious SUV came to a halt near the arena, from which emerged a camera crew and a burly man cloaked in a white cape, his beard thick and imposing. This man ascended the arena and pointed at Cell, declaring, Cell, it shall be I, the champion of this world, Mr. Satan, who will vanquish you. The host eagerly extolled Satan's accolades, sensing a potent energy approaching. Cell opened his eyes just as Goku and his companions descended upon the arena. What on earth is happening? The host asked, astonished, turning to Satan. It's merely an illusion, Satan replied, sweat beading on his forehead. Observing the comical antics of Satan and his entourage, Cell interjected, Who shall step forth first? I shall, Satan proclaimed, shedding his cloak and stepping forward to challenge Cell. Goku, intending to prevent Satan from making a fool of himself, hesitated as he noticed Satan's defiance and the host's ridicule. Everyone has arrived. Broly suddenly appeared beside Goku, sensing the energy emanating from Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. That you've grown significantly stronger, Gohan, Broly remarked, a smile gracing his face. Having trained Gohan in the future timeline, he was eager to see how powerful the young warrior had become. Excellent. Broly has also arrived, Krillin exclaimed in relief. Broly, you were right. The form beyond Super Saiyan truly exists. Goku exclaimed, glancing at Gohan before addressing Broly. Indeed, with a heart set on becoming stronger, you too can achieve it. Broly smiled knowingly, aware of the potential Goku spoke of. He had already begun to touch the barrier that separated him from the legendary transformation. Is it true that the legendary Saiyan is not an ordinary warrior? The transformation process is notably more arduous, requiring one to attain the Super Saiyan transformation before reaching Super Saiyan 2. It appears the farce has concluded. Who shall face Cell first? Broly inquired, observing as Satan and his disciple were swiftly defeated and tossed from the arena. I shall. Goku leaped onto the stage, with Goku's ascent. Cell finally relaxed his arms. Goku, you finally arrived. Of course. How could I miss this? Though I may not be your equal, I shall fight with all my might. Goku's expression grew serious, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Adopting a combat stance. "It seems you possess some self-awareness, unlike certain fools," Cell remarked, glancing at the bumbling Satan below. "Now, unleash your full strength. I yearn to battle that intriguing individual." Understanding Cell's reference to Broly, Goku wasted no time and unleashed 2 energy blasts towards Cell. "Useless," Cell countered, swatting the blast aside before swiftly turning to intercept Goku's surprise attack from behind, launching into a fierce counterattack from the very onset. Both fighters unleashed their full might. Each time Sun Wukong struck Salu with a powerful blow, he would receive an equally devastating counterattack in return. The 2 warriors paid no heed to their own injuries, engaging in a strategy of trading blows, which ultimately proved disadvantageous for Sun Wukong. From the beginning until now, he had endured far more assaults than Salu. The Kamehameha wave, sent skyward by Salu's kick, ignited a fierce determination in Sun Wukong. Steadying himself in midair, he began to gather energy for a Kamehameha of his own. "No, Wukong. If you do this, the earth will be destroyed," Krillin shouted, unable to contain his alarm at Sun Wukong's seemingly reckless demeanor. Salu, standing on the arena, wore a smile that betrayed his disbelief that Sun Wukong could unleash such a devastating attack. "What?" The moment Sun Wukong vanished in a thin air, Salu was momentarily taken aback. When he reappeared, he was crouched right in front of Salu, and in the blink of an eye, a blue flash enveloped Salu's upper body, rendering it non-existent. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong struggled to maintain his stance. One hand braced against the ground as he surveyed Salu's lower half. Like a worm writhing, Salu's lower body began to heal rapidly. Within seconds, his upper body had also restored itself, albeit with a noticeable drop in his energy levels. It was clear that Sun Wukong's unexpected strike had significantly impacted Salu. As Salu regained his composure, his face twisted in fury. In an instant, he appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky, followed by a relentless barrage that brought Sun Wukong crashing down to the ground, creating a massive crater in the arena. Sun Wukong lay within it, coughing up blood, his eyes barely opened. "I concede," he managed to utter, followed by a cough. Salu, witnessing Sun Wukong's admission of defeat, kicked him off the stage. Krillin rushed to catch him, swiftly placing a senzu bean into Sun Wukong's mouth. Upon consuming the bean, Sun Wukong sprang back to his feet as if nothing had happened. "Krillin, give me a senzu bean," Broly requested, mindful of his dwindling supply. "Are you saving it for your upcoming fight with Salu?" Krillin assumed, only to be taken aback when Broly tossed the bean directly to Salu. "What are you doing, Broly?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta and Sun Wukong understood Broly's reasoning behind this action, with Sun Wukong explaining that Broly simply wished not to take advantage of Salu. "Indeed, defeating our enemies at their peak is the hallmark of our Saiyan lineage." Salu reflexively caught the bean, looking at Broly with disdain. "Are you suggesting that I wouldn't take this opportunity? How foolish of you. I will show no mercy." With that, Salu swallowed the senzu bean, an even more formidable energy radiating from him, showcasing the Saiyan cell's extraordinary resilience. Broly leaped onto the stage, declaring, "No need for that." This is where the fun truly begins. As Broly transformed into his Super Saiyan form, he refrained from applying gravity to himself, emanating an aura even stronger than Salu's. Recognizing the imminent threat, Salu initiated the attack with a powerful kick aimed at Broly's face. Broly grinned, effortlessly evading the strike and countering with a swift kick that landed squarely on Salu's face. Broly taunted, nonchalantly flicking his thumb across his nose and beckoning Salu forward. "Curse you." Salu retaliated with a flurry of rapid strikes. Both Broly and Salu, well-versed in martial arts, exhibited mastery over their strength. Avoiding the climatic displays seen in their earlier skirmishes, their exchanges unfolded at a pace too swift for the naked eye to comprehend, with even the strongest warriors like Sun Wukong unable to discern their movements. Broly crossed his arms and struck Salu down, who barely managed to brace himself with both hands and feet, preventing his body from sinking into the ground. The force of their clash sent tremors through the arena, cracking its surface. Frustrated, Salu glared up at the levitating Broly, feeling both anger and confusion. Every opponent who had faced Broly before had wondered why. Despite initial parity or advantage, they eventually found themselves overwhelmed. Yet, no answers would come to Salu. He simply wanted to annihilate Broly. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Salu gathered energy at his waist, shouting towards Broly, who hovered above. "Take this! Bring it on!" Broly stood his ground, activating a luminous shield in anticipation of Salu's assault. A massive blue energy wave surged towards Broly. "What is that?" The now conscious Mr. Satan, hiding nearby, was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the energy wave. He, being the strongest among ordinary humans, had awakened first while others remained unconscious. "Are you saying Krillin is the strongest among ordinary folks? That's no ordinary human. That's a super earthling." Krillin and the others anxiously watched as Broly was engulfed by the Kamehameha wave. Gradually, as the energy dissipated, Broly remained upright in midair. However, his expression revealed that he had indeed sustained injuries. Salu's concentrated strike had not been underestimated. Despite Broly's advantage, he could not disregard Salu's full-strength attack. "Ha! Look at Broly, radiating heat. Let us see how you handle this," Salu sneered. "Time to test out my move." Broly, retaliating with his Titan energy cannon, launched a green beam towards Salu, realizing the impending danger. Salu swiftly erected the strongest barrier he could summon. Just as the energy wave was about to make contact, it vanished into a spatial distortion, only to re-emerge behind Salu. "Aya!" Salu cried out, losing half of his body once more. "What an incredible technique!" Piccolo marveled at the unexpected maneuver. "I wonder if my instant transmission could achieve something similar," Sun Wukong pondered, observing the unfolding scene. "This is it. Salu is finished," Trunks exclaimed excitedly as Salu began to regenerate his body. Broly refrained from pressing the advantage. He understood that if Salu were defeated, Android 17 would be lost as well. "What's wrong, Salu? Is this all you've got?" Broly taunted, relishing the sight of Salu's dismal expression. "If you concede, I'll 1T strike again. How does that sound?" "Ha!" Salu laughed maniacally, struggling to maintain his composure. "You think I would concede to such feeble power? Who do you think you're dealing with?" "Very well, then I shall hold nothing back. After witnessing this power, you will willingly embrace your demise," Broly declared. "Nanny," as Salu attempted to utter more, Broly transformed into his ultra form, unleashing a terrifying energy that sent Salu staggering back. Realizing the staggering difference in power, Salu's body trembled in fear. "Impossible!" he roared, clenching his fists as he charged forward. "I have seen through your movements." Broly's calm voice echoed in Salu's ears, and the next moment, excruciating pain surged through Salu's abdomen as he staggered backward, clutching his stomach, fighting the urge to vomit. Finally, unable to suppress it any longer, Salu expelled Android 17 from within himself. Seizing the opportunity, Broly retrieved a long cloth from a pocket dimension to wrap 17 and tossed him to Krillin below, instructing, "Keep an eye on my little brother, don't worry. This version of 17 and 18 aren't as malevolent as you think." Sensing Krillin's hesitation, Broly reassured him of his connection to the androids, implying that as friends, he would assist them. "All right then, what a good person you are, Broly," Krillin thought. If only he knew he had inadvertently taken away his destined partner, he would likely have confronted Broly in anger. Now, without the entirety of his form, Salu had regressed to his semi-perfect state. Recognizing his diminished power, he realized he was no longer a match for Broly, nor even Vegeta. In his frustration, Salu struck the ground with fury. "Why am I the weakest link?" Vegeta lamented sarcastically. Damn it, Salu bellowed, unable to accept his fate. No amount of shouting could change the outcome that awaited him. Broly simply rolled his eyes and blew a puff of air. Ha! Suddenly, Salu erupted into maniacal laughter. Broly understood his intention, self-destruction, that if you don't self-destruct, how can you kill Sun Wukong? Without dying, how would you learn in the afterlife, if you don't go to the afterlife? How could Sun Wukong ever achieve Super Saiyan 3? If I cannot return to my perfect form, then let us die together. Panic surged through the ranks. He intends to self-destruct. Quickly, stop him. Warriors began to gather energy for a combined attack to eliminate Salu. I advise you to refrain from attacking, or you will face immediate annihilation. Salu continued, his body swelling ominously. You have 30 seconds. Pray for your lives. That moment. Sun Wukong stepped forward, placing a hand on Salu's form while positioning his other hand in a focused gesture against his forehead. Turning to Gohan, he said, "I'm sorry, Gohan, but I cannot return with you this time. Please take care of your mother." Subsequently, gazing at Broly, I remarked, "Broly, you truly possess immense strength that I will leave the rest of my father." Goku and the others farewell. In the next moment, Son Goku vanished from Earth with a nearly exploding cell on that day. The North Kaishan star faced yet another calamity. What was initially a delightful day, a leisurely drive under the sun, turned into chaos as Goku arrived, bringing with him a high-energy bomb that left me reeling, with the planet itself obliterated. How long will it take to restore this? From the North Kaishan's diary. Dad, with a heart-wrenching cry, golden lightning flickered around Son Gohan as he transformed, finally becoming Super Saiyan 2. Oh, has he finally broken through? Broly mused, observing the lightning enveloping Gohan. What? What is this? Trunks inquired in astonishment. Is this Super Saiyan 2? I never anticipated Kakarot-san would surpass me. Vegeta, initially perplexed, suddenly grasped the truth behind Broly's earlier words, realizing that this was indeed a state that transcended Super Saiyan. Broly, it is your fault that my father perished. Son Gohan vanished from sight, delivering a direct blow to Broly's face. Caught off guard, Broly's head merely turned slightly before he regained his composure. Slap. Tearful, Gohan relentlessly struck Broly with all his might. "Gohan, stop! You cannot blame Broly!" Piccolo shouted in a frantic plea, but Gohan, consumed by grief and rage, could not hear reason. Although the power boost was equal, the disparity in base strength was too great. This would serve as a valuable lesson. Despite being a different version of Gohan from another timeline, it mattered little since he was still my pupil. Without mercy, I delivered a heavy blow to the back of Gohan's neck. Whoosh! Gohan's defiance dissipated as he collapsed into Piccolo's arms. Unconscious that is he not dead yet? Broly turned his gaze towards the rocky shadows, suddenly uttering words that left the Z fighters in shock. "Humph, so you've discovered me." The complete form of Cell reemerged, rather than being killed by the self-destruction. He had been pushed to the brink of death, only to come back stronger, having even mastered Goku's instant transmission. Now, Cell was more powerful than ever before, confident in reclaiming his dominance. Cell appeared in the sky, gazing down at Broly and the others, declaring, "This time, I will eliminate you all without delay." He unleashed an all-consuming Kamehameha wave capable of penetrating Earth itself. "Now, taste my new technique." This time, there was no room for evasion. We had to confront it head-on, or else Earth would be destroyed. While Broly could survive, 18 likely could not, and thus, Broly's fury ignited. Broly's right hand gathered a sphere of Titan energy, compressed to its utmost limit, and hurled it towards Cell's oncoming energy wave. The emerald sphere expanded as it soared, meeting Cell's Kamehameha head dash. As the sphere drew closer, Cell attempted to halt its advance with his hand, only to find himself ensnared, unable to break free as it engulfed him entirely. With a firm grip, Broly unleashed the inner power of the sphere, causing Cell's body to shatter and disappear, while the energy ball gradually diminished until it vanished completely. 50, it's over. Just like that. No explosion, no new casualties. Thus ended the swift and merciless return of Cell. "We won," Krillin exclaimed, leaping with joy as Cell disappeared. "Wonderful, Dad." Trunks finally revealed a smile, the demise of Cell dispelling the sorrow of Goku's departure. "Next, let's head to the Heavenly Temple and wish for Goku's revival," Krillin suggested. It turned out that after the fusion of the Kais, the Dragon Balls had turned to stone. Later, Goku, having returned from the other world, sought out Dandy on Namek to become Earth's new Kai. With his exceptional lineage, Dandy not only restored the dragon, but also elevated the wishes to 2 soon after the Dragon Balls were restored. Goku gathered the scattered orbs from around the world and entrusted them to Popo at the Heavenly Temple. Now that Cell was dead and the crisis of the androids had ended, it was time to resurrect the innocents slain by Cell. Broly, accompanied by the newly awakened Android 17, joined Piccolo and the others at the Heavenly Temple. "Come forth, dragon, grant my wish," Piccolo intoned, reciting the incantation to the gathered Dragon Balls. Reflecting on the last time he had seen the dragon, which was the Namekian dragon summoned his timeline. Broly mused, Earth's dragon is far more impressive. That Namekian Purunga looks quite grotesque. Dragon, please resurrect the Earthlings slain by the androids. The dragon's eyes gleamed with life, responding, of course, everyone except Goku has been revived. Why not Goku? Krillin voiced his confusion at that moment. Goku's voice echoed through the North Kaishin. Everyone, do not revive me just yet. I will meditate in the afterlife for a while before returning. Truly, Goku, Krillin remarked, patting his head, I shall make the second wish. Broly stepped forward, addressing Piccolo and the others. If you wish, Broly, what is your desire? Piccolo inquired, equally curious about Broly's intentions. Dragon, please remove the bombs from Android 17 and 18. Though 18 had never mentioned it, Broly believed that this would bring her joy. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the Dragon Balls transformed into shooting stars, scattering across the world. Now everyone, next month I shall marry. You are all invited, Broly announced to Piccolo and the others. You are getting married? Is it to 18? Did I not mention it before? 17 is my brother-in-law. Hence 18 must naturally be my wife. Observing the bewildered expressions of the others, Broly remarked with a hint of irritation. Having said that, he departed the heavenly temple with the equally bemused yet unperturbed Android 17. Teleporting back home. Welcome back, Broly 17. Long time no see, 18. As the siblings reunited, Broly drained a glass of water, parched after such an extensive battle. Broly, I sense the bomb inside me is gone. Did you wish to have it removed? Indeed, that's correct, Broly replied. Surprise, isn't it? And there's another surprise. Next month, we shall wed. Marriage, how delightful. Even the typically composed 18 could not contain her excitement. Although Broly had previously pledged to marry her, she had not anticipated it to happen so soon. Oh dear, I suppose I must hasten to find my own place. Otherwise, it would be rude to intrude upon you. 17 jested. A month swiftly passed, during which Satan became a globally recognized figure, primarily due to his seizing of Broly's glory. After all, while Broly fought Cell, the camera crew had fallen unconscious. Once Cell was vanquished, the Z fighters departed, leaving only Satan and his entourage. Upon awakening, the film crew, believing Satan's claims, declared to the world that he had defeated Cell. Unbeknownst to them, the truth was that the real heroes were Broly and Goku, but for the sake of fame, they let Satan bask in the glory. Honor Satan for saving the world. The king named a newly established city after him. Satan City, now a thriving metropolis, flourished rapidly, primarily due to its illustrious resident. Satan, a year had passed since the battle with Cell, and the populace had long forgotten the dread instilled by the androids in Cell, descending into a state of complacency. Today, Satan City is bustling with excitement, as the world's wealthiest individual and the greatest hero simultaneously extend an invitation to all martial artists globally. Indeed, the illustrious tycoon Duo has invested a fortune to celebrate his beloved son's birthday by hosting a new edition of the tournament of the world's best martial artists. Participants who succeed in advancing through the ranks will have the prestigious opportunity to duel against 4 so-called extraterrestrial beings summoned by Duo, with the ultimate victor earning the honor of challenging Satan himself. Furthermore, the champion will be rewarded with a grand prize of 100 million yuan and a chance to embark on a journey around the world. To this end, Duo has lavishly constructed a unique martial arts arena on an island, which, apart from its vast expanse, is equipped with various mechanisms that rigorously test the martial artist's diverse abilities. The announcement of a new tournament of the world's best martial artists has been fervently broadcasted by numerous television stations, telegrams, and newspapers, propelling it into the spotlight as a global sensation. Welcome, challengers, to the tournament of the world's best martial artists. I, Satan, the world's savior, am here. At this moment, number 18 switched off the television and remarked to Broly, This Satan has quite a nerve, stealing your glory to claim the title of the world's savior. Well, it doesn't matter, Broly replied, resting his head on the now prominent belly of number 18. And after all, we lack for nothing. Once we gain fame, reporters will intrude upon our lives. This is much better. As Broly pressed his ear against 18's belly, though he could comprehend nothing, he still felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. It's still early. You can't hear anything yet. Gazing at her belly, which had grown for several months, and witnessing Broly's tender demeanor, number 18's face broke into a loving smile. Broly held her close, savoring the beauty of the moment in silence. After a while, number 18 turned to Broly and said, "Broly, you should participate in the tournament of the world's best martial artists." Seeing the confusion on Broly's face, number 18 continued, "The winner can receive a prize of 100 million yuan. While we aren't in need of money, one should never turn down a financial windfall, especially since my husband is the strongest in the universe." Flushing with modesty from the compliment, Broly scratched his nose and patted his chest. Promising, "Leave it to me," that on Turtle Island, Krillin, having watched the coverage of the martial arts tournament on television, set out towards the tournament island, driven by the allure of prize money and honor. Gohan's home. "Gohan, are you ready?" Chi-Chi had already prepared everything for him. "That I'm ready," Gohan exclaimed, donning his martial arts uniform and rushing out of the house. Clad in his martial arts garb, Gohan could scarcely believe it. With Goku's demise, Chi-Chi wished to steer Gohan away from following in Goku's footsteps. Hoping he would become a scholar instead, she had diligently encouraged him to study, and now Gohan had become an academic achiever. However, regrettably, his training had waned in pursuit of knowledge. "Mom, can I really participate?" "Of course. Not only must you compete, but you must also strive for victory. This will secure funding for your studies, especially since we might have a younger sibling soon." Indeed, Chi-Chi was also pregnant, meaning she would only be able to follow the event through the television. "Well then, I'm off." Confirming Chi-Chi's intentions, Gohan soared towards the venue of the martial arts tournament, alongside Gohan and Krillin. Other Z fighters had also arrived. Trunks had eradicated the evil androids at 17 and 18 in the future and was called by Bulma to register. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan hoped to encounter interesting opponents for a good contest. Thus, with various motives, all Z fighters except for Goku and Vegeta had gathered. The new edition of the tournament of the world's best martial artists drew the attention of everyone across the globe. For the sake of prize money and glory, countless martial artists flocked to the island situated in the heart of the ocean. This moment, the audience stands were filled to capacity, while others were already engaged in preliminary matches across 4 distinct arenas. The preliminary rounds were chaotic affairs, where any means were permissible, as long as one could throw their opponent off the stage and remain standing until the designated time. Victory was assured. These fighters are rather weak. Broly mused, observing an audacious challenger making provocative gestures towards him. With a swift motion, he sent the individual tumbling off the stage with a single slap that Broly's effortless display of power instilled trepidation among the onlookers. As 4 similarly appearing individuals exchanged glances and began to encircle him. "Fools, they dared to confront Broly," Krillin muttered, witnessing the group's ill-fated approach. As the 4 surrounded Broly, he closed his eyes, completely unfazed. "How infuriating!" one of them exclaimed, launching a punch at Broly. Without moving a muscle, Broly merely shifted slightly to evade the blow. Let us attack together. The 4 of them unleashed a flurry of rapid punches at Broly. But despite their utmost efforts, they failed to even graze his clothing. Gradually, their speed diminished as they stood panting, staring at Broly, who remained serene with his eyes still shut. "Finished. Then you may leave." With that, Broly released a fraction of his power, sending all the martial artists on the stage flying off. The announcer, witnessing the spectacle as participants were blown away like leaves in the wind, stood in shock. Microphone in hand, declaring, "Broly has advanced past the preliminaries." On the other stages, Piccolo expressed his disappointment at the lackluster competition and exited, while Krillin effortlessly progressed through his round. Trunks faced off against Tien Shinhan and, out of respect, transformed into a Super Saiyan to quickly secure victory. Gohan, though having neglected his training, was still recognized as one of the strongest on Earth and breezed through the preliminaries that a few other Earthlings with commendable strength remained. While Satan, upon witnessing Trunks and Tien's match, was left in utter disbelief and concocted an excuse of feeling unwell to seclude himself in his room. After the preliminaries, the final rounds commenced, arriving in a new type of flying vehicle. Sponsored by the tournament, the competitors found themselves in an ancient city, the ultimate battleground where they would face the 4 invited warriors from the galaxy. These so-called warriors were originally Satan's disciples. masquerading in designer outfits, but unfortunately encountered genuine malevolent beings from the galaxy. Thus, Satan's four disciples found themselves in grave peril, while the true galactic warriors lay in ambush on the ancient battlefield. Is this truly my opponent? Broly marveled, gazing at a striking lady before him. With her long hair and aquamarine skin, she was a beauty named Zanja. Meanwhile, Trunks, Krillin, and Gohan also encountered various adversaries. Excellent, excellent, a bit quicker now. Yes, just like that, Broly teased, skillfully dodging Zanja's onslaught. You scoundrel! Zanja exclaimed, infuriated that despite her relentless attacks, she had yet to land a single hit on Broly, who was renowned throughout the galaxy. Her power was akin to that of Super Saiyan at the second level. And even in his Super Saiyan form, Broly could effortlessly overpower Vegeta, let alone Zanja. The disparity in strength was vast, yet Broly couldn't resist teasing the charming young lady. Don't stop. Keep going. Enjoy yourself. Oh, how long do you wish to play? Broly? Number 18's voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield, causing Broly to break into a cold sweat as he glanced around. Seeing nothing but a small camera filming from a distance, there's no need to search. Everything you've done has been recorded. Prepare for a reckoning when you return home that, oh no, I've been caught flirting with a beautiful girl. What to do? I need help, fast, in an attempt to prove his loyalty. He felt compelled to treat Zanja with a bit of roughness. Before she could react, Broly vanished and delivered a punch to Zanja's chest, resulting in an explosive blast that obliterated her from existence. Though the act was malevolent, Broly felt a pang of remorse for having eliminated a beautiful maiden. Well, let's check on the others. As the revival rounds commenced, only 6 participants remained, each riding in flying cars as they entered the battlefield, accompanied by a tracking camera. The remaining contenders in the ancient ruins were only the Z fighters and Broly, as the others had already perished. The footage of these fighters' deaths was transmitted back to the island's viewing platform, inciting panic among the audience, who began to chant, "Satan! Satan!" Meanwhile, Satan trembled in his room, watching the footage and contemplating, how can I possibly confront these monsters? Yet I cannot avoid it either. Aware of the dire consequences of his fear, he steadied himself, concealed hard boards within his clothing, and propelled by the crowd's cries, made his way to the battlefield. The tournament organizers recognized the severe issues arising from the revival rounds, which posed a threat to the contestants' lives. In an effort to allow the remaining fighters a final chance to communicate with their families, they connected the communication functions of all cameras to the contestants' family phones, hoping that the fighters could hear their loved ones' voices in their final moments. This is precisely why Broly suddenly heard the voice of Android 18. Had he known how much she truly cared, he would not have squandered his time. Such is the nature of the Saiyans. Utterly vulnerable indeed. Bojack, observing Vegeta sprawled on the ground, scoffed derisively, declaring that this so-called Super Saiyan was hardly impressive. The other 3 minions of Bojack joined him in mocking laughter. Suddenly, Broly's voice echoed from a distance. Drawing nearer, "Yoshi, Yoshi, the farce must come to an end. Your wife is angry, so wrap this up and return home to appease her." As Broly soared onto the battlefield, he beheld Trunks, Ten, and Krillin already prone on the ground, with even Piccolo and Vegeta rushing in to assist. Even Gohan had let his guard down, his energy nearly depleted, leaving him collapsed on the floor. "Another one comes to meet his demise," remarked a tall man wielding a sword. "I'll take care of him. A mere second will suffice." Another muscular man charged at Broly with great speed. With a resounding smash, Broly's fist pulverized the muscle-bound foe, the overwhelming force knocking the camera that had been tracking him off its perch, rendering it inoperative. "What did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that." Broly nonchalantly glanced at the others, adding, "But never mind, you won't have the opportunity to speak again." "What?" Everyone attacked together. A cosmic being clad in attire reminiscent of a ninja flung thread-like objects toward Broly, while another swung a sword towards his head. With a swift motion, Broly caught the blade's tip between 2 fingers, effortlessly snapping the threads that ensnared him. 1 punch later, and the 2 assailants followed in the footsteps of their fallen comrade. "Who exactly are you?" Bojack, drenched in cold sweat at the sight of his subordinates, so easily dispatched, stared at Broly in trepidation. "I am but an ordinary member of the scorned warrior race, known as the Saiyans." Broly replied with a grin, his demeanor calm. Now, I must be on my way. I have no time to play do not underestimate me, for I am. But before he could finish, a searing pain struck him. Bojack looked down at his chest, now pierced, and coughed up blood, muttering before his body erupted into fragments. After administering a Senza bean to each Z fighter, Broly, without waiting for their words, surged with energy and flew homeward. After all, there was another battle to be fought there. And as for the tournament, nothing was more significant than Android 18, was it? Satan, that fortunate fellow, had just arrived at the scene of the battle when Broly's powerful wind from dispatching the muscle man shattered the accompanying camera. The area was devoid of cameras, meaning that any events that unfolded would remain unknown to the outside world. The Z fighters, reflecting on the incident, deemed their training insufficient. After consuming the Senza beans, they departed the battlefield, leaving Satan as the sole survivor. With all ordinary competitors vanquished and Broly and the Z fighters long gone, the championship of this tournament ultimately fell into Satan's hands, who once again appropriated the credit for Broly's flawless elimination of the Galactic Warriors. Thus, Satan's reputation in the world was once again elevated. The latest edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded in a rather flamboyant manner. 4 years had elapsed since Broly's marriage, during which the Z fighters underwent profound transformations in the basement. Broly diligently honed his martial arts skills, although the formidable Broly often preferred to crush his enemies with sheer strength. The advantages of technique manifested when facing opponents of comparable or lesser power. Back on Metamo, despite being weaker than Broly, Kakarot had managed to hold him at bay through sheer skill. Learning from that experience, Broly now placed greater emphasis on technique during his training sessions. Though he had yet to encounter anyone vastly superior, the future remained uncertain. While Broly was engrossed in his training, the basement door creaked open slightly, and a shadow darted out, lunging at him. With a swift movement, Broly caught the shadow, revealing it to be a 3-year-old child. Truly, one could say that the offspring of a Saiyan is remarkable, possessing such extraordinary speed and strength at such a tender age. "Daddy, Mommy wants you to come upstairs," said the child, who was none other than Broly and Android 18's son, born 3 years prior. Despite his youth, the child's appearance reflected both Broly and Android 18, hinting at a handsome future. "Understood. I'll take a quick shower and head up. Rice, let us resume our training after a few days of rest." Broly set Rice down and made his way to the bathroom in the basement to wash up. Rice, carrying the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, possessed exceptional talent, and more importantly, he was keen on training, suggesting that his parents were anything but ordinary. "Oh, I can train again," Rice cheered joyously in the basement. Since their last sparring session, where Broly had accidentally struck Rice too hard and broken a bone, 18 had paused his training for a few days. Although the Senza beans had healed him swiftly, 18 was understandably protective. Broly, however, thought little of it. Compared to Chi-Chi, 18 was quite reasonable. After finishing his shower, Broly embraced 18, who rested her head on his shoulder. "Broly, let us go to the city tomorrow to shop for some clothes," she suggested. Upon hearing this, Broly broke into a cold sweat. "What? Not willing to go? If you don't want to, that's fine." Her tone remained calm, but perhaps loosening her grip around Broly's waist would have been more persuasive. "How can I not want to go? Accompanying my wife is of utmost importance, and I can buy some toys for Rice as well." Broly quickly acquiesced. Seeing Broly's compliance, 18 released him, wrapping her arms around his waist as she gazed at the lively Rice in the distance, a smile of happiness gracing her face. Early the next morning, 18 pulled Broly and Rice from their slumber. The reluctant father and son, after a brief wash-up, boarded their newly developed flying car and set off for the city. Though Broly's villa was not far from the city, it was still situated in the suburbs, necessitating transportation. Despite their ability to fly, it was more prudent to travel by vehicle, adhering to the norms of earthly life. Upon arriving in the city, Broly's sole responsibility was to carry the bags. As one could say, all women seemed to have a companion when shopping. Even the mightiest Saiyan found himself utterly fatigued after 3 hours of shopping. Not from physical exertion, but from mental strain at that moment, Broly yearned to fly home and dive back into his training. Yet he had no choice. He couldn't neglect his wife and child. As Broly sat on a public bench to rest, he heard a woman's shriek emanating from a jewelry store. Remembering that 18 had taken Rice there to buy jewels, he stood up to investigate. The area was already surrounded by police, where a robber brandished a shotgun, holding hostages while demanding that the jewelry staff fill a bag with gems. "Hey, lady, put down that diamond," shouted one robber, furious to see 18 donning a beautiful gemstone necklace she had taken from the staff. "Then die." The robber, seeing 18's defiance, fired his weapon. With a swift motion, 18 caught all the bullets in her hand, not even glancing at the robber, whose face was now filled with terror. "Rice, leave this to me." Understanding his mother's intent, Rice finally could not contain himself and dashed out with a grin. "Ah, it hurts. Help." The robbers had no idea what had just happened. Rice had seemingly vanished before their eyes, only to be met with a sudden onslaught. One was embedded in the wall, another hurled out of a window and crashed onto a police car, while several others lost consciousness, as for the one who had fired the shot. His head was smashed into the wall. "Well done," 18 praised, affectionately ruffling Rice's hair. By the time Broly arrived, the police had already taken the robbers away, and 18 had settled the bill, preparing to head home. "Ah, finally, it's over." Back at home, Broly lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Lost in thought. 18, "I wish to discuss something with you," Broly said, sitting up and propping his head with one hand, gazing gently at her. "What is it?" 18 replied, casually selecting clothes from the wardrobe. "I wish to return to the future, to the time period from which I came." Upon hearing this, 18 pressed Broly back onto the bed, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. "You wish to leave us?" Realizing his words had been poorly chosen, Broly hastily clarified, "You misunderstand. I merely wish to see how my time period is faring and will return afterward." Reassured by Broly's explanation, 18 relaxed, resting her head on his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Broly gazed tenderly at her, one arm encircling her waist while the other gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Rest assured, I merely harbor a tinge of concern, hence my desire to return and take a glance. After all, my heart is tethered here. How could I possibly leave without a trace? Wouldn't you agree?" Broly gently kissed Android 18 on the forehead and remarked, "Humph, as if I could forget any former flames." "Ha, there won't be any. Having you in my life is more than enough," he continued, understanding what Android 18 wished to hear. With a smile, Broly leaned in to kiss her, for love is best expressed through action. It has been many years since Broly arrived in this primary world, perhaps around 7. Time has flown by swiftly. He had come to this realm with nothing. Yet now he is blessed with a wife and child, living a life of great comfort. Indeed, it is so comfortable that Broly nearly forgot that Majin Buu would soon arrive on Earth. It is said that heroes often falter in the presence of beauty. Yet while accompanying Android 18, Broly did not neglect his training, albeit with less fervor than before. Nevertheless, he had long since surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Achieving a power increase of 300 times in his base form, which is 200 times greater than the average Super Saiyan 2 and 100 times less than Super Saiyan 3. His base power had grown formidable, reaching a staggering 1 billion AS time. Flows differently in the future world. Broly resolved to visit that realm to ascertain whether Majin Buu had made his appearance. If he had, Broly intended to confront him in battle, seeking to break through his current limits. The following day, Broly retrieved the time machine that Bulma had returned to him and confirmed that there was sufficient energy for his round trip. "I shall prepare to depart," he said, observing Android 18's reluctant expression, "that I will return swiftly. It will not be long. Be careful on your journey," she replied. Like that moment, Riels leapt into Broly's arms, looking up at his father and asking, "Daddy, can I go with you?" "No, Riels, get down this instant." Android 18 swiftly denied Riel's request, pulling him away from Broly. With a dejected expression, Riels looked up at Broly, who patted his head and said, "There may be dangers this time, so perhaps another occasion." Android 18 considered advising against the dangers, but ultimately refrained, knowing her husband's nature. As his wife, she could only support him from behind. "Well then, I shall take my leave. I shall await your return," she replied. Broly entered the cockpit, where the settings remained unchanged, ensuring he could return to the world he had come from 7 years prior. The time machine ascended slowly into the sky, and suddenly it vanished in a flash. "Mom, Do you think Dad will be all right? Riels tugged at Android 18's sleeve, expressing his concerns. Fear not, my dear. Your father's the strongest in the world. Nothing can challenge him, Android 18 reassured him, stroking Riel's head. Now, let us go inside, and I will teach you to train while we await your father's return. Okay, Riels exclaimed as he hurried inside with Android 18. Meanwhile, Broly's time machine descended into a desolate mountain region. After securing the time machine, Broly soared towards West City. It appeared that, following the defeat of the androids, the world had recovered remarkably quickly. As he passed through the nearby cities, witnessing the resurgence of towering buildings, Broly couldn't help but reflect. How curious. I've flown over so many cities yet encountered not a single soul. Initially moved by the revival of the urban landscape, Broly's curiosity morphed into suspicion upon realizing the absence of people. It seemed there was a dire situation at hand. He decided to seek out Gohan's energy to discern the circumstances. With a grave expression, Broly closed his eyes and extended his senses outward, such potent and malevolent energy. Feeling an ominous and violent aura, Broly opened his eyes, gazing towards the north, in addition to that overwhelming malevolence. He sensed two other significant presences, likely Gohan and Trunks. Broly activated his space transfer technique, vanishing from Sight Point 56. The formidable Majin Buu should be right here, Broly thought as he instantaneously reappeared above a deserted city. The source of the sinister energy. Sensing no other life forms, it seemed the inhabitants had been annihilated. Without hesitation, Broly hurled a small energy sphere towards the city below. In an instant, a massive mushroom cloud erupted above the city, reducing it to rubble. The sound of cascading debris echoed as, before Broly, a torrent of pink sludge began to coalesce. Moments later, a figure with pink skin, clad in white trousers and sporting long antennae, materialized before him. Broly recognized him immediately as Majin Buu, specifically in his larger form. It appeared this world had encountered a grave calamity. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Broly's brow. In the timeline of the Great Turtles, Majin Buu had not yet been released by Babidi and had been vanquished by the Great Turtles. Broly had assumed that with Gohan and Trunks safeguarding this timeline, Buu's emergence would be unlikely. However, it seemed his prior concerns had manifested into reality. Suddenly, the appendage atop Majin Buu's head emitted a pink beam directed at Broly, exclaiming, "Become candy." Not good. Broly instinctively activated his space transfer technique. Phew, that was close. He reappeared behind Majin Buu, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. As he turned, Majin Buu reflexively spun around, only to be met with a powerful punch to the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Broly, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, crackled with white lightning, exuding a grass-green aura. His hair stood on end, his energy consumption exceeding that of his previous form, yet comparable to the standard Super Saiyan. This was his inaugural transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and his control over the power was not yet refined. He hoped for patience from his opponent. Broly initiated his assault on Majin Buu. With a grin, Majin Buu rose from the ground, his lips curling into a smile before lunging at Broly. The two titans exchanged blows, their fists colliding with equal ferocity. After a moment, they quickly distanced themselves, and Broly began launching energy blasts at Majin Buu. Majin Buu conjured a shield before barreling through the energy blasts, the smoke obscuring his figure, yet Broly remained vigilant, sensing no diminishment in Buu's power. A pink beam sliced through the smoke, and Broly, encased in green energy, deflected the beam away. Suddenly, Majin Buu appeared above him, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Broly raised his arms to shield himself, but was struck down, the ground beneath him cracking as he landed. The impact left his arms tingling. Although his opponent was significantly stronger, this only ignited Broly's fervor. He vanished from his position, reappearing before Majin Buu, crossing his arms and delivering a powerful uppercut to Buu's chin, followed by a sweeping kick as Buu was propelled backward. Majin Buu quickly regained his composure, blocking Broly's kick with one arm while grasping his leg with the other, spinning him around before flinging him into the ground. Broly, sent crashing into the earth, erupted with energy, shaking off the debris as a barrage of pink energy blasts hurled towards him. But I am no pushover. Broly surged forward, enveloped in a radiant green shield, charging headlong into the oncoming onslaught of energy blasts. The two figures collided in the sky, their battle tearing through cities and mountains, leaving devastation in their wake. A mountain on one island was obliterated, creating a circular crater, and it was none other than Broly himself who emerged from it. Despite his ever-increasing strength during the fight, Broly found himself struggling against the odds. This battle was exhilarating. Since his training began, few opponents had pushed him to his limits. He had initially underestimated Majin Buu in this timeline, but as the battle progressed, he realized the vast difference in their powers. Emerging from the crater, he wiped the blood from his lips, aware that he was nearing his limits. He needed to execute one final attack before retreating, lest he be absorbed and lose everything. Titan Energy Cannon. Broly concentrated his remaining energy into a final, overwhelming blast aimed at Majin Buu. After this strike, he would have to make his escape. The pink energy wave emitted from Buu's mouth collided with Broly's green energy cannon, and the clash reverberated through the air. Not good. Suddenly, Majin Buu intensified his onslaught, the pink energy wave directly suppressing the green energy cannon. Despite Broly exerting every ounce of his strength, the energy wave relentlessly advanced toward him. With no other option, he had to retreat. That Broly's form vanished, leaving behind the Titan energy cannon, which was obliterated by the pink energy wave, crashing down upon the island. The pink fissures spread across the entire land. And in the next moment, the island erupted into a spectacular explosion, disappearing without a trace a few hundred kilometers away. On a small island, Broly reappeared, collapsing onto the ground. Struggling, he retrieved a Senza bean from a pocket dimension and consumed it. As the bean took effect, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body. Soon, all his previous injuries had healed. Broly stretched his waist, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this truly Majin Buu?" Even Kid Buu wasn't this terrifying. Though Broly was uncertain of Kid Buu's full strength, he had previously estimated it that Broly's normal battle power was nearly double that of Vegeta's, and even with Vegeta's potential growth over the next 3 years, he would not surpass Broly. Similarly, when Goku returned from the afterlife, he too would be on par with Broly, possessing only the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. This implied that Broly's Super Saiyan 2 strength should be comparable to Goku's Super Saiyan 3. However, after his recent encounter with Majin Buu, Broly sensed that the latter had not revealed his full power, leaving him utterly perplexed. According to Broly's calculations, Kid Buu should be around that level. But what on earth was this Majin Buu? Broly pondered. Could it be that I am a false Super Saiyan? Regardless, he decided to investigate further. With a sense of confusion, Broly activated his spatial transfer technique towards the direction of the two immense energy signatures he had sensed earlier. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gohan and Trunks were training in the gravity chamber when Gohan suddenly detected a familiar aura. What a powerful energy! Trunks also recognized it. That S-Master Broly's energy. He has returned. Gohan's tone became animated. In the 7 years since Broly's departure, Trunks had grown to 10 years old, having been rigorously trained by Gohan, and was now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gohan had progressed even further and could now effortlessly transform into Super Saiyan 2. It was noteworthy that even Vegeta in the main timeline had not achieved Super Saiyan 2 on his own over 7 years, needing Babbidi's assistance to break through. This underscored Gohan's exceptional martial talent. After a long absence, Broly suddenly materialized before Gohan and Trunks, gazing at the duo. "Master Broly, it's been a while." Gohan greeted him respectfully. "Uncle Broly, did you just battle with Majin Buu?" Trunks inquired politely. Realizing they had both sensed the intense battle, Broly recounted the experience, raising his own questions about Majin Buu's overwhelming strength. Upon hearing that Broly had lost, Gohan's expression dimmed. Noticing Broly's gaze upon him, Gohan steeled himself and recounted the events in detail. After Gohan had effortlessly defeated the Cell Jr. after diligent training, he had continued to train Trunks. One day, Babidi arrived on Earth with the Demon King Dabura and 2 powerful henchmen. Gohan wanted to test Trunks, who could now transform into a Super Saiyan. In face to Gul'a, while Trunks battled the other two, although Trunks was strong in his Super Saiyan form, he became overly confident, which Babidi exploited to seize Trunks' powers. To protect Trunks, Gohan had to retreat. The Fat Buu, having absorbed Gul'a and Babidi, was then drawn to Earth by the sweets created by humans. Over time, the Fat Buu split, giving rise to the Slender Buu, who defeated and absorbed the Fat Buu, transforming into the current formidable form. But how could he have become so powerful? Broly questioned, still struggling to comprehend the source of Majin Buu's strength. Gohan continued, "Interestingly, I also had a brief encounter with this new Majin Buu. Although I lost, his energy wasn't nearly as formidable then. Afterward, they had taken refuge in the underground base established by Bulma, following the android saga. Originally, they intended to wait until Trunks matured to confront him using the fusion technique. But now that Master Broly had returned, Gohan felt a flicker of hope. Understanding Gohan's intentions, Broly gently declined the notion of fusion, as it would entail sharing memories, and there were certain matters he preferred to keep private. It seemed the only way to uncover the truth behind Majin Buu's transformation would be to consult the gods. After pondering, Broly voiced a question that left Gohan and Trunks puzzled. The gods? Indeed, the Supreme Kai, Broly replied, looking around at, I presume you are observing us. Supreme Kai, I in the Supreme Kai realm, a diminutive figure with a punk white hairstyle, purple skin, adorned with patera earrings, was seated, observing Broly and the others through a crystal ball. I never expected anyone could perceive our presence, remarked Shin, the Supreme Kai. May I request an audience with them, Supreme Kai? Asked his tall, white-haired attendant, Kibito. Of course, since we've been discovered, it's prudent to make their acquaintance. Especially since Majin Buu's emergence was a result of our negligence, and we may require that Saiyan's power in the future. Let us proceed, Kibito. The two figures appeared before Broly and the others. The Supreme Kai stepped forward, introducing himself. I am Shin, the Supreme Kai, and this is my attendant Kibito. Supreme Kai, are you aware of Majin Buu's situation? Broly inquired directly, hoping to uncover the reasons behind Majin Buu's extraordinary strength. Rest assured, I will disclose everything I know. It was revealed that since Babidi's arrival on Earth, Shin had been monitoring him. However, the presence of Gul'a had stymied his actions, as the Supreme Kai was not particularly adept in combat. When he observed Gohan overpowering Gul'a, he had contemplated enlisting Gohan's assistance, but ultimately refrained when Babidi utilized Trunks' Super Saiyan powers to release Majin Buu. Thereafter, the Fat Buu became enamored with Earth's delicacies. Yet, as the most malevolent entity in the universe, the evil essence within him gradually grew stronger, ultimately birthing the Slender Buu. After absorbing the Fat Buu, he transformed into the formidable Majin Buu, gaining immense power. Perhaps due to the absorption of the Fat Buu, Majin Buu developed a fondness for Earth cuisine, refraining from destroying cities and merely absorbing ordinary humans. However, as time passed, he realized that absorbing ordinary humans yielded little power. Turning his gaze toward the cosmos, one day, Majin Buu teleported to the afterlife, devouring all souls present, including Goku, who had been deceased for many years. At that time, Goku fought Majin Buu in his Super Saiyan 3 form. But Buu had already absorbed a significant portion of the afterlife's strongest warriors, exhausting Goku's energy. Thus, after draining the remaining unreborn warriors from the afterlife, Majin Buu's strength surged, yet he retained his original appearance, seemingly unchanged. While searching the universe for high-energy life forms, Majin Buu recalled Gohan, who had once battled him, and returned to Earth. However, instead of encountering Gohan, he faced Broly, whose power astonished Majin Buu, leading him to toy with Broly in battle. Unfortunately, Broly's spatial transfer technique allowed him to escape, so this Majin Buu has amassed the powers of all the universe's strongest beings. Gohan, filled with despair, gazed at the Supreme Kai with shattered hope. Indeed, replied Shin, lowering his head in shame, unable to meet Gohan's eyes, acknowledging his own failing that had led to the current predicament. Now it makes sense why this Majin Buu is overwhelmingly powerful. After hearing the Supreme Kai's explanation, Broly's confusion finally cleared. With the collective strength of all the Afterlife's warriors now within Majin Buu, his power could be likened to 3 Super Saiyan 3 Gokus, while Broly was merely equivalent to one. The disparity in strength was immense, explaining why Broly could not overpower Majin Buu despite his escalating battle power. It appeared that to defeat Majin Buu, Broly would need to once again transcend into Super Saiyan 3. Master Broly, Gohan placed his last hope in Broly, not wishing to see the boy succumb to despair. Broly, donning a confident smile, reassured him, "Fear not, we have not yet reached the point of hopelessness." As the Supreme Kai observed Broly's unwavering confidence, he eagerly inquired, "Mr. Broly, do you possess a method to defeat Majin Buu?" Broly replied, "Not yet, but I believe that a few days of training in a particular location will provide me with the assurance I need." "What place?" Both Gohan and the Supreme Kai expressed their curiosity, intrigued by the prospect of a location that could rapidly enhance one's strength. "The hyperbolic time chamber within the sacred world of the Kais," Broly revealed. Previously, the androids merely destroyed the Chaos Tower, yet the sacred world, hidden and floating in the sky, remains intact. Time flows differently there. One day outside equates to an entire year within. Furthermore, Broly can train there for several days, as he possesses the ability to break through space should he find himself unable to exit through the conventional means. "Master Broly, is the hyperbolic time chamber truly as extraordinary as rumored?" Gohan, flying alongside Broly, found it difficult to fathom its legendary status. In this world, Gohan remained oblivious to the existence of such a place, having grown up without his father, Goku. Of course, we shall remain until we achieve our breakthroughs, Broly assured him. With a resounding thud, they landed at the sacred world. "Incredible. I never expected that the seemingly spinning island in the distance would be floating in the sky," Gohan exclaimed, astonished as he stepped onto the ground. "All right, let's proceed," Broly urged as they approached the temple. Broly had previously peered into the hyperbolic time chamber, but had not stayed long. While the potential for rapid strength gain was enticing, he deemed the solitude excessively stifling. However, he recognized that without a thorough training regimen, encountering Majin Buu again might render even escape a formidable challenge. Upon entering, Broly began to explain the chamber's features to Gohan. "Gohan, sustenance and water are generated within the chamber daily. Though the taste may be subpar, it suffices for nourishment. Over there is a washroom and a resting area, which we likely won't need, but I thought it prudent to mention. Beyond the grand doors lay the training ground, a vast expanse of white, boundless and disorienting. Those of weak will and scattered focus were prone to hallucinations in such an environment. Moreover, the gravity within the chamber was 10 times that of Earth, the air thin and stifling, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and -40. How do you feel? Can you adapt, Gohan?" Broly inquired. "Yes, Master, I can manage. What should we focus on for our training?" Gohan responded. "Saiyans thrive on combat to enhance their strength swiftly." Broly began, but before he could finish, he launched a punch at Gohan. With a reflexive motion, Gohan intercepted the blow. "I see. Then I shall not hold back," he declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan and sending Broly hurtling back with a powerful strike. Gohan, as Broly's sparring partner, understood that only in his transformed state could he provide the necessary challenge. In his base form, Broly was no match for Gohan's Super Saiyan might, yet his technique surpassed Gohan's. After countless exchanges, Broly found himself heavily injured from a series of relentless blows. Even in his weakened state, he continued to fight until he could endure no longer, at which point he retrieved a Senza bean from a small space and consumed it. Glancing at his remaining beans, approximately 20, he calculated that they would suffice for 10 near-death battles while reserving a few for emergencies. With his strength rejuvenated, Broly re-engaged Gohan in combat. Meanwhile, in the Kai realm, the Supreme Kai and his attendant, Jebbit, were in conversation. "Supreme Kai, do we truly place our faith in that human?" Jebbit asked respectfully, pouring a cup of tea. "Yes, I have faith in that Saiyan," the Supreme Kai replied, sipping his tea while gazing into the distance, as if explaining his thoughts to Jebbit and himself alike. When faced with the gathering of the universe's might within Majin Buu, I did not see fear in his eyes, but rather an indomitable fighting spirit. A fighting spirit? That seems implausible. Who would wish to engage in battle with a creature like Majin Buu? Jebbit exclaimed, incredulous. Initially, I too thought I was mistaken, but I soon realized that the fiery light in his eyes had never dimmed. I understood then that this man was sincere. The Supreme Kai continued that, of course, we must also prepare ourselves. What can we truly do? We are utterly outmatched, Jebbet lamented, feeling the weight of his inadequacy as a servant of the Supreme Kai. We possess a last resort, the divine sealing wave, the technique employed by the Grand Supreme Kai to seal Majin Buu previously. But, Supreme Kai, you will be sacrificing your life, Jebbet exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his decorum as he grasped the Supreme Kai's shoulder. His voice tinged with desperation. Fear not, Jebbet. Should it come to that, you shall succeed me. Although you are my attendant, you are qualified to become the next Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai reassured calmly, displaying an unsettling tranquility in the face of potential sacrifice. This is my command, Jebbet. Yes, Supreme Kai, Jebbet acquiesced, tears brimming in his eyes as he knelt before the Supreme Kai in reverence. Though the Supreme Kai could not intervene in the affairs of mortals, he could not bear to stand idly by as disaster befell them. With the demise of the Grand Supreme Kai, only the Eastern Supreme Kai remained, bearing the weight of responsibility, should Broly falter in battle. He resolved to seal Majin Buu once more, even at the cost of his own life. Oh, not worry. This is merely a contingency plan, Jebbet, he comforted, placing a hand on Jebbet's shoulder. The Supreme Kai gazed skyward, seemingly able to see Broly and the others training within the hyperbolic time chamber. In the vast, wide expanse of the chamber, there were no cardinal directions to guide them. Broly was enveloped in a green aura, while Gohan radiated a golden energy. The two faced each other, their eyes ablaze with determination, as if ready to unleash their power at any moment. With a swift motion, they vanished from sight, the sound of their rapid movements breaking the silence. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, creating a visible crack in the space around them, reminiscent of a spider's web, though it quickly healed itself. This clash of formidable forces reverberated throughout the chamber. Yet it was evident that their power was insufficient to shatter the very fabric of this reality. Unfazed, they separated and charged at one another with even greater speed. Their forms flickered throughout the chamber, each collision sending ripples through the air. Broly adeptly dodged one of Gohan's punches while delivering a fierce energy blast that sent Gohan flying. Recovering quickly, Gohan executed a series of backflips to create distance. With a smirk, Broly launched a punch aimed at Gohan's chest, who deftly grasped Broly's arm and spun him around, throwing him off balance. Gohan then unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Broly, who curled into a defensive position to minimize the impact. As the dust settled, Broly reappeared behind Gohan, delivering a swift kick that sent Gohan crashing to the ground, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan form. Master Broly, your progress is astounding. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I can no longer match your strength, Gohan exclaimed, grasping Broly's extended hand as they resumed their sparring. That Broly's journey from being thoroughly defeated and gravely injured to now standing toe-to-toe with Gohan in his base form was remarkable. However, even as Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 for their final exchanges, Broly struggled to break through to Super Saiyan 3, a transformation significantly more powerful than the standard Super Saiyan form, making its mastery all the more elusive. Now, I can confidently assert that I have a chance to eliminate Majin Buu, Broly declared. The essence of transformation hinged upon the strength of one's base form. The stronger the base, the mightier the transformation. Presently, Broly's prowess transcended numerical evaluation, yet he believed that with his Super Saiyan 2 form, defeating Buu, while challenging, was not beyond reach. As they approached the 2-year mark of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, both Broly and Gohan had made astonishing strides. Gohan had even achieved the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3, though his newfound power was still in its infancy. Gohan, it is time for us to exit, Broly stated, eagerly clapping his hands together. Regarding Broly's strength, son Gohan possesses first-hand knowledge and holds immense admiration and respect for him. They emerged from their discussions, with the Supreme Kai, Shin, having teleported alongside Jebbet to stand before Broly. It seems what you said is indeed true. Your power has significantly increased, Shin remarked, astonished by the residual aura emanating from Broly. This is wonderful. You will surely be able to defeat Buu, Jebbet expressed with enthusiasm. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Supreme Kai, Please take Son Gohan to a safe distance to observe the battle, but remain vigilant of your surroundings, Broly advised. To be prudent, Broly felt it necessary to have someone maintain a presence. While Son Gohan may not stand a chance against Buu, he could certainly hold his own for a few exchanges, with the Supreme Kai possessing the ability of instant transmission across the universe. He could facilitate an escape if necessary, allowing them to regroup later. This was not a matter of Broly's lack of confidence, but rather a recognition of Buu's unpredictable abilities and the uncertainty of his combat power. Thus, it was wise to prepare for contingencies. Only with a secure retreat could they have another opportunity. Now, let me confront Buu, Broly declared, his eyes gleaming with determination as he vanished from his location. At that moment, Buu was indulging himself in a dessert shop within the city, sampling an array of confections. The reason the Earth remained unscathed was due to its delightful desserts. Earth is indeed a remarkable place. Despite its lower combat power, it boasts a splendid ecological environment and advanced technology in certain fields, such as space capsule and android technologies. Moreover, there are numerous formidable beings concealed within its depths. The likes of Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, all of whom are extraterrestrial warriors, have devoted themselves to protecting Earth until their last breaths. In terms of cuisine, Earth reigns supreme across the universe. Buu's initially malevolent disposition was softened by these delicacies, leading him to forego his plans for destruction. Even the future god of destruction was swayed for this reason, as was the angel Whis, who succumbed to the allure of Earth's gastronomy. Yet, despite its wonders, no alien has taken a liking to Earth. Had it not been for Radit's arrival, which elevated Earth's martial prowess, the planet might have continued in its tranquil existence. Delicious. You agree, right? Buu said, his mouth smeared with cream as he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Broly, who was beside him, savoring a small cake. "How dare you touch my cake?" he exclaimed, launching an energy blast directly at Broly. The resulting explosion shattered the shop's windows. And as the smoke cleared, Broly had already teleported to the outskirts of the city, unleashing his aura to challenge Buu. In response, Buu vanished from sight. "Let's settle this once and for all, Buu." Broly, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2 form, grinned wickedly at the reappeared Buu. "This time, you cannot escape." Buu licked his lips. "Once I bring you down, I shall turn you into cake." With that, Buu charged at Broly, fist raised. Broly deftly evaded the blow. Yet the force of Buu's punch grazed his face painfully. In retaliation, Broly delivered a kick aimed at Buu's chin. Buu staggered backward, and Broly seized the moment, unleashing a flurry of punches into Buu's body. Broly pressed both hands against Buu, unleashing an energy wave that engulfed him. As the energy dissipated, Buu's form was left battered and distorted, radiating heat and resembling a shattered figure. However, Buu inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, his body restored itself, mocking Broly with a devilish grin. "Damn it," Broly glared at Buu, a new intensity of power radiating from him. Sensing this shift, Buu dropped his playful demeanor, focusing intently on Broly that moment. He sensed a genuine threat emanating from Broly, and a similarly overwhelming aura began to envelop Buu as he prepared for a serious confrontation. With a powerful stomp, Broly seemed to shatter the very fabric of space, vanishing from sight and delivering a punch aimed directly at Buu. In an instant, their fists collided, generating a fierce shockwave that rippled through the surroundings, uprooting trees and cracking the earth beneath them. The battle intensified as Broly and Buu engaged in a fierce melee. "Incredible! Broly is actually able to contend with Buu on this level," the Supreme Kai exclaimed, filled with excitement from a distance. "This cannot continue," Son Gohan remarked, his expression grave as he observed the escalating conflict. "Wait, Broly has the upper hand now. If he denies Buu the chance to recover, doesn't that mean he has a real chance to defeat him?" The Supreme Kai and Jebbit exchanged puzzled glances at Gohan's words. Indeed, while Master is not granting Buu the opportunity to recuperate, this relentless barrage is placing a tremendous strain on Master's stamina and energy. If he cannot finish Buu off swiftly, he risks exhaustion, which would spell danger for him, Gohan explained. Upon hearing this, The Supreme Kai's previously lifted spirits sank again, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. In pursuit of a decisive blow to eliminate Buu, Broly was willing to trade injuries, finally seizing an opportunity to unleash a barrage of strikes to Buu's head, rendering him momentarily dazed. Buu regained his senses. A colossal energy wave surged before him. Ha! Buu roared, and another massive energy wave materialized behind him. It turned out Broly had taken advantage of Buu's brief disorientation to gather energy and unleash his signature Titan energy cannon, teleporting behind Buu to deliver another strike. The dual onslaught of Titan energy cannons overwhelmed Buu, who was caught off guard and could not mount a defense, resulting in his form gradually disintegrating into ashes. Success! Broly exclaimed, observing Buu's form dissipate. Yet, even in victory, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. Sure enough, in the very city where Buu had indulged in cake, Broly felt a familiar aura once more. However, this time, Buu's energy had evidently diminished significantly. It appeared that even he could not emerge unscathed from Broly's previous attack. Clapping his hands, Buu materialized back onto the battlefield, addressing Broly. Not bad, not bad, to think you could injure me so. He continued. As a reward, I'll allow you to die so easily. Are you prepared? It became clear that when Buu had departed the dessert shop, he had deliberately retained a portion of his tail, subsequently restoring it before engaging Broly. This proved fortuitous. Had Buu not taken that precaution, he would have met his demise in the earlier attack. Although he had survived, the toll inflicted by Broly meant that Buu would require considerable time to regain his strength. Nevertheless, he believed that absorbing Broly would elevate his power significantly and expedite his recovery. However, he resolved not to let Broly off lightly. He intended to make Broly experience the depths of despair before gradually absorbing him. Having devised a cunning plan in his mind. Damn it, facing Buu's relentless assault, Broly, having exhausted considerable stamina and energy, found himself struggling to keep pace with Buu's movements, forced to focus on defense to minimize damage. Yet prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. Continually battered, Broly felt the ache of fatigue coursing through his body. Suddenly, Buu seized an opening and landed a direct punch to Broly's face. Broly flew backward like a cannonball. But he quickly maneuvered above Buu, delivering another crushing kick that sent Buu crashing to the ground. Broly unleashed a surge of energy, sending debris flying as he struck the ground, a vibrant green aura erupting around him as he reappeared behind Buu, crossing his arms to deliver a powerful blow that sent Buu spiraling downward. As Buu plummeted towards the earth, he executed a sideways maneuver, narrowly evading Broly's devastating stomp, which instead struck the ground with tremendous force. The impact sent clouds of dirt soaring into the air, fissures radiating from Broly's landing spot, revealing the molten lava hidden beneath the surface. Indeed, your strength is waning, Buu mocked, stretching his neck as he stared down at Broly. What now? Jebbet exclaimed, panic rising as he witnessed Buu's resurgence on the battlefield. That moment, the Supreme Kai prepared to intervene, willing to sacrifice himself to seal Buu away, only for his hand to be grasped by Son Gohan. Observing Gohan's serious yet hopeful demeanor, the Supreme Kai sighed, resigned to continue watching the unfolding battle in truth, Son Gohan felt a deep urgency as he watched Broly endure a barrage of attacks since Buu's return. However, remembering Broly's instructions to refrain from intervening until he lost consciousness, and puzzled by Broly's refusal to consume a Senzu bean, Gohan struggled to maintain his composure, placing his faith in Broly and striving to remain calm. Buu delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly soaring through the air, his body hurtling hundreds of kilometers away, shattering mountains in his wake. With a resounding crash, Broly became embedded in the peak of a mountain. In an instant, Buu appeared before him, coiling his tail around Broly's neck, taunting, "What's the matter? Can't handle it. You're far too weak." After uttering these words, he unleashed a flurry of brutal punches to Broly's abdomen. As Broly writhed in pain, Buu's mocking voice echoed in his ears. Merge with me. Surrender to the bliss. Your loved ones will soon join you. Buu's words struck a chord within Broly, who was suddenly flooded with memories of Android 18 and Whis. Recalling 18's parting words, I'll be waiting for your return." That a surge of terrifying power erupted from Broly. "Nanny, what is happening?" Sensing the aura of death emanating from Broly, Buu quickly released his grip and distanced himself. "Damn it, you!" Buu felt a sense of humiliation at having retreated in fear from Broly's gaze. Point 63. Annihilate Buu. Perish you. Before he could finish, Broly vanished from Buu's sight, his hand pressing down on Buu's head, driving him into the very pit he had created. With his head embedded in the crater, Buu was enveloped in a cocoon of pink energy, ready to retaliate explosively. Yet a fist, cloaked in green energy, struck Buu, dispersing the energy he had gathered within. With relentless fury, Broly pummeled Buu, landing blow after blow upon his face. Buu, unable to gather energy to resist due to the onslaught, was struck hundreds of times in mere moments. Even Buu's formidable physique could not withstand the assault. Blood seeping from his 7 orifices, with a thunderous roar, a beam of grass-green energy erupted from Broly's palm, piercing through the mountain itself. This is too powerful. Witnessing Broly's transformation and his brutal assault on Buu, the Supreme Kai could not help but gasp in astonishment, glancing at Gohan beside him. "Gohan, do you have any idea what has happened to Broly?" "I believe Master has achieved a breakthrough," Gohan replied, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "That must be Master's unique transformation. Super Saiyan 3. My own transformation resembles his, yet my aura is golden, not green. The Saiyans are truly an extraordinary race," the Supreme Kai remarked in awe. "Damn it!" Once again restoring his form, Buu clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on Broly. "Let's perish together with this planet." Raising both hands above his head, Buu summoned a massive pink energy sphere, its presence fracturing the surrounding space and causing the ground to tremble, magma erupting forth. "To deal with a monster like you, I must resort to that technique. To eradicate Buu. It was essential to obliterate every last one of his cells." Prior to this, Broly had extended his senses across the realm and found no trace of a similar aura elsewhere. This time, it seemed Buu was truly finished, with both hands gathering a compressed orb of Titan energy. Broly hurled it towards the approaching pink energy sphere. As the small orb expanded, it collided with the pink energy and suddenly vanished, only to reappear directly behind Buu, enveloping him entirely. The energy sphere, no longer under Buu's control, was propelled into outer space where it detonated violently, while Buu, encased in the other orb, struggled against his confinement. I know. Yet the disparity in power was insurmountable, and he ultimately could not break free from the sphere. The grass-green energy gradually breached Buu's defenses, eroding his corporeal form. "That I won't accept this." With that final declaration, every cell within Buu was obliterated. After Buu's demise, Broly reverted from Super Saiyan 3 as this transformation, unlike his usual ones, had taken a significant toll on him. Retrieving a Senzu bean from Small Pocket, Broly consumed it, his wounds from the battle healing almost entirely. Feeling a surge of energy within, Broly clenched his fist, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Master!" At the sound of Gohan's voice, Broly snapped back to reality. "Master, you were incredible. You defeated Majin Buu." For Gohan, who had been watching from a distance, the vast gulf between his strength and that of Broly was painfully clear. Broly, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose modestly. "I was just fortunate to achieve a breakthrough. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. Had he failed to transform into Super Saiyan 3, Broly would have resorted to teleportation to a safer location to recover before returning to fight Buu. Mr. Broly, I am immensely grateful to you for vanquishing Buu. On behalf of all beings in the universe, I thank you. As the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebbet bowed in gratitude. Broly hastily supported Shin, saying, "Majin Buu endangered all life in the universe. It was my responsibility to intervene. There is no need for you to feel indebted." Supreme Kai. With a sense of closure, the crisis of Majin Buu came to an end. Acknowledging the existence of such formidable beings on Earth, the Supreme Kai promised to watch over the planet in the future. Subsequently, Shin took Jebbet back to the Kaishin realm, while Broly and Gohan returned to their base to share the good news. Upon their return, Bulma, upon hearing the news, spread the word of safety to the world. People emerged from their shelters, breathing in fresh air and basking in the warmth of the sun. Although the number of humanity's survivors had dwindled, as long as hope remained, a future was assured. As the crisis of Buu was resolved, Broly, initially planning to return that night, was persuaded by Bulma and Gohan to stay for a celebration banquet. In addition to Trunks and Chi-Chi, there were researchers from the underground base, each a talent in their respective scientific fields. The presence of so many scientists was largely due to Bulma's foresight. Following the incident with the androids, she had established this underground research facility, equipped with solar energy and wind turbines for power, alongside a subterranean market and expansive cold storage to ensure sustenance. When Buu attacked, Bulma had instructed her company's researchers to bring their families to the base for refuge. "Thank you so much for defeating Buu. Let me toast to you," one researcher said, casually draping an arm around Broly's shoulder and raising a glass in gratitude. Once one person initiated the toast, the rest followed suit, each offering Broly their thanks to haha. "Come on, everyone drink up." Broly, filled with joy, could see the sincerity in their eyes. They genuinely wished to express their gratitude, not mock him in his previous life as a Special Forces soldier. He rarely had the opportunity to partake in such gatherings that, in this life, he had devoted himself to training in combat, with few friends. Yet today, everyone was Broly's friend, even if he did not recognize some. Their sincerity made him willing to embrace them as companions. "Goodness, he's completely drunk," Bulma remarked, observing Broly sprawled on the ground, exuding the scent of alcohol. "Aunt Bulma, weren't you partaking as well?" Gohan, who disliked the taste of alcohol, opted to sip juice alongside Trunks during the banquet. Bulma's cheeks flushed at Gohan's comment, as she turned to him, saying, "Gohan, why don't you take Broly to the empty room next to mine, so he can rest?" "Okay, leave it to me." Though many resided in the facility, Bulma and Gohan's family had their own separate area, with larger rooms and private bathrooms, unlike the shared accommodations of the other staff. However, no one objected, as they were aware of their status as guests. After laying Broly on the bed and covering him with a blanket, Gohan left the room to return to his own quarters that night. Broly had indeed overindulged. As he lay on the bed, he sensed a soft, fragrant body nestled against him. In his inebriated state, he mistakenly believed he was dreaming of Android 18, disregarding all else as he pressed down onto the figure beside him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and with a seductive moan, Broly felt himself reaching an unparalleled zenith. He succumbed to a profound slumber, cradling the delicate form in his arms. As he slept, the woman nestled against him exhaled heavily, her breath gradually steadying after a while. Observing the peacefully slumbering Broly, she discreetly changed the bed linens and quietly exited his room, returning to Bulma's quarters. Indeed, the woman was none other than Bulma. Since the demise of Vegeta, Bulma had refrained from engaging with any man for many years, partly due to her disdain for others and her desire to care for Trunks without remarrying. Now that Trunks had grown considerably, and with Broly having saved the world twice, it was only natural for Bulma to be drawn to him, as beauty has always favored the hero. However, she was acutely aware of her own perceived inadequacies in comparison to Broly. Thus, she felt content with merely indulging in a fleeting moment of intimacy while he was intoxicated, not wishing to disrupt their lives further. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Broly, he would later assume he had merely experienced an extended dream, filled with vivid encounters with Android 18, where every posture met with compliance, leaving a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he slept. The following midday, Bulma finally rose from her room and, spotting Broly still asleep at noon, recalled the events of the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly regained her composure and, adopting her usual tone, greeted him before bidding farewell to immerse herself in her research. "Master, you are awake," Gohan exclaimed as he and Trunks observed Broly feasting heartily at the dining table. As he took a seat, a thought struck him. I just encountered Aunt Bulma, and she appeared quite different today. In this timeline, Gohan had yet to marry, hence he was unaware of the drastic change Bulma had undergone overnight. Furthermore, his mother had also risen later than usual. Trunks shared in the perplexity. Perhaps it's due to Buu's defeat. Bulma might be overly joyous, resulting in her changed demeanor. Possibly so. The three, bewildered yet uninterested in further speculation, shifted their focus to the meal before them, as it was already noon, and both Gohan and Trunks had come to the dining hall out of hunger. Broly, having unknowingly exhausted considerable energy, was in dire need of replenishment. Suddenly, in the skies above a distant smaller continent, the fabric of space warped, revealing a figure clad in a black martial arts uniform. Cinched at the waist with a crimson belt, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Goku. This is rather intriguing, he mused, an alluring smile gracing his face as he sensed the essence of this world. I wonder if this realm is suitable for the grand designs I have in mind. Then, the figure, known as Black Goku, pondered aloud, just how deep is the water in this timeline? I shall investigate. With that, a formidable aura erupted from him. Meanwhile, Broly had been residing in this world for over a week already. He intended to return to the main timeline via the time machine the following day. For he found himself missing Android 18, particularly after the vivid dream he had experienced. What is this energy? Broly pondered, sensing an oddly familiar, yet distinct aura emanating from the direction of the other continent. Master, do you feel that? Gohan approached Broly, having sensed the same energy that it seems to be drawing me in. Broly remarked with a playful smirk, addressing Gohan. I'll go take a look. You look after the others. Understood. Damn humans, this planet weeps, Black Goku lamented, when suddenly he sensed someone approaching from behind and turned around warily. Who goes there? He inquired, his expression shifting as he recognized Broly. So you are the strongest being on this planet? He mused, not entirely surprised, as he recalled this Broly was second only to Goku and Vegeta in the future. Broly, recognizing the figure before him, this Goku who had been possessed by Zamasu, realized that Black Goku had come into existence after Zamasu seized Goku's body. Yet, he wondered why Black Goku had appeared in this world when the main timeline had not yet reached the super stages and should have been confined to the future timeline. To avoid raising alarm, Broly feigned astonishment. Goku, what is happening? I thought you had perished. Could it be that the Dragon Balls resurrected you? Is it truly you, with arms crossed and a smirk playing on his lips? Black Goku replied, Indeed, it is I, Broly. What? Do you not recognize me? Your deceased friend, Goku. How audacious, occupying Goku's body while allowing Goku to take the blame. If circumstances were clearer, Broly would have exposed him instantly. You fool. That was an entire continent. As Black Goku continued to mock, Broly's internal thoughts critiqued the situation. Unbeknownst to him, Black Goku quickly gathered energy and unleashed a powerful attack, sinking the landmass beneath them. Though the continent itself was not enormous, roughly the size of Japan, there were still thousands of survivors residing there, and this strike likely spelled their doom. Point 1 must remain vigilant on the battlefield. Do I need to teach you that, Broly? Black Goku said nonchalantly. Yes, that's so. Broly's voice emerged from behind Black Goku, sending a chill down his spine. Startled, Black Goku swiftly turned and attempted to distance himself. But Broly was quicker, seizing his head and delivering a swift kick. Black Goku's body vanished, only to reappear above Broly. With remarkable speed, Broly retaliated, delivering a knee strike to Black Goku, sending him flying once more. It seems you still lack a bit of finesse in your normal state. Indeed, while Black Goku had endured Broly's blows, he appeared relatively unscathed. Cursed be it. Then I shall transform. With a resounding boom, Black Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Black, his speed vastly exceeding that of before. He circled Broly at blinding speeds, creating illusory afterimages that surrounded him, each one charged with Kamehameha energy. Impressive. You've even mastered Goku's afterimage technique. Now, allow me to demonstrate my power. With two thunderous roars, countless Kamehameha waves struck Broly, who had activated a verdant barrier. As the smoke cleared, Broly's appearance had notably changed, yet Black Goku remained unfazed. Are you using the transcendent form? Have you seen it before? Broly was not in a hurry to attack. His priority was to extract information, of course, but even the transcendent form pales in comparison to that transformation. Black Goku's mind drifted to the form of Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Continuing, compared to that transformation, yours is insignificant. It dawned on Broly that this being had assumed the body of a Goku capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. He wondered if Black Goku could also achieve that form. If so, the implications would be dire. Contemplating this, Broly's expression grew solemn in the skies above. The two figures clashed repeatedly, their fierce battle causing the sea level below to lower significantly due to the overwhelming energy they unleashed. No matter what, this world has struggled to attain peace. I cannot allow you to shatter it. Titan Energy Cannon. Broly unleashed his full power in a decisive strike, while Black Goku countered with a blue-violet energy wave. The two energy waves collided violently, their energies mutually annihilating each other. What is happening? The transcendent form should be stronger than the Super Saiyan form. Broly was perplexed, as he had previously bested Black Goku in their normal states. And the amplifying effects of the transcendent form should have surpassed those of the Super Saiyan. You seem to be confused about my strength, Black Goku remarked with a sinister grin, his cold gaze fixed on Broly. Let me enlighten you that I have only recently acquired this body and am still learning to wield it perfectly. However, as we engage in battle, I am becoming increasingly adept. That's so, Broly mused, astonished before expressing. I never imagined Goku from the future could become this formidable. Indeed, originally, the Goku depicted in the narratives was the strongest in the main world. However, in this reality where Broly exists, history has diverged from those tales. With an unwavering determination to surpass Broly, Goku has been training with unparalleled fervor, resulting in significant power advancements. Correspondingly, Vegeta, who has relentlessly pursued Goku's footsteps, is not to be underestimated either. Bang, bang, bang! Broly once again engaged in combat with Black Goku. Although the battle appeared evenly matched, a closer inspection revealed that Broly managed to strike Black Goku far more frequently than he was hit in return. Seizing the opportunity, Broly slammed Black Goku from the sky into the ocean. For the sake of justice, a mere human should not be so arrogant. Black Goku, who had been submerged in the sea, instantaneously reappeared behind Broly, subsequently propelling him into the water with a wave of energy. As Broly broke through the surface and returned to the battlefield, he felt a sharp pain searing across his back. Though it was not a serious injury, he had nonetheless suffered a minor setback. To claim his actions were for justice, who does he think he is? A god. Broly glared menacingly at Black Goku, questioning his audacity that if one can sink a continent and label such destructive behavior as justice. Then what of Frieza and Buu? Surely, they must be paragons of virtue, given that their every action results in the annihilation of entire planets. Allow me to share a tidbit of knowledge. After all, the dead cannot speak. Black Goku, with his right hand shielding his forehead and obscuring his right eye, feigned an air of coolness. If he had something to say, he should just say it. There is no need for such posturing. Were it not for his desire to extract information, Broly would have been inclined to deliver a decisive punch that I am a god from a different timeline, having exchanged bodies with Goku using the Super Dragon Balls. Because you mortals have repeatedly encroached upon our domain. Trunks, you are aware of this, are you not? How do you know him? Broly was perplexed. That individual is the reason for my travels through parallel worlds. Black Goku's face contorted with indignation as he continued. If you were privy to his actions, you would recognize his utter foolishness. He traversed back in time via a time machine, creating parallel worlds. Perhaps he is the Trunks from your timeline, yet he has breached the limits we can tolerate, compelling me to resolve to initiate the Human Zero Plan. In truth, I too returned to the past and participated alongside Trunks. Although he contemplated revealing this, Broly was no fool who would disclose such information. However, it seemed that no one in the future had uncovered the truth about Broly being from another timeline. In order to rescue Earth from the androids, Trunks resolved to travel back in time, providing Goku with a heart disease cure that irrevocably altered the timeline. Upon altering the timeline post-androids, Trunks returned to his original timeline. Yet in one of the worlds, a bio-android awaited him. Consequently, after this bio-android eliminated Trunks, the timeline fractured once more, utilizing the time machine to return to the same time and alter the past. This elucidates why Cell has come to the main world. How enlightening it is to have such explanations. This moment, Broly retrieved some popcorn, listening intently while untangling the complexities of the timelines. Just kidding, I haven't even prepared any popcorn. Next time for sure, of course. Another divergence allowed Trunks to survive in his original timeline, yet the past timeline experienced cataclysmic changes. As time progressed, Goku and Vegeta grew increasingly powerful, surpassing even the Kais, and could effortlessly defeat them. At this juncture, Black Goku's countenance darkened significantly, as though the Kais were directly related to him. That I am well aware of these matters, for I hail from the same timeline as they do. I am astonished. Not only has time been altered extensively, but they have also ascended to the realm of gods, evolving into a different kind of divinity altogether. This phenomenon is not isolated to my timeline. Another divergence has occurred, leading to immense changes in the futures of numerous parallel worlds. You Saiyans, through your own means, have become ever more formidable, reaching unfathomable heights. This is the impetus behind my desire to initiate the Human Zero Plan. Black Goku's eyes brimmed with fervent resolve, causing Broly's heart to sink. Indeed, this individual is a lunatic. However, a singular issue persists. Even with Goku's body, I am aware that my power remains insufficient. Transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan is a challenge. I must master divine energy, hence my return to the past, leading me to this place. Black Goku pointed at Broly, proclaiming that only by battling someone of equal strength could he stimulate this body and hasten his mastery of divine energy. So that is it, returning to the past to find a sparring partner of comparable strength. With this understanding, Broly felt no need to hold back. Broly unleashed his rage, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. An overwhelming aura erupting forth, enveloping him in a verdant blaze as he declared, "However, you shall have no opportunity to execute your plans. Super Saiyan 3, I never anticipated you would achieve this transformation so swiftly." Black Goku furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning grave. Days after Buu's disappearance, the surviving populace emerged from their dark underground shelters, filled with emotion as they beheld the world anew. It is only after loss that one truly realizes the value of what was once possessed. Yet, scarcely half a month had passed since the conclusion of the Buu incident, and the peaceful days had scarcely begun when Black Goku intruded upon this realm. Broly and Black Goku clashed fiercely over the ocean. Even at a considerable distance from the mainland, the very ground shook beneath the force of their battle, while the weather turned erratic, with hurricanes raging and darkness engulfing the sky, lightning striking down. The populace, having just returned to the surface, was once again left in the dark, retreating to their basements to await the conclusion of this calamity. Gohan, what is the status of Broly now? Bulma, Trunks, and Gohan had returned to their previous research base. At this moment, Gohan and Trunks were keenly sensing the energy of the distant battle. Although Gohan felt an inexplicable familiarity with Broly's energy, he could not immediately recall its source. After all, Goku had perished many years ago, and time had dulled his recollection of Goku's energy, especially since Black Goku's energy was inherently tainted, given the disparity in their souls. It's alright, Bulma. Although Gohan was uncertain why Bulma was so concerned about Broly, he dutifully recounted everything he knew. Master's energy has not diminished significantly, indicating he has not sustained serious injuries. It's just, what is it? Bulma gazed at Gohan with concern as he hesitated. Indeed, ever since the android incident commenced, Gohan and Chi-Chi had been living with Bulma's family. Though life remained challenging, Bulma had never complained, and Gohan had essentially grown under her care. Bulma. Gohan was not only the son of her dear friend Goku, but also akin to a son to her. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan voiced his apprehensions. I am quite concerned about the individual fighting alongside my master. I yearn to see for myself, but Master had previously instructed me to remain here to protect everyone, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Upon hearing Gohan's candid feelings, Bulma felt a surge of happiness and encouraged him. Gohan, if you're worried, then go take a look. Trunks is here too. He can protect everyone. The now 11-year-old Trunks patted his chest and said to Gohan, Brother Gohan, you should go to I'm strong too. I can ensure everyone has safety. Hearing Bulma and Trunks' support, Gohan finally made up his mind. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Trunks, I'll take a quick look and return immediately. Sure, don't worry on the other side. The battlefield was decidedly one-sided. Faced with the transformed Super Saiyan 3 Broly, Black Goku found himself utterly powerless. being tossed around like a volleyball. What is the matter? Is the power you rely on so feeble? Broly landed a crushing kick to Black Goku's abdomen, causing him to spew blood as he plummeted to an island below. Damn it! As a god possessing a Saiyan body, I should inherently be able to transform into a Super Saiyan god. Struggling to rise, Black Goku glared at Broly, his expression dark as visions of Super Saiyan Blue, Goku, flashed in his mind. If I could attain such a form, I would have the opportunity to unleash the true potential of this body. Enough! Broly seized the moment when Black Goku was lost in thought, unleashing a powerful energy blast that pierced through Black Goku's body. It seems that even though Goku's strength has increased in the future, it is evident that this body has not been adequately honed. That last strike was executed in haste. Had it been Broly, he would have merely sustained injuries instead of being fatally wounded as Black Goku was. How ironic it is to seek a training partner from the past only to be killed by that very partner. As he gazed upon the near-lifeless Black Goku, Broly mocked him. Black Goku lay helplessly on the ground, blood continuously oozing from his chest, in the face of Broly's taunts. He coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood and said, "Cough, cough, while you may have won this battle, is not the end. The timeline is a complex entity, my friend. Another being, much like myself, is rising in a parallel world, and our goals are the same. Everything you mortals do plunges the world into sorrow. One day, in my utopia, fantasy will become reality. There will be no more senseless bloodshed, no more cruelty. If your utopia requires the annihilation of all humanity to be realized, then even if you steal Goku's body, you will not witness it." Broly conjured an energy sphere and hurled it towards Black Goku. "Dad!" Gohan's astonished voice rang out, and the energy sphere aimed at Black Goku was deflected. Crisis loomed as Super Saiyan 3 Gohan positioned himself in front of Broly, preventing him from continuing his assault on Black Goku. "Oh, you know what you're doing? Gohan, that is not your father." It was astonishing to witness his own disciple aiding the enemy against his master. Even the typically composed Broly, aware of Gohan's ignorance, felt the urge to reprimand him. "Master, that is my father. I cannot allow you to harm him." Gohan refrained from attacking, merely blocking Broly's path. Seeing this foolish boy, Broly felt exasperated. He realized that if Black Goku was not obliterated, there was a possibility of another Zamasu emerging to take him away. Resulting in a wasted effort, it was inevitable, given that this was his foolish disciple, who was understandably agitated at the sight of his long-deceased father gravely injured by his own master. Yet Black Goku cunningly exploited the bond of father and son to persuade Gohan to obstruct Broly. And indeed, Gohan complied. With no other choice, Broly remained vigilant, scanning the surrounding spatial fluctuations while explaining the situation to Gohan. The cunning Black Goku, unnoticed by Broly who was obstructed from view by Gohan, stealthily slipped a Senzu bean from his sleeve into his hand. "That is the villain who stole your father." After hearing Broly's explanation, Gohan felt a pang of guilt for saving such a scoundrel. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from behind Gohan. Broly and Gohan quickly turned to Black Goku, who had fully recovered from his injuries. Moreover, the Saiyan's unique ability to increase power when on the brink of death had elevated Black Goku's strength to new heights. Surrounded by a pink aura, Black Goku gazed at Broly with a mocking glint in his eyes and proclaimed, "Do not make me laugh. How could I possibly halt my progress here? Who else could fulfill this plan besides me? No one. To hell with your thoughts." In an attempt to rectify his earlier mistake, Gohan unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Black Goku. However, the Kamehameha was effortlessly dissipated by the energy emanating from Black Goku. "Pathetic Gohan, you are far too weak to pose any threat to me. How did you acquire that Senzu bean?" "Only a Senzu bean could restore one's injuries in an instant," Broly asserted. "That bean, it was here before we switched bodies. There are only 2.1 allowed me to understand its function, and I just used the other. What a pity, it's gone now." Following this, Black Goku's expression transformed as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Brimming with ecstasy, "I can feel it. The godly energy has returned to me. My divine soul and Saiyan body feel more in harmony than ever before that I wonder if I can now access that form. The Super Saiyan with the energy of a god." A pink aura surged from Black Goku, enveloping his body as he let out a tremendous roar accompanied by a blinding flash of pink light when he reappeared before Broly and Gohan. His hair had transformed into a vibrant pink, with the pink energy radiating fiercely from him. Feel honored. Few mortals can witness such perfection. Thus, when a true god surpasses the Super Saiyan god, he becomes pink instead of blue. As Black Goku reveled in the astonishing power coursing through him, he exclaimed, "This is incredible! At this moment, I could venture into the main timeline without fear." However, for safety's sake, he resolved to make additional preparations. Remembering his near-fatal injuries moments ago, he acknowledged that without the Senzu Bean, he might have truly perished. Consequently, Black Goku sought an ally, none other than future Zamasu. Despite being unable to sense his aura, Broly felt a looming threat of death from Black Goku, realizing that Super Saiyan 3 was no match for the newly transformed Pink Goku. "Gohan, we must strike together." With no other options left, they decided to go all out. Recognizing that escape was futile, they had to fight with everything they had to seize a chance at survival. The Kamehameha wave fused with the Titan energy cannon, creating a formidable energy wave that surged toward Black Goku. Useless. Our dimensions are different now. Not everyone can break dimensions to battle AGOD. In the face of this monumental attack, the transformed pink-black Goku remained unperturbed, countering with his own Kamehameha wave. The pink Kamehameha visibly clashed with the blue-green energy wave, pushing inexorably toward Broly and Gohan. Should it connect, even Broly would face annihilation. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Kaioshin sensed a powerful divine energy and turned to his attendant, Jebit, saying, "Do you feel that? It seems a new god has emerged on Earth, but this aura is overwhelmingly strong. Lord Kaioshin, should we go take a look? Let us proceed and investigate." With that, the Kaioshin and Jebit teleported from the Kaioshin realm to Earth. Upon arrival, they immediately witnessed the pink energy wave advancing toward Broly and Gohan. Useless. You cannot withstand a god's attack. Aha! Black Goku began to take the battle seriously, amplifying his energy output as the pink energy wave surged forward, overpowering the blue-green wave. No, but the attack missed, passing through the space where Broly and Gohan had just occupied. "Thank you, Lord Kaioshin." Broly and Gohan wiped the cold sweat from their brows, narrowly escaping the devastating blow. Just as they had been teleported away, the pink energy wave shot past them. Meanwhile, Black Goku had reverted from his pink transformation, having exhausted too much energy in his first attempt at wielding that form. This resulted in a significant energy drain, causing him to revert prematurely. Moreover, Black Goku had initially engaged Broly and Gohan with all his might, gradually increasing his power during the clash. He relished seeing the despair on their faces, which prolonged the confrontation, ultimately leading to his unintended deactivation of the transformation. Kaioshin, now weakened and on one knee, Black Goku propped himself up with one hand on the ground. Suddenly, the space beside him began to warp. Observing this, Black Goku paused in surprise, then stood up and touched the green ring on his right hand, addressing Broly. "It seems the time has come. Since you narrowly escaped with your lives, I shall grant you a reprieve. This world, it seems, is ultimately unsuitable for my plans, so farewell. Do not think of escaping." Gohan launched an energy blast, but Black Goku's form was consumed by the warping space beforehand, rendering Gohan's attack futile. Damn it. Gohan gritted his teeth in frustration. "Mr. Broly, what exactly just happened? Who was that person? Why did he possess the aura of a god?" The Kaioshin directly posed his inquiries to Broly, with no choice but to explain once more. Broly recounted the events involving Black Goku. After hearing Broly's account, the Kaioshin fell into contemplation before stating, "I may not be able to intervene in this matter. Involvement across timelines violates cosmic law. And as the Kaioshin, I cannot act against the law. Since Black Goku declared that this place is unsuitable for his plans, he is unlikely to return." Observing Gohan's hesitance to speak, the Kaioshin continued, "Then let us return." With that, the Kaioshin and Jebit teleported back to the Kaioshin realm. Seeing Gohan's dejected expression, Broly patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I will gain a better understanding of this. Remember, I have a time machine. Leave everything to me." Back in his own timeline, Black Goku lay weakly on an unnamed planet, laughing, haha. This time travel was truly magnificent. With this power, I am closer to realizing my dream. However, Black Goku sat up, gazing at the time ring on his right hand, and remarked that returning to the distant past via the time ring left little room for lingering. It seemed he would have to seek like-minded companions in a timeline closer to his own. Indeed, while the time ring allows one to traverse any point in the past, the further one strays from their current timeline, the shorter their stay. Conversely, proximity permits a longer sojourn, eventually marking the individual with the imprints of the past world, allowing them to remain indefinitely. Yet, it was evident that the timeline inhabited by Broly could not allow Black Goku to leave such a mark in a brief period. Furthermore, the appearance of the Supreme Kai indicated that the God of Destruction still existed, making it foolish to assume that Black Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan Pink would go unnoticed by the God of Destruction. Although capable of confronting a God of Destruction, he was not yet powerful enough to defeat one, which underscored Black Goku's assertion that this world was unsuitable for the execution of his plans. As for Broly, his indifference towards certain events stemmed from the fact that Black Goku had not discovered that Broly had also utilized the time machine to arrive in the main timeline from the past. The Supreme Kai, being a deity of order, would not openly violate regulations. Thus, there was no concern about him issuing warnings to other parallel worlds. Upon returning to the primary timeline, the saga of Black Goku concluded. Following the events surrounding Majin Buu, Black Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan Pink intensified Broly's yearning for power, simultaneously igniting a curiosity within him. Previously, Black Goku had hinted at a mortal capable of breaking dimensional barriers to combat a deity. Did this mortal refer to Black Goku's sighting of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation in another timeline? If so, it was prudent to contemplate whether the future would follow the path of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4. After the events, Son Gohan also recognized that his power was woefully inadequate. In both the Buu incident and the Black Goku affair, Gohan felt like a burden to Broly. Thus, witnessing Black Goku's Super Saiyan Pink transformation inspired Gohan to pursue mastery over the Super Saiyan God form. Broly wholeheartedly supported Gohan's aspirations, but cautioned him not to obsess over stronger transformations, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a consistent battle power. He also proposed that Gohan consider seeking guidance from the Supreme Kai during their next encounter, as divine insight into the cultivation of godly energy might offer unique perspectives, even if it diverged from conventional Saiyan practices. After a night of training and adjustment, Broly bid farewell to Gohan and the others, feeling a longing to return home after so many days in this world. Although Gohan and Bulma had braced themselves for this moment, they still expressed considerable reluctance as Broly prepared to leave. The last time he had returned had been 7 years ago, and the next departure was uncertain in its timeline. However, both Gohan and Bulma, being sensible individuals, managed to smile through their sadness as they saw Broly off. With a leap from the time machine's cockpit, Broly landed in his own courtyard. No sooner had the time machine been stowed away than a figure rushed into his embrace. It was none other than Android 18. Looking up at Broly with a sweet smile, she welcomed him back. Dear! Broly felt as if his heart had been struck by Cupid's arrow. The fatigue from yesterday's battle evaporated in an instant. Without uttering a word, he captured Android 18 in a deep kiss. Blushing, she managed to escape his embrace, maintaining her usual cool demeanor. Their son, Rears, who had just arrived, witnessed this affectionate display and quickly shielded his eyes, letting out a playful squeal of embarrassment. That evening, as Broly devoured a large chicken leg, Android 18 teased him about whether he had eaten well during his time away. After slurping down a bowl of soup, she requested the household robot to refill her bowl. Broly then addressed her earlier question, explaining that the conditions there had not been ideal, resulting in less than satisfactory meals. However, with the issues resolved, he anticipated a more peaceful existence ahead. Seeing that Broly had finished his chicken leg, Android 18 offered him a piece from her bowl, and Rears followed suit, placing a bite of his chicken leg into Broly's bowl. Broly, without a hint of disdain, consumed everything offered to him. After feasting and resting for a while, Rears retreated to his room to prepare for sleep, leaving Broly and Android 18 to lie in bed, discussing recent events, which inevitably included their more intimate moments. given that it had been half a month since their last rendezvous. The following morning, Broly awoke from his slumber, gazing at Android 18, who still bore traces of sleep and a rosy glow. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Generally, Saiyans are known for their singular focus on combat, dismissing matters of romance. Yet Broly appeared to be an exception. Fortunately, Android 18 was no ordinary individual. As a cyborg, she possessed the resilience to endure Broly's fervor. Reflecting on the previous night's tumultuous events filled him with warmth, and he felt a stirring within him. He had not anticipated that Android 18 would indulge his wild ideas, especially considering her alluring form now draped across him, making it difficult to resist temptation. The silk nightgown she wore had long since been reduced to tatters, strewn about the room, as if sensing Broly's intense gaze upon her. Android 18 stirred slightly and then slowly opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. Initially taken aback, she buried her head under the covers. "We are old partners now. There's no need to be shy," Broly teased, his hands exploring her form. Android 18 bit her lip, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. For her, the previous night's escapades felt like an extraordinary dream, one that was both delightful and overwhelming. Leaving her flustered, after a brief wash-up, the couple finally emerged from their room. Rears was already finished in the bathroom. "Master, breakfast is ready and waiting," the household robot announced, having prepared the meal and standing by for Broly's commands. "Rears, breakfast time," Broly called out. Coming, after enjoying breakfast, the family set off in their flying car towards the newly opened Satan Zoo in West City. This excursion had been a promise made by Broly to Rears the previous night. Although he pursued strength, his ultimate goal was to safeguard what was dear to him, ensuring he carved out time for family amidst his training. After all, balance between work and leisure was the optimal approach to cultivation. Upon arriving at the zoo, Rears excitedly pointed out a lion statue as he unfastened his seatbelt and leaned out the window. "Dad, look, it's just a statue that will take a photo with a real lion inside." Broly chuckled, asking Android 18 if she wanted to join in the picture. "Sure, that sounds good," she replied. After parking the car and securing it in a capsule, Broly took one hand of Android 18 and the other of Rears as they entered the zoo. However, Rears, being mischievous, quickly broke free from Broly's grasp and dashed ahead. Broly called out, "Slow down. Wait for us." Standing before the glass enclosure of the panda exhibit, Android 18 gazed at the sleeping pandas with twinkling eyes. Although she said nothing, Broly could tell she was quite taken with the creatures. He raised his digital camera and suggested, 18, let us take a picture with the panda. As he framed the sleepy panda with the poised Android 18. He clicked the shutter several times. Afterward, Android 18 lingered for a moment, reluctant to leave the adorable sight, before following Broly to explore other areas of the zoo. Along the way, they passed various groups of people, overhearing snippets of conversations about the adorableness of the baby pandas and the majesty of the tigers. Suddenly, a distant cry pierced the air. A child had fallen into the lion enclosure. Broly and Android 18 exchanged a glance, swiftly rushing to the rescue. Upon arriving at the railing of the lion exhibit, they heard the voice of their son, Rears, calling out, "Dad, hurry and take my picture." It turned out that after slipping away unnoticed, Rears, unable to resist the allure of the mighty lion, had jumped down to pet it. Naturally, the king of beasts would not tolerate such audacity and put up a fierce resistance. After receiving a thorough lesson from Rears, the lion begrudgingly complied with the boy's antics. Broly rubbed his temples, capturing the scene of Rears standing atop the male lion, surrounded by other lionesses lying in submission. Following this incident, Broly, accompanied by Rears and 18, felt it prudent to leave the zoo, lest they be besieged by inquiries from the staff. Fortunately, they had already enjoyed their time there, so it was of little consequence. After concluding their zoo adventure, Broly took his family to a restaurant for dinner before driving back to their villa. As they arrived, they encountered son Gohan, who exclaimed, "Long time no see, Uncle Broly." Gohan descended from the sky and landed gracefully in Broly's estate. "Gohan, what brings you here? Are you looking for Rears to play with?" Broly inquired. 3 years had passed, and Gohan was now attending high school in the city. Over this period, he frequently took Rears, Trunks, and Goten on various outings, fostering a deeper camaraderie among them. "That's not it," Uncle Broly, I'm here to invite you to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gohan quickly waved his hands, revealing the purpose of his visit. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Broly suddenly recalled his last experience at the tournament, where an unexpected turn of events had led to his failure to secure victory, resulting in a rather unpleasant punishment from 18 to, yes, another edition of the tournament is upon us. He mused as Gohan handed him a promotional flyer. Sounds splendid. It's a perfect opportunity for some activity. Why don't you join us, Broly? 18 approached with a drink in hand, overhearing their conversation, and readily agreed on Broly's behalf. Fantastic. I'll go inform the others. Bye. Gohan, having received 18's nod, departed without waiting for Broly's response. Wait. Gohan has left. Ryers, having just spotted Gohan's arrival, emerged from the house only to find him gone. Dad, what do you have there? Broly handed the flyer to Ryers, who, upon reading it, excitedly tugged at Broly's hand, exclaiming, Dad, I want to participate too. Really? You wish to join the martial arts tournament? Broly was taken aback by Ryers' enthusiasm. Yes, I bet Trunks and Goten will participate as well. So, I want to join too. These three children were quite something, Broly thought, but he recognized that competition spurs growth. Very well, let us see what your mother thinks. Mom, Ryers pleaded adorably to 18. Please let me join. There are prizes to be won. Prizes. 18's eyes sparkled at the mention. Although the Broly family benefited from dividends from their capsule company, making them quite affluent, 18 still placed significant value on money. Indeed, look at the rewards listed on the flyer. Ryers pointed out eagerly. All right, you can participate, Ryers. Our family will bring home all the prizes, 18 declared with fierce determination, addressing both Broly and Ryers seriously. Yes, they chorused in unison. Meanwhile, Gohan had invited everyone he knew to join, including Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, and even Gohan's deceased father, who would also be participating in this year's tournament. But why did Gohan extend such invitations? It was because a few days prior, a spirited and charming girl named Videl had been training alongside Gohan in the mountainous plains. Though it was termed training, it primarily involved Gohan teaching Videl and Goten. Gohan had previously donned the guise of Saiyan superhero in his city. But his secret was inadvertently uncovered by Videl, who discovered his ability to fly. Thus, Videl approached him, seeking to learn the art of flight, and since Goten also needed instruction, Gohan took both of them to the mountains to train. In just a few days, Videl successfully tapped into her ki and could float, while Goten, the younger of the two, had already mastered the art of soaring through the skies with ease. Subsequently, Videl extended an invitation to Gohan for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Eager to participate as the daughter of the previous champion, Mr. Satan, she not only wished to spar with Gohan, but also hoped that her father would approve of their potential relationship. Indeed, after spending time together, Videl found herself drawn to the pure-hearted and enigmatic young man that was Gohan. Initially, Gohan intended to dismiss the invitation casually. However, sensing his reluctance, Videl placed her hands on her hips and pouted. Remember, if you don't show up that day, I'll make you regret it. With their school being so close-knit and Videl having pinpointed his whereabouts, Gohan found it nearly impossible to refuse her. Reluctantly, he agreed to participate, feeling disheartened at the prospect of battling a group he deemed inferior. Yet, a brilliant idea struck him, to rally others to join him. Thus, Gohan embarked on a mission to invite everyone. Leading to the earlier scene that, as the days slipped by, the day for the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament approached swiftly. The Broly family, along with the others, arrived at the tournament venue. Although everyone knew that Goku would make an appearance, the Z fighters still felt a wave of excitement wash over them upon his return. It took a while for the crowd to regain their composure. Before the match commenced, Gohan had arranged with everyone not to transform into Super Saiyans, insisting on fighting in their base forms. Broly, Goku, and Vegeta voiced no objections, and with this constraint in place, both Goku and Vegeta were eager to test their strength against Broly in base form. Noticing the fiery determination in their eyes, Broly understood their intentions but remained unbothered. True strength does not concern itself with the challenges posed by the weak. In this very moment, Gohan was aware that in the future timelines, Broly could easily contend with Super Saiyan Gohan, even gaining the upper hand. Although Gohan's base form was nowhere near the strength of Goku or Vegeta, Broly's base power was estimated to be around 20 times that of either of them. Engaging in battle in their base forms, Broly could effortlessly dispatch both Goku and Vegeta in an instant. In fact, it would take him less than a second. All participants, please gather in the preliminary area, echoed the announcement across the tournament grounds, prompting the contestants to assemble. All right, everyone, let's go. Goku led the charge toward the preliminary area. Upon arrival, the tournament officials detailed the rules for the preliminary rounds. This year's tournament featured over 200 contestants beyond the youth category, but only 15 would be chosen to advance to the main event, excluding Mr. Satan. The top 15 would be determined through a strength testing machine. So the preliminary rounds were about to begin. The staff wheeled out the strength testing apparatus, and the martial artists queued up for their turn. Bang! 80 points. Next, the officials recorded each participant's score, announcing the results over the microphone. Finally, it was Vegeta's turn. Vegeta approached the machine, delivering a light punch that caused it to explode. The officials and other contestants were left wide-eyed in shock. Haha. One staff member chuckled nervously, wiping sweat from his brow. Is that sufficient? Vegeta replied coolly. Yes, you've passed, they hurriedly affirmed. With Vegeta's display, the Z-fighters realized it was prudent to temper their own performances. Nevertheless, the scores recorded by others astonished the remaining contestants. A ripple of anxiety spread through the crowd. This is terrifying. What kind of monsters are these? I think I'll sit this one out. I might die with a single punch, amidst the murmurs of fear. Some contestants expressed their doubts. In response, Broly, ever the good-natured figure, said, allow me to give it a go. The officials, intrigued, promptly brought out 3 strength testing machines. With a smirk, Broly unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, 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 striking each machine in rapid succession. After finishing, he walked away nonchalantly, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Jaws dropped in disbelief. From that point on, no one dared to question the strength of the participants again. If one machine could explode, surely 3 could not have been tampered with simultaneously. 3 punching machines have been destroyed, and even organizers feel a pang of regret, for such machines are quite valuable. Today, 4 of them have been shattered. Now, only 1 machine remains. But fortunately, after Broly showcased his astonishing power, the previously hesitant contestants have all withdrawn. The spots for the preliminary rounds have been secured. The Broly couple, the father-son duo of Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Videl, King Kai, Jebet, Spopovich, Yamcha, the Masked Warrior, and 2 other competitors. Following the conclusion of the preliminaries, the draw for group stages commenced, with 1 participant receiving a bye. The others must compete in pairs to determine who advances. By sheer luck, Broly received a bye in the first round. However, the final match of the first round pits Son Goku against Vegeta. Krillin exclaimed, Goku and Vegeta are facing off in the first round? What a shame. Yet upon seeing his opponent was Son Goku, Vegeta wore a smug grin and declared, Kakarot, that day has finally arrived. I shall defeat you and let you witness my current strength. Bring it on. Vegeta, a 1T hold back. The prospect of facing Vegeta ignited Son Goku's fighting spirit. Aside from the bout between Vegeta and Son Goku, the outcomes of the other matches were already predetermined. Perhaps the only encounter of interest would be Videl against Spopovich. In the junior division, the final match has arrived, featuring Rills facing off against Trunks. The host excitedly announced from the stage, let us welcome our finalists. The crowd erupted in applause as the host declared, the final match of the junior division begins now. Go Trunks. Rills must win. Let's go. The audience's enthusiasm was palpable as Broly and Android 18 arrived just in time to witness the climactic battle between Rills and Trunks. Let us observe how the children perform, remarked 18, her tone neutral, yet betraying a hint of pride in Rills' accomplishment. Amidst the audience's cheers, Trunks and Rills took to the stage. This match will be mine. Rills, Trunks declared, his character retaining an air of arrogance akin to the original narrative that you'll soon learn. I'm not as careless as Goten. In contrast, though Rills was younger, he exhibited a steadiness that belied his age. Who shall emerge as the champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament? The host dramatically tossed the microphone into the air, striking a pose as he deftly caught it, continuing, let us await the outcome. I declare the Junior Division Finals begin. The battle horn has sounded. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Mr. Satan was preening in front of a mirror, striking various poses. Suddenly, a staff member entered and informed him, "Mr. Satan, the finals of the junior division have commenced. Would you like to take a look? These two children are exceptionally talented, and the match will surely be thrilling." "Well, even the most talented children can only achieve so much," Satan responded dismissively. After a brief pause, he added, "However, I suppose I should observe their capabilities, as I'll be competing against the champion of the junior division shortly." Clearly, Mr. Satan was not overly concerned about the junior competition as he lazily made his way to the stage to watch Trunks and Rills. The two small fists clashed repeatedly, producing a crisp and resounding sound. "Not bad, Trunks," Rills remarked, "that you're not half bad yourself." Rills that last. Rills seized an opening and delivered a kick to Trunks' face, sending him flying. Just as he was about to crash into the wall of the audience area, Trunks steadied himself and soared above the ring. Seizing the moment, Rills activated his flight technique and pursued him. Thus, the battle transitioned from the ring to aerial combat. That flying? One spectator rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "This must be some kind of trick, haha." Another laughed, reminiscent of Mr. Satan's past explanations for such phenomena. Nevertheless, the fight was undeniably exhilarating. While the audience could barely discern the movements of the two young combatants, the atmosphere remained electric. The only ones able to clearly see Rills and Trunks were 18 and Broly. At ages 7 and 8, respectively, the power displayed by the two children revealed to Broly the infinite potential of the future. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan, observing from behind the entrance, appeared dazed. Those two children. They seemed familiar. He squinted at Rills, feeling an uncanny sense of recognition, yet unable to pinpoint where he had seen him before. "Trunks, let us settle this with one decisive move." "All right." Rills and Trunks maintained their distance in the air, preparing to unleash their energy waves to determine the victor. Titan Energy Cannon, Final Flash, both techniques, derived from their fathers, seemed to lack the requisite power. The two energy waves collided fiercely, each evenly matched. Trunks suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his energy waves surged in strength. If that's the case, Rills, not to be outdone, also transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Wow, that's incredible. Their hair has changed," another spectator marveled, "and they can shoot out beams like lasers. This trick is amazing." As Mr. Satan witnessed Rills and Trunks' hair turn golden, his expression went blank. He finally recalled that during the battle against Cell, Son Goku had also transformed, resulting in golden-haired, "Oh no. I'm done for. If one of them land a hit, I'll surely perish." Mr. Satan's thoughts spiraled into dark imaginings of being struck down by one of the boys, though he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Rills' Titan Energy Cannon visibly overpowered Trunks' Final Flash. Broly noted that while Rills had also transformed, his aura bore a faint green hue compared to Trunks' Super Saiyan state. It seems the Super Saiyan transformation truly is a unique phenomenon, irreplicable through the ages. Thankfully, while Rills may not possess the same transformation, he clearly exceeds the standard Super Saiyan. Ultimately, Trunks was defeated, and Rills directed his energy wave skyward to avoid harming him. The two descended to the ground, and Trunks, bowing slightly, conceded, "You've won. I've lost." The host, momentarily stunned, finally announced, "The champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament's junior division is Rills." Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. "Let us go. There's nothing more to see here." Upon witnessing Rills' victory, Broly and 18 departed, indifferent to the upcoming match against Mr. Satan. Next, a special exhibition match will feature Mr. Satan facing the junior division champion, Rills. The reigning champion from the last tournament will engage in a performance bout against this year's junior champion. The host quietly inquired if Rills needed a moment to rest before continuing. Rills confidently replied, "No need. Let us start right away. Then let us warmly welcome Mr. Satan to the stage," the host announced to the audience. Despite being terrified, Mr. Satan understood that retreating would mean losing the honor and power he once held, possibly leading to even worse outcomes. Thus, he forced a proud F.A. Ade as he approached the arena. "Satan! Satan! Satan!" The crowd erupted in fervent chants, eager for Mr. Satan's performance. "What should I do? This little brat could really kill me with one punch." Though Mr. Satan felt a wave of panic, he maintained a calm exterior. To buy time and devise a strategy, he began warming up on stage. The host, observing this, remarked through the microphone, "Mr. Satan is warming up. It appears that even when facing a child, he intends to treat this with seriousness and respect. Truly worthy of our champion, Satan." Hearing this, many in the audience began to commend Mr. Satan. Though my father said this guy isn't strong, seeing him so serious makes me want to show him some respect. Noticing Satan's earnestness, Rills thought the same. As Rills also began to warm up, Mr. Satan felt even more anxious, internally cursing. Why is he taking this so seriously? It's just an exhibition match. Suddenly, Mr. Satan cried out. Clutching his knee, my knee hurts so much. The host rushed over, whispering, "Mr. Satan, what is wrong?" "My knee. It hurts so much. It might be a lingering injury from my last battle with Cell." He feigned, suppressing his pain while speaking into the microphone. The audience, hearing Mr. Satan's words, grew increasingly concerned. That moment, the host stepped forward and reassured everyone not to worry, for we have medical personnel on site, and we shall summon them immediately. Satan was taken aback, but then rose to grasp the host's arm, insisting, "No, I can endure this. Satan, Satan." Witnessing Satan's determination to complete the contest despite his injuries, the audience was profoundly moved, chanting his name and applauding fervently. What a farce this is. Akin to a clown's performance. Observing the comical antics of Satan, Rells couldn't help but scoff. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Satan. He approached Rells and whispered, "Young one, there's a tradition in our contests where one lightly taps the opponent's face." Like this, with a gentle fist, Satan tapped Rells' face to demonstrate. All right, I understand. Although Rells was uncertain of Satan's intentions, he remained unconcerned that this would affect his performance. It worked. If I pretend to be knocked out by his punch, the audience will think it was intentional, allowing me to avoid injury while saving face. Seeing Rells agree, Satan silently commended his own cleverness. Unburdened by worries, Satan appeared exceedingly pleased. As long as the plan proceeded smoothly, everything would be flawlessly resolved. Truly, I am astute. Yes. To prevent the audience from suspecting any collusion, Satan explained that Rells merely sought his autograph, which he had promised to provide after the match. Now, I declare the duel between the reigning champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament, Satan, and the champion of this year's youth division, Rells, to commence. With the sound of a drumbeat, the match officially began. As the contest commenced, Satan leaned in close to Rells, his eyes signaling. With a resounding smack, it was as if struck by a giant. Satan was sent flying into the wall, out of bounds. Rells wins this match. The host, astonished yet dutiful, announced the outcome to Mr. Satan is truly remarkable. Indeed, he deliberately lost the match to spare the young boy's feelings. Satan's action successfully preserved his reputation and honor. How dull. Rells stood still, gazing at the already upright Satan, muttering. The match between Gohan, Broly, and Android 18 was starkly straightforward and brutish. The audience heard the host announce the start, but saw nothing. Gohan's opponents collapsed to the ground. Mere seconds later, Broly and Android 18 were declared victors as their adversaries were too exhausted to continue. While the audience remained bewildered, Goku and others observed with clarity. Broly and Android 18 showed no mercy. Krillin felt pity for their opponents, who had barely begun before it was over. It seemed Broly and his partner had gone to the youth division to watch their match. Upon witnessing Broly and his wife leave the arena for the youth division, Piccolo turned to Vegeta and said, "Aren't you going to check it out? The final match seems to be Trunks versus Rells." At that moment, Vegeta's thoughts were solely consumed with battling Kakarot. He replied dismissively, "That is of no consequence. The most important thing is my duel with Kakarot. I have waited many years for this. It is time to settle the score." Why such a desire to confront Goku? Because I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. I shall defeat them all, Kakarot and Broly alike. So this is the pride of a prince? Vegeta, recognized since childhood as the most gifted Saiyan, now finds himself overshadowed by two others, which is intolerable for him. All those years of arduous training were aimed at becoming the strongest Saiyan. To achieve that, it begins with defeating Kakarot, followed by Broly. The host at the arena then announced, "Next, we have Videl against Spopovich. Go, Videl! You must win! Videl, give it your all!" The audience erupted in cheers, rallying behind Videl. Videl is truly impressive, with so many supporters, Gohan remarked, touched by the scene. "Gohan, What? Do you have a crush on her? Krillin teased, poking Gohan playfully in the side that Gohan's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he offered no rebuttal. On the stage, Videl faced the taller and more muscular Spopovich without a hint of fear. She initiated the attack, landing punches and kicks on the unsuspecting Spopovich. In no time, he was brought to the ground. Spopovich is down. The countdown begins, the host announced, moving towards Spopovich. In a flash, Spopovich performed a backflip and stood again, a mysterious smile adorning his face. The Z fighters watching backstage furrowed their brows, sensing something was amiss with Spopovich. After regaining his footing, Spopovich launched a fierce assault on Videl, who fearlessly exchanged blows with him. However, Spopovich appeared unfazed by Videl's strikes, opting for a strategy that exchanged damage. After an intense exchange, Videl sustained severe injuries. Yet Spopovich continued his assault, unleashing a ki blast. "You're finished. Stop," Gohan roared, appearing before Videl to deflect the ki blast. "Videl, are you all right?" After cradling the unconscious Videl, Gohan entrusted her to Piccolo and implored Goku to fetch a Senzu bean before returning to the stage. At that moment, Spopovich had yet to exit, and upon seeing Gohan return, he taunted, "What's this? Looking for vengeance? Come on." The protective Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his overwhelming aura causing the floor tiles to levitate. You've weakened considerably, Gohan," Vegeta observed coolly from backstage. Meanwhile, Spopovich's ally, Yamu, gleefully noted Gohan's energy reading on his scouter. With a bottle marked with an M, he soared onto the stage, flanking Gohan. "Come on, let us face you together." Noticing Yamu entering the fray, Gohan remained undeterred, declaring, "I'll allow you 3 moves. After that, I'll teach you a lesson." Spopovich and Yamu exchanged knowing glances before charging at Gohan, who regarded them with disdain. Just as he prepared to unleash his energy to shake them off, an unexpected weakness surged through him. Yamu had inserted the bottle's tip into Gohan's abdomen, siphoning his energy. "Gohan," as Krillin rushed to assist. Jebbit seized his arm, restraining him. "What are you doing? Let me go." Krillin struggled to escape Jebbit's grip. "Please calm down, everyone." The Supreme Kai Shin finally spoke, aware that without explanation, he might disrupt their plans that will not interfere. "Trust me, Gohan will be fine. Why should we listen to you? What guarantees do you have? Who do you think you are?" Vegeta snapped, refusing to be polite to a stranger, "that I am the rightful ruler of the universe." The Supreme Kai. Piccolo revealed Shin's identity, causing shockwaves among Vegeta and the others. The Supreme Kai. After Rel's and Trunks' match concluded, Broly and Android 18 returned to the arena, intending to watch Goku and the others compete. Strangely, everyone else seemed to have vanished. Upon returning to the backstage area, the Broly couple noted the absence of others with growing curiosity. Broly suddenly recalled that the emergence of Majin Buu was prophesied to coincide with the World Martial Arts Tournament. Having vanquished Buu in his own timeline, Broly momentarily forgot that in this reality, Buu had yet to be defeated. The next match featured Broly against a masked fighter. Let us welcome our contestants. Broly had initially intended to watch, but upon hearing his name announced, he abandoned the idea. After all, it would only take 10 seconds, so delaying wouldn't matter. As Broly and the masked fighter prepared on stage, they awaited the host's signal to commence. However, this time, the host approached Broly, elaborating on his previous match's performance. In his last bout, Broly defeated his opponent in under 10 seconds. What surprises will he bring this time? He then moved to the masked fighter, offering similar commentary. The masked fighter previously dispatched his opponent with overwhelming force. Will he triumph as effortlessly against Broly? Let us await the outcome. Finally, the host stepped off the stage and announced loudly into the microphone. "This match now begins." The masked contender initiated the assault with fervor. He unleashed a flurry of rapid punches towards Broly. Yet each time, Broly merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading every strike from the masked assailant. Insufficient training, Trunks, Whis, Goten. From the very beginning, Broly discerned that the masked individual was not one of the original competitors. As for why there were 3 of them, the 2 additional pairs of eyes beneath the disguise elucidated the situation. Although Broly was aware of the true identities concealed beneath the mask, he had no intention of exposing them, thinking instead that it would be an opportune moment to test the coordination of the 3 children. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions followed Bibidai's ship with Buu and Yamcha to the base at that moment. Vegeta had already dispatched the Guardians of the first level and was preparing to enter the second. Mr. Vegeta, how impressive! King Kai expressed his astonishment at seeing Vegeta effortlessly defeat Bibidai's minions with just a few punches. Heh, Vegeta hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. After all, he hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku chuckled before following Vegeta into the second level, with Gohan and King Kai hastily trailing behind. Super Saiyan, Saiyan, Saiyan. At the lowest level of Bibidai's base, voices filled with resentment and rage began to echo, as if something was awakening. What is happening? Is he awakening? Sensing the changes in the lowest level of the ship, Bibidai's face broke into a joyful expression as he realized something. Wonderful! He has finally awakened. After all these years of trying to rouse him, I never expected he would awaken on his own today. Truly splendid. Now, I have another ally. Let me witness your power. At the lowest level of Bibidai's ship lay the resentment wave amplification device created by Dr. Lychee in a desperate bid to combat the Saiyans before his demise, a stroke of fortune. Bibidi had discovered this device and placed it in the final layer. This device absorbed the hatred of the Zephyrians and evolved into a life form, Hachiyak, who had been in a deep slumber until now. Bibidi sent Hachiyak to the third level. Should Goku and the others defeat the Guardian of the second level, their next adversary would be Hachiyak, a formidable warrior born from the hatred of the Zephyrians. Seeking vengeance against the Saiyans. These aliens are utterly weak. They are no match for me, the Prince of Saiyans. Disposing of the alien corpses carelessly, Vegeta soared towards the next level. However, as soon as Vegeta landed on the next level, he was struck by an energy blast, sending him flying. Goku, Gohan, and King Kai, who arrived shortly after, immediately became vigilant in the third layer. A shadow above a robot was howling incessantly. Saiyan, truly, Saiyans, you accursed Saiyan monkeys shall all perish today. Vegeta flew to Goku's side, seemingly unscathed, indicating that he had reacted swiftly to the unexpected attack. Vegeta, what is this? I don't know, but it doesn't look easy to handle, Vegeta replied curtly, while Goku, undeterred, chuckled and focused intently on the shadow. Hey, who are you? It was a habit of Goku's to inquire when he did not understand something. Saiyan monkeys. Do you remember the Zephyrians? Zephyrians? Never heard of them, Vegeta. Do you know? Goku scratched his head, looking over at Vegeta for clarification. I see. So you are a Zephyrian? What? Do you dare to show yourself before the Prince of Saiyans instead of hiding? Do you wish for the complete annihilation of the Zephyrians? Vegeta clearly had some knowledge of the Zephyrians, but he had no intention of explaining it to Goku, instead mocking the shadow. The time for revenge has come, Hachiyak. Reveal your true form. Provoked, the shadow merged into the robot behind it, and in the next instant, the robot underwent a tremendous transformation. Once entirely mechanical, the robot now appeared as if imbued with flesh and blood, losing all semblance of its mechanical origins. Before Goku, Vegeta, and the others stood a being with yellow eyes. Pink skin encased in red armor, adorned with deep blue crystals on its forehead, wrists, chest, and calves. Hachiyak, the last and strongest weapon of the Zephyrians against the Saiyans, finally emerged in its most formidable form. The immense aura emanating from it forced Goku to take several steps back, realizing that the forthcoming battle was not merely a fierce confrontation, but a life-and-death struggle, in the face of the overwhelmingly powerful Hachiyak. Goku and Vegeta felt their blood boil, igniting their fighting spirit. Suddenly, Vegeta took a few steps forward, halting the restless Goku with his hand, confidently stating, "Since this guy is a remnant of the Zephyrians, it should be my duty as the Prince of Saiyans to deal with him. Therefore, he is my prey, and I shall handle him alone. Kakarot, do not interfere in my battle." How cunning, Vegeta, though aware that Vegeta was merely concocting an excuse for himself. Goku restrained himself and chose to observe quietly. Seeing Kakarot comply, Vegeta wore a satisfied smile and transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging at Hachiyak. Both Goku and Gohan understood Vegeta's desire for a one-on-one confrontation, but the others did not share the same sentiment. That, Mr. Goku, It would be better to team up with Vegeta to defeat him quickly. If this drags on, Majin Buu might have already broken his seal. King Kai clearly did not comprehend Goku's reasoning, but Goku had no intention of explaining, as this was the nature and habit of Saiyan combat, something even gods could not interfere with. Gohan patiently explained to King Kai, but the powerless deity could only relent, waiting for the outcome of the battle. Bang, 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 bang. Vegeta's powerful assaults relentlessly rained down upon Hachiyak, yet despite the tempest of attacks, Hachiyak remained remarkably composed, blocking all of Vegeta's strikes with a single hand. Damn it! Vegeta was astonished that a Zephyrian, once hunted to extinction by the Saiyans, could still possess such formidable strength. He was also puzzled as to how the Saiyans had managed to defeat the Zephyrians in the past. Strictly speaking, Hachiyak could not be classified as a Zephyrian. He was merely a product of technology, infused with the Zephyrians' hatred towards the Saiyans, which had ultimately awakened him. Then, taste my final flash, realizing that close combat was ineffective. Vegeta leaped back to create distance and unleashed his ultimate technique. Boom! A powerful energy wave struck Hachiyak, producing a violent explosion that enveloped the area in sparks and smoke. What is that? As the smoke dissipated, a green energy shield emerged, revealing Hachiyak inside, completely unscathed. Incredible. That guy is far stronger than Cell. Gohan observed the futility of Vegeta's onslaught, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Goku remained silent, clearly agreeing with Gohan's assessment. Hachiyak dispelled the energy shield and pointed an index finger at Vegeta, shaking it. You dare to underestimate me. Vegeta, consumed by rage, charged recklessly at Hachiyak, throwing a punch at his face. However, this time, Hachiyak preemptively countered with a punch to Vegeta's abdomen, followed by a sweeping kick that sent Vegeta flying. How could I be defeated by a former subordinate of the Saiyans like this? Vegeta crashed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, struggling to recover. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Hachiyak, his unwillingness to accept defeat evident enough to move even Goku. Observing Hachiyak launch an energy blast towards Vegeta, Goku could no longer contain himself, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to deflect the energy blast, turning to Vegeta and declaring, "Vegeta, leave this to me." Witnessing Goku, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charging at Hachiyak, Vegeta felt a pang of frustration as he clenched his fists, striking the ground. Once again, Kakarot had surpassed me. He was the first to transform into Super Saiyan, and both he and his son transformed into Super Saiyan 2 before me. Damn it! Power! I need greater power. I need power that transcends all. Meanwhile, at the lowest level of the ship, Bibidi noticed Vegeta's state and felt a surge of excitement. Recognizing an opportunity, he cast a spell from a distance to manipulate Vegeta. At that moment, Bibidi's voice echoed in Vegeta's mind. Do you wish to surpass that guy? Do you desire power? Then heed my command, and I shall grant you immense strength, as long as I can gain power. I am willing to pay any price. Momentarily blinded by ambition, Vegeta fell prey to Bibidi's manipulation, becoming one of his subordinates and unlocking his latent potential to acquire greater strength. Vegeta has finally transcended to Super Saiyan 2. Reaching the same echelon as Son Goku, alas, Mr. Vegeta has fallen under control. The Supreme Kai was the first to notice Vegeta's peculiar state. Son Goku, caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden surge of Super Saiyan 2 energy, was abruptly sent flying by Hachiyak. With his hair standing on end and crackling with electricity, Vegeta embodied the essence of Super Saiyan 2. However, a mark appeared on his forehead, indicating he was under Bibidi's influence. Vegeta, Son Goku exclaimed, clearly incredulous, unable to fathom that the ever-proud Vegeta could be manipulated by someone like Babidi and reduced to a mere minion. Vegeta joined forces with Hachiyak to eliminate everyone. Babidi commanded from a distance. Employing his magic, Kakarot, it seems our battle can commence now. Upon uttering these words, Vegeta launched an assault on Son Goku. Damn it, there's no choice but to leave this to Gohan, Son Goku thought, darting out of the spaceship base, with Vegeta swiftly pursuing him. Meanwhile, Broly had sensed an overwhelming energy earlier, and soon after, Vegeta's power escalated even further. Although it felt somewhat odd, there was no doubt he had achieved a breakthrough. piquing Broly's curiosity. Perhaps it's best to conclude this swiftly, he mused as he prepared to deal with the trio of fighters. With a flicker of movement, Broly struck the masked adversary thrice, incapacitating him before he even realized what had transpired. After a 10-second countdown, the announcer proclaimed Broly the victor. The next match was set to be Broly versus Android 18, but it was evident that the outcome held little significance. Victory for either side would be inconsequential. After entrusting the three fighters to Android 18, Broly explained the situation and prepared to depart to be safe. He said, kissing Android 18's forehead before vanishing in an instant. After Son Goku and Vegeta's departure, the battlefield was left to the formidable Son Gohan. Yet, the situation appeared grim. Having long abandoned rigorous training, Son Gohan could still transform into Super Saiyan 2, but he had become quite rusty in his martial arts techniques. After several rounds, he found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining significant injuries and exhausting his stamina, rendering him unable to maintain Super Saiyan 2 for much longer. With a powerful energy blast, Hachiyak sent Son Gohan hurtling away, causing him to involuntarily revert from his Super Saiyan 2 form. Yet, Hachiyak showed no intention of relenting. He swiftly advanced towards Son Gohan, delivering a punch aimed at him mid-flight. However, just as Hachiyak's fist was about to connect, an unexpected hand intervened, sending him flying away. Gohan, it seems you haven't been training diligently these past few years. Such an opponent has bested you so easily. Broly arrived just in time, catching Son Gohan and shielding him from Hachiyak's assault. I'm sorry, Uncle Broly, Son Gohan murmured, feeling embarrassed. Faced with Broly's critique, he could not muster a rebuttal. Had he committed to rigorous training over the years, he would not have fallen so easily to such an opponent. This realization filled him with shame regarding his current strength. Differing experiences yield different individuals, Broly reflected, comparing the Gohan from his own timeline and the one from the alternate timeline, that he sighed and shook his head. Well, circumstances do create heroes. Broly had no intention of lecturing Son Gohan. Instead, he tossed him a senzu bean and began assessing Hachiyak, the adversary capable of defeating Son Gohan. Who is this? Such an intimidating aura. The Supreme Kai was taken aback upon witnessing Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan. In his experience, Super Saiyans typically had golden hair. He had never encountered a Super Saiyan with green hair. It was no wonder. The Supreme Kai had only recently taken office, and his predecessors had all been defeated by Majin Buu. Many secrets remained unknown to him, as no one had informed him. Much like his ignorance of the Destroyer Gods or the Omni-King, that it was only when Son Gohan ventured into the Kaishin realm, drew out the old Kai, and liberated him that the Supreme Kai gained insight into the knowledge he ought to possess. That transformation belongs to Uncle Broly, the Super Saiyan beyond the ordinary, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence among the Saiyan race. Son Gohan informed the Supreme Kai, accustomed to Broly's prowess. In a flash, Broly vanished from his previous location and appeared a short distance behind Hachiyak. With his back turned, Broly clenched his fist, causing Hachiyak's body to tremble as multiple fist imprints manifested upon him. Hachiyak, suddenly struck, doubled over, and spat out a mouthful of bile, enraged by Broly's actions. Hachiyak unleashed a furious roar, splitting himself into two, with one version flanking Broly from behind in a pincer maneuver. Two weaklings won't suffice, Broly scoffed, that moment. The deep blue crystals adorning both Hachiyaks emitted a vibrant green light, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Hachiyak's most formidable attack, the now emerald-hued crystals converged, launching a devastating energy blast towards Broly, clearly intending to inflict severe damage or even eliminate him. Foolish! You dare engage me in an energy clash? Broly nonchalantly brushed his thumb across his nose, unfazed, as he retaliated with two grass-green Titan energy bombs, countering the assault. The anticipated stalemate never materialized. Broly's Titan energy bombs surged forward, overpowering Hachiyak's attack. No. Cursed Saiyan monkey. I will not allow this. Hachiyak shouted in a defeated tone as he was utterly obliterated, the strongest weapon of the Ziffle people ultimately succumbing to the Saiyans. Too weak, Broly declared triumphantly, unable to resist a bit of bravado. I haven't even begun to take this seriously, and yet you fall so easily. How dull. With that, Broly vanished from the scene, returning to the martial arts tournament plaza. Initially, the Supreme Kai had contemplated inviting Broly to assist in thwarting Majin Buu due to his overwhelming strength. But Broly's abrupt departure left him in a state of shock. Haha, Uncle Broly certainly has that disposition, son Gohan remarked with a wry smile. It's quite all right. Having witnessed Broly's might, the Supreme Kai was hardly surprised. Merely surviving was a blessing. Given Broly's strength, Gohan, do you think I could persuade him to assist us? The Supreme Kai inquired, hope glimmering in his eyes. Upon seeing the Supreme Kai's hopeful gaze, son Gohan spoke the truth. Uncle Broly despises trouble. Unless trouble finds him, he generally avoids getting involved. So we must rely on ourselves. If Broly were present, he would undoubtedly commend son Gohan for accurately understanding his nature. It seemed that Gohan's scholarly wisdom and keen observational skills were truly remarkable. Well then, let us hasten to the next level. With no hope of enlisting Broly's aid, the Supreme Kai had no choice but to place his hopes on son Gohan, as his own combat prowess was rather lacking at this stage. Of course, it would remain so for the foreseeable future. During Broly's absence, the champion of the current world martial arts tournament had been crowned. Much to Broly's astonishment, the victor was Satan. It appeared that Satan possessed a fair amount of skill. Having managed to persuade Android 18-AS for Satan's victory over Android 18, that was laughable. Broly would sooner believe that the Earth would explode the next second than accept that Satan could defeat Android 18. While Satan's prowess was commendable among ordinary humans, he was no match for those like Broly or Son Goku, who had tapped into the power of Ki and transcended to a different realm of existence. Listening to the continuous announcements celebrating Satan's achievements, Broly simply shook his head in indifference. Dad! Upon returning to the plaza from his time with Android 18, Riel spotted Broly. Dad, I won first place in the youth division. Look, this is my trophy, Riel's exclaimed, proudly raising the trophy high above his head. Broly affectionately ruffled Riel's hair and generously praised him, saying, Dad saw it all. Riel's is indeed the best. On the 18th, witnessing the interaction between Broly and his son, even the typically aloof expression on his face broke into a smile. However, there was an important matter to address. With a serious demeanor, Broly looked at Whis and the 18th and continued, We shall stay at the sacred world of the Kais for a while. A catastrophe is impending on Earth. The 18th, filled with concern, inquired, Is there nothing you can do to prevent it? Broly replied, No, this disaster is inconsequential to me, that if I wished, I could resolve it in an instant. But this time I shall refrain from intervening. It is a trial meant for Son Goku and the others. The 18th refrained from questioning Broly's decision. AS's wife, she typically did not contest his choices. In this instance was no different than AS for Whis. Being a child, he understood little and had no say in the matter, so he obediently complied. Broly then transported the 18th and Whis directly to the sacred world of the Kais, where he exchanged a few words with Dandy before ascending to Korin Tower to seek the Cat Sage. Korin Tower had once been a revered sanctuary for martial arts on Earth, attracting countless warriors seeking the sage's guidance during its peak. Alas, martial arts had become mere ornamentation. The true warriors had been nearly eradicated during the reign of Demon King Piccolo, severing the lineage of skill and explaining why Korin Tower was now largely forgotten. Cat Sage, it is a pleasure to meet you. Broly greeted the sage upon landing at Korin Tower, deliberately ignoring Yajirobe. The reason was simple. Yajirobe's reckless consumption of the sacred beans had rendered them scarce. Broly thought it sufficient to refrain from harming him, but he certainly intended to reprimand him for his actions So, it is Broly. Although it was their first formal meeting, the Cat Sage had previously observed Broly and had some understanding of his prowess. Leaning on his staff, the Cat Sage ambled over to Broly, offering him a cup of tea. What brings you here? Broly got straight to the point. I seek to acquire some sacred beans from you. They serve a significant purpose in critical moments. The Cat Sage appeared troubled, responding, It is not that I wish to refuse you, but aside from the seeds, I need to retain for future planting. All others, he pointed his staff at Yajirobe, have been consumed by this fellow. That fool. Broly turned his gaze upon Yajirobe, his expression darkening. While the sacred beans were the property of the Cat Sage, how they were managed was indeed his concern. However, Broly felt a surge of anger at Yajirobe's wastefulness. The sacred beans were practically divine artifacts, akin to a second life for someone like Broly, who relished battles with formidable opponents. Yet now, they had all been squandered by Yajirobe. Yajirobe, caught off guard, suddenly found himself lifted upside down by Broly, who shook him lightly, causing a bag to tumble from Yajirobe's grasp. "What is this?" Broly inquired as he tossed Yajirobe aside and retrieved the bag from the ground, opening it to reveal approximately 200 sacred beans. Embarrassed under Broly's intense gaze, Yajirobe averted his eyes and whistled nonchalantly. Feigning indifference, "I shall take these," Broly declared. "No problem. Take as many as you like," the cat sage acquiesced. Although he was aware that Yajirobe had hoarded some for himself, he had not anticipated such insensitivity on Yajirobe's part. As Broly prepared to depart, a thought struck him. He seized Yajirobe and turned back to the cat sage, stating, "I shall take this fellow away to prevent further waste of the sacred beans. Farewell." Without waiting for the cat sage's response, Broly transported himself and Yajirobe to another continent on Earth, unceremoniously discarding him before returning to the sacred world of the Kais. Yajirobe found himself bewildered in a lush forest, grappling with a sudden displacement. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? After a while, Yajirobe regained his senses and, realizing he was no longer at Korin Tower, shouted angrily, "Broly, you bastard!" Meanwhile, the cat sage observed through his water tank that Yajirobe had merely been relocated and was unharmed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Though Yajirobe had only lingered there to avoid hunger thanks to the sacred beans, the cat sage appreciated his companionship. Following this incident, even if Yajirobe managed to return to Korin Tower, he would likely temper his behavior, ensuring a greater stock of sacred beans in the future. The cat sage would also come to recognize the bean's significance, particularly since even a powerhouse like Broly valued them. Overall, Broly felt satisfied with the outcome. The sacred beans had been replenished, ensuring that in future perilous situations, he would have a safeguard for his life. As long as he remained alive, he could continuously recover. And with the Saiyan physiology, he felt quite content that, in a separate conflict, the energy unleashed during the battle between Broly and Hachiyak, along with that of Gohan and the corrupted Vegeta, was collected by Babidi to unseal Majin Buu. Despite Gohan and the Supreme Kai's utmost efforts to intervene, they were thwarted by Gul'a, resulting in the unsealing of Majin Buu at last. The seal has been broken. Arise, Majin Buu, and let the world tremble in fear once more. The egg-sealing Majin Buu began to crack, releasing an increasingly terrifying aura, as the skies rumbled as if celebrating his resurrection. With a resounding crash, the egg shattered entirely, revealing a corpulent, pink creature before the onlookers. "We're doomed." The emergence of Fat Buu plunged the Supreme Kai into despair, yet he quickly steeled himself to confront this formidable foe alongside Gohan. In a fearless display, Gohan launched an attack on Fat Buu. But despite the Supreme Kai's assistance, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. Ultimately, Fat Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities proved too great, and after a brief struggle, he knocked Gohan unconscious. Following this, Gul'a sought to solidify his standing in Babidi's eyes, clashing with Fat Buu, who ultimately transformed Gul'a into chocolate and consumed him. "Hey, you fatso, your opponent is me, Vegeta." Just as Fat Buu prepared to eliminate Gohan and the Supreme Kai, Vegeta arrived in the nick of time to confront him. "Your energy is indeed formidable. Even in my prime, I would not be your match. Since it was I who allowed you to emerge, it is my duty to destroy you." A fierce aura erupted from the corrupted Vegeta, enveloping him in a cloud of dust, momentarily blinding those present. Taking advantage of the chaos, Broly did not intervene with Vegeta, but instead utilized the cover of the dust cloud to transport the Supreme Kai and the unconscious Gohan to safety, away from the battlefield. After a prolonged buildup of energy, Vegeta unleashed all his power in a single explosive release, akin to a nuclear detonation, leaving a mushroom cloud in his wake. The explosion obliterated Fat Buu, and the shock wave flattened surrounding mountains. However, despite Vegeta's noble intentions, the outcome was cruel. The sacrifice he made resulted in a tremendous explosion that merely shattered Fat Buu into fragments, which, thanks to his incredible regenerative powers, gradually reformed into his original state. Meanwhile, Broly utilized his spatial transfer technique to return the Supreme Kai and the comatose Gohan to the sacred world. Broly suggested to the Supreme Kai that they take Gohan to train in the Supreme Kai realm and bring Dandy along for refuge, which the Supreme Kai agreed to, taking Gohan and Dandy with him to the sacred world. Aside from Broly's family, all other Z fighters had gathered for safety, shortly after instructing Goten and Trunks in the fusion technique. Goku returned to the other world. During this time, Goku had a conversation with Broly. Broly, if those two children cannot defeat Buu, will you help them in the end? Broly, faced with Goku's request, firmly refused, stating, "This is a trial meant for you all. If you cannot overcome this challenge, I shall leave Earth with the 18th and Whis. As for the others, they must leave their fates to chance." Why must it be this way? Goku shouted in frustration. To protect what is dear to you, you must rely on yourself, not others. Assistance is a matter of goodwill, not obligation. I hope you understand this. Have we truly become so weak? One day, I shall surpass you. Is that so? Then I shall eagerly await that day, Broly replied, turning away without acknowledging Goku's response. Broly, is it truly wise to leave Majin Buu unchecked? The 18th seated herself beside Broly, who sat with his eyes closed in meditation. Glancing at the dejected expressions of the others before addressing him, "Oh, not worry. Everything will be fine. It seems that 18 has understood the concerns," and continued, "This is a test for the warriors of Earth. If there truly comes a point where there is no other option, I will take responsibility for vanquishing Buu. Furthermore, Dandy is currently safe in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Once Buu is defeated, we can gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Although the dragon can restore life, such partings between life and death are still far too cruel for those who remain." Upon hearing this, Broly fell silent, yet the future cannot rely solely on him. Only when more powerful beings emerge on Earth can everything be assured. While she may not fully comprehend Broly's actions, as his wife, 18 believes she should support him, whether right or wrong. For as a family, mutual support is essential. Several days have passed since the emergence of Fat Buu, and truthfully, from an outward appearance, this perpetually smiling simpleton does not seem to embody evil. Indeed, Fat Buu, after absorbing the Grand Kaioshin, has been influenced by the Grand Kaioshin's character, no longer exhibiting the insatiable hunger for destruction he once did, yet he is not one to be trifled with. Those who anger him still face obliteration. Following the demise of Babidi, Fat Buu, now unrestrained, undertook actions according to his whims, transforming humans into various confections simply to satisfy his cravings, resulting in a mere handful of humanity left on Earth. It was not until one day, when Fat Buu encountered Satan, that his demeanor seemed to improve, suggesting a positive shift was underway. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. What is this? Two Boos, Piccolo, who had been observing Fat Buu's situation from the Heavenly Palace, exclaimed in astonishment. "Hey, Piccolo, don't joke around. We can barely handle one. And now there are two?" Krillin, initially believing Piccolo to be jesting, soon sensed the energy and found it hard to believe, as two immensely powerful and similar energies manifested on Earth. Though I too struggled to believe my eyes, it appears that this Slim Buu may be even stronger than Fat Buu. This is, Slim Buu has consumed Fat Buu. The Slim Buu, having split from Fat Buu, swiftly transformed Fat Buu into chocolate and devoured him, incorporating him into himself that a plume of white smoke erupted from the hole atop Slim Buu's head, enveloping his form, and once the smoke dissipated, the frail, dark Slim Buu was replaced by a robust and towering Big Buu. Upon his birth, sensing the energy of Piccolo and the others, he immediately soared toward the Heavenly Palace. "This is bad. Buu is coming this way," Piccolo warned. Before he could finish, Big Buu appeared above the Heavenly Palace, his eyes gleaming with malice as he grinned at everyone, including Broly, and inquired, "So, what shall I transform you into?" The arrival of Big Buu heightened the vigilance of all present, prompting 18 to instinctively shield Rel's behind her. "I do not prefer to converse with others while looking up." So, just as Big Buu scrutinized the others as if appraising goods, Broly's voice resonated from below. With a fierce glare, Broly, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, struck Big Buu, causing him to plummet to the ground with such force that the floor cracked beneath him. "You bastard!" Big Buu rose, his eyes fixed on Broly, brimming with murderous intent. Despite suffering no damage, Broly's audacity to cause such humiliation upon his entrance enraged Big Buu. Suddenly, a tail protruding from Big Buu pointed menacingly at Broly, unleashing a pink beam directly at him, with Big Buu cackling, "Transform into chocolate." "Broly, dodge!" Piccolo urgently called out as he saw Broly remain unfazed. "Humph, a trivial trick," Broly scoffed, and the pink ray halted a mere meter before him. No matter how much Big Buu intensified his output, it could not advance, as if a wall stood in its way. In the original world, Big Buu had used this very technique, yet back then, he could easily bypass defenses. How could this be? Big Buu's incredulity was evident as he realized his once invincible skill could not breach the energy wall Broly had erected. This truly your level? Startled by Broly's sudden appearance before him, Big Buu leaped backward in shock. As he scanned his surroundings for Broly's whereabouts, he could not catch even a glimpse of him. "Are you searching for me?" Broly's voice echoed from above, and upon looking up, Big Buu was struck by a grasping energy sphere directly to his face. Boom! The impact shattered Big Buu's visage. "This is truly impressive." Broly is... Krillin observed excitement evident on his face as he witnessed Big Buu being toyed with. "Do not celebrate too soon," Piccolo cautioned, dousing the enthusiasm. "Broly has already stated he will not personally eliminate Buu. Ultimately, it is up to us. Indeed, it remains a mystery why Broly refrains from eliminating Buu, especially considering his immense strength," Krillin lamented, recalling Broly's previous words. However, the thought of Trunks and Goten, still training in a hyperbolic time chamber, rekindled his spirits. And oh worries, Trunks and Goten will be out soon. It won't be long. "They should emerge in about an hour," Piccolo replied. "You scoundrel, perish." Having regained composure, Big Buu opened his mouth wide, gathering energy for a powerful blast. Just as he was about to unleash it, Broly, moving with incredible speed, thrust his hand into Big Buu's mouth, forcing the energy blast back down. Boom! White smoke billowed from the hole atop Big Buu's head as his cheeks exploded. "Oh dear, while it's unfortunate to be ugly, scaring people is unacceptable," Broly teased, releasing his grip and observing Big Buu's disheveled state. "You dare call me ugly?" Big Buu seethed, the insult striking a nerve. After all, the last individual who had the audacity to criticize his appearance, Vegeta, had been thoroughly beaten. Now, hearing someone else utter the same, Big Buu's rage reached its peak. In a flash, he lunged at Broly with ferocity. "That's right, come at me harder. Give it your all." Each of Big Buu's strikes was executed with full force. Yet Broly effortlessly evaded every attack without even shifting his stance. Gah! Big Buu felt a powerful punch connect with his abdomen, causing him to expel a mouthful of bitter liquid as he instinctively recoiled. Damn it! Clutching his belly, Big Buu realized the vast disparity between him and Broly, hesitating to attack recklessly. Yet the smoke emanating from the hole atop his head signified his foul mood. "It appears you finally comprehend the gap between us." With Big Buu refraining from further aggression, Broly ceased his playful taunting and continued. "In a moment, someone will arrive specifically to engage you. All you need to do is remain quiet and patient. As long as you stay calm, I shall refrain from intervening. However, should you wish to challenge me, I would not object. Trust me, you would not want to witness my full power, should Big Buu refuse to heed his counsel." Broly would not hesitate to eliminate him, merely serving as a training partner for Goku and the others, should it come to that. Fortunately, Big Buu, wary of Broly, chose to sit cross-legged and close his eyes, genuinely beginning to wait. This. Truly Majin Buu, so obedient, Bulma remarked in astonishment, witnessing Big Buu comply with Broly's words. Perhaps he has other intentions, 18 speculated astutely. Broly was aware of this as well, but chose not to voice it, curious to see what surprises this timeline's Buu might bring. Despite feeling intense anger, Big Buu sensed the threat of death emanating from Broly, understanding that should he provoke Broly, even his aberrant physiology might not withstand the consequences. From Broly's words, it seemed that in due time, he would encounter a formidable adversary. If he could absorb that individual, perhaps he could defeat Broly and become the strongest in the universe. Piccolo, How much longer until Trunks and Goten emerge? Broly inquired regarding the progress of their fusion training. They should be out in about an hour. An hour? Huh. Both Broly and Big Buu murmured simultaneously. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Goku and the Supreme Kai observed through a crystal ball the scene of Broly toying with Big Buu. The Supreme Kai, perplexed, asked, why does Mr. Broly not simply eliminate Buu? Goku, recalling his previous conversation with Broly, sighed. Broly is primarily concerned with 18 and Rels. As long as Buu does not target them, it seems Broly will refrain from taking action. If I possessed sufficient strength, I would undoubtedly challenge Broly to a duel, eager to ascertain the extent of his power. However, I take solace in the fact that we also have Gohan on our side. He is sure to handle Majin Buu. After an hour, the doors of the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and two figures burst forth, landing on the plaza of the sacred world of the Kais. Clang, 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 Trunks and Goten, with one hand on their hips and the other pointed defiantly at Majin Buu, boldly declared, Majin Buu, your demise is imminent, and it will be at our hands. After a brief pause, Trunks confidently gestured to himself, proclaiming, I am Trunks, and I am Goten. The duo announced in unison, continuing to challenge Buu, prepare to be vanquished, as soon as Trunks and Goten touched down on the plaza. Majin Buu opened his eyes and stood, evidently taking his opponent seriously. However, upon realizing that his challengers were merely two children, Buu stared blankly before turning to Broly and inquiring, these are my opponents? Indeed, they are your next adversaries, Broly affirmed with a nod. He then addressed Trunks and Goten, stating, now, showcase the fruits of your training. Humph, don't blink, Trunks said, rubbing his nose as he turned to Goten. Let's begin. Fusion, ha! They exclaimed in unison as they executed their fusion dance. A brilliant light erupted from the point where their fingers met, gradually enveloping both Trunks and Goten. When the light dissipated, the two were gone, leaving only a single figure standing with hands on hips. Broly regarded the warrior clad in the attire of the Metamorans, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Vegeta's but with purple highlights, and nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. This little fellow's base power should now be approximately 20 times that of Goten's. This, indeed, is the marvel of the fusion technique. While Broly was also adept in fusion, it had been many years since he last witnessed it. The last occasion was during his training on planet Metamo, when Hades mentioned that a power level exceeding 3 million was necessary for the fusion to yield a significant increase in strength. It was evident that Trunks, maintaining the same size as Goten prior to fusion, resulted in a fused warrior whose power was 20-fold that of Goten. It made him wonder what kind of amplification could be achieved through the Patera earrings from the Kai of the universe. Broly mused to himself, perhaps I should borrow a pair of earrings from the Kai to experiment. Majin Buu, are you prepared to meet your end? Gotenks, filled with arrogance akin to that depicted in the original story, dismissed Majin Buu as a mere nuisance. Fight down there. Do not damage this place, Broly admonished, somewhat exasperated. Majin Buu shared a similar sentiment, wishing to distance himself from the sacred world of the Kais to avoid Broly's interference during his attempt to devour Gotenks. Thus, Buu soared away, with Trunks in close pursuit. Piccolo, watching Gotenks chase after Majin Buu alone, felt a pang of concern and decided to follow. Truly, the caretaker of the Sun family is dutiful to a fault, he thought. Hearing Broly's assessment of Piccolo, Krillin couldn't help but twitch his mouth in response. Hey, where are you flying off to? It was only when Gotenks' annoyed voice rang out that Majin Buu finally halted his flight. He landed heavily, raising a cloud of dust, while Gotenks brushed off his clothes, complaining, geez, you've got my outfit all dirty. Majin Buu flashed a sinister smile, beckoning toward Gotenks. Come, let me witness your power. Without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gotenks struck a pose and shouted, behold my might. Wolf Fong Fist. Bang, bang, bang. Gotenks' fists landed on Majin Buu, yet they lacked the force to even dent his form. Buu frowned and remarked, is this all the power you possess? Disappointment flickered in Buu's expression. He had anticipated that Gotenks, the formidable foe Broly had mentioned, would prove to be a worthy challenge. To his chagrin, Gotenks' blows failed to inflict any injury. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gotenks realized that despite his impressive pose, he had left no mark on Majin Buu. Piccolo, arriving on the scene, shouted, "What are you doing? Time is of the essence. Finish off Majin Buu swiftly." "Yes, yes," Gotenks replied hurriedly, revealing that even in his fused state, he still feared Piccolo. "Then I shall unleash my strongest power. Let Uncle Piccolo see." Gotenks leaped back a considerable distance, gathering his energy. Ha! Ha! As Gotenks' voice grew louder, his appearance began to transform as he morphed into a Super Saiyan. A brilliant white lightning enveloped him. Just when Piccolo thought it concluded there, he sensed that Gotenks' energy continued to surge. Could it be? Piccolo pondered in astonishment, speculating whether Gotenks could ascend to the mightiest form of Super Saiyan 3. With a resounding roar, a blinding light erupted from Gotenks. And, as the brilliance faded, he had undergone a significant transformation. That is, Super Saiyan 3. These two little brats have truly achieved it. A terrifying aura radiated from Gotenks, leaving even Piccolo astounded that the fusion of Trunks and Goten could indeed manifest as Super Saiyan 3, the sacred world of the Kais. The realization struck. That is Super Saiyan 3. Goten and Trunks have reached this level. How incredible. Indeed, that is my Trunks. My Goten is impressive as well. Gotenks, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, served as a beacon of hope, allowing Krillin and the others to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the absence of Broly's intervention, someone was finally capable of shouldering the burden of saving the Earth. Although it weighed heavily on their hearts to send two children against such a perilous foe as Majin Buu, they had no other choice but to rely on them. Broly, sensing Gotenks' formidable energy, chuckled and remarked, "Not bad. His strength is now comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku." When Goku departed from Earth, he had demonstrated Super Saiyan 3 to everyone, and at that time, his energy was not drastically different from the current Gotenks Super Saiyan 3 form. Rills approached Broly, tugging at his clothing, and gazed up at him. "Daddy, Trunks and Goten have become so strong. Will I ever be able to catch up?" Broly crouched to meet Rill's gaze and replied, "Son, no matter how powerful your opponents may be, you must believe in yourself. Only by believing in your potential can you truly surpass anyone. But it seems like the gap between us is widened. Ha! With your father training you, even if Goten and Trunks have fused, it matters not. My son is never inferior to anyone. Rills, believe in yourself and in your father." Upon hearing Broly's words, Rills regained his confidence and asked, "Can I surpass Daddy?" "Of course." Broly, seeing the fighting spirit in Rills' eyes, laughed heartily and continued, "But you must put in the effort. Daddy won't wait for you to surpass your father. You must always strive and never slack off." "Humph, I will definitely catch up." Rills, typically composed, displayed a rare childlike enthusiasm. Broly embraced Rills and couldn't resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Though Rills cherished the time spent with his father, he blushed and quickly broke free from Broly's embrace, darting away. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gotenks and Majin Buu were locked in a fierce clash. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to exchange blows, with deep, muffled sounds echoing as their fists and knees collided. It was evident that Gotenks held a decisive advantage. After an intense exchange, numerous bruises marred Majin Buu's body, with purple blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Boom! In this instance, Majin Buu was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several rocky peaks before becoming lodged against a cliff. The wall cracked spiderweb-like under the impact. "What is the matter, Buu? Are you already down for the count?" Gotenks taunted proudly, flicking his nose. "Ha!" Majin Buu shattered the wall and emerged, his earlier injuries seemingly healed. Yet he maintained a smile, unfazed by Trunks' mockery. "How troublesome. My injuries have healed again." Gotenks, witnessing Buu's complete recovery, felt a twinge of frustration. However, he quickly dismissed it from his mind, declaring, "Then let us try this move. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack." With that, Gotenks expelled several ghostly figures that closely resembled him, and these apparitions swiftly darted toward Majin Buu, preparing to engage him. With a thunderous roar, the specter embracing Majin Buu erupted into a violent explosion, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke, rendering Buu's condition momentarily obscured. Enough of this. Trunks, quickly eliminate Majin Buu. From a distance, Piccolo, witnessing Gotenks' inability to vanquish the formidable foe, began to feel a foreboding sense of dread. "All right, I'm on it," Gotenks replied with irritation. "Honestly, Uncle Piccolo, you're being rather impatient. There's no choice left but to end this with one strike." As the smoke cleared, the once mighty Majin Buu appeared battered and bruised, steam rising from his body. Kamehameha? Just then, while preparing the Kamehameha, Gotenks involuntarily reverted from Super Saiyan 3 upon observing Gotenks' state. Piccolo's expression shifted to one of concern as a cold sweat began to form on Gotenks' brow. Meanwhile, Majin Buu regained his form and wore a smug grin. Crack! Buu clenched his fist with a menacing glare directed at Gotenks. "How about we take a little break?" Gotenks, fatigued from energy depletion, found himself unable to maintain even his Super Saiyan form, and panic began to set in. This is bad. If this continues, Goten and Trunks will be killed by Buu. Far away in the Supreme Kai realm, Goku felt an overwhelming urgency. Gotenks, having exited Super Saiyan 3, remained on the receiving end of Buu's assault, with injuries compounding quickly, leading to their separation. "Old Kai, is there still no sign of them?" Gohan, upon hearing Goku's alarming words about Goten and Trunks nearing death, couldn't help but inquire about the conclusion of the potential unlocking ritual. "It concluded long ago," replied the elder Kai, flipping through a book. "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "You never asked, did you?" Gohan, at a loss for words in response to the elder Kai's retort, realized that now was not the time for such exchanges. "We must hurry to their aid. Goten, Trunks, you must hold on. Gohan, I'll teleport you to Earth now." Broly, sensing the diminishment of Gotenks' energy, couldn't suppress a mocking thought. "Well, I suppose I should save those two, lest they truly perish." Just as Broly prepared to rush to Goten and Trunks' rescue, he glanced toward the distant sky. A smirk forming on his lips, "It appears reinforcements have arrived." At a distance of several hundred kilometers from Majin Buu, Jebbit teleported with Gohan to this location. "Gohan, this is as far as I can take you to. It shouldn't take long to reach Buu from here." Jebbit, having sensed the malevolent aura emanating from Buu, wished to depart this troublesome realm post-haste. "Thank you very much, Jebbit." In contrast to Jebbit, Gohan appeared remarkably composed, after the Elder Kai had unlocked his potential. Gohan exuded newfound confidence. Although Majin Buu was formidable, Gohan's power now surpassed Buu's, instilling him with a sense of calm grounded in strength that "I shall await your good news in the Supreme Kai realm." With that, Jebbit vanished in an instant. Gohan, attuned to Buu's energy, raced towards the battlefield. "You must hold on, Goten and Trunks." Meanwhile, Majin Buu jeered. "What happened? You've grown so weak." He kicked the now separated Goten and Trunks towards Piccolo, taunting them. How infuriating! Despite their desire to continue the fight, Trunks and Goten clearly found themselves at a disadvantage against the boastful Majin Buu, understanding that he could no longer be a match for Buu. Piccolo steeled himself, knowing he could not allow the two children to perish before his eyes. "Here's the deal. I'll grant you another chance to fuse once more, and then we shall battle again." Majin Buu proclaimed from his lofty position, as if he were bestowing a favor upon them. Initially prepared for a fight to the death, Piccolo was taken aback, unsure of Buu's true intentions. Nevertheless, this presented a golden opportunity. "Fine, we can fuse again in half an hour." Piccolo spoke solemnly. "I shall wait for you for that duration." Majin Buu, neither boastful nor anxious, retreated to a distance and sat cross-legged, seemingly intent on waiting for half an hour before continuing his battle with Gotenks. "Uncle Piccolo, what is happening?" "Yes, why is Buu letting us go? Is he a good guy?" "Enough. Goten, Trunks, rest and regain your strength immediately. Regardless of Buu's intentions, remember, when you fuse again, unleash your full power to obliterate him." "Understood?" "Understood." Goten and Trunks, utterly perplexed by Majin Buu's motives, found themselves at a loss. Even Piccolo, endowed with the wisdom of the Kais, could not decipher Buu's reasoning, yet the gravity of the situation necessitated clarity for Goten and Trunks. None could predict whether another opportunity would arise should they falter. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind them, and upon turning, they were filled with joy at the sight of their comrade. "Gohan! Brother!" Gohan, relieved to see Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo unharmed. Gohan's heart swelled with relief. "Thank goodness you're all safe." He then turned his attention to the now alert Majin Buu. "Leave the rest to me." Gohan declared confidently, advancing step by step towards Buu. Gohan, Piccolo began to protest, but was interrupted by the overwhelming energy radiating from Gohan, silencing his words. Astonishingly, Gohan had ascended to such heights. Having watched Gohan grow since childhood, Piccolo was taken aback by this display of might. Prior to this moment, Gohan could scarcely withstand a blow from Fat Buu. Yet now, his aura suggested a power that could rival Majin Buu's. Incredible. Gohan, your energy seems even stronger than when we fused into Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, brother is the strongest. Trunks and Goten felt this surge of energy and gazed in admiration at Gohan's advancing form. Although Majin Buu could not sense energy in the same way, he felt an intensified sense of threat emanating from Gohan. Recognizing him as a formidable adversary. How marvelous! Another powerful fighter has emerged. Despite feeling a surge of danger from Gohan, Majin Buu experienced exhilaration rather than fear. After absorbing these two, Gohan and Gotenks, I doubt that annoying green-haired fellow I encountered previously will pose a challenge. Majin Buu twisted his neck and fixed a blank stare on Gohan, who was equally focused on him. What's this? Do you think you can defeat me? Who knows? Gohan replied with a confident smile, his demeanor cool. Let us see how you fare against my strength. Majin Buu, irritated by Gohan's demeanor, intended to retaliate, but Gohan struck first, delivering a powerful punch to Buu's abdomen. Buu doubled over, the force of the blow resonating through him and shattering the stone formations behind him. It seems you're not as strong as you thought. Gohan whispered in Buu's ear, unleashing an even greater force that sent Buu sliding backward. It wasn't until he had slid several meters that Buu managed to regain his footing, quickly mending the damage to his abdomen. Ha! Useless! I am immortal. You may be strong, but you cannot destroy me. Buu mockingly patted his now-repaired abdomen, taunting Gohan. Oh, is that so? Let us put that to the test. Gohan remained confident in his ability to defeat Buu, or he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Beads of cold sweat formed on Buu's brow. He realized that Gohan was no mere opponent. Although Majin Buu's physique was robust, it was not truly immortal, merely possessing a remarkable regenerative capability. Buu needed a strategy, otherwise he could genuinely be vanquished. With determination, Gohan tightened his fists, his feet striking the ground with force as he vanished from sight in an instant. The moment Gohan disappeared, Buu felt a chilling sensation ripple across his skin, prompting him to evade swiftly. Boom! Where Buu had once stood, Gohan's fist appeared as if conjured from thin air, landing a tremendous blow that sent shockwaves through the space around them. Quick reflexes, not bad. A calm voice echoed in the air as Buu, retreating instinctively, crossed his arms defensively, only to feel a violent tremor before being propelled backward. Originally, after Sun Wukong missed a strike, he swiftly pursued Majin Buu, appearing in an instant behind him to deliver a powerful punch. Unfortunately, this attack was intercepted by Buu, leading to a fierce horizontal sweep that struck Buu's abdomen. After stabilizing himself in midair, Buu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Sun Wukong, who was beckoning him from below. With a sudden burst, he launched an assault towards Sun Wukong. Incredible, Wukong! Exclaimed Sun Wukong, observing the battle from the Kaioshin realm through a crystal ball. After all, that fellow possesses extraordinary talent, and with my potential unlocking, how could he not be formidable? The old Kaioshin, not one to miss an opportunity for self-praise, continued. This little one has abandoned the path of transforming through Saiyan blood and seems to have developed a new transformation after my guidance. Ah, that makes sense that, oh wonder Wukong, despite not transforming into a Super Saiyan, is so powerful. Sun Wukong finally comprehended why the seemingly normal Wukong felt as strong as his Super Saiyan 3 form. Fool! The Super Saiyan transformation is fundamentally flawed. Wukong's mysterious transformation is far more commendable. Yet, the Super Saiyan transformation grants us tremendous strength. Regardless of its validity, it remains the best transformation for me. Seeing Sun Wukong remain indifferent to his comments, the old Kaioshin sighed and chose to say no more. While it may be true, as the old Kaioshin suggested, that the Super Saiyan transformation is erroneous, one cannot deny the immense power it bestows upon the Saiyans. Neither Broly nor Sun Wukong and Vegeta would relinquish such power unless a stronger transformation were to be discovered as a half-breed Saiyan. Sun Wufan lacks the fierce fighting spirit and relentless pursuit of power typical of pure Saiyans. Had it not been for the emergence of Majin Buu and the ensuing crisis, Wufan might still be engaged in study rather than training. The Saiyan blood coursing through Wufan's veins endows him with immense talent and potential. Through the old Kaishin's development and guidance, Wufan has mastered the latent power hidden deep within him, resulting in the emergence of his enigmatic form. Boom! A figure crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater. Majin Buu felt exceedingly frustrated, having been suppressed and beaten throughout the battle. Anyone in his position would feel a sense of indignation. What a convenient punching bag. Initially, I thought you might be worth my attention. But it turns out you are quite weak. No, perhaps it is simply that I have grown too strong. Sun Wufan observed Majin Buu, who had regained his composure but was still panting heavily. Murmuring to himself, "Hey, you two over there, hurry up and settle this with me." Surprisingly, the rejuvenated Buu did not launch another attack at Wufan, but instead shouted at Trunks and Son Goten. "Right? Time's running out." Trunks responded first, turning to Son Goten and saying, "Goten, let us fuse." "All right." Goten snapped back to reality from the thrilling battle between Wufan and Buu and called out to his older brother in the sky. "Brother, leave the rest to Trunks and me. We will handle that guy." With no other choice, Sun Wufan slowly descended to the ground, wearing a tender expression, for after all, they were his younger siblings. However, no one noticed the sly smirk that crept onto the corner of Buu's mouth before quickly returning to normal. Fusion, a flash of white light enveloped Trunks and Goten, and in an instant, Gotenks reappeared. "All right, let us finish Buu off in one go." Haha. Gotenks transformed into Super Saiyan 3, clearly intending to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Ding ding ding. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks made a dazzling entrance. What an opportunity. In the moment of Gotenks' transformation, Majin Buu seized the chance and swiftly attacked, an appendage buried underground expanding into a massive cloth that enveloped Gotenks and Piccolo. Merging with them. What? The sudden turn of events left Sun Wufan momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that at the very moment he was distracted by Gotenks' transformation, Buu would take advantage and absorb both Gotenks and Piccolo. Gotenks and Piccolo, believing that Wufan would ensure their safety, had let their guard down, allowing Buu to succeed with ease. Having absorbed Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and Piccolo, Majin Buu underwent a transformation, now possessing not only the power of Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, but also Piccolo's intelligence. While his appearance changed little, save for the addition of a stylish outfit, his aura had become exponentially more terrifying. "Haha, I am immensely powerful now. Feel the weight of my strength," Buu proclaimed, turning his gaze toward the watchful Sun Wufan below. "Prepare to experience the extent of my current power." What? As a pink energy sphere abruptly appeared before him, Sun Wufan hastily extended his hands to block it. This is bad. The newly empowered Buu moved with such speed that even Sun Wufan could not keep up. In an instant, he launched an energy ball towards Wufan and then reappeared behind him, firing another energy ball in his direction. Boom! Faced with the dual onslaught of potent energy spheres, Sun Wufan could only unleash a barrier to shield himself. Striving to mitigate the damage as the smoke and sparks dissipated, Sun Wufan found himself kneeling on one knee, his martial arts uniform tattered, clearly indicating that he had not fully defended against Buu's assault. 88. Fusion. Caravan. Not bad. But to be cautious, I must render you incapable of fighting. With a resolution in mind, Buu no longer hesitated, launching himself towards Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan, sensing Buu's movement, immediately became vigilant, yet with Buu's strength far exceeding his own. Engaging in direct confrontation would quickly lead to defeat. Reluctantly, Wufan could only continue to activate energy barriers for defense while seizing any opportunity to counterattack. Bang! In an instant, Buu flipped mid-air and descended upon Sun Wufan with a crushing blow. His legs slicing through the air with a deafening crack, as the energy barrier shattered. Sun Wufan reacted just in time, raising his hands to block Buu's overwhelming force. However, Buu's might was too formidable. Having fused with Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, Buu's power had nearly doubled. The sheer force caused the ground beneath Sun Wukong to buckle, forcing him to bend his body in an effort to withstand Buu's attack. Ugh! Sun Wukong roared, unleashing a ferocious energy that propelled Buu away. Buu was sent flying. He gathered energy balls in his hands, unleashing a barrage towards Sun Wukong like a machine gun. Bam, bam, bam. Bang! Sun Wukong deflected the approaching energy balls one by one. But as is often the case, prolonged defense leads to inevitable loss. One energy ball broke through his defenses and struck him, the pain momentarily slowing his movements. Allowing a torrent of energy to follow, mercilessly battering him in the Divine Temple. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's current prowess, Broly felt quite impressed. Wukong's strength was now nearly on par with his future self, who could transform into Super Saiyan 3. However, Wukong's subsequent performance greatly disappointed Broly. The overwhelming power had instilled in Wukong an unmatched confidence, leading him to underestimate Majin Buu. When facing a formidable foe, one should eliminate the threat immediately if capable, rather than toy with them. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances may arise over time? Surely, Sun Wukong should grasp this principle now. Hiding is futile, Buu called out to the concealed Sun Wukong amid the rubble, but received no response. Wukong realized that his only chance lay in stalling for time until Gotenks' fusion period ended. Only then did he stand a chance of victory. However, with Buu now possessing Piccolo's intellect, he was far too perceptive that if you do not emerge, he grinned. This attack could very well obliterate the earth. Floating in the air with arms outstretched, Buu began to gather a colossal energy sphere between his hands before hurling it downwards. Damn it! Kamehameha! As Wukong witnessed Buu recklessly discarding a massive energy sphere, he cursed under his breath. Then, summoning his energy, he blasted away the surrounding debris and unleashed a Kamehameha to counter. Buu cackled wickedly, pushing the energy sphere forward, pressing it against Wukong's Kamehameha as it slowly descended toward him. Arrogant, Broly in the Divine Temple was incensed by Buu's actions. At this rate, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught, and the Earth would surely face destruction. Regardless of the circumstances, this was Broly's home planet. He could not allow it to be annihilated by a mere Buu. As Broly flickered out of existence within the sacred realm, he reappeared on the battlefield. Concealed in the shadows, it was evident that he would not intervene until the very last moment. As the energy sphere drew ever closer, Gohan felt a sense of helplessness and profound regret. Yet in that instant, he heard the voice of his father, Goku. Kamehameha, a brilliant blue energy wave erupted from beside Gohan, merging with another blue energy wave, forcing the oncoming energy back. Majin Buu swiftly evaded the colossal Kamehameha that surged towards him after obliterating the energy sphere. Father, what brings you here? Your halo has vanished. Have you been revived? The exhilaration of fighting alongside his father once more surged within Gohan. Goku replied, "Thanks to the Elder Kai, I have returned. Gohan, wear this earring on your left ear. This way we can fuse and attain greater power together." Fuse, like Trunks and Goten. Gohan took the earring, only to discover that he too wore a matching one on his right ear. Indeed, but this fusion is permanent. However, we can ask Shenron to separate us afterward. Understood. Just as Gohan was about to adorn his left ear with the Patera earring, an energy blast surged towards him and Goku, interrupting his action. Fuse, do you think I will grant you that opportunity? As long as I refuse, fusion is impossible for you. Majin Buu crossed his arms, calmly observing Goku and Gohan. "Oh, is that so?" Broly's voice echoed from behind Majin Buu. Startled, Majin Buu hastily dodged aside. Goku and Gohan, fuse now. Buu will not interfere. Broly did not even glance at Majin Buu as he addressed Goku and Gohan. "How dare you ignore me?" Majin Buu seethed with rage, his fists enveloped in pink energy as he charged at Broly. Yet transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Broly retaliated with a powerful blast aimed at Majin Buu. In an instant, Majin Buu was sent flying backward as if struck by a tremendous force. Utterly defenseless, just as Majin Buu regained his footing, a brilliant white light emanated from below. "It seems this area is secure. I shall leave the battlefield to you." With that, Broly vanished from the scene. Observing from a distance, the white light faded. A robust figure clad in martial arts attire, bearing a striking resemblance to Goku and Gohan, appeared on the ground. "Who are you?" Majin Buu, sensing an overwhelming pressure and the scent of death, inquired in astonishment. "Me? I am the fusion of Kakarot and Gohan. You may call me Kakarot. You may not comprehend this, but I am truly enraged." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kakarot delivered a powerful punch to Majin Buu's abdomen, followed by another that caused Buu's midsection to explode as a surge of immense energy erupted from Kakarot, forming a golden energy sphere that enveloped Majin Buu. Boom! Majin Buu vanished without a trace, seemingly obliterated. Kakarot crossed his arms and declared to the air, "You need not hide." Behind Kakarot, pink particles coalesced, and with a swish, Majin Buu re-emerged, fully restored. "Did you know? You nearly harmed my dear friend here," Majin Buu mockingly remarked. "Indeed." Turning to face Majin Buu, Kakarot continued, "But do you think I was unaware?" In a flash, Kakarot vanished from view, and Majin Buu felt a sudden pain in his abdomen, realizing his power was dissipating like a receding tide. Majin Buu reverted to his initial form, having previously consumed Fat Buu, while Gotenks and Piccolo were rescued by Kakarot. "I leave them in your capable hands, Elder Kai," knowing that the Elder Kai was undoubtedly observing the battlefield. Kakarot placed Gotenks and Piccolo on a nearby patch of grass before returning to the fray. What have you done?" Majin Buu, completely bewildered, gazed at the now reappeared Kakarot. "I sent energy into you, locating Gotenks and Piccolo. Then I instantaneously transported them far from you. Now I can unleash my full strength." With that, Kakarot, free of reservations, launched a fierce assault on Majin Buu, who now possessed only the power of half a Super Saiyan 3, rendering him no match for Kakarot. Had Kakarot wished to end the battle swiftly, Majin Buu would have had no chance to recover. That is Vegeta. The Elder Kai observed the distant approach of Vegeta towards the battlefield through the crystal ball. How did he arrive here? Will Buu not consume him? Contemplating Kakarot's strength, the Elder Kai realized that even if Buu were to absorb Vegeta, it would not alter the overall outcome, thus continuing to focus on the conflict between Kakarot and Buu. This fusion of Goku and Gohan is truly beyond imagination. According to the 6th universe angel, Vados, the Patera earrings not only combine the powers of the fusers, but amplify them tenfold. That Gohan's enigmatic state had already surpassed Super Saiyan 3 Goku, whose strength far exceeded that of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Therefore, even if Goku and Vegeta were to fuse, their competitive nature would still be slightly inferior. Thus, the fusion of Goku and Gohan likely represented the pinnacle of strength. I dare say that this fusion's might, aside from that individual who sealed me within the Z-Sword 75 million years ago, is the most formidable. Though 75 million years had passed, the mere thought of that individual sent a shiver down the Elder Kai's spine. Of course, had the Elder Kai witnessed Broly unleash his full power, he might have reconsidered his assessment. That energy is Vegeta. Suddenly sensing a tremendous energy approaching the battlefield, Kakarot ceased his assault on Majin Buu. Vegeta, having just arrived on the battlefield, was taken aback by Kakarot's overwhelming aura. "Wait, this power is extraordinary, BB Vegeta." After being knocked to the ground, Majin Buu also recognized Vegeta, with a stomp of his foot. Majin Buu transformed into a ball and hurtled toward the unsuspecting Vegeta. As he neared, Majin Buu shifted from a ball to a net, intending to engulf Vegeta in one swift motion. "Not on my watch." Kakarot instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept through the air like a tempest, sending the net-like Majin Buu soaring backward. "Enough, Buu!" Kakarot landed firmly on the ground, locking his gaze on Majin Buu hovering above. "Your repeated defiance leaves me no choice but to show no mercy." Kamehameha, A golden energy wave struck Majin Buu with tremendous force. "I shall reduce you to ashes." Kaioken, Kakarot's aura, once crackling with blue lightning, transformed into a soft red hue, amplifying the golden Kamehameha into a vibrant crimson, significantly increasing its potency. Majin Buu, struck by the crimson Kamehameha, was unable to utter a sound before being obliterated, leaving no trace behind. With a sigh of relief, Kakarot finally relaxed, realizing that the combined pressure of Gohan's mysterious state and the Kaioken had taken a toll on his physical form. However, the battle was now won, and the next step was to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. 89. Broly versus Kakarot. Indeed, I did not expect that you and Gohan, upon fusing, would possess such formidable power. Even I cannot help but be astonished. Broly's voice resonated from behind Kakarot. Kakarot turned, adopting a fighting stance as he addressed Broly. Broly, shall we engage in a friendly match? I believe I am now a worthy opponent for you. Haha, that suits me perfectly. You are now formidable enough to command my respect. Come, let me witness the strength of the mightiest fusion warrior, Kakarot. Long before Kakarot had decimated Majin Buu, Broly had conceived the desire to engage Kakarot in battle. And it appeared he was not alone in this thought. Broly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and as he sensed an aura even stronger than Kakarot's for Vegeta, he wisely distanced himself from the battlefield, anticipating an exceptionally fierce confrontation. The ordinary Super Saiyan 3 represents a standard power increase of 400 times, while Super Saiyan 3's transformation amplifies power by a staggering 2,000 times, 5 times that of a regular Super Saiyan 3. In terms of base power, Broly's standard form is 20 times that of Goku's base form, and with a multiplier of Super Saiyan 3, Broly's power reaches an astronomical 914,545,616 times that of Goku. Meanwhile, Kakarot's strength, resulting from the combined might of Goku and Gohan multiplied by 10, also stands at 20 times Goku's base form. However, Gohan's mysterious state parallels the amplification of Super Saiyan 3, meaning that Kakarot in this mysterious state is equivalent to 8,000 times Goku's base form. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation of Broly far exceeds Kakarot's capabilities, placing them on entirely different levels. Truly, Broly lives up to his reputation. He is immensely powerful. Kero Fan could naturally sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Broly. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Well then, I shall no longer hold back. Kyoken. The aura surrounding Kero Fan transformed into a faint crimson hue, doubling his energy. Soon after, the two moved in perfect synchrony, their bodies flashing forward as their fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang, bang, bang. There was nothing flamboyant about it, only the raw clash of flesh against flesh. In the blink of an eye, Broly and Kero Fan had exchanged hundreds of blows. And from a distance, Vegeta clearly observed that with each impact, Kero Fan was forced back a step by Broly's terrifying power. From the very beginning, Kero Fan had been giving it his all, even activating the Kaioken, knowing that while he could initiate it in his mysterious state, it placed immense strain on his body. Nonetheless, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Broly, on the other hand, had only unleashed half of his power to test Kero Fan's strength. Yet even that proved superior. It was truly unimaginable how much stronger Broly had become. Vegeta murmured in disbelief, clenching his fists in frustration. With a thunderous clash, their fists met once more, causing the ground beneath them to tremble and crack. Kero Fan was sent flying by Broly's full-force punch, as Broly intended to go all out and finish the fight swiftly. Double Kaioken. With a mighty roar, Kero Fan's aura intensified even further, doubling both his speed and strength. Not enough. Still not enough. Once more, Broly sent Kero Fan hurtling away. This time, as Kero Fan gasped for breath and struggled to regain his composure, a more potent energy began to emanate from him. Five-fold Kaioken. With the power of the five-fold Kaioken, Kero Fan's strength now matched that of Broly in his Super Saiyan 3 form, although veins bulged on Kero Fan's forehead and beads of sweat formed. He felt the exhilaration of his blood surging with vitality. With his overall strength amplified fivefold, Kero Fan launched another punch toward Broly. Sensing Kero Fan's newfound power, Broly too became invigorated. Ever since he had vanquished Majin Buu in the future timeline, he had believed himself to be the strongest in the universe, anticipating no rivals in the main timeline before encountering a god of destruction. However, Kero Fan had surprised him immensely. Broly unleashed his full strength in a punch, colliding with Kero Fan's attack. Boom! Their fists met once again, their bodies enveloped in red and grass-green auras, as the ground beneath them continued to shatter and collapse under the force of their blows. In this moment, their fists, feet, elbows, and knees became weapons of attack, intertwining, crashing, separating, and colliding once more. Like war machines, they engaged in a relentless flurry of strikes. Even from a distance, Vegeta could feel the fierce winds generated by their battle. And he couldn't help but sigh. When will I possess such power? Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin, observing from the Kaioshin realm, was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Kero Fan, whom he believed to be unrivaled in the universe aside from the Supreme Being, would be repeatedly suppressed by Broly. That it was only after Kero Fan activated the five-fold Kaioken that the two reached a stalemate. The old Kaioshin couldn't help but marvel. This Broly is incredibly powerful. Perhaps he is the strongest Saiyan. However, upon witnessing Broly's green hair transformation into Super Saiyan, which differed from the usual golden hair transformation of ordinary Saiyans, the old Kaioshin scratched his head, momentarily unable to recall where he had seen such records. Yet, since he couldn't remember, he chose not to delve deeper, continuing to watch the thrilling clash between Broly and Kero Fan. Bang! After yet another clash, both Broly and Kero Fan were sent reeling backwards. Broly, let us settle this with one decisive move, Kero Fan proposed, feeling that he could not maintain the Kaioken for much longer. Bring it on. Broly was equally curious to see if Kero Fan, now wielding the five-fold Kaioken, could still withstand his power in an energy clash. Kamehameha. Accompanied by a series of low growls, Kero Fan clasped his hands together at his side, gathering a terrifying red-golden energy sphere in his palms. Titan Energy Cannon. Broly, unwilling to be outdone, gathered grass-green energy spheres in each hand before merging them at his chest, where faint green lightning danced around the surface of the energy sphere. Almost simultaneously, both Broly and Kero Fan unleashed their energies, akin to two raging dragons charging at one another. One blast was insufficient, so Broly steadied his output with one hand while conjuring another Titan Energy Cannon with the other, launching it forth. This time, the Titan Energy Cannon began to overpower Kero Fan's Kamehameha, inexorably advancing toward him. Kero Fan sensed Broly's assault intensifying once more and was about to activate the six-fold Kaioken to forcibly break through Broly's onslaught when, unexpectedly, he disintegrated. Without Kero Fan's sustained output, the Kamehameha was effortlessly overwhelmed by Broly's Titan Energy Cannon, soaring into the sky. Phew, that was close. I thought I was done for as the Titan Energy Cannon narrowly missed him. Gohan and Goku exhaled in relief. That aren't we supposed to be unable to separate after merging? Goku remarked, bewildered by their sudden disbandment mid-battle, while the old Kaioshin found it hard to refute this. As it was indeed the case. Only the Kaioshin could maintain a permanent fusion. Mortals could only merge for an hour at most. Seeing that Kero Fan had disbanded, Broly felt there was no longer a need to continue the fight. As in terms of individual power, both Goku and Gohan were significantly weaker than him. So that's how it is. Goku chuckled heartily, then looked at Broly, who was preparing to leave. Next time, I will definitely catch up to you. I will be waiting for you all ahead. Just as he finished speaking, Broly vanished from sight, returning to the sacred world of the Kais to prepare to take Android 18 and Whis home. Old Kaioshin, I am here to take Dandy back to Earth. After battling Broly, Goku returned to the Kaioshin realm to bring Dandy back to Earth, as the planet was now safe and needed Dandy's presence. Finally, I can go home. Although the Kaioshin had been quite friendly towards Dandy, the vast dimensional difference between beings of their respective statuses meant that Dandy could still feel the subtle pressure that came with being in the presence of higher life forms. By the way, Goku, what exactly is this Broly who managed to defeat both you and Gohan when you merged? The old Kaioshin inquired curiously. You mean Broly? I remember Broly mentioned that he is the legendary Super Saiyan. A once-in-a-thousand-year warrior of the Saiyan race. Goku scratched his head, finally recalling a once-in-a-thousand-year legendary Super Saiyan. The old Kaioshin murmured thoughtfully. Noticing the old Kaioshin was lost in contemplation, Goku waved goodbye to Kibito Kai, the fusion of Kaioshin Shin and Kibito, before teleporting away with Dandy. I remember now, the old Kaioshin suddenly exclaimed, startling Kibito Kai. Upon seeing the old Kaioshin's worried expression, Kibito Kai curiously asked, Ancestor, what have you remembered? Broly. is the Demon Saiyan. Demon Saiyan. Kibito Kai had never heard this term before. The old Kaioshin, seeing Kibito Kai's confusion, promptly tapped him on the head and scolded, "How can you know nothing? You are a Kaioshin, and this is simply unacceptable." Kibito Kai felt helpless. He had only recently become a Kaioshin, and his predecessors had all been defeated by Majin Buu, leaving him without any guidance. Sighing at Kibito Kai's plight, the old Kaioshin took it upon himself to provide a thorough lesson on the knowledge of the Demon Saiyans. The Demon Saiyan is a super Saiyan that emerges once every 1,000 years among the Saiyan race. He possesses greater potential and talent than any other Saiyan. Isn't that a good thing? No matter how powerful Broly becomes, it shouldn't disrupt the order of the universe. You don't understand. The old Kaioshin couldn't help but curse, continuing, "Once a Demon Saiyan awakens, transforming into a grass-green-haired Super Saiyan, he will go into a continuous rampage, unleashing everything within him in one explosive surge. What is even more terrifying is that during this rampage, his power will increase exponentially until he is ultimately consumed by his own overwhelming strength. And during this process, countless planets may be destroyed." Yikes! Kibito Kai felt his anxiety rising as he heard the old Kaioshin's concerns. He then recalled that Broly seemed to retain his sanity even after transforming and posed his question. "I'm not entirely sure about that either. Logically, Broly should have lost his reason and gone on a rampage after transforming, yet he is not. Moreover, his strength does not seem to match the records. However, perhaps this is for the best. At least Broly can freely control his power at last." After the old Kaioshin repeatedly observed the battle between Broly and Karo Fan, he arrived at a conclusion. Broly possesses a formidable mental fortitude that allows him to remain alert. Unlike the previous evil Saiyans, who traded everything for a single explosive outburst, Broly enhances his strength by diligently cultivating and unlocking his potential. Although initially, Broly may not surpass the evil Saiyans of yore. In due course, he is destined to become the most powerful evil Saiyan, for he embodies greater possibilities. This implies that Broly indeed possesses the qualities of a strong individual. Jebbit, too, was taken aback by the old Kaioshin's high regard for Broly. Indeed, if he could maintain his composure and continuously surpass his limits, Broly might even catch up to that esteemed individual. The old Kaioshin was also deeply intrigued by Broly, eager to discover how far this extraordinary evil Saiyan could truly go. Enough of these taxing contemplations. It was time to indulge in a book for some relaxation. The old Kaioshin, unbeknownst to where he had procured it, began to read a magazine featuring beautiful women with great seriousness. Jebbit could only shake his head in disbelief at the old Kaioshin's antics, perhaps finally understanding why his ancestor had been sealed within the Z-Sword. Certainly, it was due to his lewdness. Naturally, Broly was completely oblivious to the happenings in the Kaioshin realm, and even if he were aware, it would not particularly concern him. When Broly returned home with Android 18 and Whis, it was already evening. Time to prepare dinner once again. This time, aside from several maid robots cooking in the kitchen, Broly was also among them. While he may not be a culinary expert, he was certainly capable of whipping up some simple home-cooked dishes. Having been married for quite a while, neither 18 nor Whis had yet tasted Broly's cooking, so today seemed the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his skills to his wife and child. Delicious, Whis declared, though he had not eaten much, as Broly's cooking paled in comparison to that of the maid robots. Aware of the disparity, Broly placed the dish before himself and said, "I'll handle this. You two can enjoy the others." However, 18 took the plate away, picking up chopsticks to savor the dish, then remarked, "I really like this. I'll finish it." At a warmth filled Broly's heart as he thought. Indeed, 18 still loves me. After the defeat of Majin Buu by Karo Fan, the crisis on Earth had been resolved, yet the damage wrought by Buu remained. Consequently, Goku and the Z-Fighters utilized the Dragon Radar to locate the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe. On this day, the 7 Dragon Balls converged, and Goku shouted at the spheres, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." In an instant, the skies darkened, and a colossal Shenron emerged from the glowing Dragon Balls. As always. Shenron gazed at Goku and the others and proclaimed, "State your wishes. I can grant 3 of them." 3? Aren't there supposed to be only 2? Goku inquired, puzzled. "The creator of my being has temporarily amplified my powers, so I can grant 3 wishes this time." Afterward, it will revert to 2, Shenron explained. Now, state your first wish. With no hesitation, Goku declared, I wish for all the Earthlings killed by Majin Buu, including Vegeta, to be revived. It was unavoidable. After all, Vegeta being a Saiyan would certainly seek vengeance if he were not included in the wish. Shenron's crimson eyes gleamed. It is done. What is your next wish? For my second wish. I hope that everyone except those who fought Majin Buu forgets everything about him. No problem. What is your next wish? Goku pondered for a moment, uncertain of what else to wish for. Finally, he said, for my last wish, restore Earth to its state before the battle with Majin Buu. Suddenly, Piccolo, who had been silent, spoke up and made a wish. No problem. In restoring it, I have also enhanced Earth's resilience. Goku and the others were astonished, not expecting Shenron to be so accommodating. Farewell. With the 3 wishes granted, Shenron vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls glowed as they flew across the world, awaiting the next year when someone would gather them again to fulfill their wishes. The Earthlings revived once more, left in disbelief. Although they had lost all memories of Majin Buu, they still recalled having died and met King Yama, yet they were alive again. Countless reporters flocked to the residence of the erstwhile savior, Mr. Satan, to inquire about the world's strongest man's views on the matter. Though he was unaware of the specifics, Satan recognized this as an excellent opportunity to enhance his reputation, addressing the visiting journalists. Indeed, we have vanquished an evil foe. However, after defeating the enemy, I felt deep remorse and guilt for being unable to save the people, which profoundly moved the divine beings. Thus they responded to my plea and revived everyone. Upon hearing this, the reporters were moved to tears, showering praise upon Satan, while viewers watching the interview on television were equally touched, believing Satan had made a significant contribution to humanity and even received divine acknowledgement. As for why they believed Satan's tall tales, it was because those who had perished had encountered the messengers of the underworld and King Yama, retaining those memories even after being revived. Once again, Satan became the world savior, his prestige among the populace soaring. Meanwhile, the Z-fighters paid no mind to these happenings. After all, their martial pursuits were for the protection of Earth and their families. Not for fame or fortune. This moment, Broly arrived at Bulma's house, needing her assistance with a matter. Hey, Broly, what brings you here? Bulma inquired as she stepped out of her laboratory after completing a research project. Noticing Broly seated on her sofa, watching television with Trunks, Broly promptly stated, Bulma, I would like to borrow the time machine that Cell once used. But don't you already have a time machine? Bulma asked. Intrigued as to why Broly needed two, it's like this. I want to explore other timelines, and I plan to keep my time machine untouched to avoid altering my original world, Broly explained. All right, wait for me outside. With that, Bulma returned to her laboratory, retrieving the time machine from the space capsule she had previously stored it in. Once she brought the time machine out and entered the cockpit, she asked, Which time period do you wish to visit? 16 years into the future, Broly replied, having made up his mind to explore the GT world, as there were still 4 years remaining until the god of destruction Beerus would arrive in the main timeline. Exploring other worlds in the meantime seemed like a splendid choice. 16 years. Got it. Although Bulma had yet to fully grasp the principles behind the time machine, she had mastered the basic operations long ago. After setting the time, she exited the cockpit and informed Broly, the time is set. You can initiate the departure whenever you're ready, and there's enough fuel for your round trip. All right, I'll take it back first and depart in a while. Broly stored the time machine in his space capsule and bid farewell to Bulma. 3 months later, Broly finally convinced Android 18 to embark on his journey through parallel worlds, preparing to venture into the world 16 years later, known as the GT world. The time machine landed steadily on the ground, and Broly found himself in the outskirts of West City. He began to sense the energy signatures on Earth, surprisingly, after all these years. He could only detect one powerful presence, likely belonging to Vegeta. It seemed that the second-generation warriors had not grown at all. Broly sensed several energy signatures far beyond that of ordinary individuals. But only Vegeta earned his recognition. As for Trunks and Goku, Broly did not sense their energies on Earth. He suddenly remembered that Goku in this timeline had shrunk and was currently traveling through space with Trunks and Pan in search of the Dragon Balls. Let me see how strong the Z-Fighters are in this timeline, Broly mused, unleashing his formidable energy. In a luxurious estate in West City, Vegeta was diligently training in the gravity chamber, enduring intense gravity. What a strong energy. Why does it feel so familiar? Upon sensing Broly's aura, Vegeta paused his training and turned to the direction of the energy. Whoever it is, if they intend to cause trouble, I shall eliminate them without hesitation. Although he couldn't immediately recall the source of the familiar energy, Vegeta could sense that, despite its strength, it was still inferior to his own. Thus, he exited the gravity chamber and flew toward Broly's location. Did you feel that, Goten? Despite Gohan having abandoned training to become a scholar, sensing energy was a simple task. What a powerful energy, and it feels somewhat familiar. It seems I've encountered it before. In his youth, Sun Wutian had once clashed with Broly from this timeline, hence he felt an innate familiarity. Uncle Vegeta has already rushed over. Let us join him, brother. Sun Wufan inquired about Sun Wutian's opinion. Let us go. Whoosh, a distinct sound of air being sliced through reached their ears from a distance, and shortly after, a familiar figure appeared before Broly. Long time no see, Vegeta. Broly was not at all surprised to see Vegeta arrive first, as he was the closest. You are Broly. The moment Vegeta appeared, he fixated his gaze on Broly, instantly recognizing the familiar face and attire. I never expected you to have been resurrected. If you have returned, you should find a place to hide well. Are you trying to lure me here just to be killed and sent back to hell? Vegeta's eyes gleamed sharply as he spoke coldly. Truly, you are the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Have you grown so bold that you can no longer wield your sword against me? Broly retorted, visibly displeased. Haha, Broly, do you think this is still over 20 years ago? Defeating you now would be a trivial task. Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smirk. Indeed, if it were the Broly from the GT world standing here, he might truly be no match for Vegeta. However, that is not the case. Although this Broly hails from the past and has trained for 16 fewer years, once he transforms into a legendary Super Saiyan, the outcome of their battle remains uncertain. Broly shook his head and beckoned Vegeta forward, urging him to come at him. Seeing Broly's provocation, the proud Vegeta could hardly hold back. Like lightning, he launched a punch. Broly, not one to back down, countered with a punch of his own. Bang! In the next moment, both warriors were sent reeling backward. However, while Broly staggered back a dozen steps, Vegeta only took a few steps before regaining his balance. So, do you feel the gap in our strengths? Vegeta remarked proudly, noticing Broly's greater retreat. Indeed, if I did not possess this level of power, my visit to this world would certainly be disappointing. Vegeta furrowed his brows at Broly's words, momentarily failing to comprehend his meaning. That is, Broly. Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian had also arrived, and upon seeing Broly, they immediately grew vigilant. Broly felt a deep sense of regret. In his own timeline, Sun Wufan had single-handedly shouldered the responsibility of protecting Earth, continuously honing his skills, while the Sun Wufan of the main world had squandered his talent, relying on the shadows of his predecessors. Wufan, Wuqian, leave this to me. You two should observe from afar and not interfere with our battle. Though Vegeta's tone was frosty, Broly could still sense his underlying concern for Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian. I never expected our Saiyan prince to care for others. Broly jested. Not misunderstand. I simply do not wish for anyone to disturb the impending battle, which will soon come to an end. It seems Vegeta has its sundered side. I have gained new insight. Broly thought to himself. Come at me, Vegeta. Let me see just how powerful you have become. Broly's gaze was fierce, his expression serious as he looked at Vegeta. Then you shall see. Vegeta bent his legs, resembling a bolt of lightning as he soared through the sky, fists clenched, charging rapidly towards Broly. Broly, undeterred, responded with his own punch. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their clashes resonated like thunder, colliding hundreds of times in an instant. Whoosh, Broly and Vegeta transformed into two streaks of light, suddenly ascending into the sky, continuously colliding, the once clear sky now shrouded in dark clouds. lightning interweaving, thunder rumbling as if heralding the end of the world. Crack! The two abruptly landed back on the ground. At this moment, Broly and Vegeta locked their hands together, engaging in a fierce struggle. Yet the ground beneath Broly had already collapsed, while the earth beneath Vegeta remained unaffected. Suggesting Vegeta was typically the stronger of the two. Broly let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan, effortlessly sending the still unprepared Vegeta flying. Vegeta steadied himself mid-air, clicking his tongue before unleashing his own mighty roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Despite Broly's transformation, Vegeta remained unfazed, for years of arduous training could not be easily surpassed. With no frills or royal warrior techniques, Vegeta intended to settle the outcome with bare fists. Charging forward once more, Broly too was eager to ascertain the true strength of the GT world's Vegeta, and a physical confrontation seemed the simplest way. Boom! In the next moment, their fists collided once more. The ground surrounding Broly, except for his standing area, instantly forming a massive crater, the terrifying shockwave radiating outward, snapping trees in half. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead as he pressed down with even greater force upon Broly's fist. The overwhelming power causing Broly's knees to buckle slightly. Oh, not be so arrogant. After further transforming, an even more formidable power surged from Broly's fist, sending Vegeta hurtling away, upon performing several backflips in the air to dissipate the force. Vegeta was taken aback, then exclaimed, "You have actually broken through to Super Saiyan 2? No, this is not Super Saiyan 2. This is my unique legendary Super Saiyan 2. Broly took pride in his transformation in a legendary Super Saiyan, as it was not only distinct but also more powerful. Bring forth your full strength. You could transform into Super Saiyan 3 right away." Broly was curious if Vegeta could indeed achieve Super Saiyan 3, as there were no records of such in his previous life. Thus he provoked him. "Super Saiyan 3? Humph." Vegeta smirked confidently. "Allow me to show you the might of the strongest Super Saiyan 2. One that can rival Super Saiyan 3. Although there were minimal changes to his appearance, Broly could sense that Vegeta spoke the truth. Vegeta had further enhanced his battle prowess beyond Super Saiyan 2, concentrating his energy within, indeed augmenting his power to that of Super Saiyan 3's increase. Not good. Just as the figure of Vegeta vanished from sight, Broly instinctively moved away, and sure enough, the ground where he had stood was now a large crater from Vegeta's punch. "Impressive, but be careful next time," Vegeta praised, then vanished once more. Sensing a gust of wind approaching from his left, Broly managed to raise his left arm just in time, but was still struck by Vegeta's sweeping blow that sent him flying. Bang, bang, bang. After crashing through countless trees, Broly finally steadied himself, dust swirling obscuring their vision, at which point Broly burst into laughter. "How amusing, truly amusing, Vegeta. Continue to bring me delight." Vegeta, unfazed by Broly's laughter, pressed his advantage, launching another sweeping attack at Broly. Slap? What? Vegeta gasped in shock. This sweeping strike not only failed to yield the anticipated effect, but was instead seized by Broly, who grasped Vegeta's calf, rendering him unable to escape. It turned out Broly had transformed into legendary Super Saiyan 3 to bang 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 bang. Broly relentlessly slammed Vegeta's leg against the ground, against the stone walls, in a variety of ways. How infuriating! How could Vegeta endure such humiliation? He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon Broly, and as Broly winced in pain, Vegeta seized the moment to explode away. However, he was met with a punch to the abdomen from Broly, sending him flying. Whoosh! As Vegeta regained his composure, a multitude of grass-green energy blasts rained down upon him. He hurriedly crossed his arms in defense, but from behind, a powerful energy wave unexpectedly struck him hard in the back. Boom! As the dust and sparks cleared, Vegeta's clothing lay in tatters, his back severely burned, the scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air, indicating the devastating impact. "You scoundrel!" Despite being gravely injured, Vegeta refused to concede. Struggling to keep himself upright, observing Vegeta, who had withstood his full-force Titan energy cannon and still wished to fight, Broly couldn't help but admire him. Truly, the proud prince of the Saiyan race, unwavering in any realm. Ultimately, however, Vegeta succumbed to his injuries, collapsing to the ground. Uncle Vegeta, Sun Wufan, and Sun Wutian rushed to protect him, transforming into Super Saiyan, their faces filled with vigilance as they regarded Broly. Noticing the wary yet sweat-drenched expressions of the Sun brothers, Broly found it rather unexciting and reverted from his legendary transformation to his normal state. There is no need to be so tense. With my strength, if I wish to strike, you would hardly withstand even a single blow. Were it the diligent Sun Wufan, Broly would have gladly engaged in another battle, but given the current state of affairs, he deemed it unwise. Regarding the inadequacies of the second generation, although Broly had long been aware of this, witnessing it firsthand still stirred a profound sense of regret within him. After all these years, the prowess of these second-generation fighters is indeed lamentably lacking. It seems that Gohan may no longer even be capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, he would not merely be in a Super Saiyan state, but rather in the more advanced Super Saiyan 2 form. This should be a pill for Vegeta to swallow. Upon receiving a senzu bean that struck his forehead, Gohan quickly regained his composure and instinctively caught it. Initially astonished at the discovery that it was a senzu bean, he nevertheless hastily administered it to Vegeta. Such reflexes, Broly had completely relinquished any hope for Gohan. He had assumed that, after all these years, Gohan's strength would not have depreciated to such an extent. However, it now appeared that Goku from this timeline had not trained Gohan after the Majin Buu incident. Uncle Vegeta, you're awake. Upon seeing Vegeta revived after consuming the senzu bean, Gohan felt a wave of relief, confirming that the bean was indeed genuine. Damn it, Broly, we shall have a rematch. The newly awakened Vegeta forcefully pushed Gohan aside and once again issued a challenge to Broly. After all, the ultimate strengths of both Broly and Vegeta were fairly comparable. Yet Vegeta had grown complacent, believing that his years of training would easily allow him to defeat Broly. The outcome, however, was a stark reminder that overconfidence can lead to one's downfall. Enough of this, Vegeta, I have not come here to engage in battle with you, Broly replied nonchalantly. Observing Broly's indifferent demeanor, Vegeta felt a surge of indignation, interpreting it as a sign of disrespect. Just as he was about to strike again, Gohan urgently restrained him. Uncle Vegeta, Broly may not be the same as before. He just provided us with a senzu bean. Without it, you might still be incapacitated. Gohan hastily spoke in Broly's defense to prevent another altercation. Vegeta was taken aback upon learning that the senzu bean had been provided by Broly. Why does Broly possess senzu beans? Why would someone as ruthless as he spare an injured warrior like me? With skepticism in his eyes, Vegeta scrutinized Broly. Indeed, I am the genuine Broly. Albeit from an alternate timeline, I have come to your world for a time of training before returning home, so you need not worry. Broly candidly explained his origins to Vegeta and the others, wishing to avoid any persistent inquiries despite feeling unconcerned. By the way, I advise you two brothers to train diligently. Your current strength is inadequate. Should a significant crisis arise in the future, your capabilities may become a liability. All right, that concludes today's discussion. Farewell. Having said all that needed to be said, Broly left the matter of whether Gohan and Goten would heed his advice to their own discretion. Not sensing Broly's energy, Vegeta's expression grew grave. This Broly from another timeline has even mastered instant transmission. Uncle Vegeta, should we trust what Broly has said? Goten inquired, seeking his uncle's judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta replied, this Broly's strength is not inferior to mine. Therefore, if he intends to wreak havoc on Earth, Kakarot, and I will intervene. For now, we must place our trust in him. It was impossible to dismiss the situation. Yet it was equally clear that Vegeta alone could not contend with Broly. Gohan and Goten were of no assistance. Thus trusting Broly's words seemed the most prudent course of action. By the way, Gohan, Goten, Broly is correct. You both need to enhance your training. After all, the Earth will require your vigilance when Kakarot and I are not present. The responsibility of safeguarding the planet will fall upon your shoulders. Vegeta solemnly advised. The inadequacies of the second-generation warriors, under the protection of Goku and Vegeta, have become glaringly apparent. While it may have been manageable in the past, with Broly's resurgence, it was prudent for the second-generation fighters to recommence their training. Very well, return home and reflect on what I have said. With that, Vegeta departed without a backward glance. This encounter had certainly impacted Vegeta. After years of training, he had felt exhilarated at the prospect of showcasing his progress against Broly. However, a moment of carelessness had allowed Broly to seize the opportunity and swiftly defeat him. Although he acknowledged his own overconfidence, it was fortunate that he recognized this before it was too late. After Vegeta's departure, Gohan and Goten followed suit, leaving the matter of whether they would heed Broly and Vegeta's counsel uncertain. Meanwhile, Broly had already settled into a restaurant, indulging in a lavish feast. The staff, both waiters and owners alike, were astounded by his voracious appetite. Although they worried about whether Broly could pay, they adhered to the adage that the customer is king, serving him dish after dish from the menu. In truth, he had arrived on an empty stomach, eager to sample the cuisine of the future, and after engaging in battle with Vegeta, his energy expenditure had only heightened his hunger. This was precisely why. Instead of engaging in close combat, Broly had opted to utilize his spatial transfer technique to launch energy blasts at an unsuspecting Vegeta, catching him off guard. His hunger was the simple driving force behind his actions. In the grand scheme of things, the pursuit of sustenance outweighed all else. As Broly savored his meal, he found himself seated on a mountain peak, meditating and honing his mental fortitude through the cultivation of his spirit. Over the years, after his initial battle with Majin Buu, he had recognized that his mental acuity had not kept pace with the growth of his strength. Thus, upon returning to the main timeline, he had refrained from focusing solely on key training, instead emphasizing the refinement of his mental prowess to enhance his mastery over his own power. Now, after 3 years of unwavering dedication, Broly had mastered the Super Saiyan 3 transformation with remarkable ease. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, persisting his practice of mental cultivation in preparation for the next breakthrough. Goten, what brings you here? Broly pondered, bemused, as he noted that Goten, by nature, would not typically seek him out unless something significant had occurred. Descending behind Broly, Goten approached with a smirk, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed an energy blast aimed directly at him. Are you here to challenge me? Broly mused, remaining still as the energy blast struck him, dissipating in a cloud of smoke. When the haze cleared, Broly stood unscathed, gazing at Goten. Truly impressive, a Saiyan capable of defeating Vegeta. I have decided I shall utilize your physique as my ultimate vessel, Goten exclaimed. Thoroughly pleased with Broly's performance, he asked for whether he could seize control. The entity known as Baby remained confident. If he could inflict even a minor wound on Broly and utilize Goten's body to restrain him, he believed he could capture Broly's form. Broly furrowed his brow momentarily, then smiled knowingly that, I see now. You're not Goten that I thought so. Goten would never dare to declare war on me. You must be Itsufurian, here to meet your demise. Or do you believe that by occupying Goten's body, I would let my guard down? How naive. As Broly finished speaking, Goten felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Against Goten, who lacked sufficient training, even Baby's possession would not significantly enhance his strength. In the original narrative, when Goten and Gohan had teamed up against Vegeta, the latter had transformed into a Super Saiyan merely to mitigate damage, as he was unable to unleash his full power against Kakarot's son. However, Broly was different. The Z fighters in this timeline were unfamiliar with him, and allowing himself to be struck without retaliation was not in Broly's nature. After being knocked back, Goten immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, but it proved futile. The disparity in their strengths remained. Broly treated Goten like a volleyball, relentlessly batting him around in the air without mercy, before finally clasping his hands together and driving Goten down from the sky with tremendous force. Countless energy beams erupted from Broly's fingertips, raining down upon the buried Goten. As the smoke and sparks cleared, Goten lay injured among the rubble, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Baby, inhabiting Goten's body, was also in distress. Witnessing Broly conjuring a verdant energy sphere above him, he sensed impending doom and could only command Goten to flee. In that moment, Gohan raised his hands to his forehead, shouting, "Solar Flare!" The blinding light instinctively caused Broly to shut his eyes, causing the energy sphere in his grasp to dissipate. When he reopened his eyes, Goten had vanished. Very well. I shall let him off the hook for now. Fleeing before Broly, who possesses the art of spatial transfer, is nothing short of a farce. Yet, Broly has no intention of retreating. Having arrived in this dimension, he is compelled to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 to ascertain the extent of his power. Returning to the mountain peak where he previously meditated, Broly sits cross-legged once more, dedicating himself to the cultivation of his mental prowess, indifferent to worldly affairs. Meanwhile, Baby, who has taken residence within Goten, feels an overwhelming sense of relief. The moment he attached himself to Goten, Baby discerned that the only beings on Earth capable of contending with Goku are Vegeta and Broly, and he's aware that Broly possesses the same instantaneous movement ability as Goku. Initially, Baby had contemplated possessing Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race, but was astounded by the vast disparity between their strengths, nearly resulting in his eternal entrapment within Broly's might. Realizing that Vegeta can also rival Broly, Baby concludes that his solitary power is insufficient. Thus, he resolves to manipulate Gohan to seize control of Vegeta's body. Quickly, Baby's thoughts shift towards Vegeta, for compared to Broly, Vegeta appears more susceptible to control. Based on the memories of this Saiyan monkey, Baby perceives that Vegeta harbors a certain fondness for Goten, believing he would refrain from inflicting lethal harm, thus presenting an opportunity for him. After a hearty laugh directed at the heavens, Goten sets off towards the direction of his home, for Gohan had mentioned he would be bringing Gul'a to visit Chi-Chi today. Upon arriving home, Goten issues a challenge to Gohan. Observing Goten's peculiar demeanor, Gohan feels a sense of unease. Through sensing their ki, he realizes that Goten's energy is intertwined with that of others to prevent harm to any bystanders. Gohan consents to Goten's challenge, following him to the outskirts. "What have you done to Goten?" he questions directly, as Chi-Chi is absent, and Gohan feels no need for caution. "Haha, you needn't know. Prepare to meet your end, Saiyan monkey," Goten retorts with a cold smirk, transforming into a Super Saiyan and launching a surprise attack on Gohan. Taken off guard, Gohan initially finds himself disoriented but quickly regains his composure, also transforming into a Super Saiyan to counter. Although Gohan has neglected his training for many years, his overall strength still exceeds that of Goten. However, as Goten is his younger brother, Gohan hesitates to strike with full force, rendering him restrained during the battle. Think that you Saiyan monkeys actually care for one another is quite unexpected. Baby observes, acutely aware of Gohan's restraint, yet feeling no gratitude. For Baby, the demise of either Gohan or Goten would be a boon. Seizing the opportunity, Goten, under Baby's control, unleashes a Kamehameha that strikes Gohan fiercely. Goten knew. Gohan's words trail off as he succumbs to unconsciousness from the grievous injury. After confirming his victory, Baby vacates Goten's body, entering Gohan through his wound, thereby taking control of him. Next it shall be Vegeta. Under Baby's dominion, Gohan clenches his fists and shares a knowing smile with Goten before they hasten home, intending to subjugate Gul'a and Chi-Chi. 96. The emergence of Super Saiyan 4 Broly. Broly, who has been meditating atop the mountain, suddenly stands, gazing skyward. Unbeknownst to him, a new planet has appeared in the distant cosmos, opposite Earth, and a tremendous, awe-inspiring energy emanates from this celestial body. Days prior, utilizing Gohan and Goten, Baby had successfully injured Vegeta and exploited the opportunity to infiltrate his body through the wound, taking control of him. Now, possessed by Baby, Vegeta initially plans to dominate all of Earth's inhabitants before seeking retribution against Broly. However, upon sensing the return of Goku, Trunks, and Pan to Earth, he refrains from confronting Broly. At this moment, aside from Broly, OOB, Fat Buu, and the ever-innocent Satan, all others on Earth remain under Baby's control due to the presence of Baby's eggs within them. Unaware of the dire situation, Goku innocently hands over the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls to the Baby-controlled Poir before returning home, where he finds himself ambushed by Gohan and Goten. Just as Goku prepares to discipline them, Fat Buu arrives with Satan, urgently revealing the unfolding events on Earth. Subsequently, Baby Vegeta arrives on the battlefield. absorbing the energy of the other four Saiyans and exponentially increasing his power. Defeating Goku, he uses the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls to wish for a planet identical to Planet Plant, naming it Zuffer. Having been forgotten by baby Vegeta, Broly is allowed to continue his training in peace. To this moment on Zuffer, a golden great ape roars at the heavens, unleashing a radiant golden light that envelopes the creature before gradually condensing into a tall figure. Sporting black hair, red eye sockets, and golden irises, with a coat of red fur covering all but its head, chest, and palms, an astounding energy radiates from Broly, transformed into Super Saiyan 4. But what is? Baby Vegeta exclaims, astonished by Goku's transformation, as he has no recollection of such a transformation in Vegeta's memories. Truth be told, I am uncertain, Goku admits, having examined his new form in the mirror, but I can feel that this power is incomparable to that of Super Saiyan 3. I believe this is a new transformation that let's call it Super Saiyan 4. With unwavering determination, baby Vegeta glares at Goku, clenching his fists in defiance. And no matter what, I shall not be defeated. With a roar, baby Vegeta unleashes a golden energy sphere toward Goku that let's put it to the test. Goku replies, refusing to back down, and with a mighty shout, he releases a torrent of energy, forming a crimson energy sphere that collides with baby Vegeta's golden sphere. The two energy spheres explode upon impact, leaving behind a gaping chasm. Baby Vegeta, struck by the force of the explosion, is sent tumbling backward for several dozen meters before regaining his footing, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Goku stands unharmed, their disparity evident. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. The chasm-like gap leaves baby Vegeta in shock. In a fit of rage, he charges at Goku without fear of death. However, all efforts prove futile. Despite having just transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Goku's strength far surpasses that of baby Vegeta. Even at his most desperate, baby Vegeta cannot inflict significant damage on Goku, while he himself becomes increasingly battered from Goku's relentless assaults. We cannot allow this to continue. Master Baby will surely be slain by Goku. Within a grand castle, Bulma watches the screen in horror as baby Vegeta is mercilessly pummeled. Wait, if only Master Baby could transform into Super Saiyan 4 as well. Being a Saiyan like Goku, Vegeta should be able to achieve it too. Even without a tail, there must be another way. Indeed, Bulma's brilliance shines through as she utilizes a computer to calculate that enhancing the power of the Blutz wave generator would allow baby Vegeta to transform into a great ape without needing a tail. Whether he can successfully achieve Super Saiyan 4, however, rests solely on baby Vegeta himself, as external assistance proves futile. Thus, Bulma aims the Blutz wave generator at baby Vegeta, who is currently locked in a standoff with Goku, and activates the device, sending a beam of light toward baby Vegeta. The opportunity arises. Broly, who has been covertly observing the battlefield, has been waiting for Bulma to fire the Blutz wave in a flash. Broly positions himself in the path of the beam, successfully intercepting the Blutz wave intended for baby Vegeta. Roaring, Broly transforms into a great ape, not a black or golden great ape, but a vibrant green one. As a Super Saiyan in his legendary form, he is the mightiest of the Saiyan race, impervious to the primal instincts of the great ape. Moreover, Broly's mental fortitude is formidable, allowing him to suppress the wild nature within. Is this the power of the great ape? As Broly feels an unimaginable energy surging from within, he instinctively compresses this energy further. Upon reaching the zenith of compression, a radiant green glow envelopes Broly, encasing him in a luminescent cocoon. When the light dissipates, it is as if he has emerged from a chrysalis. Both his strength and appearance undergo a profound transformation. With black hair, red eye sockets, and striking green irises, Broly's fur takes on a vibrant red hue, distinct from Goku's pinkish red and Vegeta's earthy tones. This is Broly's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. A boundless and magnificent aura emanated from Broly, sending baby Vegeta, the closest in proximity, tumbling backwards a considerable distance before he could stabilize himself. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 Goku raised his hand to shield against the overwhelming energy. It was Broly. To his astonishment, Broly had also transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, a revelation that sparked immense excitement. Despite Broly's transformation altering his appearance drastically, Goku recognized him immediately, feeling both awe and an inexplicable thrill at Broly's newfound power. The situation was precarious. With Broly's sudden emergence on the battlefield, Goku and Baby Vegeta dared not act recklessly, fearing a combined assault from Broly and the adversary. Master Baby, catch it! Another beam of Ultra Instinct energy shot toward Baby Broly, finally striking Baby Vegeta as anticipated by Bulma. Baby Vegeta, devoid of a tail, transformed into a golden great ape under the radiance of the Ultra Instinct energy. Although the royal blood of Vegeta kept him from losing his sanity, he failed to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, likely due to the influence of Baby's possession. Roaring, the golden great ape Baby Vegeta felt his strength surging, grinning menacingly at Broly and Goku. He launched a powerful punch at the still-dazed Broly, intent on eliminating this intruder from his battle with Goku. With a resounding clash, the massive fist of the great ape collided with Broly's fist. Contrary to Baby Vegeta's expectations, Broly's seemingly disproportionate fist did not crumble as anticipated. Despite Baby Vegeta's relentless efforts, Broly remained immovable. With a forceful push of his right fist, Broly sent a tremendous force surging back to Baby Vegeta, causing him to stumble backward uncontrollably. In the next instant, Broly vanished from sight, reappearing at Baby Vegeta's abdomen and delivering a devastating punch with a momentum akin to a raging tide. Baby Vegeta, caught completely off guard, felt a sharp pain in his stomach, doubling over to clutch his midsection. Incredible, Goku exclaimed, equally astonished. Despite both being Super Saiyan 4, neither Goku nor Baby Vegeta could discern when Broly had struck. A flicker of concern crossed Goku's mind. With Broly's newfound strength, he feared he might be powerless to stop him should he turn his wrath upon Earth. Die. Baby Vegeta, now in his golden great ape form, unleashed a crimson energy wave at Broly. In an astonishing display, Broly neither dodged nor activated a defensive shield, absorbing the attack with his bare body. How does that feel? Baby Vegeta thought Broly foolish for brashly withstanding his energy blast. For the strength of a golden great ape, while perhaps not surpassing that of Super Saiyan 4, was still formidable. As the smoke cleared, Broly stood unharmed, patting his chest and remarking, "Though it didn't injure me, it was still quite painful. I suppose that's commendable." What should have been a compliment struck Baby Vegeta as nothing short of mockery, igniting his ire. "How dare you? Then let us see my ultimate technique." Super Electric Wave, transforming into his golden great ape form. Baby Vegeta unleashed Vegeta's signature move, a terrifying energy wave aimed directly at Broly. Unfazed, Broly remained still, but this time, a thin layer of pale green energy enveloped him. What? Witnessing his strongest technique fail to breach Broly's protective barrier, Baby Vegeta finally grasped the disparity in their powers, fear welling within him as he involuntarily took a step back. Broly lowered his hands from his chest and addressed Baby Vegeta. "I believe it is my turn to strike." "Wait," Baby Vegeta panicked, gesturing frantically, but Broly paid him no heed. The Emerald Titan energy wave surged toward Baby Vegeta with relentless force. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Baby Vegeta collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This was only due to Broly holding back. Had he unleashed his full power, the Titan energy wave would have obliterated Baby Vegeta entirely. Meanwhile, Goku, witnessing the energy gathering in Broly's hands, felt a surge of protectiveness. Despite Baby Vegeta being possessed, he could not bear the thought of him dying here, yet he swiftly positioned himself between Baby Vegeta and Broly. "Fear not. I have no intention of killing him," Broly's voice resonated from behind Goku. Despite recognizing the vast gap in their strengths, Goku felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With no means to intervene, he could only await the unfolding events. Subsequently, Broly unleashed a concentrated energy beam that severed Baby Vegeta's tail. Without it, Baby Vegeta's form rapidly shrank, while Baby, trapped within Vegeta's body, felt immense pressure. Baby had expanded in size during Vegeta's transformation. Now, upon losing the tail, Vegeta could shrink back to his original form. But Baby could not. If he didn't escape soon, he would be crushed. I must get out of here. Desperate for survival, Baby slipped out of the wound on Vegeta's body, utilizing the terrain to conceal himself as he fled toward a distant spacecraft. Vegeta! Goku called, rushing to check on Vegeta's condition. A small spacecraft sped away into the cosmos, but it was no match for Broly's keen eyesight, a Zephyrian who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Saiyans. Broly would not allow such a potential threat to remain that he locked onto the ship carrying Baby, unleashing a grass-green energy wave that obliterated both Baby and the vessel into mere particles. As the scene unfolded, Trunks and Gohan arrived at Zephyr, calling out, "Uncle Goku, Dad." It turned out that King Kai had accompanied Baby Vegeta, who had been restrained by Broly, to Earth's heavenly temple to retrieve the ultra-divine water. Cleansing the baby eggs from Trunks, Gohan, and Goku's bodies. Concerned for his father's safety, Trunks implored Jebbit to take him to the battlefield, and Jebbit readily complied, bringing Gohan and Goten along. After Trunks utilized the ultra-divine water to cleanse Bulma of the baby egg, the battle had concluded, leaving Vegeta merely exhausted from overexertion. "Goku, would you care for a friendly duel?" Broly inquired, curious about how strong Goku had become after transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, despite knowing he was superior. "Well, I would like to. I'm afraid I'm still no match for you," Goku admitted, acknowledging his limitations. "Trunks, Gohan, Goten, surround Goku and channel your Saiyan energy into him. That should bolster his strength." Recognizing Goku's concerns about his power, Broly devised this plan to enhance Goku's abilities. I see. Much like when we transferred Saiyan energy to Baby Vegeta to augment his strength, Gohan remarked, quickly understanding Broly's intentions. Goku, not one to shy away, was eager to amplify his power for a chance to engage Broly. Golden flames erupted from Gohan and the others, intertwining and enveloping Goku's figure. Broly could sense Goku's energy rising steadily. After a full minute, the energy flames gradually dissipated until they vanished, leaving Gohan and the others collapsing to the ground, exiting their Super Saiyan forms. Goku, however, remained in his Super Saiyan 4 state, albeit with a notable change. The tips of his hair had turned a dark crimson. Resembling iron scorched by fire, his searing energy radiated from within him, the warmth palpable even from a distance. "Gohan, step back. This intense heat may harm you," Goku warned, addressing Gohan, who was in slightly better shape. "Understood," Gohan replied, helping his companions retreat. Once they had distanced themselves, Goku turned his gaze toward Broly, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Thank you for your patience, Broly." Broly nodded with satisfaction, replying, "Indeed, your strength has truly improved. The full power of Super Saiyan 4 is impressive." It was curious. Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan was always at its peak upon first achieving it, and the same applied now. Having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he felt he had reached the pinnacle of that form. However, the transcendent state of Super Saiyan 4 remained something he would have to explore himself. "Though I have grown significantly stronger, I still sense a formidable pressure emanating from you. Nonetheless, considering the sacrifices made for me, I shall give it my all, regardless of the outcome. Battle on, Broly." With those words, Son Goku emanated a crimson aura and soared into the sky. Broly offered a slight smile, his grass-green energy enveloping him as he ascended in pursuit, leaving behind a trailing plume of emerald flame. In the heavens, Son Goku and Broly transformed into two distinct beams of light, weaving back and forth like interlacing spirals, occasionally intersecting and erupting with dazzling flashes and thunderous clashes. Incredible. Is this the full power of Super Saiyan 4? This strength is truly astonishing. Observers in the distance, including Son Gohan, were utterly stunned. Even the shockwaves generated by their combat made it feel as though they were being overwhelmed. It was not just Son Gohan who was awestruck. Even the old Kaishin, far away in the Kaishin realm, was taken aback. Though his combat prowess was limited, his perception was keen. Faced with Son Goku's significant power increase, Broly had yet to unleash his full strength. Indeed, to gauge just how formidable Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 truly was, Broly had only been utilizing a commensurate level of power to engage him. The two fighters' fists collided with a resounding impact, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that carved a massive crater into the ground below. Alarmed, Broly's form abruptly vanished from sight, a sense of danger surging from behind as Son Goku instinctively dodged a flying kick from Broly. Excellent reflexes. Phew, that was close. You're quite impressive, Broly, he exclaimed after a brief exchange of mutual praise. Almost instantaneously, they flashed toward each other once more, their fists, legs, elbows, and knees transforming into instruments of assault, producing a series of deep, resonant sounds. It's about time. Through their exchanges, Broly had come to understand the intensity of Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4 energy and decided against prolonging the battle, unleashing a surge of energy that sent Son Goku hurtling away. Impressive, Broly, Son Goku gasped, clearly fatigued. Despite the brevity of their skirmish, each strike had demanded nearly his full power, draining his stamina at an alarming rate. However, if he didn't exert himself completely, Broly might swiftly end the fight. And retaining strength in the face of such overwhelming superiority would be nothing short of arrogance, unless one had a strategy in mind. Son Goku, allow me to witness your ultimate strike. Broly, eager to conclude the bout, sought to settle it with a single decisive blow. This, too, aligned with Son Goku's sentiments. If the melee continued, he risked being forced out of the fray due to exhaustion. Son Goku gathered an energy sphere in each hand, then fused them into a formidable orb resembling a blooming flower bud. Tenfold, Kamehameha, he shouted. Bring it on. Broly promptly activated a protective barrier, intent on testing whether his energy shield could withstand such a formidable wave. The energy wave collided with the barrier, producing a violent explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the air, knocking Son Gohan and others to the ground. Moments later, as the shockwave subsided, the lingering smoke began to clear. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed from Broly's energy shield, which soon crumbled like a spider's web under pressure. Haha, I concede, Son Goku declared, plummeting from the sky, utterly depleted by that final attack. Broly caught him by the collar as he fell, returning him to Son Gohan before unceremoniously tossing him into his companion's arms, then vanishing in an instant. None noticed the faint smile upon Broly's lips, clearly pleased with Son Goku's performance in the heat of battle. Son Goku seemed to have transcended his limits and reached a new pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4, momentarily catching Broly off guard, which exposed a crack in his defense, allowing Son Goku to shatter the energy shield. Father, are you all right? Son Gohan asked anxiously upon seeing Son Goku awaken. I'm fine, Son Goku replied, sitting up and scanning the surroundings, yet failing to spot Broly. Are you searching for Broly? After defeating you, he left. And we don't know where he went, I understand, but I didn't anticipate Broly being this formidable the last moment. I felt I was on the verge of breaking through to the next level. Yet I couldn't even scratch him. Yes, he spoke. A hint of dejection crept into Son Goku's voice, but he quickly regained his fighting spirit. Having been the universe's strongest for so long, it was exhilarating to finally encounter someone stronger. Let's head home. That a month had passed since the defeat of Baby, and this time had revealed to Broly just how tumultuous life on Earth could be. After the Black Star Dragon Balls were used, chaos ensued, leading to Earth's self-destruction 2 weeks later. Thanks to Den's reputation, everyone was evacuated to New Namek, but Piccolo chose to stay behind, embracing the fate of destruction alongside the planet. Subsequently, Son Goku, following the coordinates provided by the North Kaishin, located New Namek and used the Dragon Balls to restore Earth. Peace returned briefly, but today, that tranquility was shattered once more. That a black hole appeared in the sky, allowing countless spirits to gain corporeal forms and invade Earth, many of whom were foes previously vanquished by Son Goku. Even death had not altered their nature. Upon returning to Earth, they wreaked havoc and destruction. These pests are quite bothersome. Broly stood atop the highest tower in West City, channeling energy at the unruly spirits below. All of you, attack together. Take him down. No matter how many ants swarm, they remain ants, Broly thought disdainfully as he regarded the gathering souls. He concentrated a green energy sphere and hurled it, which expanded upon release, engulfing all intruders within. Their screams echoed as they vanished, this time meeting their end without even a chance to descend into hell. Though they had gained bodies, they were essentially still dead. Upon dying again, their souls would shatter, leaving no trace behind. Why is Son Goku heading towards the black hole? Just as Broly prepared to depart, he utilized his mental prowess to extend his senses, revealing a scene from the other side of the black hole that was eerie and lifeless. And there were two powerful presences. If Son Goku encountered them, he might be in peril. These energies, they resemble Frieza and Cell. Interesting, IT-themed events were diverging from the original GT narrative. Ever since Broly arrived in this timeline, the GT world had changed. One existed with Broly, the other without him, following the original plot. In essence, Broly's arrival had birthed a new parallel universe, albeit one whose trajectory closely mirrored that of GT, but had diverged significantly. That Android 17? Broly observed as Android 17, along with Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu, emerged from the black hole, which then sealed behind them. Yet Son Goku had yet to return. IT appeared Earth was in trouble once again. Well, I'll assess the situation first. If even Vegeta can't handle it, then I'll step in. Sighing, Broly lamented, I came here to train and face formidable foes, yet I feel like I'm merely cleaning up. Rubbing his temples, he flew towards the landing site of Android 17 and the others. Super 17, eliminate them? Unexpectedly, the moment Dr. Mu and Dr. Gero returned to the mortal realm, they fused the two Android 17s, creating Super 17. This new form was slightly weaker than Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku. And while it might be a temporary anomaly in this world, one had to commend the brilliance of these two scientists. Faced with Super 17, the Z fighters were utterly outmatched, even the strongest. Vegeta was effortlessly defeated. Is this what it means to be backstabbed? It's my first time witnessing this. Dr. Mu had just ambushed Dr. Gero, thrusting his hand for the latter's chest, when Broly's mocking voice rang out from behind. Startled, Dr. Mu turned to see a grass-green energy sphere. Boom! Both he and Dr. Gero were obliterated by the blast. Broly, having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, landed before Super 17, cracking his knuckles. Apologies, but I'm in a hurry and lack the time to play. To make amends, I'll allow you to attack first. I want to retaliate during this time. Although the black hole leading to the underworld had closed, Broly had already discerned its coordinates and could teleport there with a bit of energy expenditure, which was negligible for him now. Super 17, caught off guard by the disdain, chose not to take offense. After all, there was no need to lower himself to the level of the dead. Super Android 17 lunged at Broly, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of assaults akin to a torrential storm. However, Broly remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking all of Super Android 17's attacks with a single hand. Realizing the futility of his assault, Super Android 17 hastily distanced himself, gathering a colossal energy wave in his hands to strike at Broly. With a thunderous boom, Broly was struck, enveloped in a cloud of smoke that obscured the vision of both combatants. Finally taken down, Super Android 17 reveled in the sensation of his attack landing on Broly, who had not even attempted to defend himself. It over. Then it's my turn. The smoke dissipated. Broly patted his chest, acknowledging that while the physical impact stung slightly, he was otherwise unscathed. Bang! Time seemed to freeze as Super Android 17, still reeling from his earlier attack, found himself with Broly's fist piercing through his chest. Verdant energy radiated from the wound, dispersing into the surrounding air as Broly withdrew his hand, turning to flick the blood off his fingers. Boom! A violent explosion erupted behind him, signaling the demise of Super Android 17. A true man never looks back at an explosion. With that boastful remark, Broly utilized a spatial transfer technique, vanishing from the scene to venture into the underworld, where he believed intriguing events awaited him. Is this the underworld? It certainly feels as desolate as I'd sensed. Broly strolled along a narrow path in the afterlife, surveying his surroundings. Was that a minion guarding hell? Behind a dark rock, he spotted a trembling red demon, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Hello. Broly quietly approached the trembling demon and gently tapped his shoulder. Don't kill me. The red demon shrieked in terror, dropping to his knees and begging for mercy. Broly felt a sense of incredulity. How could a mere underworld attendant be so cowardly? Could he truly manage the criminals from such a position of fear? Could it be that I frightened you? Broly swiftly dismissed the notion, Thinking it impossible for his striking good looks to instill fear, IT must be some upheaval in the underworld causing this reaction. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. After a moment, the red demon regained his composure. Upon realizing that Broly was not one of the infernal fiends, he exhaled a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. What has happened here? Why are you so shaken? Broly was eager to uncover the reason behind the demon's sudden fearfulness, especially from someone tasked with overseeing the underworld. Truthfully, I'm also unaware of the changes in hell. It seems that the souls of former criminals have become almost corporeal, as if they have regained physical forms. Now, these criminals can unleash their full powers, some even becoming stronger. Among them, two particularly radiant figures are the most fearsome, having defeated several of our strongest leaders. The red demon's expression turned to one of dread as he continued. Moreover, they have commanded their subordinates to wreak havoc, resulting in the annihilation of many of our resisting colleagues. We, the weaker ones, can only hide until Lord Yama resolves the turmoil in hell, after which everything should return to normal. Broly pondered deeply after hearing the red demon's account. Radiant figures? In Broly's memory, the only beings he could think of were those who transformed into Golden Frieza after training for 4 months in the Dragon Ball universe. If one of them was indeed Golden Frieza, then who could the other radiant figure be? Golden Cooler? Or perhaps Golden Gul'a? The unfolding events were growing increasingly fascinating that wouldn't a visit clarify everything. Surely, it must be the two familiar auras he had sensed earlier. Since he couldn't unravel the mystery just yet, he decided to set it aside. With his current strength, Broly felt confident he could navigate the underworld with ease, although he was uncertain of Golden Frieza's prowess. He held steadfast confidence in his Super Saiyan 4 abilities. Find a hidden place to conceal yourself. Survive this calamity first, he advised the red demon kindly. Where do you intend to hide? A sultry voice echoed from above, followed by a crimson beam aimed at the red demon, seeking to obliterate him. Humph. No one shall harm those I wish to protect, Broly scoffed, deflecting the beam aimed at the red demon with ease. Glaring at the source of the voice, he's here. The demon has arrived. The red demon, upon recognizing Frieza, fled in sheer terror. As Broly had anticipated, one of the ringleaders causing chaos in the underworld was indeed Frieza. With the other lurking in the shadows, this moment, Frieza had yet to transform into Golden Frieza, but even in his current state, he was far from the weakling he once was, and few in hell could stand against him. Who could it be? Ah, it's Lord Frieza, Broly remarked. I never expected that after all these years, you would still remember me upon arriving in hell. How fortunate I feel. Frieza's expression twisted into a sinister smile, reveling in the remembrance of his past glory as the Emperor of the universe. Indeed, the tale of how the mighty Frieza was defeated on Namek and later met his end at the hands of a Super Saiyan on Earth has spread throughout the cosmos. When I first heard of your demise, I was utterly astounded. I never imagined the conqueror of the universe could be so weak that Broly's face bore a playful smirk as he taunted Frieza. How dare you mock me? Frieza seethed with rage, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent fixated on Broly. Although Broly's jibe was laced with truth, it nonetheless struck a sore spot for Frieza. Unperturbed, Broly suddenly recalled something and continued to provoke Frieza. By the way, I too am Saiyan. Look, he revealed his tail from behind his scarf, waving at Frieza as, oh, you are also a Saiyan. No wonder I loathe you. In that case, let death be your fate. Frieza finally grasped that Broly was the very Saiyan he detested, unable to contain his fury any longer. With a swift motion, he lunged at Broly with a punch. Come at me. Broly's eyes gleamed as he sidestepped, clawing Frieza's forearm. Using Frieza's momentum, he executed a shoulder throw, sending Frieza crashing to the ground, where the earth fractured beneath him like a spider's web. Bayu. After landing a successful strike, Broly had no intention of granting Frieza a chance to retaliate. He leapt into the air, launching a barrage of energy blasts at Frieza, while simultaneously unleashing a Titan energy cannon that if Frieza were to absorb all of the incoming attacks, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured and rendered incapable of fighting back. Suddenly, golden light burst forth from the dust below, forming a shimmering barrier that nullified Broly's energy blasts and Titan energy cannon. As the dust settled, Frieza illuminated in a golden glow, exuding an overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings. How does it feel to be astonished? This was originally meant for Goku, but I never anticipated your Saiyan prowess would surpass my expectations. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of Golden Frieza. Frieza's cruel smile widened, regarding Broly as if he were already a corpse. Previously, Goku had also traversed the abyss of the underworld via a black hole. Observing the eerie environment, he murmured to himself, "Is this truly hell?" Although Goku had experienced death once, being a man who had saved countless worlds, he felt he belonged in paradise. This was his first visit to hell. Indeed, you old fellows are still here. What nefarious plot are you concocting together? Goku turned to see Dr. Gero, Dr. Mew, and Android 17 observing him from atop a massive rock. We have all faced defeat in the past. But past failures do not dictate future outcomes, Dr. Mew proclaimed enigmatically. Recall 40 years ago, when you destroyed my Red Ribbon Army. From that moment on, I dedicated myself to creating the ultimate android to eliminate you. Yet I realized that an individual's power is inherently limited. Until I awaited Dr. Mew's arrival, Dr. Gero glanced proudly at Dr. Mew and then at Android 17. Together, we have fashioned the strongest android imaginable, Dr. Mew continued. Conquering the universe is no longer a daunting task for us. Android 17 remained silent, but his eyes flickered with a hint of red light, indicating his keen interest. In that case, I can only stop you. Goku stated, flexing his hand to prepare for action, as long as I am here, you shall never succeed. What a pity. We have no time to indulge you in games. Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero each aimed a hand at Goku. Continuing, stay here in hell for eternity, and you shall never escape. Upon finishing his words, two orbs of energy collided in front of Sun Wukong, and the ensuing explosion enveloped him in a cloud of dust, obscuring his vision. Seizing this opportunity, Dr. Gul'a and his companions made their escape from hell, sealing the portal to Earth. How dare you deceive me? Sun Wukong bellowed in anger, but soon regained his composure. This is troubling. I cannot sense the energy of Earth here. The inability to detect the essence of Earth signified that Sun Wukong was unable to utilize instantaneous movement to flee from hell, which meant he would indeed have to remain here for eternity, just as Dr. Gul'a and Dr. Meow had suggested. With no other options, he decided to explore his surroundings in search of alternative means of escape. As he pondered, Sun Wukong began to traverse the depths of hell, hoping for a fortuitous discovery. What is this energy? Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed an incredibly powerful and familiar aura. A flash of white light illuminated his mind as he turned his gaze to the distance on his right. There! With that, Sun Wukong vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Broly observed Frieza's transformation into Golden Frieza without a hint of panic, preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 4 to teach Frieza a lesson when a smaller figure appeared between Frieza and Broly. Disrupting the tense atmosphere, it was Sun Wukong, having sensed Frieza's energy and teleporting over. With the tension broken, Frieza reverted from his golden form, as maintaining it was quite taxing. It has been quite a while. Little monkey, he remarked. Despite Sun Wukong's childlike appearance, Frieza recognized him instantly, but I didn't expect you to find me before I had a chance to seek you out. Compared to Broly, Frieza harbored a deeper animosity towards Sun Wukong, and thus had no urgency to engage Broly in battle. What is the matter, Frieza? Do you wish to fight me? Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, dismissing Frieza entirely. Although the sight of Golden Frieza had initially struck fear in him, Sun Wukong did not believe that his Super Saiyan 4 form would be inferior to Frieza's. Of course, becoming stronger is not a privilege exclusive to you. But I must say, I never expected you to shrink so much after all this time. Once, Frieza had to look up to Sun Wukong. Now, however, Sun Wukong found himself half a head shorter than Frieza. Does size matter? What truly matters is that I am stronger than you, Sun Wukong replied without a care. Haha. I never imagined that after so many years, you would become so arrogant. With that, a death beam shot towards Sun Wukong, but he swiftly sliced through it, causing it to dissipate. Broly, sensing the atmosphere, decided to leave the battlefield to Sun Wukong and Frieza, as he detected a lurking presence nearby. You still enjoy playing dirty, don't you, Frieza? Very well, let us begin. Hardly had the words left his lips when Frieza darted around Sun Wukong, leaving after images in his wake, and then launched a punch towards Sun Wukong's head. Yet, seasoned by countless battles, Sun Wukong evaded the attack by raising his arm to block and retaliated with an energy blast aimed at Frieza. Frieza performed a backflip to evade the attack, creating distance, and complimented, "Not bad, you've improved, but it's still not enough." With renewed speed and strength, Frieza unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Sun Wukong, who found himself struggling more than before. At times, he even had to transform into Super Saiyan to counter Frieza's onslaught or to find an opportunity to strike back. Indeed, I underestimated Frieza. He has concealed his power well. Previously, Broly had believed that his surprise attack would easily incapacitate Frieza in his normal state. But it appeared he had misjudged Frieza's capabilities, that the splendid spectacle was about to unfold. From a distance, Broly retrieved a bag of popcorn from small space, enjoying the unfolding drama without concern for any residual energy waves. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan, utilizing instantaneous movement to teleport behind Frieza just as the Kamehameha wave was about to be unleashed. Boom! Frieza, shielded by an energy barrier, was not harmed, but merely pushed back by Sun Wukong's energy wave. This is quite unexpected. Although my strength has diminished considerably due to my smaller stature, it is undeniable that Frieza has indeed grown stronger, observing that his Kamehameha wave had not yielded the anticipated results. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave as he regarded the seemingly unfazed Frieza. "Well played, little monkey. Next, I shall reward you with something special." And as Frieza spoke, he began to levitate into the air, that a golden light enveloped him. And Sun Wukong understood that Frieza was about to revert to his earlier dazzling form. So he remained vigilant, keeping his eyes fixed on Frieza. "This is my most potent form. You may call it Golden Frieza. I hope you comprehend that you stand no chance of victory." Having not yet had the opportunity to experience it firsthand, Sun Wukong now felt the overwhelming power of Frieza's transformation. Two energy spheres, one red and one blue, coalesced in Frieza's hands, and even Broly from afar could sense the oppressive air that accompanied their emergence, evidencing their formidable might. Frieza hurled the two spheres towards Sun Wukong. As the blue sphere flew through the air, it integrated into the red sphere, amplifying its power while encircling it with smaller blue energy orbs. It seemed to not merely boasting, "You have indeed grown stronger," even eliciting my admiration. "But are you aware of the extent of my power?" Sun Wukong unleashed his energy in an attempt to halt the approach of the energy spheres, yet even upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and then Super Saiyan 3, he found himself unable to prevent their advance. What? He has even subdued Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong was left in disbelief. It was known that he could easily defeat Frieza in his Super Saiyan form, and he had assumed that even in his golden form, Frieza would not surpass Super Saiyan 3. However, it became clear that Super Saiyan 3 was no match for Frieza's golden form. My strength is but a fraction now. If this continues, I may very well perish. With that, Golden Frieza thrust his hand forward, sending the energy spheres hurtling towards Sun Wukong at an accelerated pace. Frieza's transformation was astonishing. He could no longer afford to toy with him. "Die, Saiyan monkey!" With a thunderous shout, the energy sphere surged towards Sun Wukong with relentless speed. Sensing the threat of death, Sun Wukong resolved to unleash his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 at the last moment to block the impending attack. "Watch closely, Frieza. This is the might of Super Saiyan 4. As Frieza landed on the ground and assessed Sun Wukong's so-called Super Saiyan 4, he jested, "I never imagined the Saiyan monkey would truly transform into a monkey. Had I known you were hiding tricks, I would have exerted more effort to crush you earlier." In the past, when Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to battle Majin Buu, there had been no witnesses. Frieza had believed that Super Saiyan 3 was Sun Wukong's ultimate form, which is why he had not unleashed his full power from the start. "What is wrong, Frieza? Are you frightened?" Sun Wukong taunted. "Have you forgotten that we Saiyans have a repertoire of transformations? Indeed, you Saiyans do seem to have an endless array of transformations." Frieza nodded in agreement. from the time he met Sun Wukong. He had witnessed 4 different transformations. Broly, observing the exchange from a distance, pondered for a moment and realized it indeed seemed quite numerous, eliciting a smile. Indeed, the transformations of Saiyans appear to be limitless. From Frieza's era of Super Saiyan to the Super Saiyan 2 of the Cell Saga and the Super Saiyan 3 of Majin Buu, each development diverged, with the GT universe introducing Super Saiyan 4. While the Super Universe unveiled Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, along with Vegeta's Super Saiyan Deep Blue and Sun Wukong as Ultra Instinct in the Tournament of Power. Furthermore, in the Great Time Space, unique transformations emerged, as well as Super Saiyan 5 in the AF universe, of course. These were merely the transformations known to Broly. It was entirely possible that new transformations would arise in the future. As Saiyans possess no limits, it is precisely for this reason that all of you Saiyans must be eradicated. None shall remain. However, if you are willing to serve under me, I would not mind offering you special treatment. As Frieza spoke of exterminating the Saiyans, his gaze briefly flicked to Broly, who was relishing popcorn whilst watching the battle, causing a bead of sweat to form on Frieza's forehead. As for having you as my subordinate, I think not. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong rejected Frieza's proposal and assumed a battle stance, declaring, "To be honest, I'm already getting excited. No need for warm-ups. Let's begin the fight directly. Not let me down." Frieza. With those words, Sun Wukong gathered an energy blast and initiated the attack, signaling the commencement of their fierce battle. Through the manipulation of energy blasts, he continuously redirected the attacks that Frieza attempted to evade, sending them hurtling back towards him. With a thunderous boom, Frieza was ultimately struck by the key blast, yet upon impact, he appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, a confident smile spreading across his face. Rather than hastily retaliating, Frieza extended a single finger towards Son Goku and proclaimed, "I have come to understand one crucial fact. Your chances of victory are 0. Following this declaration, Frieza unleashed a key blast in kind towards Son Goku, who promptly repelled it back. Frieza deftly sidestepped the counterattack, only to find himself assailed by a barrage of energy beams. In the face of such a relentless onslaught, Frieza remained unflustered, skillfully evading each attack by finding gaps in the assault. As Son Goku realized the futility of his energy attacks, he decided not to squander any more power and instantaneously teleported behind Frieza to launch a surprise attack. However, Frieza was quicker, thwarting Goku's stealthy maneuver and delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Seizing the upper hand, Frieza showed no mercy, rapidly condensing death rays between his fingers and unleashing them upon Son Goku like a relentless machine gun. While dodging Frieza's lethal barrage, Goku concentrated on forming the Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha? The blue energy wave swiftly shattered Frieza's death rays and surged towards him to Frieza's disdain. He regarded Son Goku's Kamehameha with contempt, opting instead to counter with a Nova Strike, enveloping himself in energy to pierce through the Kamehameha. Yet, he was immediately met with Goku's Dragon Fist, which struck him squarely. "Not bad, but that's where your commendation ends," Frieza remarked, feeling a slight numbness in his arm. However, the next moment, Goku received a brutal punch to the abdomen from Frieza, followed by a sweeping attack that sent him flying to "I told you. Your chances of victory are 0. Frieza spread his arms wide as he braced against the incoming Kamehameha, his fists wrapped in golden energy, shattering the wave with a single blow. Following this, Frieza launched an all-out assault, leaving Goku with no opportunity to counter, as he was mercilessly battered back and forth like a ragdoll. Finally, seizing a moment of opportunity, Goku grasped Frieza's tail and yanked it forcefully, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's head. Gasping for breath, Goku gazed at Frieza, who remained relatively unscathed, incredulously stating, "I never imagined the disparity in our powers could be so vast." "What's wrong? Are you finally feeling despair? However, I shall not allow you to die so easily. I must torment you to alleviate my own hatred," Frieza replied, his expression twisted with malice as he advanced towards Goku step by step. "There's no other option. I must gamble everything now." From a distance, Broly, who had been contemplating intervening, observed Goku's unwavering fighting spirit and chose to wait, eager to see how Goku would cope in such a dire situation of overwhelming power. Tenfold Kaioken. With a resounding impact, Goku, powered by the tenfold Kaioken, experienced a tremendous surge in strength, catching Frieza off guard and delivering a punch that sent him soaring into the sky. Kamehameha, a desperate struggle. Frieza, enraged, managed to shatter the Kamehameha aimed at him, only to be met with a relentless flurry of attacks from the instantly teleporting Goku. Hold together, my body, 20-fold Kaioken. With the activation of the 20-fold Kaioken, Super Saiyan 4 Goku found himself on par with Golden Frieza, yet swiftly defeating him was a mere fantasy. Faced with life and death, Goku chose to take a risk, hoping to conclude the battle with a single blow while in his Super Saiyan 4 state. That move again, Goku's newfound strength prompted Frieza to reminisce about their previous encounters when Goku had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza was met with two simultaneous Kamehameha waves, forcing him to brace against them with both hands. Nevertheless, this time, Frieza struggled greatly, ultimately succumbing to the assault, left badly injured and kneeling on the ground. If I had practiced earlier, perhaps I could wield this power at will. Yet using it like this could harm my body to a T this moment. Goku found it increasingly difficult to maintain the Kaioken state, even struggling to uphold his Super Saiyan 4 form. Though downed, Frieza, despite his injuries, was in a comparatively better state than Goku. Rising with effort, he remarked, "Truly unexpected, yet I've already stated, your chances of victory are zero," just as Goku was about to retort. Frieza continued, "You think that after sending me to hell for so many years, I did nothing. I have surpassed you, stronger than you wretched, odious monkeys. If I so desire, I can advance even further." Golden Frieza was once again enveloped in a golden aura, transforming into a spherical form. With a crack, the sphere shattered, revealing a dramatically altered Frieza, reminiscent of Golden Cooler, yet lacking the bone spikes on his head and shoulders. What? Before Goku could react, he was struck fiercely in the abdomen by Frieza, spitting up blood. Incredible! As Goku stabilized himself in midair, a death beam severed his left arm. How about that? Impressive. I assent it. This is the evolved form of Golden Frieza, which I've aptly named Golden Frieza 2. Quite fitting for your Saiyan naming conventions. Seizing the moment Frieza paused his assault, Goku quickly utilized instant transmission to distance himself, retrieving a senzu bean from his wristband and consuming it. His severed arm regenerated, and all his injuries healed, yet his energy was only half restored. The immense energy required for Super Saiyan 4 meant a single senzu bean could not fully replenish him. Perhaps this was a flaw of the Super Saiyan 4 form. Revitalized, Goku resumed his offensive. Yet to Frieza, Goku's movements appeared painfully slow. Goku's attacks proved ineffective, resulting in him being battered back down to the ground by Frieza's relentless strikes. It seems it's time to bid farewell. This time, although Goku had lost his fighting capability, Frieza remained in his Golden Frieza 2 state, unleashing a powerful energy ball towards Goku. This is truly overwhelming. I never anticipated that even with the senzu bean, I would be unable to bridge the gap. Goku found himself utterly spent, having been severely injured once more by Frieza within mere moments, and with no more senzu beans left, even if he regained his strength. He would not stand a chance against Golden Frieza 2. The chasm between them could not be closed by mere resurrections. Boom! An energy wave surged from afar, colliding with Frieza's energy ball, causing it to explode mid-air and sending Goku flying from the blast's aftermath. With a loud clap, Broly caught the airborne Goku, retrieving another senzu bean and offering it to him. "Thank you, Broly." Revitalized by the senzu bean, Goku expressed his gratitude to Broly. "Are you eager to meet your demise?" "Damn Saiyan monkey!" Frieza seethed in frustration, his long-awaited chance to eliminate Goku thwarted by the unexpected arrival of Broly. By the way, I am curious. How did you cultivate yourself to this level? Under normal circumstances, one would not achieve such prowess in hell, Frieza mused. Despite Frieza's considerable strength, Broly was unfazed, for he was the legendary Super Saiyan, unafraid of a frozen demon. Since you wish to know, I shall not withhold the truth. Frieza exuded confidence, Unperturbed by the prospect of Broly and Goku escaping his grasp, I inhale. One cannot train the body, but one can engage in spiritual cultivation. When one regains a physical form, it is merely a matter of aligning the body's strength with one's spiritual prowess to surpass limits. And this recent upheaval in hell allowed you to regain a body, thus enabling you to reach such heights? Broly queried, recalling the words of the red, ghostly envoy. Indeed, though I am uncertain what caused this shift in hell, our souls have materialized, granting us bodies that match our spiritual strength, allowing me to attain this level in a fraction of the time it would have taken otherwise. Frieza acknowledged without denial. Are there any further inquiries? If not, it shall be time for your departure. Frieza's gaze sharpened once more, poised for an imminent strike. Then allow me to witness the power of Golden Frieza, too. With that, Broly unleashed the Titan energy cannon he had been charging. Frieza, having anticipated this, chose to embrace the attack, confident in his own strength, ready to withstand the blow that, the originally vibrant green energy wave directed at Frieza suddenly vanished, only to reappear abruptly in a concealed location on the opposite side of the battlefield, enveloping a figure within. A piercing scream echoed, and the figure disappeared without a trace. It was Cell. Having distanced himself from the battlefield, Son Goku immediately recognized that familiar voice. You. Witnessing his comrade Cell being effortlessly obliterated by Broly left Frieza momentarily astonished. Yet he quickly regained his composure. I sensed a presence lurking nearby, but it wasn't until Son Goku unleashed his 20-fold Kaioken against you that I pinpointed his location. As if it were a trivial matter, Broly remarked nonchalantly, "Ha. Indeed, though that fellow Cell possessed my cells and could transform in a golden cell, your earlier display of power was sufficient to annihilate him in an instant, denying him even a chance to transform." Despite the demise of his ally, Frieza remained unfazed, truly embodying the cold-hearted nature of the Ice Demon. Moreover, Cell was rather unfortunate. After years of training, he had yet to make an appearance before being caught off guard and eradicated by Broly. Very well, let us engage in battle. Broly flashed a wicked smile, his form vanishing in an instant to materialize before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Frieza's face. Frieza was not slow to react, retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang, bang, bang. Their movements were so swift that even Son Goku struggled to fully perceive their actions with his eyes. All he could see were immense shockwaves and the deep thuds of their collisions. Helplessly, he relied on a sense of ki to visualize the fierce confrontation between Broly and Frieza in his mind. Bang! Following another violent clash, both Broly and Frieza staggered back several paces. Oh, it seems I've underestimated you. You are far superior to Son Goku. After being pushed back, Frieza's face bore an expression of excitement, indicating that Broly's formidable strength had ignited Frieza's competitive spirit. You are not too shabby yourself. Broly chuckled in response. In truth, during their previous clash, Broly perceived his strength to be on par with Golden Frieza too, yet defeating him in a short span seemed challenging unless he could evolve further and surpass the so-called Super Saiyan 4 transformation. To this end, Broly devised an effective strategy to rapidly enhance his power through near-death experiences, testing whether this approach could lead him to that next level. Consequently, in the ensuing exchanges, Broly resolved to adopt a strategy of trading blows. As long as the attacks were not fatal, he would disregard them, resulting in his body becoming battered and bruised, with even his internal organs suffering significant damage. Of course, Frieza was not in a much better state, having had his tail severed by Broly, leaving him equally ravaged. Madman, Frieza panted heavily, his stamina seemingly waning. Yet considering the circumstances, it was understandable. He had just battled Son Goku, and although it had been a one-sided affair, facing Son Goku's 20-fold Kaioken had undoubtedly drained a considerable amount of his energy. After all, Son Goku wielding a 10-fold Kaioken was comparable to Golden Frieza, and with 20-fold Kaioken, he could rival Frieza's golden form too. Now, I shall finish you with a single move. Frieza soared into the sky, pointing down at Broly. Bring it on. Both combatants began to gather energy, Frieza once again unleashing the red and blue energy sphere he had initially directed at Son Goku, while Broly readied his ultimate technique, the Titan energy cannon, to counter it. Their simultaneous roars resonated as the red energy sphere enveloping the smaller blue one collided with the grass-green energy wave. Die, you filthy monkey! The surrounding blue energy spheres merged into the red one, causing its power to surge, threatening to overpower the grass-green energy wave. Humph! Broly snorted dismissively, maintaining a continuous output with one hand while extracting a few senza beans from a small dimensional space and consuming them. Broly's injuries completely healed, proving that his expectations regarding recovery were accurate. He could almost hear the sound of a barrier being shattered within him, followed by a surge of immense energy rising within. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning crackled around him, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan 2 transformation. With a thunderous roar, the grass-green energy wave shattered the red energy sphere, surging towards Frieza. No, Frieza's unwilling voice echoed, soon followed by his entire form vanishing from sight. Broly, what is this? Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Son Goku flew over, astonished by the transformation Broly had undergone, hastily inquiring. This is my unique beyond transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Although I am unsure why it manifests with lightning akin to Super Saiyan 2. I can see that I am still in Super Saiyan 4, leading me to believe this might be the exclusive form of the beyond transformation. Originally, during my battle with Frieza, I sensed I had brushed against a barrier, which seemingly corresponds to the so-called Super Saiyan 4 beyond transformation. This arduous battle has yielded immense gains for Son Goku. Very well, Son Goku. We must take our leave. Broly expressed his distaste for the eerie environment, longing for the beauty of the human world. Broly, do you have a means to depart? Broly smiled without responding, placing a hand on Son Goku's shoulder and activating his spatial transfer technique, vanishing from the spot and returning to Earth. As Broly and Son Goku arrived back on Earth, Son Goku received a message from King Kai of the North, revealing that following Broly's defeat of Frieza and Cell, the underworld had begun to gradually restore itself, indicating that Frieza had not spoken the truth earlier. What do you intend to do next, Son Goku? While aware that Son Goku would summon the evil dragons, Broly did not wish to involve himself too deeply. For his primary purpose in this world was to undergo training, to attain greater strength and confront more formidable foes. The spirits that had traversed from hell to earth had caused the demise of some innocents. So, I intend to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Truly, this is the essence of GT Son Goku. Although he retains his combative spirit, he prioritizes Earth above all else. And what of the Son Goku from the Super Universe? Broly felt he could not measure up to GT Son Goku. Perhaps he too loved Earth, but he lacked the maturity of GT Goku. Perhaps things will be different in a decade or so. I will observe when you summon the Eternal Dragon. But for now, I must consolidate the strength I have just attained. With that, he disregarded Son Goku's pleas and instantaneously left. That Broly's journey to hell had proven immensely rewarding. Not only had he transcended to the beyond transformation of Super Saiyan 4, but he had also identified his own shortcomings. Through his battle with Golden Frieza 2, Broly realized that his ultimate technique was beginning to lag behind his strength. Had he not resorted to cheating by consuming senza beans for further enhancement, he might have already lost in the time to come. He would endeavor to refine his ultimate technique. Taking a deep breath, Broly entered a meditative state, continuously simulating in his mind to devise the best improvement plan. 3 months later, the time limit for the use of the Dragon Balls on Earth had elapsed. And Son Goku, accompanied by Shao Fong, began the search for the 7 scattered Dragon Balls. During these 3 months, Broly had fused the Titan energy cannon with the ultimate techniques he had employed to eliminate Cell and Buu, resulting in a new ultimate move, which he named the Titan Annihilation Wave. On that day, Son Goku arrived at Bulma's property with the 7 Dragon Balls, prepared to summon the Eternal Dragon. Yet no one noticed the faint cracks on the surface of the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. Son Goku raised his arms to the sky, shouting, Come forth, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. After a few seconds, the sky remained clear and the Eternal Dragon did not appear. Caw, 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 as if crows were flying overhead. Son Goku awkwardly remarked, Did I mispronounce the incantation? It can't be. I've always done it this way. Bulma quickly refuted this, asserting that as one of the earliest Dragon Ball seekers of the Z era, she could not possibly misremember. Allow me to try again. Unable to comprehend, Son Goku shouted once more at the Dragon Balls. "Come forth, eternal dragon, grant my wish." Rumblings of thunder echoed as the earth began to tremble. As if an earthquake were occurring, that is it about to begin? Broly smirked, anticipating the emergence of the eternal dragon. The once clear sky darkened, clouds turning a blood-red hue. Exuding an ominous aura, a wisp of black smoke emerged from the cracks in the 7 Dragon Balls, coalescing in the air to form a dragon-like silhouette. Subsequently, a massive blue-black dragon, clutching a large cigar, materialized before the onlookers. This the eternal dragon. Xiao Fong gazed in disbelief at the malevolent dragon, having seen it for the first time. "Ha! It is my first encounter as well. However, since it was summoned by the Dragon Balls, it should be able to grant wishes." Although Son Goku did not fully understand, he remained unfazed and prepared to voice his wish to the eternal dragon. "I shall no longer be at the mercy of humans." The evil dragon exhaled a puff of smoke towards Son Goku and the others before consuming the 7 Dragon Balls whole. In an instant, the malevolent dragon transformed into a dense cloud of smoke, which subsequently coalesced into 7 diminutive black dragons, each bearing a Dragon Ball as they soared towards various corners of the world. The sky once again regained its clarity, leaving Sun Wukong and his companions utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. What on earth was happening? How could the dragon depart before we even made our wish? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, completely at a loss. Foolishness.